In the realm of traversing the world of Game of Thrones as a queen, a modern female agricultural expert, bearing ancestral dragon pearls, finds herself reincarnated as Danila, the twin sister of Princess Rhaenyra Targaryen, the beacon of House Targaryen in the Seven Kingdoms. Having aged 5 years, she embarks on a leisurely life of farming, dragon rearing, and pet keeping in this fantastical world. Yet, amidst the long, perilous nights, she must command her dragons to vanquish the looming threats. Chapter 1. The 10-year-old Dragon Rider. In the year 101 of the Conquest, March, early spring, Dragonstone Keep, the Tower of the Flame, 10-year-old Daenera Targaryen closes the tome titled The Genealogy and History of the Major Noble Houses of the Seven Kingdoms, gazing through the vibrant blooms of potted plants on the windowsill, her eyes drifting over the boundless waters of the narrow sea. Inhaling deeply the refreshing scent of spring, her spirits lifted. The narrow sea, a slender expanse of water between the eastern continent of Essos and Westeros, has just emerged from a tumultuous period lasting 3 to 4 months, finally entering a phase of tranquility. Each October, the narrow sea succumbs to the frigid winds from the northern shivering sea, plunging into a chaotic tempest, claiming countless ships and valiant souls daring to conquer its depths. Fortunately, Dragonstone boasts 2 volcanoes, large and small, providing a temperate climate despite the fierce winds. Within the confines of Dragonstone Keep, it remains relatively warm, even in winter, making it a rare locale capable of nurturing tropical fruit trees at this latitude. As Danila observes the flourishing plants she has personally tended, a profound sense of accomplishment wells within her. The vibrant blossoms and lush foliage owe their exuberance entirely to the meticulous fertilizer she concocted. In a moment of inspiration, spurred by her past life as an agricultural researcher, she decided to experiment with the abundant dragon excrement found in the dragon mount, blending it with volcanic ash for compost. To her astonishment, the results exceeded her expectations. Whether it be the grass on the hillsides, the crops in the fields, or the fruit trees in her garden nourished by this compost, all thrived remarkably, yielding bountiful harvests. It seems that anything associated with dragons is indeed extraordinary. Now, having spent a decade in this world, Danila has confirmed her existence within the realm of the Targaryens from the television saga. As the years pass, memories from her previous life become increasingly vivid, revealing the complexities of this world. In her former life, a freshly graduated agricultural university student, she had perished in a catastrophic sandstorm while surveying a reforestation project in the desert. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself in the early days of A Song of Ice and Fire, amidst the frenzied dance of blood dragons. She and her sister Rhaenyra were born on a clear, rain-kissed dusk, where the sky was adorned with rainbows and myriad auspicious clouds, leading them to be heralded as omens of good fortune for the kingdom. Danila, marked by a delicate purplish red flame pattern on her forehead, was deemed of noble descent, garnering her an abundance of gifts each year on her naming day. At the tender age of 4, she skillfully instructed her handmaiden to discreetly sell off the superfluous trinkets that served no purpose. This has resulted in Danila's treasury swelling with 2 large chests filled with golden dragons, totaling over 50,000 coins. Despite the clandestine nature of this acquisition, her reputation for avarice inexplicably spread across the 7 kingdoms in no time. Consequently, the nobles, eager to curry favor or test her resolve, would present her with handfuls of golden dragons whenever they encountered her. Although they endeavored to mask their expressions in the presence of a mere 4 or 5-year-old, the barely suppressed smiles at the corners of their lips revealed their true intentions, prompting Danila to conclude that their acting skills left much to be desired. If reputation could be transformed into wealth, then let it come forth. Danila was acutely aware that this realm operated under the harsh laws of a dark jungle. In this world, money held near absolute power, especially considering the Targaryen family's dragons. With ample funds and formidable dragons at her command, Danila aspired to indulge in the dream of becoming an empress. Yet, she recognized that this was the era when the Targaryen family possessed the greatest number of dragons, and that members within the family could easily become one's fiercest adversaries. Having perused the original text and watched the television series multiple times, she was relatively well acquainted with the storyline, though some alterations had transpired. For instance, on the day of her birth, a tremendous storm accompanied a significant geological upheaval on Dragonstone, resulting in the emergence of a colossal island several times larger than Dragonstone itself to the northeast. This expansion considerably increased both the area and elevation of Dragonstone, and it now boasted a massive active volcano. A decade has passed, and the newly formed island has fully regained its vitality. In her quest for greater influence, before Rhaenyra's 7th birthday and her own dragon riding, Danila first forged a connection with the blue dragon, Dreamfire, successfully bonding with her. Dreamfire, the offspring of the Red Queen Melisandre and the bloodworm Caraxes, ranks as the 4th largest dragon currently known, surpassed only by Vhagar, Vermithrax, and the wild dragon, the Devourer. At the time of their contract, Dreamfire measured over 50 meters in length. Her growth had slowed considerably due to prolonged confinement in the dragon's lair. However, after 3 years of Danila's devoted care and training, Dreamfire resumed her rapid growth, now nearing 70 meters in length, with a wingspan exceeding 140 to 150 meters. Her body was adorned with deep blue scales, previously a lighter hue, and her wings were edged with silvery scales. Her back bristled with spines, and 3 pairs of formidable horns crowned her head. Notably, her distinctive tail was lined with bony spikes, culminating in several large armored plates. According to Targaryen tradition, each child of the family is presented with a dragon egg placed in their cradle upon birth. Danila's sister, Rhaenyra, received a yellow dragon egg that hatched in less than a year, named Syrax, which, true to the original narrative, has now grown to a length of 20 to 30 meters. Currently residing in the dragon lair of King's Landing, Rhaenyra successfully bonded with her dragon shortly after Danila's own accomplishment. Danila's egg, a pinkish white, has yet to hatch, remaining in the hearth of her room, warmed daily by the embers. Previously, Daenerys had experimented with blood and tears, nearly emulating the mother of dragons by embracing a dragon egg and setting herself ablaze, though she refrained from doing so. While it is true that Daenerys possesses a remarkable tolerance for high temperatures, being engulfed in flames is still excruciating, albeit she is less prone to severe burns. The fiery sigil upon her brow seems to facilitate her connection with dragons in her dreams, allowing her to easily forge a bond with Dreamfire and successfully ride dragons. Daenerys' auspicious reputation and her striking beauty have led her sister Rhaenyra to largely ignore her since they were young. Naturally, Daenerys is disinclined to dwell on the behavior of a mere child. Although Rhaenyra is indeed exceptional, she exhibits a rather haughty demeanor. Due to her grandfather being the Prince of Dragonstone, the Velaryon family spends a significant amount of time on the island. Unlike Rhaenyra, who prefers the capital of King's Landing, Daenerys feels more at home on Dragonstone, finding the foul stench of King's Landing quite disagreeable. 3 years ago, after successfully riding a dragon, Daenerys persuaded her grandfather and great-grandfather to grant her the title of Lady of the newly established island, prompting the royal family to host a grand celebration in her honor. However, once she had received gifts from the noble houses, she swiftly returned to Dragonstone, riding Dreamfire. By this time, Daenerys' treasury had flourished, boasting 1 gold dragon, 5,800 silver moons, 1 silver stag, 8,052 copper stars, and a considerable amount of copper coins. 1 gold dragon equals 30 silver moons, 1 silver moon equals 7 silver stags, 1 silver stag equals 7 copper stars, 1 copper star equals 8 copper coins. Since her arrival on Dragonstone, Daenerys has adhered to a strict daily routine, rising at 7 o'clock with the assistance of her handmaidens, breakfast from 7:30 to 8, a morning dedicated to studying Valyrian court etiquette, and various texts, lunch at 11 followed by a 2-hour rest, and afternoon lessons in geography and history starting at 1 o'clock, concluding with dinner at 5, after which she enjoys her free time. After dinner, Daenerys typically tends to her dragons, engages in conversation with her handmaidens, or practices embroidery. She also nurtures her garden and cares for her 4 formidable mastiffs, which she has raised at Dragonstone. Observing the remarkable effects of dragon manure on her plants, Daenerys decided to concoct a few seasonings to test their impact on animals and humans, incorporating them into her dog's diet. Fortunately, the results were quite promising. Her 4 mastiffs grew significantly faster than their littermates, maturing into robust creatures, particularly fierce and valiant. Upon reaching adulthood, their size surpassed that of typical mastiffs, equating to that of a small calf. They love to follow Daenerys closely, and even the most intrepid knights dare not approach them. Moreover, they have become undaunted by dragons, often accompanying Daenerys to feed them without displaying fear. Indeed, the products of dragons possess extraordinary effects. Chapter 2. The Dark Tidings. Daenerys' favorite pastime is to visit Dragon Mount to feed the dragons, where the loyal dragon keepers of House Targaryen are dedicated to nurturing and training these magnificent beasts. Most of these dragon guards are descendants of the illegitimate offspring of the Targaryen family. Perhaps this is the reason why the great dragons seldom inflict harm upon them. Yet their impure bloodline makes it difficult for them to forge a close bond with the dragons. They are illiterate, communicating solely in Valyrian, and have been selected from a young age to be trained as dragon guards. The majority of them have already been taken to King's Landing, where they continue to serve the dragons of House Targaryen within the dragon pit. Only a scant dozen remain on Dragonstone. Each day, the dragon guards drive flocks of sheep into the dragon pit, allowing the dragons to feast at their leisure. Frankly, this practice is quite wasteful. Although sheep skins and wool are not expensive, they still hold some value, approximately 1 copper star, equivalent to 16 copper coins, enough to purchase 16 loaves of white bread, which could sustain an adult for 5 days. Consequently, Daenerys instructed the dragon guards to first slaughter the sheep, cure the meat, and then transport it to the vicinity of the dragon pit to commence a barbecue on a large iron grill. Of course, the guards dared not linger nearby, but Daenerys was undeterred after all. Dragons seldom harmed those of Targaryen blood. Over the course of 3 years, Daenerys amassed a fortune in gold dragons from selling sheepskins, even after sharing half of the earnings with the servants who skinned and procured the sheep. To facilitate this, she implored her father, Viserys, to find her 12 teenage boys among the orphans in King's Landing, specifically tasked with skinning sheep. These boys were handpicked by Daenerys from hundreds of orphans, possessing both commendable appearance and intellect. Daenerys envisioned training them to become her personal guards. To this end, she even hired a highly skilled mercenary knight named Boros from King's Landing to instruct them in the art of swordsmanship. Boros' prowess was on par with that of the White Cloaks. Thus the youths made significant progress in their training, becoming much more adept at skinning sheep. Her sister Rhaenyra affectionately dubbed them the Sheepskin Knights, and in no time, their reputation resonated throughout the Seven Kingdoms. However, Daenerys remained indifferent to their fame in this world. Not much profit could be derived from notoriety, and her sister was a notable exception. Since Daenerys developed a fondness for feeding the great dragons, she made it a point to visit each one. The bronze fury Vhagar, the gentle queen Silverwing, the grotesque sheep thief, and the old hag Vhagar. One by one, she dared not approach the fearsome and gluttonous dragon, for that ancient beast was both cunning and perilous. Vhagar and Silverwing had been abandoned on Dragonstone by King Jaehaerys for quite some time, perhaps due to the king's advanced age rendering him unfit to ride dragons any longer. Every time Vhagar would seize the whole roasted sheep Daenerys prepared for him, he did so with little regard, and both he and Silverwing rarely descended from Dragonmount. Fortunately, Silverwing would occasionally cast a glance towards Daenerys, never refusing her attempts at closeness. The sheep thief, true to her name, only reveled in thievery, emerging only after Daenerys had departed to drag off the roasted sheep. Her appearance was rather dismal. The so-called mud-colored scales were neither black nor gray, bearing an unsightly hue reminiscent of yellowish excrement. Her head was similarly lacking, devoid of horns and barbs, resembling Vhagar in some aspects. Currently, Vhagar serves as the mount of Daenerys' grandfather, Prince Baelon, who, disliking the dragon pit, often returned to Dragonstone on his own accord. She, however, showed great respect towards Daenerys, often letting out a few roars and flapping her wings after being fed. Occasionally, she would cast a glance at Daenerys, as if to convey her approval. Vhagar preferred to perch on the rocks by the beach, lazily consuming sheep, yet she was not only amenable to being petted, but also willing to listen to Daenerys as she murmured beneath her head. From time to time, she would expel a puff of smoke from her nostrils, leaving one to wonder if it was a response to Daenerys. On this day, Daenerys soared on Drogon's back, circling around Dragonstone, and beheld the newfound prosperity that had emerged after a decade of rest and recovery on the island. Upon concluding her flight and returning to the castle, Daenerys sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Maester Gladys solemnly informed everyone. The Black Raven has delivered dark tidings. Prince Baelon has passed away. Daenerys, like the others, was engulfed in profound shock. At that moment, the composed Maester Gladys gently reminded Daenerys, "Your Highness, according to tradition, when a member of the Targaryen family departs this world, a funeral pyre must be prepared back on Dragonstone. We ought to commence our preparations." Upon hearing this, Daenerys forced herself to regain her composure and began instructing her attendants to arrange the necessary preparations. "Sir Alfred, please ensure that everyone remains vigilant. Assign additional patrols to the fishing village particularly to scrutinize any outsiders. A curfew will be enforced during the morning period. Maester Tigris, please prepare the requisite supplies. I shall rely on you and Sir Alfred for the ensuing tasks. The steady and benevolent old maester and the eccentric captain of the guards, Alfred, respectfully responded, "Yes, your highness." Annie, we should expect numerous female guests, so I entrust you with the responsibility of preparing for their reception. Annie, as Daenerys' lady-in-waiting and a noble woman from the house of Strickland in the Crownlands, replied, "Yes, your highness. Leave it to me." "Very well, everyone. Go and make your preparations." After delegating various tasks, Daenerys seated herself upon the Dragonstone chair, gazing at the immense model of the continent of Westeros, once more lost in contemplation. Dragonstone is an island formed by the eruption of the volcano known as Dragonmount, situated at the mouth of Blackwater Bay. The mountain conceals rich deposits of dragonstone. For centuries, apart from Dragonstone Castle, the island hosted only a modest fishing village of about 10,000 inhabitants. Numerous vessels traversing the narrow sea would stop here to resupply and seek fresh water or to evade storms. Thus, though small, the fishing village provided some tax revenue for House Targaryen. Prior to claiming the Seven Kingdoms, House Targaryen's primary income stemmed from its own maritime trade. Now, with the support of the Seven Kingdoms, the family fleet had long been reorganized into a royal navy stationed in King's Landing as mere decoration. Not far to the southwest of Dragonstone lies Driftmark, the abode of House Velaryon, also of Valyrian descent. To the north resides Crab Isle, home to House Velaryon, a vassal family brought over from ancient Valyria by the Targaryens. Despite the ancient and formidable nature of Dragonstone, the vassals belonging to the island are few, primarily due to the sparse population that makes it challenging for the lord to muster an army. However, with the northeastern corner of the newly emerged island expanding significantly, Prince Baelon has summoned tens of thousands of refugees from King's Landing to settle at the juncture of the new and old islands. This area has now evolved into a quaint town known as White Sheep Town, thriving on shepherding and the cultivation of barley, oats, and soybeans. 3 years ago, following Daenerys' successful dragon riding, she boldly petitioned her great-grandfather, King Aegon IV, and her grandfather, Prince Baelon, for both Goat Town and the new island of Dragonstone as her own domain. As Daenerys is historically recognized as the youngest dragon rider of House Targaryen, and considering the land was perceived as mere wasteland, her request was granted with a sense of indulgence, akin to appeasing a child. Now, Daenerys has ascended to the status of a royal princess with her own lands, a first within the Targaryen lineage. Traditionally, the Targaryen royal family has reserved the title of Prince of Dragonstone solely for heirs to the throne, who alone were entitled to govern the island. Currently, the Targaryens possess a significant reserve of wealth, and there has yet to be a historical precedent requiring them to borrow from the Iron Bank. With a limited number of royal family members, their lives are characterized by comfort and prosperity, and they have never regarded gold dragons as particularly precious. Consequently, Daenerys' actions have been dismissed as mere childhood games, not taken seriously by those around her. If that is indeed their perception, then so be it. For the new island of Dragonstone rightfully belongs to Daenerys Targaryen. According to the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, no one shall interfere further otherwise. She could unleash her dragon's wrath upon them. She is well aware that history has shown how Rhaenyra, despite her victories, faltered due to insufficient funds and the imposition of heavy taxes, leading to her downfall at the hands of the formidable mob of King's Landing. Ultimately, she found herself in such dire straits that she could not afford the fare to return to Dragonstone.
Chapter 3. The current state of Dragonstone. The construction of Dragonstone Castle employed the advanced Valyrian stonemasonry techniques that were tragically lost amidst the cataclysm that befell Valyria, rendering Dragonstone a singular marvel among the many fortresses of Westeros. Indeed, Valyrian stonemasonry stands as a testament to remarkable craftsmanship, evident not only in castle construction but also in the laying of roads. The enduring integrity of several Valyrian roads across Essos, which have remained steadfast and smooth for millennia, speaks volumes. After taking residence in Dragonstone, Daenerys frequently dreamt of the very moments when the castle was erected. She speculated that she had awakened the Dreamwalker bloodline of House Targaryen. Thus, during her subsequent forays into dreams, she paid particular attention to the methods by which the Dragonstone was fashioned. Gradually, she grasped some of the underlying principles. It became apparent that the essence of Valyrian stonemasonry relied heavily on dragonfire and certain metabolic byproducts of dragons. Upon taming the dream fire, Daenerys endeavored to construct a road mimicking the Valyrian highway in Goat Town. While the outcome fell short of its illustrious counterpart, it still resulted in a remarkably rare blackstone thoroughfare. Consequently, Daenerys selected a group of artisans to collaborate with her in the development of Black Dragonstone. However, to date, the produced Dragonstone remained somewhat crude, yet, after the stonemasons polished it, it proved suitable for both housing and roadways. She remained optimistic that, through persistent experimentation, superior Dragonstone could eventually be forged. Under Daenerys' guidance, Ghost Town has flourished significantly, characterized by uniform black stone streets and orderly black stone edifices. Moreover, she commissioned the construction of specialized bathhouses utilizing the nearby volcanic hot springs, as well as sewage treatment pipelines. From among the displaced individuals of King S Landing, she selected elderly and frail bachelors to manage the town's refuse and waste. This refuse, when combined with dragon excrement and volcanic ash, fermented into excellent fertilizer. Today, Ghost Town boasts nearly 10,000 acres of fertile land, with the potential for 2 harvests annually. Over the past 3 years, Daenerys has successfully improved the yield of many crops, particularly with the aid of dragon fertilizer, achieving yields comparable to those in the real world. Last season, the barley yield reached an astonishing 180 kilograms per acre, a remarkable feat in a realm where the average yield hovers around mere dozens of kilograms. The denizens of Ghost Town firmly believe this bounty is a blessing bestowed upon them by Daenerys, their auspicious princess. Thus, they regard her as the embodiment of the Maiden of the Seven, while lacking the grandeur of her sister Rhaenyra's kingdom. Daenerys' connection to the hearts of the people is undeniably profound. Now that New Island is her dominion, Daenerys has the autonomy to establish tax policies. She has chosen to levy a mere 40% of the harvest as rent. This decision has allowed the inhabitants of New Island to enjoy 2 years of relative prosperity. Consequently, Ghost Town has grown increasingly vibrant, with various crafts and industries beginning to thrive. Dragonstone Castle itself is constructed entirely of massive black dragonstone. Its towers sculpted in the likeness of dragons. Even the crenellations along the castle walls are adorned with an array of dragon-shaped gargoyles, serving as spouts. The design elements throughout the castle predominantly revolve around the majestic theme of dragons. The smaller dragons embellish the doorframe, while the dragon claws protruding from the walls serve as torch holders. The massive stone wings encompass a blacksmith's forge and an arsenal, with the dragon's tail forming arches, bridges, and outdoor staircases. However, a faint odor of blood and sulfur permeates Dragonstone, casting a somber hue over the entire landscape. Rather than a noble castle, it resembles a military stronghold. Perhaps the Valyrian Federation established Dragonstone with this very purpose in mind, though they never acted upon the continent of Westeros, as Valyria itself was first laid to waste by the Great Calamity. The Stone Drum Tower serves as the main fortress of Dragonstone. During storms, the ancient walls resonate with a thunderous echo, hence its name. The imposing edifice of dark stone instills an undeniable sense of dread. The dungeons beneath the fortress are hot, dark, and damp, rendering imprisonment there a most unpleasant experience. The stronghold contains numerous secret passages and concealed staircases, the most significant of which leads directly to the heart of Dragonmount via an arched stone bridge. It is from here that the dragon riders of House Targaryen would summon their colossal dragons and soar from the great mountain. The Room of Maps is situated at the pinnacle of the Stone Drum Tower, a circular chamber with 4 tall, narrow windows facing the cardinal directions. Within, a grand wooden table, intricately carved with a detailed map of Westeros, serves as the site for strategic planning during the conquest wars by Aegon the Conqueror. The table spans over 17 or 18 meters in length, with its widest point approximately half that length and its narrowest less than 2 meters. Corresponding to the location of Dragonstone is a meticulously designed seat atop a high platform known as the Iron Throne, providing a panoramic view of the table as surface. The Room of Maps is the best lit area of Dragonstone, making it a favored spot for Daenerys to bring her maidservants and attend lessons from Maester Diggory. The entire chamber is shaped like a dragon lying upon the earth, with visitors entering through its gaping maw, while the adjacent kitchen resembles a curled-up dragon. The Aegon Garden, located to the east and south of the Room of Maps, faces the narrow sea and boasts breathtaking views. The garden is filled with the refreshing scent of pine, with towering black trees rising from the ground. Here, wild roses and towering thickets of thorns flourish, while cranberries grow in the marshy soil. After Daenerys discovered the benefits of Dragon-dung, the plants were tended to even more diligently, though this secret remained known only to the dragon guards, who could not communicate with the outside world, thus becoming Daenerys' exclusive proprietary knowledge. The Dragon Tower is one of the most picturesque towers on Dragonstone, crowned by a howling dragon that exudes an air of superiority. This tower is designated for receiving noble guests, and typically only High Lords are deemed worthy of residing here. The Sea Dragon Tower is another of Dragonstone's towers, facing the sea and resembling a sleeping giant. Beneath the raven cage atop the tower are the chambers for the scholars. The stairway within the tower is narrow and winding. Descending the stairs of the Sea Dragon Tower, one traverses the hall adorned with portraits of the Targaryen ancestors, walking amidst the dragon heads on the inner and central walls. Passing through the iron gate of the castle walls, and finally ascending the steps to reach the room of maps. Within the sanctum of Dragonstone, wooden statues of the 7 gods stand vigil. The father's entire figure is gilded, the mother is draped in the finest silk, the elder's eyes are adorned with pearls. The stranger is sculpted into a half-man, half-dragon form. The knight dons the armor of House Targaryen. The maiden's visage is said to be modeled after the conqueror Aegon's sister, Rhaenys. The blacksmith is depicted as a Valyrian with white hair and purple eyes. The statues are intricately carved from the masts of ships, vessels that the ancestors of House Targaryen used to escape across the sea from Valyria. For centuries, they have been adorned with layers of vibrant paint, gilding, silver leaf, and embedded jewels. Within the temple, several altars are accompanied by stained glass windows. It is said that on the eve of his conquest of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, the conqueror Aegon knelt here in prayer. However, this claim is dubious, as Aegon is known to have converted to the worship of the 7 only after reaching Old Town during his conquest. Thus, the temple must have been erected thereafter. Yet, in this world, people delight in intertwining their families and deeds with the divine, even though the existence of gods is indeed a reality. Dragonstone will serve as Daenerys' stronghold for the foreseeable future, and she is resolute in her intention to cultivate it well. Only by doing so can she safeguard her family's dragons, and the thought of their meaningless sacrifice in the dance of the dragon stirs unrest within her. In truth, Dragonstone has been expanded into a new island, significantly increasing its size. In recent days, Daenerys has estimated that, excluding mountainous and marshy areas, the arable land on the new island exceeds 500,000 acres, with slope and marshy land suitable for pasture, flora, and trees totaling over 1 million acres. Even the still-smoking volcano harbors numerous resources ripe for development. Daenerys has begun to formulate a rough plan in her mind, yet her youth constrains her from immediate action. Nonetheless, she can gradually commence her endeavors. At this stage, her focus remains on learning. She has not seamlessly integrated into this world over the past few years. Firstly, her age limits her interactions with people and experiences. Secondly, the deeply ingrained ideological constructs from her previous life make it challenging to shift her perspective swiftly. The fervent agricultural inclinations of the Dragon Lords make it particularly difficult for Daenerys to remain aloof, looking down upon the masses from her lofty perch. Chapter 4: The Enchanting Dream of Dragons. At the tender age of 10, a child's vitality is inherently limited. After 2 hours of quiet contemplation in the drawing room, Daenerys felt a wave of fatigue wash over her and obediently followed her handmaiden back to her chamber for rest. As she was in a crucial growth phase, she knew she must not be careless. However, it seemed that the offspring of House Targaryen matured rapidly. Rhaenyra and Daenerys, though merely 10 years old, already possessed physiques akin to those of 13 or 14-year-olds. Particularly after forming a bond with Dreamfire, Daenerys sensed a remarkable surge in her vitality and courage. Daenerys' chamber, situated in a tall tower near the gardens of Dragonstone, was originally nameless until she bestowed upon it the title of the Sanctified Flame Tower, inspired by the grand dragonclaw torch that graced its summit. In winter, the enormous hearth within rendered her room exceedingly warm, allowing her passion for flowers to flourish year-round. With blossoms blooming in abundance, the fragrant blossoms effectively masked the pungent scent of sulfur that permeated Dragonstone. Furthermore, a vast hillside behind the tower provided an ideal perch for the dragon, where Dreamfire often rested during the day. At night, she would retreat to a natural cave near the volcano on Dragonstone's new island, where she had made her nest. Since Daenerys had rescued Dreamfire from the dragon pit in King's Landing, the dragon's appetite had significantly improved, now consuming over a dozen roasted goats daily. Occasionally, Daenerys would ride Dreamfire to hunt in the narrow sea, where, on fortunate days, they could capture large sea creatures such as whales and sharks. A single whale could not only satiate Dreamfire's hunger but also enrich Daenerys' treasury by several hundred gold coins. The Sanctified Flame Tower, modest in size, comprised only 3 stories, totaling just over 300 square meters. The ground floor housed Daenerys' dog kennel and the quarters for 12 night shepherds. The second floor featured a reception area for visitors, a common room, and accommodations for her instructor, Baelon, along with her 2 personal nightly attendants. The uppermost floor contained Daenerys' bedroom, study, and the chambers of her 4 maidservants. Among her close attendants were 4 handmaidens, led by the 16-year-old and from the noble Strickworth family, directly under the king's domain. The other three were Layla, aged 13 from the Royce family of Veilstone, the 12-year-old Jarell, the second daughter of Count Maldon from the town of Maidenpool, and the 10-year-old Bethany, the eldest daughter of the Earl of Rosby. Under their careful ministrations, Daenerys completed her simple ablutions before snuggling into bed with her dragon egg, which had accompanied her for many years. Having been warmed by the hearth throughout the day, the egg retained a high temperature, one that was intolerable for anyone but Daenerys. In her slumber, Daenerys' consciousness drifted to an ethereal realm, seemingly set among the clouds, yet these clouds appeared more like flames in a fiery embrace. She felt her body grow weightless, gently propelling her forward. Suddenly, a vast expanse of dark blue fire clouds obstructed her path. However, upon closer inspection, she realized it was not mere cloud but the colossal, flame-wreathed dragon, Dreamfire, blocking her way. Having forged a bond with the ethereal Dreamfire, Danila felt no trepidation in the presence of the tangible yet intangible dragon. Dreamfire lowered her colossal head, her pale golden eyes, as large as basketballs, gazing intently at Danila for a moment before bowing her body. Danila promptly ascended onto Dreamfire's back and gently patted her scales, which seemed to oscillate between reality and illusion. Instantly, Dreamfire understood, joyously opening her great maw in a silent roar before taking flight. Although no sound emerged, Danila could distinctly sense her exhilaration. It was a wondrous feeling, akin to a profound connection of hearts and minds. At that moment, Danila felt an enhanced telepathic bond with Dreamfire, as if the dragon were an extension of her own being. "Rise, Dreamfire!" Danila mentally commanded, surprised to find that her thoughts were indeed received. Consequently, Dreamfire swiftly ascended to greater heights. Danila soon realized that this dreamscape, enveloped in fiery clouds, rendered it nearly impossible to discern directions. "Accelerate, Dreamfire! Dive, Dreamfire! Dragonfire, Dreamfire!" To her astonishment, Dreamfire unleashed a flame of a hue unlike any seen in reality. Typically orange-red, her fire now blazed in a searing blue-black, seemingly igniting the very fabric of the dream. The surrounding temperature soared, yet this heat enveloping Danila brought her immense comfort, erasing all discomfort and fatigue. This sensation was exquisite, unrestrained and liberating, a euphoric delight of the soul surpassing even her inaugural flight upon a dragon. Continue soaring, continue reveling. At that moment, a massive green flame cloud approached swiftly from the distance, larger than the red dragon. Could it be Vakhorl? The green dragon halted not far off, trailing at a leisurely pace. How marvelous! Racing through this boundless realm of fiery clouds, Danila entered a state of unparalleled ease and freedom. Suddenly, an indistinct sound echoed in her mind, not quite a sound, but rather a precise perception. As she followed this sensation, it intensified. Halt, descend, Dreamfire! Sliding down her dragon-ass back, she beheld a pinkish-white, burning dragon egg-shaped stone, the source of her perception. Unconsciously, Danila extended her right hand toward the large pink stone, and a sudden shockwave surged forth, striking her crown like a thunderclap. Startled, Danila awoke from the dream, leaping from her bed, inadvertently knocking the dragon egg beside her to the floor. Fortunately, the thick, plush carpet cushioned the impact, and the sturdy egg remained intact. Wait! Why does this dragon egg shimmer with such a vibrant pink? Reflecting on the dream's pink stone, Danila murmured, could it be that this dragon egg is about to hatch? As she glanced at the sky, still early in the day, Danyella found herself devoid of any drowsiness, her spirit remarkably invigorated. Her body seemed to brim with vitality, reminiscent of a splendid dream. "Your Highness, have you risen?" inquired Annie, who had likely heard Daniella's movements from outside the door. "Indeed, Anna." Shortly thereafter, Anna, accompanied by Bethany, entered bearing the necessities for her morning ablutions. After a brief refreshment, Danyella adorned herself in a gown of deep twilight purple, fitting for the somber occasion of the day's funeral. "Your Highness, Master Tigris has announced that there will be no morning lessons today. After breakfast, everyone must prepare to receive the royal entourage," reported Cameron Tars, Daniella's trusted knight. Cameron, the younger son of the Earl of Tars Island, had been selected alongside Harold Darkling as Daniella's personal knight during last year's tournament held in honor of the king's birthday. Danyella had even expended 100 gold coins to secure their knighthood through the inebriated Sir Claremont of the Royal Guard. To be knighted by the Royal Guard was indeed an honor, and Claremont had proven diligent in his duties, personally training them for several months during their time in King's Landing. Presently, both Cameron and Harold were considered formidable among their peers. Today, all members of the royal family and numerous high nobles are expected to attend. "Please, go about your tasks. I shall remain here for a while," Danyella instructed Annie and the others after changing into her attire. Once they departed, she approached the silver-white, slightly pink dragon egg before the hearth, gently caressing its surface. Is it you I see in my dreams? Through the coarse scales of the dragon egg, Danyella could feel a vibrant energy pulsating within. Perhaps it is worth a try, she murmured, her eyes glinting with determination. After breakfast, Danyella beckoned Cameron and whispered softly in his ear. He was initially taken aback, then wore an expression of confusion. Yet he ultimately bowed and replied, I shall obey your command, my princess. Following this, Danyella gathered the inhabitants of the castle at the entrance to await the arrival of the king and his entourage. Chapter 5. Preparing for the arrival from March onwards. The weather on Dragonstone Island has become increasingly pleasant, with today's sunlight particularly warm. Due to the presence of an active volcano on the new island, the flora has been rejuvenating remarkably early over the past few years, with numerous fruit trees and blossoms already in full bloom this year. It was supposed to be a rare fine day for the first year, yet Baelon, born in the first spring following a long winter, has tragically passed away in this new season. Such is the cruel jest of fate and the gods upon humanity. After all, when has the world ever changed for anyone? Rhaenyra has meticulously reviewed all the preparatory details with Maester Digeris after breakfast, marking her learning and practical experience. In the eyes of Maester Digeris, Rhaenyra is an exceptionally competent pupil. Not only does she grasp concepts swiftly, but she also displays the ability to apply her knowledge creatively, showcasing an extraordinary talent at such a tender age. Rhaenyra believes her intellect in this life is truly remarkable, almost photographic in its retention. Furthermore, her physical strength is extraordinary. Particularly after successfully bonding with her dragon, she feels her strength has been increasing rapidly. Following her triumph with the dragon, she has also taken up swordsmanship under Baelon's tutelage, and after 3 years, she has become a budding expert. In this world, funerals, especially those of royal members, are quite elaborate. Rhaenyra's active participation in organizing the arrangements serves as valuable experience for her future stewardship of a household or territory. After all, in this realm, women hold a respectable status. In the absence of suitable male heirs, women can indeed inherit titles. However, it is worth noting that the Targaryen dynasty has never had such an instance. The Seven Kingdoms remain predominantly male-dominated, with the vast majority accustomed to prioritizing male heirs over their female counterparts. Compared to the traditions of other noble families in the Seven Kingdoms, Targaryen funerals are relatively simple. Yet, the ceremony's grandeur is elevated by the dragonlit cremation, a practice that only the Targaryens, apart from the ancient Valyrian freehold, possess the power and capability to execute. Given Prince Baelon's noble stature, many of the prominent nobles of the Seven Kingdoms are expected to attend. Therefore, meticulous consideration must go into the culinary offerings for the subsequent banquet, as well as the arrangements for conversation and leisure for the noble ladies, ensuring that they reflect the royal identity without veering into excess. The Targaryens have always advocated for simplicity, thus the focus must lie on the quality of the provisions. Maester Digeris has dispatched individuals to the affluent Valyrian family on Driftmark to procure the freshest seafood and a variety of exquisite spices transported from the eastern continent of Essos. Coupled with the stores from Dragonstone Castle, they will be able to create a banquet that ranks among the finest in the Seven Kingdoms. In terms of tableware, besides the gold, silver, copper, and aluminum items, Rhaenyra has instructed Maester Digeris to bring forth several sets of dragonbone cutlery crafted by the skilled artisans she has generously employed. However, these are her personal possessions, and her decision to share them for communal use holds its own set of motivations. The 7 great houses, namely House Stark of the North, House Tully of the Riverlands, House Arryn of the Vale, House Tyrell of the Reach, House Greyjoy of the Iron Islands, House Baratheon of Storm's End, and House Lannister of the Westlands, each have their own set. Naturally, the Valyrian family, being closely related, must also be provided for, along with all members of the royal family. The dragonbone tableware includes an extensive array of bowls, plates, dishes, cups, cutlery, as well as barrels, boxes, jugs, and trays, all adorned with gold and silver inlays, and encrusted with pearls and gemstones. Daenerys had commissioned several hundred sets of this exquisite tableware, consuming thousands of kilograms of dragonbone alone. Each set costs a significant number of golden dragons, epitomizing luxury. She intends to take advantage of today's occasion to impress the noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms, who are notoriously fond of comparison and competition. Daenerys doubts they would be able to resist the allure of owning a set for themselves after having experienced its magnificence. It seems reasonable for her to charge them several thousand for a set. Those unable to afford it may find themselves at a disadvantage within the realms of the Seven Kingdoms. In terms of ingredients, the quality of the provisions stored at Dragonstone is assured, complemented by the whale meat captured by Drogon a few days prior, which is considered one of the finest delicacies in the Seven Kingdoms. Additionally, Daenerys has prepared a special brew of dragonfire wine, a potent concoction made from a certain indescribable metabolic byproduct of dragons, allowed to ferment in the strongest barley wine for a month before being distilled multiple times. Daenerys can confidently assert that this is the strongest wine in the world. While the dragonfire wine is indeed fierce, it is not harmful and possesses health benefits, making it safe even for pregnant women. For the banquet, she has prepared a diluted version at a ratio of 1:10, which remains the finest of wines, albeit with diminished health effects. Furthermore, Daenerys has had 100 plumped goats delivered from the shepherds of Goat Town, with the dragon riders of House Targaryen gathered. It is essential to provide ample food for the dragons. The goats, roasted by her very own skinning knives, promise to be a delicious feast, enhanced by Daenerys' exclusive secret barbecue seasoning. This seasoning, while not overly complex, resembles the flavors of traditional Chinese barbecue, enriched by the addition of dragon metabolic products and salt harvested near Dragonstone Island, resulting in a truly delightful taste. This cost-effective yet exquisite seasoning has the potential to rival the finest spices, and if managed well, could serve as a lucrative enterprise for Daenerys in the future. When the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms gather, aside from indulging in wine and women, they are particularly fond of martial contests. Although a grand tournament would be inappropriate during a funeral, small-scale bouts can provide entertainment and serve as a tribute to the deceased. Grandfather Baelon, known for his bravery and love of hunting and tournaments, would surely have appreciated such displays at his funeral. Thus, Daenerys commanded her captain of guards, Alfred, to prepare the training grounds. Weapons and armor, long gathering dust in the storerooms, were retrieved and polished by the knightly attendants. She took the opportunity to bestow upon Baelon, her 2 loyal knightly guards, and 12 skinning knights a suit of plate armor and a fine steel sword each. Although the total value amounted to just over 60 golden dragons, it represented a considerable fortune for the average knight. Under Baelon's guidance, Daenerys had recently made notable progress in her swordsmanship. Even Baelon could not help but commend her innate talent for becoming a knight. To celebrate her achievements, he used his bonus to commission a delicately crafted half-sword for Daenerys. The hilt was fashioned from dragon bone, while the blade was slender, measuring merely half a meter in length. The scabbard was also made of a silver alloy, adorned with 7 exquisite gemstones, making it perfectly suited for Daenerys. After waiting at the grand entrance for over half an hour with her companions, Harold rushed over to report to Daenerys, "Your Highness, it has arrived. His Majesty Jaehaerys has disembarked and is making his way to the castle." Chapter 6, The Gathering of Dragons. Everyone, prepare to welcome His Majesty the King and the esteemed lords, Rhaenyra commanded in a loud voice. The crowd promptly adjusted their attire, their expressions becoming solemn as they awaited the arrival of the king. Harold leaned down and whispered to Rhaenyra, "Your Highness, Princess Rhaenyra is not among the ranks." "Ah, I see," Rhaenyra replied, momentarily taken aback but quickly dismissing the thought, as her bond with that sister was tenuous at best. What did it matter? Before long, the grand procession led by the king and the nobles arrived. The magnificent entourage took over an hour to completely enter Dragonstone Castle. These nobles were well prepared, having brought along nearly everything they might require, for enjoying life was their foremost duty. Accustomed to luxury, they insisted on carrying their belongings wherever they went. After all, issuing a command was all that was needed, the rest would be managed by their servants. Having not seen each other for several days, Daenerys' parents, Viserys and Aemma, rushed toward her. Viserys, filled with affection, embraced Daenerys, a hint of joy breaking through his weary expression. "My Daenerys, my wild little girl, how have you fared here?" Aemma also took Daenerys' hand, expressing her feelings. "In just a few days, it seems you have grown taller." "Father, Mother," Daenerys replied dutifully, "I have been quite well here, though I do miss you both." "I don't believe it. Ever since the Dreamfire, I feel as though I am losing my precious daughter," Viserys jested. "You must be living quite comfortably on Dragonstone. How could you possibly miss us?" "I truly do," Daenerys insisted, striving to behave like a 10-year-old. "I just feel more at ease on Dragonstone, with more to eat every day." She then pointed to Aemma's slightly rounded abdomen and suggested, "Mother, why not stay with me on Dragonstone for a while? You are sure to bear a healthy little brother. After all, they were of the blood of dragons." and only an environment like Dragonstone was suitable for their nurturing. Though Viserys and Aemma considered Rhaenyra's words childish, Aemma, having suffered 2 miscarriages, found herself tempted to give it a try. She spoke up. When the Targaryen family resided on Dragonstone, the survival rate of children was indeed higher. Perhaps Viserys, eager for a male heir, was also inclined to consider it, and thus agreed, "Let us remain and see, perhaps it will yield results." Without further delay, they freshened up briefly, had a drink, and prepared to ascend Dragonmount for the cremation ceremony. At that moment, a series of resounding dragon roars shattered the tranquility of Dragonstone. It was Prince Daemon and Princess Rhaenys, skillfully riding their mighty dragon. Rhaenys Targaryen rode the Red Queen, Melisandre, her entire form adorned with blood-red scales. The colossal dragon measures an impressive 50 to 60 meters in length, its neck and back adorned with shimmering silver spines, exuding an aura of formidable strength and ferocity. Renowned as the swiftest dragon to ever soar through the skies, Rhaenys and Melias have forged an indelible bond through years of camaraderie in battle. Although her size ranks 6th among the existing dragons, her combat prowess undoubtedly places her within the top 5. Daemon Targaryen rides the blood worm, Clarkshill, whose crimson scales mirror those of his sister, Melias, albeit with a slightly smaller stature. However, Clarkshill's elongated form, particularly his notably long neck, distinguishes him from other dragons. It is said that he possesses the highest fire-breathing capacity among all dragons, a trait possibly linked to his unique anatomical structure. According to the Targaryen family's tomes on dragons, these magnificent beings were originally birthed from a fusion of fire-breathing insects and bipedal wyverns through blood magic. The blood worm's impressive fire-breathing ability likely correlates with its streamlined reptilian physique. Among all dragons, Clarkshill ranks among the top 3 in terms of combat strength under Daemon's guidance. Following the 2 red dragons is a yellow dragon, over 10 meters in length, with a wingspan of 30 to 40 meters. The dragon rider atop her is none other than Rhaenyra, the twin sister of Daenerys. Rhaenyra, commanding her dragon, is indeed a vision of radiant beauty. As Daenerys finds herself captivated by Rhaenyra's allure, a resounding dragon's roar pierces the air, heralding the arrival of Dreamfire, which has now grown to an astonishing 70 meters. Perhaps due to the newly formed volcano, Dreamfire, who had not shown significant growth for quite some time, has experienced a remarkable resurgence since arriving at Dragonstone. Each day, she hunts large marine creatures in the nearby waters to satiate her hunger, as the daily ration of roasted sheep no longer suffices to meet her appetite. Shortly thereafter, Wormser, sensing his master's presence, emerges from Dragonmount with his silver wings. Wormser is currently the 2nd largest dragon, his body clothed in gleaming bronze-hued scales, nearing a length of 100 meters, with a wingspan exceeding 200 meters. As he soars by, the surroundings plunge into shadow. Silverwing, a docile silver female dragon, shares a close bond with Wormser, measuring over 60 meters in length. Ranking 5th among the dragons, it has been quite some time since the spectacle of a dragonflight graced the skies. The temperamental blood worm, Clarkshill, stretches his long neck, emitting a sharp, high-pitched roar that is distinct from many other dragons. As the dragons converge, he eagerly asserts his presence, though only his sister Melias responds with a low growl. Princess Rhaenys' Red Queen, the fastest dragon extant, is the first to descend near the site of the cremation. Meanwhile, Wormser and Silverwing circle above the location of King Jaehaerys, illustrating the profound connection these 2 dragons share with their master. At that moment, a mournful wail reverberates through the heavens as the largest dragon, Vhagar, reveals its majestic form from the clouds. It seemed as if the sorrow of the master's passing had profoundly touched Vhagar, whose cries resonated with an overwhelming sadness. She landed beside the pyre, lowering her head to incessantly sniff the body of Baelon, which was wrapped in a shroud. Soon after, the bloodworm, Clarkshill, descended nearby. Following him, Vhagar and Silverwing landed not far from Vhagar. Meanwhile, Dreamfire settled right beside Daenerys. Rhaenyra, riding Syrax, was the last to descend, her excitement palpable after flying such a distance on her dragon. In such a poignant scene, how could one not smile with such joy? Daenerys couldn't help but internally critique the bright smile adorning Rhaenyra's face. The gathering of the 7 great dragons left the noble lords of the 7 kingdoms both awestruck and stirred with a myriad of complex thoughts. Eventually, the dragons fell silent, and Jaehaerys took it upon himself to officiate the funeral. With the passing of his last child with a claim to the throne, the king, accustomed to the cycle of life and death, appeared visibly weary. Following a solemn period of mourning, Jaehaerys personally commanded Vhagar to ignite the funeral pyre. As the flames roared to life, their flickering light cast a solemn glow upon every face, each reflecting a demeanor of grave respect. Apart from King Jaehaerys and Baelon's descendants, were there truly any others who felt genuine sorrow? Beneath their solemn expressions, what schemes and calculations lay hidden? At that moment, the crowd fell into silence, standing vigil over the slowly dwindling flames. Creak, creak, creak. Suddenly, everyone was drawn to the peculiar sounds emanating from the extinguished pyre, and a small, pinkish creature emerged from the ashes, reminiscent of a wildcat in size. Chapter 7, Passage and Rebirth. King Jaehaerys, the venerable figure of the realm, had never appeared so profoundly solitary, devoid of the comforting presence and companionship of his beloved Queen Alysanne. This sensation of solitude had intensified within him. Over nearly 60 years of regal governance, Jaehaerys had received accolades unparalleled by any other monarch. In the eyes of his subjects, he was eternally perceived as dignified and sagacious. Regardless of age, his long, meticulously groomed white beard and the crown he adorned a golden circlet embedded with 7 gemstones of varying hues exuded an air of nobility that was timeless across cultures. Jaehaerys was a master of equestrian skills, adept with both spear and bow, and his decisive and insightful nature allowed him to resolve conflicts through the most peaceful means, ushering in decades of tranquility and prosperity for his kingdom. Throughout their lives, Jaehaerys and Alysanne had nurtured 13 offspring, of whom 9 survived to adulthood. Tragically, their last 2 sons, Aemon and Baelon, had passed away. At this moment, Jaehaerys silently gazed upon the smoldering pyre. The elderly monarch, known for his serene demeanor, revealed a hint of melancholy that did not escape the notice of the assembled nobles. Creak, creak, creak. As a pink hatchling emerged from the ashes of his son's funeral pyre, even the stoic king could not maintain his usual composure. A crack appeared on his otherwise impassive visage. The young dragon, having just emerged from the embers, began to crawl toward Daenerys. Jaehaerys followed suit. For Daenerys had been closely observing the funeral pyre, having discreetly arranged for the dragon egg to be placed atop her grandfather's pyre. After all, was it not how the Dragon Queen had hatched 3 dragons? It was worth attempting. Even if it failed, there was nothing to lose, but if it succeeded, the rewards would be immense. Watching the pink hatchling approach her, Daenerys silently commended herself for her cleverness. She dashed toward her newly hatched dragon. The hatchling, about the size of a wildcat, was enveloped in her embrace, nuzzling its warm little head against her chest. Daenerys tenderly stroked the creature, relishing the exquisite experience of nurturing a dragon. Dreamfire, the dragon who had long been by Daenerys' side, noticed his master's new companion and approached. Fixating his gaze on the pink hatchling, Daenerys raised her hand and, in High Valyrian, instructed Dreamfire to hunt for fine prey to nourish the little pink dragon, ensuring its swift growth. Dreamfire huffed a plume of hot air in displeasure, casting a dismissive glance at the hatchling before taking flight. Little Dany, is this your dragon? Jaehaerys inquired kindly, bending down to her level. Yes, your grace, she replied. Though, to be precise, it is the dragon that has just hatched from my egg. Your dragon egg has hatched, Jaehaerys exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Yes, your grace. Upon hearing from Bachelor Gladys that grandfather Baelon had passed away, I pondered the notion of death as a journey to a distant realm, from which one shall never return. Bachelor Gladys, with a perplexed expression, questioned. Did I ever mention that? He further remarked that once one has departed, they can no longer be seen or return home. Grandfather had shown great kindness to Daenerys, and the thought of never seeing him again filled me with profound sorrow. Thus, I contemplated gifting him my most treasured dragon egg, so that in moments of longing for home, he could gaze upon it, accompanied by the essence of our Targaryen lineage. Yet, how could the egg hatch? Without the dragon, grandfather would be alone. Alas, the inability to return home would surely bring him great sadness. Daenerys believed that one's true comfort lies within their own abode. Your home. Indeed, Dragonstone is our Targaryen family home, is it not? Observing my youthful great-granddaughter, whose innocent face radiated a mix of regret and hope, I found my rare moment of melancholy alleviated by her light-hearted, melodic voice. At that moment, I contemplated how Daenerys had forged an intimate bond with 2 colossal dragons. She is a kind and beautiful child, with lustrous silver hair and eyes tinged with a hint of purple, differing from the typical silver-haired, purple-eyed Targaryens. Such dark violet eyes had never graced our lineage before. To hatch dragons and establish a close relationship with them certainly indicates a high purity of blood. It seems that the children named Daenerys in our family are indeed extraordinary. Your Majesty, look at how adorable my little pink dragon is. Never before in Targaryen history has such a vividly colored dragon appeared. She is the very embodiment of art. I believe she ought to be named Miracis, the god of art, Miracis, an ancient deity of Glorelia, also the name of the only fallen dragon among the 3 great dragons that founded the Targaryen dynasty. It is indeed a splendid name. Our little Daenerys has hatched her own dragon, Miracis. Ha ha ha, splendid. History is a perpetual cycle. With every end comes a new beginning. This is the simplest yet most profound truth. Rising to my feet, I opened my arms wide and proclaimed to all, ladies and gentlemen. Today, our Targaryen family welcomes back Miracis. Cheers erupted. Miracis. 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 Each dragon serves as a vital strategic asset to the Targaryen dynasty. The birth of a new dragon at my son's funeral is, at the very least, a source of exhilaration. Moreover, the astute Jaehaerys sensed that countless conspiracies had begun to encircle him as he approached the twilight of his reign. Daenerys, without a doubt, was a child born under auspicious omens. Alas, if only she had been a boy. Jaehaerys sighed wistfully and allowed Daenerys to depart. Daenerys, go to your mother. As I watched Daenerys return to Emma's side, I turned my attention back to the funeral, for there were still many rituals to perform, the sealing of the coffin, the burial, the prayers, and the ensuing banquet, all essential proceedings to fulfill. Viserys gazed at his healthy and intelligent second daughter, his expression a tapestry of unspoken emotions. The joy that sparkled on the slightly plump face of Daenerys was a testament to her uplifting mood. The sorrow from her father's passing had begun to ease. She suppressed her excitement and, with a light step, returned to her mother's side, holding Miracis. Congratulations, my dear Daenerys. Miracis is truly beautiful. She will undoubtedly become the most exquisite dragon of House Targaryen. At that moment, Emma's heart brimmed with unparalleled happiness and contentment. Both of her daughters had become dragon riders. And remarkably, they were the youngest in the illustrious history of House Targaryen. Daenerys had also forged a close bond with 2 dragons. My dragon is far larger than yours. Syrax, the deity of harvest and abundance, is far superior to your Miracis, who was slain by a mere arrow. They had initially suggested naming my dragon Miracis, but I insisted on the name Syrax, as it befits my dragon more appropriately. Rhaenyra proudly assessed Miracis while teasing Daenerys. Indeed, my dear sister. Everyone speaks of the beautiful princess Rhaenyra and her dragon named Syrax, as magnificent as its mistress, a true beacon of the realm. You must teach your sister how to care for dragons so splendidly. With sparkling eyes, Daenerys gazed intently at Rhaenyra. Oh, it's not that exaggerated. You are my sister. Rest assured, I will always look after you, Rhaenyra replied, her cheeks flushing with a hint of shyness before she straightened her posture, exuding a sisterly confidence. Is that so? Then I shall rely on your guidance, for I fear I am the happiest sister in the 7 kingdoms, and you are the best sister. With a playful tone, Rhaenyra appeared quite satisfied with the exchange. The notion of having a sister seemed rather delightful to her. She then took Daenerys by the hand, leading her toward their mother. Emma. In a moment of theatricality, Daenerys felt a tinge of embarrassment. How could she respond? By the time all the formalities were completed, evening had descended, and the banquet commenced punctually in the great hall and the gardens of Aegon. Chapter 8. The pleasures of the nobility at this juncture. The noble lords and ladies had entirely transformed their demeanor. Although their attire was predominantly understated and clothed in dark hues, it was undeniably more exquisite than that worn during the funeral rites. Groups of men and women gathered in clusters, eloquently showcasing their linguistic prowess, seamlessly slipping into the social dynamics of the banquet. The sisters, Daenerys and her sibling, were escorted by their mother to engage in pleasantries with the assembled nobility, predominantly comprising highborn aristocrats, court ministers, and families of the royal court. Among them were the 13-year-old twin brothers of House Lannister, Jason and Tyland, who captured Daenerys' attention. Their golden hair and striking blue eyes, complemented by their tall and stately figures, rendered them quite eye-catching, even if their appearance did not quite rival the breathtaking beauty of House Targaryen. Conversely, the Lannister twins found themselves equally captivated by the sisters' astonishing beauty. However, due to the distance, a direct introduction was not feasible. Daenerys' sister, Rhaenyra, took the opportunity to introduce her to her companion, Rhaenyra Velaryon. The 10-year-old daughter of the Count of Driftmark, Rhaenyra was a vivacious and radiant girl, an epitome of beauty with her silver hair and violet eyes. However, she was of fair complexion, unlike the depicted dark-skinned pearl of the television series. Beside her, the 8-year-old Rhaenyra Velaryon was fixated on the Jason brothers, clearly intrigued. Greetings. Cousin Rhaenyra. Oh. Hello, Cousin Rhaenyra, Cousin Daenerys. Daenerys, your Meraxes is truly a magnificent dragon. Daenerys smiled and bowed, replying, Thank you for your kind words, Cousin Rhaenyra. Your sea smoke is also a beautiful and fierce dragon. Indeed. He is already 2 years old, growing rapidly, and is as large as a calf, though still not rideable. Upon mentioning dragons, Rhaenyra found himself engaged in conversation with the girls. However, Rhaenyra proudly interjected, My Syrax is far larger than sea smoke. They hatched from the same clutch of eggs. Rhaenyra immediately retorted, That's because your Syrax hatched 2 years ago. Rhaenyra promptly restrained her brother, lamenting, Alas. Mine is the only dragon egg yet to hatch. Daenerys has already burst Dreamfire and now Meraxes. It is truly disheartening. Rhaenyra's words caused a flicker of discomfort in the proud Rhaenyra. Daenerys quickly smiled and suggested, Perhaps cousin, you might consider hatching another dragon egg or venture to Dragonstone to attempt taming some of the adult dragons. That way, you could ride them directly. With that, she took Rhaenyra's hand affectionately, adding, Sister, I have arranged for the kitchen to prepare a variety of new desserts just for you. Do hurry and sample them. Is that so? Then I must indulge. I adore desserts, yet the Red Keep's offerings have become rather repetitive, and I have exhausted the pastry shops of King S Landing. Daenerys' desserts were inspired by her own world, crafted by the kitchen, thus presenting a delightful novelty that instantly piqued Rhaenyra's interest. This is truly delectable. Moreover, the style is quite novel. Thank you, dear sister. As I was saying at the moment when the sisters Danyella and Rhaenyra were sharing their heartfelt confessions, Sir Otto Hightower, the newly appointed hand of the king, was introducing his 12-year-old daughter, Alicent, to King Jaehaerys. Your Majesty, this is my daughter Alicent. Gentle in nature and the apple of my eye. Alicent's voice was warm and soft, her appearance strikingly beautiful. King Jaehaerys nodded in satisfaction. I am growing old. Reading has become somewhat challenging for me. Miss Alicent, your melodious voice would be a delightful companion to assist this old man in his reading. Otto immediately bowed respectfully. Yes. Your Majesty. It would indeed be Alicent's honor. Alicent followed suit, bowing and expressing, Thank you, Your Majesty. She then took the wine cup from the hand of a maid and personally poured a glass of pale golden wine for King Jaehaerys. Upon tasting the exquisite beverage, a warm sensation spread through his body, instantly endearing him to this delightful feeling. What splendid wine! How have I never tasted this before? Great-grandfather. This is the newly brewed Dragonfire wine from Ghosttown. Isn't it delightful? It also fortifies the body. Danyella explained as she approached King Jaehaerys with Rhaenyra, carrying 2 exquisite delicacies. The shepherds of Ghosttown rely on this wine to withstand the biting cold. King Jaehaerys had a strong impression of his great-granddaughter, who had hatched a dragon at Baelor's funeral, and upon hearing Danyella mention Ghosttown, he recalled the request made by Baelor during his lifetime, to grant the new island northeast of Dragonstone to his granddaughter. Ghosttown. I recall that it is your domain, dear Danyella. How is it that you have managed to produce such exceptional barley wine so swiftly? Danyella beamed radiantly. You are correct, great-grandfather. Ghosttown is not only known for its fine wine. Observe how unique these pastries are. She then picked up a delicate silver spoon, scooped a small piece, and offered it to King Jaehaerys, saying, Please do try it, great-grandfather. Jaehaerys bent down, gratefully accepting the delicacy and savoring it. This is indeed delightful. Does it contain lemon? Danyella's melodious voice chimed in again. Indeed, these lemons are from the Eden Garden. Do sample Rhaenyra's as well. Hers is even more delectable. At this, Rhaenyra took a spoonful of her pastry and fed it to Jaehaerys. This is also delicious. I like it. Does it have a pear flavor? Little Rhaenyra exclaimed excitedly. Yes. That is my favorite flavor. The 2 great-granddaughters brought King Jaehaerys a long-lost joy of family, causing the elderly man to momentarily forget the presence of Otto and his daughter, as Danyella led him to explore her various inventions. As Alicent gazed at the retreating figure of Jaehaerys, she anxiously turned to her father and remarked, The 2 princesses are truly beautiful and seem to capture the favor of His Majesty the King. Otto whispered to Jaehaerys and the sisters, You should cultivate a good relationship with them. Care for them as you do your brother. I believe they will come to appreciate you as well. After saying this, he placed a hand on his daughter's shoulder, adding, They are the youngest dragon riders of the Targaryen family. Not only did Jaehaerys extol the virtues of the fire wine, but many nobles also expressed their admiration for its exquisite flavor. Meanwhile, Sir Samwell, the tax collector of Ghosttown, seized the opportunity to extol the miraculous properties of fire wine and the legendary process of its brewing. Esteemed lords, the yeast used in the production of fire wine can only be found near Dragonstone, and the barley employed in brewing is fertilized with the ashes of sheep bones scorched by dragon fire. Additionally, the brewing process incorporates several secret ingredients. While I cannot divulge their identities, I assure you they are related to dragons. Through Samuel's eloquent embellishments, this inexpensive barley wine was astonishingly priced at 1 gold dragon per barrel, equating to 50 pounds per gold dragon. This price is almost equivalent to that of a warhorse. Nevertheless, the nobles eagerly placed their orders, and by the end of the banquet, he had received an astounding 200,000 orders, marking the highest production for Goat Town in a year. Chapter 9. Dispute. King Jaehaerys, relishing desserts alongside the sisters Daenerys and her sibling, observed Samuel tirelessly promoting the fiery wine among the noble elite. With an affectionate gesture, he lifted Daenerys and whispered in her ear, "Little Daenerys, if Samuel is to conduct business at the royal banquet, shouldn't he first settle the taxes?" Daenerys, with generous candor, replied, "This fiery wine is exclusively for the noble lords. Our royal family has something even better, which I can supply at the same cost as the fiery wine." Intrigued, Jaehaerys inquired, "Oh, something even better? I must try it." At this, Daenerys gestured to her handmaiden, Annie. Prepared in advance, Annie promptly brought forth a beautifully silk-covered edition of the fiery wine. This particular wine was contained in a specially crafted glass bottle shaped like a dragon, its hue a radiant golden. The goblets, adorned with dragon bone, were intricately etched with the fiery pattern. Annie respectfully poured a glass for King Jaehaerys, declaring, "This wine is known as Targaryen's fire. Please, your majesty, indulge." Jaehaerys took a small sip, immediately feeling a spicy warmth coursing from his mouth to his stomach, igniting a fire within him. The explosive energy invigorated his aging body, prompting him to down the entire glass in one swift motion. Beads of sweat appeared on the old king's forehead, yet he felt remarkably lighter. As Daenerys dabbed the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, she confidently remarked, "What do you think, great-grandfather? This is our Targaryen fire." "Excellent. The wine is splendid. And the name is even better. Only the name Targaryen fire is worthy of it." Noticing the commotion, others discreetly gravitated towards the scene. Lord Corlys Velaryon, the sea snake, and Princess Rhaenys were the first to approach. "What brings such joy to his majesty? Judging by your complexion, this must be good news." Jaehaerys gestured for Annie, instructing, "Pour a glass of Targaryen fire for Lord Corlys and Princess Rhaenys as well." Targaryen fire. Though puzzled, both Corlys and Rhaenys accepted the golden elixir from Annie's hands. Upon tasting it, even as renowned lovers of strong spirits, they were astonished by its potency. Though fiery and intense, it brought a sense of elation. "I have circumnavigated the globe 6 times with my fleet, yet I have never encountered a spirit that could rival Targaryen fire," Lord Corlys praised sincerely. Rhaenys nodded in agreement, adding, "The previous fiery wine was indeed rare, but compared to this, it pales in comparison. I have not been well of late, yet with this wine, I feel as if I have been miraculously healed." Jaehaerys, with a smug demeanor, pointed to the dragon-shaped wine bottle held by Annie, exclaiming, "Of course. This is the royal wine reserved exclusively for the Targaryen family. Just one bottle costs 10 golden dragons. 10 golden dragons. Even Lord Corlys Velaryon, the wealthiest man in the 7 kingdoms, could not help but gasp at such a price. Yet, he promptly finished the exquisite wine in his glass and extended the empty cup towards Annie. Noticing this, Annie smiled and exclaimed, "I apologize, Lord Corlys. The Targaryen's dragon fire is a medicinal wine, potent in effect, so each person may only partake of a single cup at a time." Despite his disappointment, Lord Velaryon retracted his cup. Was it merely a matter of being priced high? "I refuse to believe that a few cups of strong liquor could pose any issue." Boros, the 14-year-old heir of Storm's End, boisterously pushed his way through the crowd. His cousin, Princess Rhaenys, immediately tugged at his arm, saying, "Child, are you already drunk so early? Mind your words in front of the king. Be careful, lest Boromant gives you a thrashing." Daenerys, realizing the foolishness of the boy, remarked, "Young Boros may not be literate, but he should know that medicinal wines nourish the sick. However, for a healthy person, excessive consumption can be harmful." "I refuse to believe that a bit of strong liquor could affect me. How about we make a wager?" At that moment, Duke Boromant approached, delivering a swift kick that sent Boros stumbling. "What manner of place do you think this is, a free-for-all like at Storm's End?" Boros, Undeterred, retorted. Is it merely a few cups of strong drink? I doubt it could do any harm. In the distance, Daemon Targaryen was lamenting to his brother, Viserys. Even the goats in the valley stir more desire in me than that woman. How am I to sire children with her? What are you saying? Viserys could hardly accept his brother's words, sternly warning. She is your wife, the head of House Royce of Runestone. How dare you tarnish her reputation? I advise you to watch your tongue, or I shall not hesitate to sever it. Daemon, wholly unperturbed, replied, if you can help me annul my marriage to that woman, I wouldn't mind if you cut off more than just my tongue. How about this? I help you vie for the crown prince position, and once you assent, you assist me in freeing myself from this union. Viserys, growing increasingly incensed by his brother's insolence, delivered a punch, declaring, you will treat Lady Royce with the utmost respect. Do you understand? If not, I will ensure you face dire consequences. Just as Viserys considered delivering more blows, he heard the escalating argument between Daenerys and Borros and rushed over. A wager, is it? Daenerys, seeing that Borros was already riled up, stated, very well. But while you may not care for your own health, I do not wish to squander my fine wine. Here is the deal. If you can consume this entire flask of Dragonfire wine without consequence, I shall provide you with Dragonfire wine at Wind's Rest free of charge from now on. However, if you find it unbearable, how about gifting me 10 fully equipped, fully laden three-masted sailing ships? Do you have any idea how much 10 fully laden three-masted sailing ships would cost? That would amount to a fortune, 1,000,000 gold dragons. Upon hearing this, Borros leaped up as if Rhaenyra had uttered something utterly absurd. Rhaenyra, with a dismissive curl of her lips, remarked, if your Stormland cannot afford it, then so be it. Your mind has never been particularly sharp. If you were to indulge too much and something unfortunate were to happen, it would indeed be a disservice to your devoted royal father. Who are you referring to? Borros retorted, incensed that a mere girl would dare to look down upon him. Rhaenyra paid him no heed and turned to confirm with Duke Beaumont. Duke Beaumont, do you support Borros in this wager? If you do not agree, I cannot trust him to fulfill his promise. After all, the Stormland is no longer what it once was, so let us not allow Borros to continue squandering. Duke Beaumont thought to himself, who does she think she is? While the political standing of Wind's Rest may have diminished, our family has never been short of wealth. Under normal circumstances, he would recognize such remarks as mere attempts at provocation. However, being looked down upon by a 10-year-old girl stirred something within him. Thus, he blurted out, I support him in this wager. Chapter 10. The calculations among nobles. As the moment approached, Daenerys playfully grasped the hand of her great-grandfather, King Jaehaerys, and said, Great-grandfather, why not serve as a witness for me? The ships and sailors of Storm's End are reputed to be of the highest caliber in the Seven Kingdoms. However, I am not well versed in these matters. I will need your assistance to evaluate them. If they were to take advantage of my youth, how would I be able to discern it? King Jaehaerys, harboring a considerable grudge against the Stormlands, found delight in the prospect of his great-granddaughter outsmarting them and readily agreed to assist Daenerys. You are quite the clever one. However, when it comes to the fleets of the Seven Kingdoms, one must look to the Valerian family's Sea Serpent fleet from Driftmark and the Redwine family's fleet from the Arbor. Thus, let Lord Corlys and Lord Robert take charge of assessing your spoils. Duke Borros immediately sensed something amiss and interjected. Our Baratheon fleet cannot compare to the quality of theirs, so no matter. King Jaehaerys interrupted Borros' objections. Surely, the illustrious Stormlands can muster 10 fine three-masted ships. Lord Redwine quickly chimed in, indeed. Even if the quality of the ships falls short, we can simply provide additional resources. I have many skilled shipwrights on the Arbor. Even if the vessels you provide are lacking, I can help refurbish and enhance them at minimal cost to you. Warships, Daenerys interjected. But my wager with Borros is merely for three-masted ships, not warships. Lord Corlys of the Sea Serpent took direct aim at Lord Redwine's words in rebuttal. Lord Robert retorted, if they are not warships, could they possibly be three-masted galleys? Can Storm's End truly afford such a folly? Princess Daenerys is young and may not distinguish between these three-masted vessels. What she refers to, of course, are the finest warships. Do you truly believe that the noble dragon rider, Princess Daenerys, would wish to lead 10 merchant three-masted ships to the eastern continent for trade, like yourself? While Lord Corlys enjoyed considerable renown and was known for his courage and strategy, he paled in comparison to the infamous verbal prowess of Lord Robert Redwine. It seemed as though the outcome had already been determined. Whether they were merchant vessels or warships, it was best to await the results. A few cups of strong drink would hardly alter the course of fate. In response, Daenerys declared, "It is better to clarify matters beforehand. I had no idea there were so many classifications for three-masted ships. Let us amend the wager to include 9 warships and a three-masted galley akin to the Queen of the Arbor. This way, my maritime endeavors will match my noble status." Upon hearing this, Duke Beaumont's expression darkened, "For our Stormlands do not possess such luxurious ships. We can only offer 10 merchant three-masted vessels. If Her Highness does not mind, let us use this as a wager." Princess Daenerys released King Jaehaerys' hand and slowly approached the towering, bearded Beaumont, raising her gaze to meet his. In a voice as cold as ice, she declared, "Duke Beaumont, do you presume to take advantage of my youth, or do you simply regard me, a princess of House Targaryen, with disdain? Do you truly believe I am only worthy of sailing the most inferior of ships?" As she spoke, Daenerys advanced towards him. Her voice resolute and clear. "It was your eldest son who, without regard for noble decorum, publicly questioned my status as a royal princess. And you, alongside your son, conspired to bully me in my youth, preparing to humiliate me through gambling. How is it that you now dare to question the wager? Do you truly think House Targaryen has lost the wrath of the Dragon King?" As Daenerys' proud and furious voice resonated throughout the gardens of Aegon, her dragon, Drogon, sensing her emotions, soared from the courtyard above, unleashing a fierce and wrathful roar, flames of orange and red brewing in his throat. The nobles present were taken aback, and the ladies gasped in shock. King Jaehaerys, Prince Daemon, and Princess Rhaenys looked on with excitement at the circling dragon, their eyes alight with fervor. It is well known that while Targaryens can easily bond with dragons, few have established such a close connection. Even the most renowned dragon lords following the founding of House Targaryen could not summon their dragons through sheer emotion. Thus, Daenerys' display filled them with pride rather than discontent. A true descendant of the Dragon Queen should indeed command such power. Duke Beaumont, confronted by Daenerys' accusations and intimidated by Drogon's presence, felt both shame and embarrassment. His face flushing crimson. "Princess Daenerys, you misunderstand me. I did not mean it in that way. The Stormlands simply do not have ships of such quality." "Then build or purchase them," Daenerys retorted, her voice quick and high-pitched, causing Beaumont's head to spin. Is the esteemed Duke of Storms and incapable of such a feat? No wonder the pirates of the Stepstones and the Dornish are about to besiege your Storm's End. You lack the ability to resolve such matters. Daenerys' words struck deeply at Duke Beaumont. I am the Duke of Storm's End. I have achieved countless military successes for the Seven Kingdoms. How dare you?" Daenerys immediately shot back, "And I am a princess of House Targaryen. No matter your accolades, can they surpass the might of the Targaryen dragons?" At that moment, Lord Corlys Velaryon extended his hand to grasp Beaumont, who was about to retort again, and interjected, "Today is Prince Baelon's funeral. This is meant to be a solemn occasion." However, Princess Daenerys hatched a young dragon, which served to inspire and console the realm of the Seven Kingdoms. Let us heed the princess's words. I shall provide the grand vessel. Daenerys gazed deeply at Lord Corlys Velaryon and expressed her gratitude. "I thank you, Lord Corlys." At that moment, Viserys approached, taking Daenerys' hand and urged, "Please, let the dreamfire subside. The ladies are quite frightened." "Yes, father." Daenerys then commanded the dreamfire to retreat in Valyrian. Meanwhile, Alysanne prepared a fresh bottle of Targaryen fire wine and presented it to Boros, gently advising, "Lord Boros, this wine is truly not meant for excessive consumption. Please take care not to overindulge and harm your health." Surrounded by onlookers, Boros was reluctant to yield. "Enough of this nonsense. Fill my cup to the brim." Alysanne reluctantly retrieved a dragonbone goblet and poured him a generous serving. Boros seized the cup and downed it in one swift motion. The fiery, spicy sensation surged through his throat, igniting his stomach and radiating throughout his body, causing beads of sweat to form almost immediately. "Refreshing. Another." Alysanne complied and poured him another glass. Boros again lifted the goblet and drained it in a single gulp. Although he had the experience of the first drink, the heat and intensity were undiminished this time. However, he did not break into a sweat. Instead, he felt a rush of energy surge towards his head, followed by a trickle of briny liquid escaping from his nostrils. Chapter 11. The dialogue between father and daughter Boros. Mistaking the blood trickling from his nose for mere mucus, carelessly wiped it away with his large hand, confidently proclaiming to Annie, "What a fine wine. Fill it up again." "Sir Boros, you have a nosebleed," Annie gently reminded him, stifling her laughter at the sight of his face resembling that of a calico cat. The expressions of the onlookers, however, were quite entertaining for Danyella. Aside from a few, including Duke Beaumont and Princess Rhaenys, who exhibited concern and attempted to dissuade him, the majority displayed a rather amused demeanor. Boros, perhaps it is best to refrain from further drinking. It seems you have truly had enough, Princess Rhaenys stated. Her wisdom evident as she recognized that Boros was destined to lose. Persisting would only serve to further embarrass him. Yet, Boros, oblivious to her intentions, retorted, I am perfectly fine, merely a bit of nosebleed. Fill it up. His dull-witted persistence drew disdain from the assembled nobles. Some ladies discreetly covered their smirking faces with handkerchiefs or fans. While many attempted to mask their amusement, Danyella could detect the gleeful malice in their expressions, including that of her father and uncle, Daemon. Even Lord Corlys Velaryon, who maintained a favorable relationship with House Baratheon, displayed unmistakable contempt in his gaze. Sir Boros, you truly must cease drinking. Your body cannot endure much more. You have only had 2 cups. You are clearly defeated. Why risk further disgrace? Annie appeared to counsel him. Yet her words served as a provocation to spur him on. With wide eyes, Boros impatiently urged, enough with the nonsense, fill it up quickly. While Annie continued her feigned persuasion, she deftly refilled his glass. Ignoring the concerns of those still worried for him, Boros swiftly downed a filled cup of Targaryen's Dragonfire. A surge of warmth coursed through his mind, and the robust Boros, struggling to steady his swaying body, exuberantly shouted, What a fine wine! What a fine wine! Hiccup! Fill it up again. Alas, it appeared that today he would not enjoy a 4th cup of Targaryen's Dragonfire. His corpulent form collapsed onto the black stone tiles of the Ygritte garden. Oh dear, Sir Boros! Annie's exclamation, though filled with surprise and urgency, did not disturb the elegantly held wine in her glass. Boros! Duke Beaumont rushed to his side, lifting him with urgency and angrily bellowing at the guards nearby. What are you fools waiting for? Hurry and take Boros away. Quickly summon the maester. In the ensuing chaos, Boros was finally carried off by several guards and placed in a room at the guest castle. Following a diagnosis by the maester, it was determined that Boros was merely intoxicated and would recover after some rest. The maester's assistant was instructed to provide him with several cups of a restorative tonic. Rhaenyra has indeed triumphed in this wager, acquiring 10 of the most advanced free-masted schooners, thus carving a small piece from the grasp of the Stormlands and Lord Corlys Velaryon. Ha ha ha! The Targaryen family's Dragonfire is truly remarkable. It lives up to its name. Bring forth a cup for each nobleman and lady present. Such fine wine must be shared among us all. King Jaehaerys has finally deigned to preside over the occasion. As for you, Lord Redwine, I would appreciate it if you could remain at Dragonstone for a while to assist Rhaenyra in assessing the 10 free-masted vessels from the Stormlands. Lord Robert Redwine bowed graciously, proclaiming, It is my utmost honor, Your Majesty. The attendants swiftly filled the glasses of everyone present with Targaryen Dragonfire. King Jaehaerys, with fervor, raised his cup and declared, To Targaryen Dragonfire, to the finest wine of the 7 kingdoms. The assembly, regardless of their inner thoughts, echoed with enthusiasm, to the finest wine of the 7 kingdoms. Ha ha ha! Is the taste of this wine not delightful, Duke Beaumont? Uncle Daemon, savoring the flavor of the Dragonfire, jested with Duke Beaumont, surely. When people extol the virtues of this Targaryen Dragonfire, they shall not neglect House Baratheon. The connection between our 2 houses is indeed remarkable. Phew! Duke Beaumont's countenance darkened at these words. Yet he disregarded Daemon's banter and directly requested Maester Tiger to send word back to the Stormlands for their finest free-masted vessels to be brought forth. Lord Corlys Velaryon upheld his promise, dispatching a message to ensure that the Valyrian family's finest free-masted galley was sent to Dragonstone. Duke Beaumont insisted on compensating the Valyrian family with an additional free-masted warship. Viserys then took Rhaenyra aside and spoke softly, Rhaenyra, congratulations on winning 10 free-masted vessels. However, you must understand that acquiring these ships brings you wealth and attention, but it may also incite envy and criticism from others. In the realm of nobility, power, reputation, and connections often outweigh wealth and might. Prince Viserys gazed intently at his daughter Rhaenyra. She nodded thoughtfully, aware that her father was imparting wisdom on how to navigate this complex world. Seeing that Rhaenyra absorbed his words, Viserys continued, when engaging with nobles, remain ever vigilant. Do not easily offend or trust anyone. Additionally, learn to wield your charm and intellect, making them serve your purpose. Remember, power lies in control, not in ostentation. I shall keep this in mind, father. Rhaenyra replied resolutely. Viserys looked fondly at Rhaenyra, seemingly casual, and then inquired, Rhaenyra, what are your thoughts on the great dragons of House Targaryen? Daenerys glanced at her father and deliberately spoke. They say the Targaryen family is closer to the divine than ordinary mortals, and I understand this to be due to our ability to command dragons. However, perhaps the very notion that we can control dragons is merely an illusion. Viserys chuckled softly, stroking Daenerys' hair, and replied gently, dragons indeed bestow upon us formidable power. Yet this power also entails great responsibility. We must wield it wisely. After a moment of contemplation, Daenerys responded, Father, you are correct. Dragons are our advantage. But they must be employed with caution. We can harness their strength to establish authority and intimidate our foes. But we must also be vigilant to ensure that dragons do not become objects of fear and envy for others. Viserys nodded in agreement, adding, Moreover, we must cultivate a bond of understanding and trust with the dragons. Only by forging a profound connection can we better harness their might. Daenerys, today you have shown everyone the wisdom and strength of a Targaryen princess. I am proud of you. Chapter 12, Taming the Dragon Father. Ever since grandfather's passing, Vhagar has become a dragon without a master. These days, she mourns in sorrowful cries above the narrow sea, likely grieving for her late grandfather. Daenerys keenly observes the expression of Viserys and cautiously remarks that she is currently the mightiest dragon of House Targaryen, leaving her to wonder who might next tame her. Cousin Lena, for instance, is eager to tame a full-grown dragon. One can only speculate whether she stands a chance with Vhagar. Should she succeed, the power of House Velaryon as dragons would surpass that of our Targaryen lineage. Daenerys' seemingly casual words cause Viserys to momentarily pause, though he refrains from responding. She continues with a smile, reminding him that he once tamed Balerion the Black Dread, the most formidable dragon. If anyone wishes to tame Vhagar, it would surely be him. Why not give it a try? Viserys shakes his head with a gentle smile, stating, Ever since Balerion's demise, I have no intention of taming dragons. In that moment, his eyes reflect a complex mix of pride, regret, and a touch of nonchalance that suggests he would prefer to forego it altogether. Daenerys is taken aback. The father she has always regarded as a benevolent figure possesses such depth of emotion. It becomes evident to her why Viserys no longer seeks to ride dragons. Firstly, having experienced the pinnacle of greatness, it is challenging for one to settle for anything less. This psychological phenomenon is prevalent across various fields. For instance, those who have savored exquisite tea find it difficult to enjoy commonplace varieties, and wine connoisseurs struggle to accept mediocre vintages. Thus, has Viserys, having ridden Balerion, come to regard Vhagar as beneath him. Secondly, the disparity between high and low status often creates a divide in expectations. Those of higher standing find it difficult to accept anything that does not meet their standards, while those of lower status are more adaptable. It is likely that Viserys has long relinquished any ambition for the throne, given the considerable distance between his origins and royal power. Despite this, he once commanded the might of the Black Dread. As his status rises, he may prefer to forego dragon-riding altogether. Thirdly, the principle of opportunity cost in economics suggests that in order to gain one thing, one must sacrifice another. Once one has experienced the best, the inadequacy of previous choices becomes painfully evident. This notion of trade-offs makes individuals reluctant to settle for less. The pride of House Targaryen seems to be deeply ingrained in their very essence, transcending mere personality. Lastly, personal experiences significantly influence one's psyche. Individuals who achieve their goals through effort and perseverance often find a sense of accomplishment and fulfillment that makes them unwilling to return to previous circumstances. Such psychological shifts render them averse to suboptimal choices. The Targaryen family is renowned as the closest to the divine, and the Black Death God is undoubtedly the supreme dragon among all. Has this not filled Viserys with an overwhelming sense of pride, self-awareness and self-improvement? Some individuals, through introspection and relentless self-betterment, ascend to unprecedented heights. This journey of self-elevation raises their standards, making it arduous to accept choices that fall below their current level. In summary, the psychological logic behind no longer settling after experiencing the best is primarily influenced by a multitude of factors: the contrast between peak moments, opportunity costs and trade-offs, personal experiences and psychological impacts, as well as self-awareness and self-improvement. However, even with this understanding, Daenerys could not help but exclaim, "You truly are a fool. From now on, you shall bear the consequences of your foolishness." Father? After grandfather's passing, are you not supposed to inherit the throne according to tradition? Is it feasible without a dragon? Daenerys directly confronted the distracted Viserys, jolting him back to reality. With disbelief, He gazed at her and asked, "What has been said before you?" Daenerys shook her head, replying, "Isn't it obvious? You are the eldest male of House Targaryen, are you not? It is the tradition of the Seven Kingdoms for you to inherit the throne. Is it not?" Viserys quickly interrupted her. "Daenerys, do not speak of such matters again. You are still young, and there are things you do not comprehend. If others were to overhear, it could lead to unnecessary scandals." "Oh, I understand," Daenerys retorted, pouting. "So you still refuse to attempt to tame Vhagar? I believe it is wise to be prepared. What if it truly is you? A Targaryen king has never existed without a dragon. You must consider this carefully. I may not grasp the complexities of adult matters, but I know that to obtain what one desires, one must hold power and initiative firmly in their own hands. I can forego something, but I cannot be coerced into relinquishing it." Viserys felt increasingly perplexed by his daughter. She was still a child, yet her words and actions were consistently surprising. Just as he pondered how to navigate this, Aemma and Rhaenyra approached. "What have you two been discussing for so long?" Aemma gently took Viserys' hand and softly inquired. "Oh, nothing much, just a casual chat since it has been a while." Rhaenyra teased Daenerys. "I heard you wagered and won 10 three-masted ships from Boros. Are you aspiring to follow in the footsteps of Lord Valerion and become a sailor? But we are Targaryens. After all, why not simply soar on dragonback wherever you wish, instead of enduring the hassle of a ship?" Danila, with an innocent expression, posed a rhetorical question. "Sister, must I not embark on a journey by ship while riding a dragon? Why should one choose discomfort over delight?" Before Rhaenyra could respond, Danila turned her attention to Viserys with concern. "Traveling by ship can be rather arduous. Father, you do suffer greatly from seasickness, do you not? Perhaps we should consider taming another dragon. That way, we could forego the ship altogether." Her words brought a smile to Viserys' face, as it became apparent that his beloved daughter genuinely wished for him to tame yet another dragon. Danila continued, with an air of certainty, "Of course. Can a Targaryen truly be deemed a Targaryen without a dragon? Moreover, I have discovered that bonding with a dragon has its benefits. Ever since I have harnessed the dream fire, I feel remarkably stronger. Perhaps Mother should also tame a dragon. It might even lead to the birth of a healthier brother." Upon hearing Danila's thoughts, Viserys realized that he had been overthinking. His daughter was merely strong-willed and pragmatic, not a madwoman by any stretch of the imagination. Chapter 13. The unrestrained children. Rhaenyra felt a twinge of discontent as her parents' attention was wholly consumed by her sister, Daenerys. In an instant, she retorted, "Father has already tamed Vhagar. Why must he seek to tame other dragons? Would that not diminish his worth? It appears that Daenerys, you are not only avaricious but insatiably greedy. You wish to possess everything." Daenerys swiftly distanced herself from Rhaenyra, pulling a face and declaring, "I simply relish seeing my sister so envious of me, yet utterly powerless against it. Ha ha!" Her words elicited laughter from both Viserys and Aemma, rendering Rhaenyra, who had prepared an entire repertoire of admonishments, momentarily speechless. Aemma, stifling her amusement, gently interjected, all right. You sisters have been apart for so long. And mustn't you take a moment to reconnect rather than squabble? Rhaenyra, you just enjoyed the delightful dessert your sister prepared for you. Have you already forgotten her kindness? Daenerys, you are a young lady now. You must be mindful of your demeanor. You are princesses of House Targaryen, and should serve as paragons for the noble maidens of the Seven Kingdoms. Do you understand?" Rhaenyra obediently nodded. "I understand, Mother." Daenerys, however, remained unfazed, responding, "I believe that with my sister as the illustrious beacon of the realm, House Targaryen has sufficient representation. My ambition is to become a formidable guardian of our house, ensuring that all who harbor ill intentions towards us cower beneath our dragons. If we royal princesses cannot live as we desire, then what is the essence of life? Would you not agree, Father, Mother? And Father, do consider my counsel. Only strength can balance strength." Viserys and Aemma, being inherently gentle souls, found themselves at a loss in the face of their children's unabashed defiance. Thus, they chose to say little more and escorted their daughters into the realm of noble society for their customary interactions. They believed that children should be guided gradually, especially since Daenerys had articulated much. After all, the most esteemed royal princess should indeed live with a certain freedom. At the evening banquet, Daenerys' wager with Boros, winning 10 three-masted ships, was bound to dominate the headlines of the Seven Kingdoms for quite some time. It seemed the troublesome youth of various noble households would find their circumstances somewhat improved for, in comparison to the reckless Boros, their actions appeared less egregious. Yet, even if they were unaccepted, what could be done? How many parents in the world can truly impose their will on their own children? This evening, Daenerys' Dragonfire wine also garnered considerable acclaim. The nobles, after sampling it, found themselves enamored, and with Samwell's enthusiastic endorsement, many families placed orders. Following the incident with Daenerys and Boros' wager, they were eager to stockpile as much as possible. These noble gentlemen are indeed quite astute. It is likely that news of the Stormland heir's loss of 10 free-masted ships will soon spread not only throughout the Seven Kingdoms but also to the free trade city-states. In a sense, Boros will have left a mark in history for his folly. Naturally, the Dragonfire wine featured in the tale will become an object of desire among many. This presents a splendid opportunity for them. After all, they have numerous minor nobles and their own trade channels at their disposal. Individuals who have little access to Dragonstone and must procure it through them. Thus, they promptly approached Samwell to place additional orders. By the end of the night, Samwell had received orders totaling over 500,000 golden dragons. Fortunately, over the past 3 years, Goat Town had amassed a considerable stock of Dragonfire wine, allowing them to fulfill these orders. However, the brewing capacity will need to be expanded. Currently, the distillery in Goat Town can produce only 100,000 golden dragons worth of new wine each month. To acquire sufficient barley, Samwell traversed the Seven Kingdoms. Although Westeros has enjoyed stability for quite some time and food reserves are relatively ample, the cost of transporting grain is significant, and Dragonstone lacks substantial products to trade in return. Consequently, grain merchants are rather reluctant to venture to Dragonstone. To entice these merchants, it is essential to offer products of sufficient value. Dragonfire wine is the inaugural brand product from Goat Town introduced by Daenerys. However, due to its high price, sales have been limited, resulting in a subpar draw over the past few years. Conversely, the quality of the cattle, horses, and sheep from Goat Town has greatly improved after being fed Daenerys' special feed, attracting numerous livestock traders. Additionally, the rich vegetation resources on the new island of Dragonstone have allowed Goat Town's stock of goats and sheep to exceed 200,000. Aside from providing sustenance for the dragons, this will yield Daenerys several thousand golden dragons in revenue each year. The herd of cattle has also expanded to several thousand, however. Most have been allocated to the serfs for plowing. Daenerys has improved many agricultural tools and lent them to the serfs, significantly enhancing their farming efficiency. After cultivating the 10,000 acres of prime farmland that Daenerys had provided, they have also cleared considerable additional land. In the past 2 years, with rent waived, even some impoverished villagers from the fishing hamlet have voluntarily joined in. The newly cultivated farmland now spans around 40 to 50,000 acres. Starting this year, they will be required to pay rent to Daenerys. This alone will generate over 10,000 golden dragons in income for her annually. However, Daenerys only charges them a modest 40% in rent, which is quite low. Nonetheless, the obligation of monthly labor remains substantial, as Dragonstone is still in the development phase. Yet, Daenerys does not leave them entirely without support. She provides meals along with a meager subsidy. Over the past 3 years, due to the extensive development of the new island of Dragonstone, Daenerys' treasury has seen little increase. Ultimately, it has been through her sporadic use of Drogon to raid the ships of notorious pirate families and disreputable trading companies in the narrow sea that she has managed to accumulate 500,000 assorted gold coins. The vessels were clandestinely sent to Tau's Island by Rhaenyra, where they were refurbished and subsequently sold by Count Taus, with those of inferior quality being sold off, while the superior ones were integrated into their jointly operated merchant fleet. The close relationship between Rhaenyra and Count Taus was naturally facilitated by her personal guard, Cameron, who is indeed the Count's younger brother, thus fostering a swift bond of trust between them. Moreover, Count Taus harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the pirates of the Stairs Archipelago, who had been ravaging Taus Island with the backing of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. This mutual disdain for piracy and the free trading city-states was a significant factor motivating Count Taus to collaborate with Rhaenyra. The sailors and crew members, particularly those of slave origin, were deemed obedient and reliable, thus they were enlisted. Conversely, pirates and affluent merchants from prominent families either met their end at the jaws of dragons or were dispatched to the mines for labor. Presently, their fleet has safely returned from a substantial voyage around the free trading city-states, having brought back goods worth no less than 10 million gold dragons. This return was all the more impressive considering that this voyage was merely a reconnaissance mission, deliberately avoiding high-risk areas. They did not venture into regions rich in gold, silver, and gems, focusing instead on gathering intelligence about the various free city-states to prepare for future endeavors. Rhaenyra's intention for the next expedition is to personally navigate the Dreamfire alongside them. Chapter 14. Dancing with Dragons since successfully riding dragons. Daenerys had rarely attended royal banquets over the past 3 years, except on significant holidays. Thus, she found herself somewhat unaccustomed to the intricacies of noble socializing. Under the guidance of her mother, Emma, and her sister, Rhaenyra, she was compelled to wear a forced smile and engage in pleasantries for over an hour, which left her utterly exhausted. Consequently, she sought an early opportunity to retreat to her chamber for respite, uncertain if it was in pursuit of Daenerys' exquisite wine. The king and the nobles had shown no intention of departing for several days. Each evening's festivities extended late into the night, resulting in countless lovesick souls becoming ensnared in the revelry. Even her 4 handmaidens had fallen under the spell of those charming young nobles. Had Daenerys not imposed strict regulations on her attendants, their chastity might have been at risk. The 10 three-masted ships Daenerys had won were delivered the previous day, fully equipped with a complete crew and laden with a month's worth of provisions. This was perhaps the last vestige of defiance and dignity from Duke Beaumont. Daenerys implored her great-grandfather, Jaehaerys, to exchange half of the royal crew for her own, ensuring that any ulterior motives among them would not arise. To retrofit the ships, Daenerys withdrew 200,000 gold dragons from her personal treasury and entrusted them to Samwell, instructing him to procure a reliable captain to ferry the vessels to Braavos for modifications, along with the acquisition of 10 warships in return. To ensure Braavos' utmost attention, Daenerys invited her devoted handmaiden, Jorel's father, the Earl of Seagulltown, to oversee this venture. Additionally, Samwell planned to gather some unique Westerosi products for the journey, which would yield substantial profit on the return trip. One morning, just as dawn began to break, Daenerys was roused from her slumber by the playful Myrcis. The pastel-hued Myrcis, resembling a famished pup, nuzzled against Daenerys while her violet-pink slate pupils conveyed her hunger. Promptly, Daenerys rose and instructed the guards outside to have the kitchen send over the prepared roast lamb. The seasoned meat delighted Myrcis, who devoured several pounds before curling up in the black stone nest Daenerys had crafted for her, finally satiated and asleep. With no desire for further sleep, Daenerys summoned her handmaidens to assist her with her morning ablutions. After a simple breakfast in her chamber, she donned her dragon-scale armor and took to the skies on Dreamfire to hunt in the narrow sea. Since the previous night's banquet had concluded quite late, the nobles were unlikely to rise early. Furthermore, her lessons had been suspended for the past few days, leaving Daenerys to seek her own amusement. As she soared above Dragonstone on Dreamfire, Daenerys observed the inhabitants of Goattown beginning their toil in the fields. The earth had awakened, marking the season for sowing. The diligent farmers, filled with enthusiasm, scattered the seeds of their hopes. Meanwhile, the chimney of the winery nestled on the northern slope of Goattown had scarcely ceased its activity, for the fiery wine had officially graced the stage of the 7 kingdoms. As demand surged dramatically, they could not afford to relax for even a moment in order to meet the market's needs. The fishing village, situated by the port, had grown notably quieter, however. In recent days, the influx of numerous nobles had transformed the local taverns, inns, and brothels into bustling establishments, operating late into the night. Among these, the most popular venue was the Fire-Kissed Garden, discreetly managed by Daenerys. This exquisite establishment, crafted with great care by the artisans of the Three Daughters Kingdom under Daenerys' generous employment, boasted a three-tiered, garden-style design reminiscent of the Riz. Every aspect, from the decor to the courtesans and bed slaves, was meticulously sourced by Count Tars, incurring a considerable expense. Thus, merchants who had visited Dragonstone Island found themselves enchanted, which not only provided Daenerys with a substantial amount of illicit income, but also served as a crucial channel for gathering intelligence. Many nearby nobles frequented the establishment, which had become the most sought-after locale among the aristocracy. Despite the exorbitant prices at the Fire-Kissed Garden, the noblemen showed little concern, allowing gold dragons to flow generously into Daenerys' coffers. Her own uncle, Daemon, was a significant patron, often spending nights at the establishment, practically residing there in recent days. However, the revenue generated was primarily utilized by Daenerys to dispatch agents to various cities to gather orphans and informants. Since the Fire-Kissed Garden's opening, over 1,000 clever and resourceful orphans had been collected from different regions. In this world, nearly every city was home to a multitude of destitute and orphaned children, making the task far from arduous. Upon their arrival at Dragonstone Island, The most exceptional 100 children were selected through rigorous assessments and were placed in a valley within Daenerys' estate. Though the manor was simply constructed, it was fully equipped with various amenities. Additionally, it housed a wealth of talent, including gladiators, assassins, scholars, and healers, all procured at great expense by Countars from the slave bay. These children were there to learn their skills, serving as the foundation of Daenerys' future elite force. Those who did not meet the criteria were sent to work at breweries, blacksmith shops, and farms to learn basic means of survival, while a select few with notable talents were dispatched to the fire-kissed Arden. Presently, it was the season when whales, dolphins, sharks, and jellyfish migrated from the warm summer seas to the northern waters, marking a rare fishing season. Recently, Dreamfire had also captured a significant number of large sea fish. As Daenerys guided Dreamfire through the skies, they soon encountered several large schools of fish. Dreamfire merely needed to skim close to the water's surface, vigorously flapping its wings to send the larger fish soaring into the air, where they would be incinerated by a breath of dragon fire before being swiftly devoured. After approximately half an hour, they spotted a substantial school of migrating tuna, accompanied by a pod of dolphins and a few great white sharks trailing behind. Once Daenerys confirmed their target, Dreamfire dove directly towards one of the great white sharks. The speed was such that it rendered Daenerys' ears momentarily deafened. With a powerful claw, Dreamfire seized the great white shark, swiftly ascending into the heights. Caught in mid-air, the great white shark dared not move an inch. Many creatures in this world are significantly larger than those in the realm where Danila previously resided, likely due to the higher oxygen levels here. This particular great white measured a staggering 14 to 15 meters in length, with a weight easily exceeding 10 tons. Pleased with her impressive catch, Danila steered Dreamfire back. However, just as they were nearing Dragonstone New Island, they unexpectedly collided with 3 small dragons, each over 10 meters long, fleeing in panic. One was silver-gray, slender in form, its scales shimmering under the sunlight with a misty hue. The Grey Shadow? Danila instantly recognized this dragon as the last one recorded in Dragonstone's history, tragically consumed by the sunfire. But what of the other 2? They appeared much stronger and larger than Grey Shadow. The green dragon resembled Dreamfire closely. Its body a rich coppery hue, with black fangs and claws, adorned with emerald and bronze scales that reflected light like jade. The largest of the trio was entirely black. Its scales, wings, and horns as dark as coal, save for its striking emerald green eyes, which exuded an air of distinction. Chapter 15. The first dragon battle. Upon witnessing the formidable black dragon, the Devourer, looming behind the 3 young dragons, Daenerys instantly comprehended the dire situation. It appeared that these 2 hatchlings, absent from historical records, had fallen prey to the Devourer. Dreamfire, attack! The Devourer, an ancient dragon on Dragonstone, was rumored to be older than the Black Death itself, Vhagar. Although a wild dragon, it was undeniably ferocious, yet its size was still just over 100 meters. Smaller than the Bronze Fury, Vhagar. At present, Dreamfire had grown to a formidable 70 meters and was unperturbed by the Devourer. Moreover, the presence of a dragon rider significantly enhanced a dragon's combat prowess. Upon receiving Daenerys' command, Dreamfire surged forward with remarkable speed towards the Devourer. With a deep and regal roar, Dreamfire's voice resonated among all dragons. The Devourer, having finally cornered the 3 hatchlings, would not tolerate Dreamfire's interference, unleashing a furious roar in response. Hiss, Dragon Fire! As the Devourer entered the range of Dreamfire's fiery assault, Daenerys swiftly commanded Dreamfire to unleash its flames. The deep blue dragon fire engulfed the Devourer in an instant. However, Daenerys remained vigilant. As the flames subsided, she urged Dreamfire to ascend rapidly, keeping a keen eye on the unfolding scenario below. Indeed, the cunning Devourer took advantage of the smoke and flames, opening its jaws wide to launch a surprise attack on Dreamfire. Fortunately, Dreamfire had already gained altitude, evading the Devourer's ambush. Daenerys then instructed Dreamfire to breathe fire once more, obscuring the Devourer's vision, and maneuvered into the beast's blind spot. Dreamfire, silence, leap onto its back and attack. Following the command, Dreamfire, while the Devourer was still disoriented by the flames, leapt onto its back. Yet, the Devourer, a wily old dragon, demonstrated its survival instincts. Just as Dreamfire was about to seize its back, the crafty creature executed a swift maneuver, turning to swipe at Dreamfire with its claws while ascending rapidly, aiming to pierce Dreamfire's oil sac. Dreamfire, unleash your flames! At such close quarters, Dreamfire's fire struck the Devourer, causing it to stagger, sparks igniting upon its wings. When Daenerys observed the grotesque green flames erupting from the Devourer's throat, she urgently commanded Dreamfire to ascend, narrowly avoiding the Devourer's vistas, jet-like breath. The combat skills of this ancient dragon were indeed formidable. Daenerys couldn't help but reflect on her proficiency in riding Dreamfire, and although her strategy was sound, the Devourer still held the upper hand. Over the past 3 years, Daenerys and Dreamfire had plundered no less than 1,000 ships and hunted hundreds of formidable creatures like whales and sharks, yet they still found themselves outmatched by the Devourer. Fortunately, the 3 hatchlings had vanished behind the clouds, temporarily escaping danger. Thus, Daenerys commanded Drogon and the Hunger to maintain a safe distance, steering clear of the densely clouded areas to avoid ambushes. Her sole objective was to drive the creature back, ceasing its harm to the young dragons. She had no intention of prolonging the battle. For this confrontation, she had relinquished the formidable white shark she had painstakingly captured. The skirmish between Drogon and the Hunger unfolded near Dragonstone, soon drawing the attention of those at Dragonstone Castle. Uncle Demon, clad in nothing but his skin, hastily donned his attire upon hearing the dragon's furious roars and rushed towards the bloodworm, Caraxes, perched on the rocky shore. Meanwhile, Caraxes was incessantly emitting pitiful cries in response to the clash of the 2 colossal dragons. Though elderly, great-grandfather Aegon could not remain idle upon learning of Daenerys engaging in dragon combat. He promptly ascended Dragonstone to summon his dragon, Vhagar. And Rhaenys was the swiftest to react. By the time Uncle Demon emerged from the gardens of the Fire Whisperer, great-grandfather had just reached Dragonstone, while the Red Queen, Melisandre, had already taken flight from the mount. Sister Rhaenyra's Syrax lingered within the gardens of the Targaryens, leading her to stealthily mount the dragon's back, soaring alongside Melisandre as they departed Dragonstone Castle. Observing the distant battle involving Daenerys and the following Rhaenyra, and Rhaenys couldn't help but smile with immense pride. This was indeed the essence of a Targaryen princess. The Red Queen Melisandre, renowned for her swiftness, traversed from Dragonstone to the battlefield of Drogon and the Hunger in mere minutes. Attack, Melisandre! Though her size barely exceeded 60 meters, Melisandre exhibited unparalleled valor, charging directly at the Hunger with resounding roars, while the Hunger held an advantage against Drogon. The arrival of Melisandre significantly tipped the scales. Seizing the opportunity presented by Daenerys, Drogon inflicted deep gashes across the Hunger's chest, eliciting pained cries from the beast. And Rhaenys grew increasingly pleased with Daenerys, silently praising her remarkable dragon-riding skills at the tender age of 10, a rarity indeed. At that moment, Rhaenyra finally arrived, guiding Syrax nearby. However, confronted with the tumultuous clash of 3 dragons, both Rhaenyra and Syrax dared only to observe from a distance, the courage ignited by concern for Daenerys now utterly depleted. With a series of dragon roars, great-grandfather King Jaehaerys riding Vhagar and Uncle Demon on Caraxes finally made their appearance. Upon witnessing this, the Hunger swiftly retaliated, forcing Drogon and Melisandre back with dragonfire before hastily retreating to its lair. And Rhaenys, commanding the Red Queen Melisandre, closely pursued the Hunger to ensure its compliance in returning to the cave. Great-grandfather Jaehaerys and Uncle Demon followed suit, accompanying Aunt Rhaenys until they witnessed the cunning old dragon safely enter its den before steering their dragons back. Danila expertly maneuvered Dreamfire towards the location of the great white shark, seeking her own quarry. Fortunately, it had not yet sunk, and Dreamfire swiftly located it, prompting her to seize it and soar towards Dragonstone. Rhaenyra, witnessing her sister's audacity to pursue a shark at such a moment, felt the guilt born from recent terror transform into a fierce fury. Thus, she urged Syrax directly towards Dreamfire, exclaiming, "Danila, you create such great trouble early in the morning, and yet you still have the audacity to hunt sharks. I fear you are beyond redemption." In response, Danila pointed to her ears, gestured dismissively, and then pointed to her mouth. "I cannot hear you. Sister, be silent." Clearly, Rhaenyra grasped Danila's meaning, which only intensified her indignation. Chapter 16. The resolute Viserys Dreamfire outpaced Syrax significantly, prompting Daenerys to accelerate towards Dragonstone. Meanwhile, Rhaenyra and her Syrax lingered in the chaotic skies. Upon reaching Dragonstone's kitchen fortress, Daenerys descended Dreamfire gracefully. The kitchen staff, upon witnessing the princess's arrival with a large shark in tow, quickly rallied to assist. "Everyone, come quickly. Princess Daenerys has caught another prize." Such scenes had become commonplace in the kitchens of Dragonstone. Each time Dreamfire captured a whale, shark, or other sizable sea creature, it was entrusted to the kitchen staff for preparation. Daenerys claimed 60% of the processed fish and valuable parts, with 30% retained for Dragonstone, while the remainder was distributed among the kitchen workers. Thus, the kitchen staff held unwavering loyalty to Daenerys. For their years of service had allowed them to save a considerable fortune in golden dragons. With financial stability, they could afford to provide a better life for their families. In White Harbor, Daenerys had established the Daenerys Academy, where a mere gold coin per year granted access to education, a rare opportunity for the common folk. Knowledge in Westeros was largely monopolized by the nobility and citadels, leaving little room for commoners to receive an education. The academy conducted assessments each month, with the top 5 students exempt from tuition and receiving rewards of ink, paper, and books. Currently, Daenerys Academy boasted over 100 students. Thanks to Daenerys' support over the years, the residents of White Harbor and the servants of Dragonstone had accumulated some savings. With newfound wealth, parents were eager to invest in their children as futures, aware of Daenerys' generosity towards those with potential, while outsiders remained unaware of the changes. The people of Dragonstone felt the profound impact Daenerys had on their lives. Hope filled their hearts. The great white shark caught today would yield no less than 300 golden dragons for Daenerys, uplifting her spirits following her inaugural dragon battle. The chefs, skilled in their craft, expertly processed the lengthy shark in mere moments. The most prized parts of the shark were its fins and flesh, a culinary innovation in a world where shark fins were not traditionally consumed. This dish alone could ensure that Daenerys was immortalized in the ballads sung by bards. Additionally, the shark's skin, cartilage, liver, and heart served as excellent supplements, particularly beneficial for the pregnant Aemma. The skin also constituted high-quality material for sword sheaths and bags. Daenerys had amassed a considerable stock of shark skins, whale skins, and seal skins. The scraps were consumed by Dreamfire, who feasted upon them with a fiery breath. In this world, many large creatures harbored a semblance of latent magic, and Dreamfire had grown accustomed to the flavors of these wild delicacies. The finest portions of the shark were reserved for His Majesty the King and the royal family, while a delicate sashimi was prepared for the noble lords. Additionally, a special shark fin soup was to be made for the king and royal members. Many of them have likely never tasted it before, right? Ha ha ha! While others may be oblivious, Prince Daemon and Lord Vhagar have undoubtedly indulged. The corpulent chef, Bose, could not resist jesting in response. Close your foul mouth. Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to sever your manhood and feed it to the dogs. The princess is still present, so mind your tongue. The head chef, Padmona, brandished a rolling pin menacingly at Bose. She, along with many other cooks and castle servants, had been appointed to Dragonstone by Daenerys, with their salaries funded by her as well. In addition to developing agriculture on the newly acquired Dragonstone Island and nurturing potential talents, Daenerys had also supported numerous impoverished women with skills to assist her in creating culinary delights, tailoring garments, and weaving textiles. This not only provided them with a livelihood but also ensured that Daenerys had capable hands to help realize her spontaneous ideas. As a royal princess, Daenerys received an annual stipend of 300,000 golden dragons since her successful dragon riding, a significant increase from the previous 50,000 golden dragons. Thus, her ability to fund and employ these individuals was entirely independent of others' opinions. The stipends for members of House Targaryen are not static. They are adjusted annually based on the royal family's income. However, since her great-grandfather, Jaehaerys, secured the throne, there had been little change for decades. Ordinary royal members receive a stipend of 50,000 golden dragons annually. As for luxuries such as silk, jewels, and fine wines, those are at the king's discretion, resulting in considerable disparities among royal members. The stipend for royal members who have successfully ridden dragons is 300,000 golden dragons, primarily covering the costs of feeding and maintaining the dragons. Meanwhile, the Prince of Dragonstone receives an annual stipend of 500,000 golden dragons, with other rewards far surpassing those available to other royals. However, like most royal members and nobles, these stipends are often spent on enjoying life and socializing among the elite. After all, even when hosting private banquets, members of the Red Keep must bear the costs themselves, and any servants summoned to the castle are expected to receive additional rewards. The salaries of the royal members' personal guards and maids must also be covered by themselves, resulting in a lack of ostentation among most royal members. Her father, Viserys, being of a simple disposition, surrounded himself with only a few childhood companions and seemed oblivious to the need to cultivate direct heirs. Meanwhile, her uncle Daemon likely squandered his stipend on revelry and women, though he certainly made numerous acquaintances. Once Dreamfire had finished her meal, Daenerys instructed her to return to the dragon's lair, while she hastened to the castle's main keep. Today's dragon battle was of monumental significance, and as the most crucial participant. Her presence was indispensable. What? You say 3 wild dragons have appeared on Dragonstone again. Uncle Demon seems to be seething for some reason. Perhaps due to the failure of the dragon battle. Daenerys deliberately rubbed her ears, expressing her dissatisfaction as she lamented, Uncle Demon. Why are you so surprised? Is there anything peculiar about this? After all, there have been many wild dragons born on Dragonstone, haven't there? Do you really think I could mistake even a dragon? Daemon immediately apologized, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I apologize, I was simply taken aback. After all, it has been quite some time since our Targaryen family has hatched any young dragons, apart from the Syrax that Rhaenyra nurtured and the Miraxes that you brought forth. Danila teased with a smile. If only Uncle could father a few more siblings, we would surely have more hatchlings. It seems you must put in a bit more effort. Uncle! Ha ha ha! Danila was indeed correct. You certainly need to exert yourself. King Viserys quickly concurred. Great-grandfather Jaehaerys found it quite amusing to see Danila teasing Daemon. Yet he remained wary. The greedy one, cunning and vengeful, had retreated for the moment due to the presence of the dragons, but once we depart, I fear he will not remain docile. Therefore, Daemon, I suggest you and Clark remain stationed on Dragonstone for a while, by autumn. When the greedy one descends into slumber on Dragonmount, all will be well. Yes, your majesty. Daemon obediently agreed. Nonetheless, Danila had a lingering feeling that he had not yet had his fill of the fire-kissed garden. Meanwhile, Viserys silently resolved, for Danila's sake, to attempt to tame Vhagar. Only this founding dragon could overpower the greedy one's ancient beast. Chapter 17, Dragon Porcelain and Shark Fins. The 3 wild young dragons hold immeasurable significance for the Targaryen family, which already boasts numerous adult dragons. Thus, safeguarding their well-being has become the royal family's paramount concern. However, these creatures are wild dragons, not hatched in Dragonstone, and have not been nurtured or trained by dragon keepers from a young age. Consequently, bringing them into Dragonstone for protection proves to be an arduous task. The trio of hatchlings remains perpetually at risk of being targeted by the insatiable. Moreover, while Dreamfire is formidable, it finds itself outmatched when confronting the greedy. In light of this, King Jaehaerys decisively ordered Daemon, who rides the fearsome bloodworm Caraxes, to remain behind. With such a ferocious dragon at their disposal, even if the greedy were to attack the hatchlings or seek vengeance on Dreamfire, the 2 dragons could effectively fend off any threats. Furthermore, with Daemon and Daenerys present, their exceptional Targaryen lineage could potentially facilitate the introduction of the 3 hatchlings into Dragonstone, ensuring their protection. King Jaehaerys, having suffered the loss of his children, felt his own body deteriorating. With the struggle for the throne imminent, it would be prudent to keep the impulsive and restless Daemon away from King A's landing for the sake of all. With a clear understanding of the circumstances, the members of House Targaryen found themselves elated. Their family had welcomed 3 more dragons, and the dragon-riding prowess displayed by Daenerys greatly pleased the elders. However, the other noble families were quite different in sentiment. Daenerys perceived the veiled apprehension within their eyes. After all, the more dragons the Targaryens possessed, the less inclined these nobles would be to provoke the royal family. Furthermore, with King Jaehaerys in the twilight of his reign, the nature of the next ruler remained uncertain. Should another Aegon or Maegor emerge, the noble houses of the 7 kingdoms could be in for a tumultuous time, making their unease entirely understandable. Nonetheless, they outwardly adorned their faces with obsequiousness, bestowing upon the king various accolades and praises. The exaggerated expressions and ostentatious gestures made Daenerys feel as though the milk in her cup had soured. Before long, the kitchen presented an array of exquisite dishes. Due to the Dragon War, breakfast and lunch were combined into a grand brunch. In recent days, the nobility at Dragonstone had found the culinary delights to be the highlight of their stay, with many dishes being either previously untasted or unheard of. Anticipation for the 2 daily meals was palpable. Today as luncheon was no exception. Alongside traditional 7 Kingdoms fare, the chef also showcased some innovative dishes inspired by Daenerys' suggestions. Leveraging the culinary culture of her homeland, Daenerys found it exceedingly simple to impress these provincial lords. Yet, her intention in sharing these delicacies was not merely to flaunt her prowess. She had conferred with Samwell, planning to first win over the great nobles with sumptuous food and fine wine, and subsequently discuss the establishment of a fire-kissed garden branch in their territories, offering a combination of gastronomy, wine, accommodations, and brothels. The costs for the location and construction would be borne by the noble families, while Samwell would oversee the operations, with profits divided in a 70-30 split in his favor. Certainly, The Fire Kiss Garden is ostensibly owned by the Samwell of the Setica family, seemingly unrelated to Daenerys. After all, as a royal princess, one must be mindful of their reputation. However, the astute noblemen are not easily deceived. The clandestine dealings remain unspoken, lest they provoke the wrath of Daenerys and her dragons. In the present day, many prominent nobles from the Westlands, the Riverlands, and the Vale have already reached an understanding with Samwell, eagerly awaiting the apprentices trained in Goattown to officially launch operations. These nobles have taken the opportunity to marvel at the stunning offerings of the Fire Kiss Garden, and though they have yet to return home, they have already begun preparations through their raven messengers. Daenerys does not anticipate substantial profits from the Fire Kiss Garden. Her primary objective is to gather intelligence and recruit talent. After all, there are numerous disillusioned second sons of noble houses and exceptionally gifted commoners among the Seven Kingdoms. Uniting them could forge a formidable force. Among today's culinary delights, the standout dishes prepared from shark meat have captivated attention, as even these high-born individuals seldom indulge in such fare. Moreover, the shark's connection to the great battle with the dragon adds an air of grandeur to the meal, particularly when the exquisite shark fin soup, served in delicate white porcelain bowls, was presented. The elegant dish and crystalline, translucent sweet broth once again astonished the assembled nobles. At this opportune moment, Samwell stepped forth to elucidate, esteemed king, honored lords. This sweet broth features shark fin, meticulously crafted. Not only is it delectable, but it is also highly nourishing, promoting vitality and beauty. The vessel showcasing the shark fin is known as dragon porcelain, created from clay sourced from the Royal Forest River, and fired in a clay kiln with dragon flame. In addition to this soup bowl, a variety of tableware and vases are available. I invite you all to visit the Dragon Porcelain shop in Goattown for a closer look. Yet, while Samwell passionately elaborated, many eyes turned towards Daenerys. Several young lords, of a similar age to her, were filled with calculating intent. After savoring a taste of the shark fin, J. Harris elegantly praised, "Indeed, this shark fin is exquisite. Moreover, the quality of this dragon porcelain rivals that of the most expensive wares from the free cities. It seems Goattown boasts a wealth of treasures." Lord Cleese of the Sea Serpent, having embarked on 9 grand voyages, possessed an insight far beyond the ordinary, and he too could not restrain his admiration, exclaiming, "Truly remarkable porcelain. I must visit Goattown." Such quality would undoubtedly be sought after even on the Essos continent. With the endorsement of these two of the highest standing in the Seven Kingdoms, the nobles immediately showcased their flattery and eloquent social skills, as if this porcelain represented the very hope of the realm's resurgence. Suddenly, Uncle Taming turned to Danila and remarked, "It appears that the expenses I have incurred during my time at Dragonstone can be covered by my dear niece Danila. Pray tell, how much do you have in your little treasury now?" Danila, who was in the midst of explaining the preparation of shark fin soup to her mother and sister, was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected comment. With a puzzled expression, she replied, "Isn't the royal allowance for dragon riders the same for everyone? You, dear uncle, live a life of leisure, supported by a wealthy lady of the Lord. Why then do you seek to profit from me, a poor soul tasked with supporting the town of Whitehorn? Shouldn't it be the elder's duty to show care for the younger? I have always been the first to share anything of value with everyone. I possess no little treasury. Otherwise, I would not have had to sell those childhood treasures to make ends meet." Chapter 18. The contest for the dragon porcelain shares during your stay at Dragonstone. I shall exert every effort to ensure my uncle's well-being. Daenerys, initially wearing an innocent expression, suddenly shifted her tone, playfully insinuating, "And of course, I shall also arrange for your favorite amusements." Oh, heavens! Daenerys, you truly are a cunning little minx. Daemon Targaryen, increasingly fond of his niece's spirited nature, inadvertently let slip a curse. The atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. Prince Viserys Targaryen's countenance darkened, and he rudely hurled the silver chalice in his hand directly at Daemon's face, exclaiming, "Mind your tongue. Should you speak so freely again, I shall personally sever it from your mouth." While wiping away the remnants of wine, Daemon sheepishly apologized. "Oh, my apologies. I misspoke. However, my admiration for Daenerys is what prompted my indiscretion." Daenerys, appearing utterly unfazed by the commotion, calmly responded, "Thank you for the compliment, uncle. I do hope you find joy during your time here. If you find the golden dragons insufficient, I can lend you some. Rest assured, the interest is not steep." Their mother, Emma, noted Daenerys' remarkable composure and swallowed her words of comfort. Sister Rhaenyra, casting an admiring glance at Daemon, felt that her audacious uncle possessed an undeniable charm. This brief interlude was soon eclipsed by the noble discussions surrounding dragon porcelain. As the elite of the Seven Kingdoms, they were acutely aware of the potential benefits that such porcelain could yield. In this realm, only the ET dynasty possessed the secrets of porcelain production. All ceramics in Westeros and Essos were imported from there. The treacherous sea routes and the considerable distance rendered these imports exceedingly costly, accessible only to the highest echelons of nobility and affluent merchants. Even the great houses primarily collected mere vases and plates, which were often displayed as decorative pieces. Due to the frequent conflicts faced by the ET dynasty, high-quality porcelain on the market was often scarce. The exceptional white porcelain produced in White Ship Town was regarded as the pinnacle of quality, and the profit margins were indeed substantial. Daenerys, now the darling of House Targaryen, was not to be trifled with lightly. Nevertheless, if an opportunity arose to partake, they would not easily relinquish it, particularly for Lord Corlys Velaryon and Count Redwine. Families with oceanic fleets, acquiring dragon porcelain at favorable prices would undoubtedly enhance their trading ventures with a high-margin product. Coupled with the Dragonfire wine and the unique barbecue seasonings from Goat Town, these three commodities were indeed competitive offerings in the Essos market. Thus, in their endeavor to win Samwell's favor, they all unanimously made considerable concessions during the collaboration at Fire-Kissed Garden, striving to establish a friendly cooperative relationship with him. Samwell and Daenerys had long anticipated the reactions of the gathered nobles and had devised a strategic response. Thus, when offered the olive branch, he accepted it, albeit with a sense of reservation. The value of dragon porcelain was well understood by all, including King Jaehaerys. However, as White Ship Town was Daenerys' fief, and dragon porcelain was a creation of his great-granddaughter, he was still able to uphold the interests of House Targaryen. Due to the allure of dragon porcelain, the guests swiftly concluded their meal and formed a procession towards the porcelain shop in White Ship Town. Despite having witnessed the quality of the dragon porcelain, they were nonetheless astonished by the diverse shapes and exquisitely adorned pieces within the shop. A few astute nobles immediately expressed their intent to purchase the porcelain. Yet, Samwell interjected with an apologetic tone, "I regret to inform you, my lords, that what is displayed here are merely samples and not for sale. Moreover, our current porcelain firing techniques are still in their infancy, and our monthly output is quite limited. This complete set of tableware can produce only 100 sets, while the remaining 15 individual pieces total merely 300. Upon hearing this, the nobles displayed expressions of disappointment. Observing their reactions, Samwell silently acknowledged the truth in Princess Daenerys' words. These lords indeed possessed grand appetites. He promptly raised his voice again. However, we are expanding our operations and training more apprentices, and I believe our production will gradually increase. By the end of this year, we anticipate doubling our output. Such a modest quantity. Lord Corlys Velaryon furrowed his brows. Indeed, Samwell eloquently explained, the craftsmanship of dragon porcelain is exceedingly intricate, and we must ensure the quality of each piece, which requires considerable time and effort. What of the pricing? Inquired Count Redwine. The price will be determined by the size, shape, and design of the porcelain, Samwell replied. For instance, this dragon porcelain tableware set, being a complete collection, is labor-intensive to produce. Yet it is priced at a mere 1,000 gold dragons. 1,000 gold dragons. The assembly found this price to be remarkably reasonable, as comparable porcelain from foreign lands could fetch tens of thousands of gold dragons. They eagerly began to express their desire to place orders. Samwell, adhering to the previously discussed strategy with Daenerys, proclaimed, "Esteemed lords, the rarity of porcelain is well known to all of you. Our dragon porcelain from White Ship Town is forged with the power of dragonfire, rendering it even more precious. Thus, the quantity available is inherently limited. Only those present here today can afford it. Therefore, we do not intend to sell to others, and we will employ a novel sales approach. We will offer dragon porcelain through a subscription share system. For instance, with this complete set of tableware, only 100 sets will be sold each month. To secure the right to purchase one set each month, one must first pay an annual subscription fee of 10,000 gold dragons." Samwell's words instantly piqued the interest of all present. Lord Corlys Velaryon could not help but exclaim, "How intriguing! Indeed, it is fascinating. Thus, the Velaryon family shall first subscribe to the qualification for 2 million gold dragons." Samwell, however, felt a tinge of embarrassment as he replied, "I beg your pardon, Lord Corlys. But aside from the members of House Targaryen, no family may exceed a subscription of 100,000 gold dragons for any single item. Then let it be 100,000 gold dragons for each item. King Jaehaerys interjected. At this, Samwell respectfully responded, Certainly, Your Majesty. Princess Daenerys has already instructed that 30% of each item be reserved for the royal family. Pleased with this assurance, King Jaehaerys nodded in satisfaction and said, Very well. Lord Linmen, I shall leave the arrangements in your capable hands. With the king and the Lord of the Tides leading the charge, the others eagerly began to subscribe, yet. Given the limited quantity available, it took quite a spirited exchange before they could finalize the allocations. The stock brought forth from the shop was swiftly purchased. And on that singular day, Daenerys amassed nearly 20 million gold dragons in revenue. Chapter 19. A stroll in the orchard as the noble elite vied for the privilege of acquiring dragon porcelain. Uncle Daeman, with a cheeky grin, sidled up to Daenerys and declared, Little Daenerys, in assisting you to safeguard your territory, how about rewarding me with 10 or 8 pieces of dragon porcelain? Once I come into possession of something splendid, you shall be the first to benefit. At Uncle Daemon's approach, Aemma instinctively pulled Daenerys closer to her side. Nearby, Rhaenyra, seeing Daemon's antics, excitedly chimed in, I want some too. With an air of regal pride, Daenerys replied, I have already commissioned exclusive porcelain for each member of the Targaryen royal family. As the dragon lords of House Targaryen, how could we possibly use the same items as those from outside? Her words rendered Daemon and Rhaenyra momentarily speechless. That little wretch! Was the shared sentiment echoing in their minds? Daenerys had a point. They must always remember their royal identities. While their father, Viserys, publicly affirmed this notion, he privately felt a sense of relief, thinking, Thank goodness I didn't speak up first. Having secured the majority of the dragon porcelain allocation, King Jaehaerys departed with his king's guard. Satisfied, Daenerys and the other royal members followed suit. As for the nobles, they were left in the capable hands of Samwell, the younger son of Count Saitiga, whose intellect, status, and position were more than sufficient to handle the noblemen. Father, mother, Uncle Daemon, sister, why don't I take you to explore the nearby orchard? It is the season of blooming fruit trees, and the hillside is quite beautiful, suggested Daenerys. Since arriving at Dragonstone, Aemma had felt much better and readily agreed. That sounds delightful. While the flowers of the Aegon garden are lovely, I have grown somewhat weary of them these past few days. What do you think, Viserys? I would also like to see it. Rhaenyra eagerly added. However, Daemon abruptly interjected. I was just about to take my dragon, Clarks, for a flight around Dragonstone. Those 3 young dragons have yet to reveal themselves, and I wish to seek them out. I shall not intrude upon your family outing. With that, he swiftly made his way toward Dragonmount. Meanwhile, Daenerys and her family, accompanied by their guards and handmaidens, strolled leisurely through White Ship Town, heading towards the northern hillside. Over the past 3 years, White Ship Town had expanded severalfold, with nearly all its streets and buildings constructed from black stone. To alleviate the oppressive aura of the dark stone, the rooftops were typically adorned with red tiles, and the doors and windows painted in vivid hues. Additionally, various trees lined the roads, interspersed with flower beds and comfortable black stone benches, lending the town a vibrant and pristine atmosphere. The costs of road construction and housing development were borne by Daenerys, who provided her subjects with homes at low prices, allowing for installment payments. This arrangement effectively tethered them to the land, as they gradually repaid their debts through diligent labor. The free citizens who come here to seek their livelihoods can only rent houses to reside in. However, should they wish to become subjects of White Ship Town, they may enjoy the same privileges as the local populace and also gain the right to cultivate uncultivated land. In the past year, due to the flourishing of White Ship Town, tens of thousands of wanderers from the 7 kingdoms have settled here. To accommodate this influx, Danyella is currently constructing a village named Dreamfire Village near the mountainous area, specifically for her agricultural endeavors. The dozens of shops lining the main road are available for lease to merchants wishing to conduct business, with Danyella herself owning 7 of the largest and most central establishments. The most opulent among them is the porcelain shop, a 3-story standalone building covering over 3,000 square feet, complete with a courtyard, a warehouse, and a staff living area that collectively spans nearly 10 acres. Following this is the tavern and in specializing in long flame liquor, which occupies 8 acres, only slightly smaller than the porcelain shop. Additionally, there are the silver shop, spice shop, silk shop, crystal workshop, and blacksmith, each ranging from 3 to 5 acres. However, aside from the spice shop, which has thrived due to Danyella's unique barbecue seasoning crafted from dragon byproducts, the other establishments have received only lukewarm responses. Last month, Danyella invested heavily in acquiring several hundred skilled artisans from the slave bay, who have now arrived. Once they acclimate to their new environment, Danyella will be able to assign them tasks. Beyond White Sheep Town, a mountain stream leads to the orchards. Mother Emma gazes at the vibrant orchard before her, instantly enamored. She embraces Danyella affectionately, exclaiming, "My dear Danyella, how do you always manage to conceive such brilliant ideas? The fruit yield in the valley is among the best in the 7 kingdoms, yet no orchard has been managed with such beauty." Father Viserys concurs, declaring, "Danyella is indeed the dream worker of our Targaryen family." To justify her imaginative endeavors, Danyella exhibited traits of a dream worker from a young age, leading her family to attribute her current achievements to this gift. After 3 years of development, the White Sheep Town orchard has expanded to over 40,000 acres, nearly blanketing the surrounding hills within a 10-kilometer radius. This year, most of the fruit trees have entered their fruitful phase, making it a splendid time for blossoms to bloom in abundance, their colorful petals dancing in the wind, uplifting everyone's spirits, rarely unleashing her youthful exuberance. Sister Rhaenyra eagerly pulls Danyella to frolic freely among the orchards. Their parents, supporting each other, watch with satisfaction as their 2 daughters revel in joy, their eyes brimming with affection. Father Viserys gently caresses Emma's burgeoning belly, filled with anticipation as he remarks, "Emma, if you could give me a son, my life would be complete." Emma playfully retorts, "Wouldn't you also cherish another princess like her sisters?" Viserys tenderly took Emma's hand and remarked, "As long as it is our child, I shall naturally cherish him. However, since we already have 2 remarkable daughters, it would be preferable for this child to be a son." Emma, with a sense of resignation, replied, "I simply hope he arrives safely and grows up joyfully, just like his 2 sisters. Viserys, I do not wish to endure the agony of losing a child again." Meanwhile, Daenerys and her family were thoroughly enjoying their outing, reluctant to return home. Thus, Daenerys commanded her servants to return to Dragonstone and prepare a feast, suggesting a picnic in the orchard, a proposal that received unanimous approval from her family. However, Daenerys was eager to begin without delay and instructed her attendants to procure a few sheep from Whitehill Town for an initial feast of roasted lamb. The lamb from Whitehill Town, enhanced by a special barbecue seasoning, had become a culinary marvel across the 7 kingdoms. As the family began to feel a bit weary from their stroll, the marinated goats arrived. Daenerys took it upon herself to prepare the meal for her family. This rare opportunity for shared enjoyment brought immense happiness to all. Chapter 20. An unexpected visitor. The orchard was suffused with the distant fragrance of blossoms, while the aroma of roasted lamb wafted far and wide. As members of the royal family, Viserys and Emma frequently accompanied His Majesty on hunts in the royal woods, where picnics were a customary delight. However, such occasions often entailed navigating the intricate machinations and social obligations among the nobility, necessitating the maintenance of aristocratic decorum and refinement, which inevitably diminished the enjoyment of even the most delectable fare. In a bid for freedom, Daenerys had sent her guards and servants far away, allowing them to revel in their own merriment, feasting on roasted lamb and indulging in fine wine. The family took to the task of roasting the goat themselves, with Daenerys overseeing the seasoning, her sister Rhaenyra turning the spit, their mother Emma laying out the blankets and arranging the tableware, and their father Viserys carving the meat. The family cast aside royal etiquette, and Viserys, along with Daenerys and Rhaenyra, heartily consumed meat and drank copiously, reveling in their joy. Even their pregnant mother, Emma, was swept up in their exuberance, unable to resist taking a small sip of Targaryen's dragonfire. While the wine was deemed safe for pregnant women, Emma, having suffered 2 miscarriages, remained cautious. Though Daenerys had conducted numerous experiments with the wine on pregnant women from White Sheep Town, Emma had yet to dare a taste. It was only today, buoyed by her spirits, that she boldly took a sip. Upon finishing, she felt warmth envelop her body, particularly alleviating the persistent discomfort in her lower abdomen. Emma then exclaimed in delight, "It seems that dragonfire wine truly benefits pregnant women." As Daenerys and her family enjoyed their feast, a dream fire, residing in a nearby volcano, appeared above them, perhaps drawn by the enticing scent of roasted lamb or sensing Daenerys' joyful spirit. Fortunately, the location they had chosen was spacious enough for the dreamfire to descend. Upon its arrival, Daenerys quickly dispatched her loyal guards to White Sheep Town to procure more goats. Meanwhile, she offered the remaining portion of the lamb to the dreamfire. However, this meager amount merely served to satisfy its hunger momentarily, as it devoured it in an instant. Gently stroking the dreamfire's large head, Daenerys affectionately remarked. You are becoming quite the voracious eater, my dear Dreamfire. Thankfully, your master knows how to earn. Or else you would surely devour us into poverty. Witnessing the affectionate bond between Daenerys and the Dreamfire, Viserys and Aemma felt a swell of pride. This is indeed our child. Rhaenyra, however, found herself consumed by a resurgence of jealousy upon hearing Daenerys lament her financial constraints. You lack money. Who does not know that Princess Daenerys of House Targaryen is the most adept at amassing wealth? Today alone, you must have earned millions in gold dragons from dragon porcelain. That nearly rivals the royal family's annual tax revenue. Are you not saving for your dowry from this point onward? Turning to Rhaenyra with an expression of innocence, Daenerys replied. Saving for a dowry? How could you think such a thing, sister? I have no thoughts of marriage at present. It is far more delightful to be with family. Moreover, as royal princesses, we are not obliged to marry, are we? Perhaps it would be better to invite suitors to our home, allowing us to take charge of our own destinies. Wouldn't that be preferable? What do you think, sister? Rhaenyra was momentarily swayed by Daenerys, inexplicably exclaiming. What you say seems quite reasonable. Aemma, with a gentle smile, interjected, admonishing the two sisters, by the seven. You two should refrain from such frivolous talk. As royal princesses and paragons of virtue in the Seven Kingdoms, you must not indulge in such nonsense in public. It would invite ridicule. Viserys, tenderly taking Aemma's hand, spoke softly. They are still young. Let them relish their present lives. The future can wait. Aemma shook her head in resignation but chose not to elaborate further. The guards were swift in their actions, and within half an hour, they brought over more than 20 plump goats, with 12 skilled knights in attendance. The goats were soon processed. They gathered all the roasting spits and commenced the preparation of the succulent mutton. To appease Drogon's impatience, Daenerys placed 3 goats, seasoned to perfection, upon a large stone, allowing Drogon to roast them with his dragon fire. With 3 plump goats, Drogon's hunger was appeased, and he let out a satisfied roar. At that moment, several youthful dragon calls echoed near the volcano. Following the songs, 3 small dragons, attracted by the scent of blood and the aroma of roasting meat, soon approached. Being highly intelligent beings, these young dragons had discovered their dwelling place had been compromised by predators and dared not return to Dragonstone. They had barely managed to survive there, but their hunger had driven them to seek food, leading them into the jaws of danger. Saved by Drogon, they cautiously found a new lair near the newly formed volcano. However, today, filled with trepidation and fear, they had found no food, leaving them ravenous and drawn by the enticing aroma. Upon spotting Drogon, they halted their advance in alarm, circling warily in the vicinity. The greyish dragon resembled a black dragon, albeit with the red hues removed. Seeing this, Daenerys quickly urged Drogon to lower his massive form. Drogon glanced at the trio of young dragons above, letting out a low growl of displeasure before settling down. Daenerys then commanded her servants to relocate the 3 roasting spits to a secluded area away from the crowd, allowing everyone to retreat into the orchard. Shielded by the lush fruit trees, the group swiftly concealed themselves. The vision and sense of smell of dragons are remarkably acute, and it did not take long for the 3 young dragons to discover the aromatic roasted goats in the clearing. After circling a few times, their vigilance waned, and they gradually approached. Yet, they hesitated to land. As half an hour passed, the delectable goats began to emit a charred aroma. The strongest among them, a coal-black dragon, was the first to boldly descend. Cautiously surveying the surroundings, it detected no threat before swiftly scurrying towards the roasting spit, devouring the meat greedily. The green dragon, witnessing that the little black one was unharmed, bravely followed suit, swooping down towards another goat. However, the possessive little black dragon roared defiantly at the green one, asserting its claim over the feast. However, the famished little green, driven by hunger, paid no heed to his furious roar. Swiftly, he seized a plump sheep and retreated to a distant spot, voraciously devouring his meal. Although the others in the orchard grew increasingly impatient, the opportunity to witness the magnificent dragon feasting stirred excitement within them. Among the most exhilarated was Viserion, for 3 robust dragons held profound significance for the Targaryen lineage. While none had doubted Daenerys' words from the morning, they had yet to behold the spectacle with their own eyes. Now, witnessing the 3 little dragons voraciously consuming their meal before them, the sense of fulfillment and exhilaration far surpassed the fervor of mere hearsay. Chapter 21. The favor of the dragon. Unlike the valiant little black and the courageous little green, the naturally cautious grey shadow hesitated to descend. Even though he was nearly devoid of strength from hunger, and his 2 brothers had gorged themselves to satiety, Grey Shadow remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. It is little wonder that in the original course of fate, Grey Shadow survived while both brothers perished. His alertness, though commendable, also doomed him to a life of frustration. Danila found it perplexing that Grey Shadow, who managed to evade the predator's grasp, was ultimately captured and devoured by the half-damaged Sunflower. This baffling occurrence felt as astonishing as the rampaging mobs led by Junling and re-slain dragons. Could it be the intervention of a divine being? The Faceless One? Alternatively, perhaps Grey Shadow's excessive caution, coupled with a scarcity of food and his diminutive size, led to his entrapment by the injured dragon, making escape impossible. Now that Danila had arrived, the spring of hope for Grey Shadow was upon him. During Grey Shadow's moment of hesitation, Little Black and Little Green swiftly devoured 3 plump sheep. Particularly during the contest for the 3rd roasted sheep, the 2 little dragons paid no heed to brotherly bonds. Little Black, having descended first, finished his sheep ahead of the others. Yet, just as he took a few bites of the 3rd sheep, it was snatched away by Little Green. Caught off guard, Little Green seized the leg of the 3rd sheep and, in a sudden burst of strength, dragged the entire sheep over while Little Black stood bewildered. Subsequently, he voraciously consumed nearly half of it. The theft ignited Little Black's fury, prompting him to unleash a series of fierce roars directed at Little Green. Little Green, however, remained fixated on the succulent sheep, ignoring Little Black entirely. This infuriated Little Black, who immediately leapt and clawed Little Green across the chest, leaving a deep gash from which hot dragon blood flowed, scorching the nearby grass. In pain, Little Green defiantly roared back at Little Black but cunningly used his hind legs to grasp what remained of the sheep and took flight. Little Black, seeing this, immediately followed suit, and they engaged in a fierce aerial struggle for the remaining roasted meat. Ultimately, Little Black, leveraging his slightly larger size, managed to wrest the remaining morsel away, then triumphantly tossed the roasted sheep high into the air, catching it in his mouth and swallowing it whole. Such a display of prowess was quite impressive. Seizing the opportunity while the little dragons were aloft, Danila hastily instructed her servants to bring over 6 marinated sheep and pile them onto the grill, quickly adding firewood. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of roasting sheep wafted through the air. Having barely filled their bellies, Little Black and Little Green, upon catching a whiff of the delicious scent, hurriedly descended. To foster a sense of camaraderie with them, Danila positioned herself not far from the grill. The onlookers couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for Danila, with even Emma clutching Viserys' arm, expressing her concern that Danila's actions might be too perilous. Viserys fixed his gaze intently upon the small dragons while reassuring Emma, "Rest assured. The dragons shall not harm those of pure Targaryen blood." Yet, the incessant rolling of his throat betrayed that his composure was not as steadfast as it appeared. The little black and green dragons, unable to wait for their feast to be fully prepared, unleashed their fiery breath upon the plump sheep. The flame from the black dragon was a strikingly grotesque shade of green, reminiscent of gluttony, with a slight spout-like quality. In contrast, the green dragon's fire shimmered with a light green hue intermingled with gold, closely resembling the color of its scales, imbued with a golden sheen. Although their flames lacked the intensity of fully grown dragons, they were far more potent than mere campfire embers, swiftly roasting 6 sheep to perfection. The black dragon, unable to contain its eagerness, seized one and began to devour it. Meanwhile, the green dragon clutched one in its mouth and, with its hind legs, grasped another before ascending to a distant perch to feast, causing the black dragon, which had been eyeing it warily, to finally focus solely on its meal. The ever-watchful Grey Shadow, succumbing to hunger, cautiously flew to the roasting rack and snatched a goat before vanishing from the sight of onlookers. The black dragon, with remarkable speed, consumed its sheep, then claimed the roasting rack, guarding the remaining 2 sheep beneath its body to prevent the green dragon or the Grey Shadow from filching them away. 15 minutes later, the black and green dragons finished their meal, leaving behind only 3 skeletal remains from the 9 sheep they had devoured. The skulls of the first few had been crushed and consumed, a testament to the scarcity of food they typically faced. It seemed that both dragons understood these sheep had been provided by Daenerys, for after feasting, they gradually approached her. The black dragon sniffed her deeply, then affectionately rubbed its head against Daenerys, displaying an unexpected intimacy. Daenerys boldly placed her hand upon its head, feeling its searing warmth, her presence slowly becoming discernible in the black dragon's slit pupils. Just as she prepared to caress it further, the black dragon unfurled its wings and took flight. After the black dragon's departure, the green dragon also approached Daenerys, sniffed her, and after a careful appraisal, soared into the sky. Watching them depart, Daenerys remained momentarily entranced. Viserys and Rhaenyra were similarly captivated, for as dragon riders, They understood that the two young dragons were nearing a state of recognition towards Daenerys. However, it was an unwritten law that each Targaryen could only be bonded with one dragon. How was it that Daenerys seemed so different from previous Targaryens? Not only had she mastered the Dreamfire, but her connection with her bonded dragon, Meleys, was profoundly intimate, leading them to speculate whether Meleys would also recognize Daenerys as its rightful master upon maturity. The close bond these wild dragons shared with Daenerys was indeed perplexing. Until Cameron approached, whispering softly in Daenerys' ear, "Your Highness, the sheep for Dreamfire have been roasted to perfection." Regaining her composure, Danila promptly exclaimed, "Ah, very well. You may carry the roasted lamb and follow me." The skinny knights lifted 6 plump sheep and quietly trailed behind Danila, making their way towards the massive stone upon which Dreamfire lay. Upon arrival, Danila approached Dreamfire and gently caressed her draconic lips, allowing her to relax thoroughly. The skinny knights carefully placed the roasted goats upon the stone before retreating, for Danila had imparted the wisdom that one should never turn their back on the dragon. Initially, Dreamfire had been somewhat displeased by the interruption from the younger dragons during her meal. However, upon beholding the 6 golden brown roasted sheep, all traces of her irritation vanished, and she joyfully devoured them, swallowing each one whole. Ever since Danila had forged a bond with Dreamfire, she had never witnessed the great dragon consume meat and expel bones. It is not surprising, for with the immense jaws and formidable bite force of an adult dragon, how could one expect her to regurgitate even a mere sheep's bone? It is said that dragons can even ingest stones to replenish iron within their bodies. Thus, they would hardly concern themselves with a trivial bone. Chapter 22. The name of the dragon. At present, the appetite of the dragon, Dreamfire, is insatiable. After devouring a dozen plump goats, it let out a satisfied roar, signifying its contentment. It is worth noting that this morning, it had consumed no less than 1,000 pounds of sharp scraps. However, such voracity is a blessing, for it ensures that Dreamfire continues to grow at a rapid pace. Chronologically, it is older than the bronze dragon, Vhagar. Should its size surpass that of the glutton or Vhagar, Daenerys' position within the royal family would undoubtedly become more secure. With the unexpected turn of events concerning Daenerys, it remains uncertain whether the blood dragon dance will recur in some form. Yet Daenerys understands that only by wielding sufficient power can she maintain an advantageous position, regardless of how circumstances may unfold in the future. Once Dreamfire had its fill, the family members who had ventured to White Will Town for picnic supplies returned. Today, Daenerys' family not only reveled in the early spring orchard scenery of White Willow but also indulged in a delightful barbecue picnic, fostering even deeper familial bonds. After the picnic, Daenerys, riding Dreamfire, transported her family back to Dragonstone, allowing them once again to witness her remarkable dragon-riding prowess. In the ensuing days, Daenerys frequently rode Dreamfire, taking her parents on excursions around the newly formed island of Dragonstone, while her sister Rhaenyra naturally commanded her own dragon, Syrax. Occasionally, their uncle Daemon Targaryen would accompany them, riding his dragon, Caraxes. The family's relationships flourished with every shared experience. The glutton, a cunning and ferocious old dragon, has proven itself to be shrewd. Since its last banishment, it has remained conspicuously absent for an extended period, evidently aware that the populace would be on high alert during its return. Remarkably, it appears to comprehend the art of patience, allowing its presence to gradually fade from memory. One must concede that the intelligence and temperament of dragons can, at times, mirror those of ordinary mortals. After the distribution of dragon glass among King Jaehaerys and the nobles, they departed in sequence. The Valerians, wishing for Aemma to deliver her child safely on Dragonstone, chose not to return to King's Landing but instead remained on the island. In the current timeline, perhaps the emergence of several dragons has eased some of King Jaehaerys' grief over the loss of his son. Alternatively, the formidable power of Targaryen flames may have rejuvenated his spirit. Thus, in good health, King Jaehaerys has not commenced the usual selection of his successor. Nevertheless, the undercurrents of intrigue among the noble houses have never ceased. The Hightower family, with Otto Hightower appointed as hand of the king, is exerting every effort to forge alliances with the great houses to solidify Otto's authority. Otto Hightower's daughter, Alicent, has made a favorable impression on Jaehaerys due to her gentle nature and sweet voice, earning her a position as one of his trusted handmaidens, though she has not achieved the height she would have in the original timeline. This is largely due to Daenerys seizing the opportunity to present a beautiful Riesling maiden, Audrey, to King Jaehaerys. Audrey possesses the quintessential characteristics of a Valyrian beauty, with her platinum hair and deep blue eyes. Her petite and delicate figure, combined with her gentle demeanor, greatly endears her to His Majesty King Jaehaerys. Selected from the myriad of enchanting maidens brought back by Count Daenerys Targaryen from the Free Cities, Audrey is rumored to be a descendant of a fallen Valyrian noble family, having been rescued from the last 4 gardens and elevated to the position of the king's personal attendant. She harbors immense gratitude towards Daenerys. Consequently, she has become an exceptional informant for Daenerys within the Red Keep and throughout the capital. Meanwhile, the Valyrian family has begun to disperse considerable wealth, intentionally forging connections with the various nobles of the 7 kingdoms. Following the demise of Prince Baelon, and disregarding gender distinctions, Lady Rhaenys, the wife of Lord Corlys Velaryon, and their son Rhaenyra have emerged as the nominal first heirs to the throne. Hence, the astute Lord Velaryon has commenced a comprehensive strategy, understanding that Rhaenys' path to a smooth succession as a female heir will be fraught with challenges. Therefore, he is dedicating all his efforts to garner the friendship and recognition of the nobility, anticipating that such alliances will yield greater support during any future struggles for the throne. As Rhaenys' most formidable rival, her father, Viserys, seems utterly oblivious, preoccupied solely with the hope that his wife, Aemma, will bear him a son. In stark contrast, his uncle, Daemon, exhibits a far more proactive demeanor. Even amidst the revelries of Dragonflower Garden, Daemon remains vigilant in courting influential figures across the 7 kingdoms. His retinue has successfully entangled numerous second sons of noble families and several wandering knights, going so far as to borrow a substantial sum of 100,000 gold dragons from Daenerys. However, Daenerys is reluctant to expend her gold dragons merely to consolidate his direct subordinates. Thus, through her network of informants, Daenerys has identified 20 individuals among those Daemon has gathered who possess admirable character and temperament, subsequently forming her own dragon guard. As Daenerys must shepherd her flock of sheep daily from White Sheep Town to the hill orchards for the dragon's nourishment, the 12 skinny knights under her command have proven insufficient. Her master in swordsmanship, Boran, has taken charge of these newly recruited knights. Under Boran's unique training methods and stringent standards, these 20 knights have made remarkable advancements in their skills within a month. Their daily proximity to the dragons has instilled a profound sense of pride among them, as a sense of honor elevates their spirits. Currently, the 12 skinny knights and the 20 Dragon Guard knights possess a presence that rivals the 7 white-cloaked Kingsguard. In recent days, as Daenerys has personally attended to the feeding of 3 young dragons, her relationship with them has flourished. Aside from not having yet attempted to ride them, she can now freely caress them, and they reciprocate her affection with remarkable intimacy. Daenerys' family occasionally joins her in dragon feeding, further solidifying the bond between the 3 young dragons and her king. Though they did not exhibit overt familiarity, they were, at the very least, completely at ease in the presence of Daenerys' family. Consequently, the trio of young dragons were bestowed with new names by their king. The Black Dragon was named Balerion, a tribute initiated by the elder sister Rhaenyra, in honor of the legendary founding dragon Balerion the Black Dread. Their father, Viserys, designated the Green Dragon as Vhagar. Thus, the names of this new generation of the founding dragons found their rightful successors. As for the Silver Dragon, surprisingly, their mother chose to retain the name Shade, demonstrating the remarkable tenacity of historical inertia. However, with Daenerys and her protective Dreamfire, there is a firm belief that these dragons shall not tread the tragic path of the original timeline. With an ample supply of nourishment, the young dragons have experienced rapid growth over the course of a month, nearing the size of their elder sister Rhaenyra's Syrax. Black Balerion, Shade, and Vhagar, the insatiable gluttons. Chapter 23. The glutton reappears due to the frequent visits from Dreamfire and the 3-headed hatchlings. The area within a half-kilometer radius of where Daenerys fed the dragons had become a barren wasteland. The massive rock where Dreamfire once perched was scorched black by their fiery breath. To protect the fruit trees from further devastation, Daenerys ordered the construction of a towering black stone wall around the vicinity. For over a month, the ferocious dragon glutton had remained silent, having thoroughly ravaged the fishing village and White Sheep Town. Uncle Daemon could no longer endure the stillness and often piloted the dragon to Spicetown on Tidehead Island or across the narrow sea to Pentos and Tyrosh in search of revelry and excitement. It seemed that the golden dragon Daenerys had granted him the means to indulge in such pleasures. He appeared blissfully unaware that all unearned gains would eventually demand a steeper price. On this particularly sultry day, the dimly lit rooms of Dragonstone Castle weighed heavily on the spirits of his mother, Aemma, and father, Viserys. The sunlight in the gardens of the Igraine was glaring, and the sea breeze was particularly strong. Thus, Daenerys took to the skies on Dreamfire, accompanied by the now flying pink hatchling, Melesis, her family, and her personal attendants, joyfully seeking respite in the orchards of Dragonstone New Island. Dreamfire, with his immense size and broad back, could easily accommodate dozens of passengers. Recently, Daenerys had often taken her maids and guards on dragon rides, thrilling them, as they were among the few nobles, apart from the Targaryens, permitted to mount a dragon. Historically, only the former Duke of the Vale had ridden on Vhagar's back as a child, under the guidance of Princess Visenya. The orchard, with its dense shade and gentle breeze, offered a far more comfortable refuge than the castle. Dreamfire and Syrax nestled amicably side by side upon the vast, ebony stone. Under Daenerys' nurturing guidance over the years, Dreamfire's temperament and intelligence had transformed significantly, growing more tolerant towards other non-hostile dragons and humans. Through their time together, the naturally gentle Syrax also developed a bond with Dreamfire, resulting in a harmonious relationship between the two dragons. Occasionally, Dreamfire would lead Syrax and the three hatchlings on hunting excursions across the narrow sea. With Dreamfire's protection, the once timid hatchlings gradually reclaimed their innate courage. Often, their silhouettes could be seen soaring freely above Dragonstone New Island. As Daenerys emerged, she had brought along a bounty of pastries, delectable dishes, and fine wines. Her attendants had also packed the necessary items for their picnic, along with simple toiletries. Upon arriving at the orchard, they quickly discovered a picturesque spot, where they could savor a delightful afternoon tea while admiring the orchard's breathtaking scenery. The now 2-meter-long pink hatchling Melisys eagerly pleaded with Daenerys for food. Despite her delicate and rosy appearance, Melisys possessed a remarkable appetite, consuming over 100 kilograms of roasted meat daily, her size increasing each day. In the chronicles of House Targaryen, there has never been a dragonling as swiftly maturing as Melisys. Daenerys speculates that this phenomenon may be significantly linked to her own essence. The dragon dreams she experiences diverge greatly from the familial records, which suggests that only a dragon rider may occasionally encounter such dreams when a great dragon is on the verge of hatching. Initially, Daenerys believed she might possess the rare trait of a dreamwalker within the Targaryen lineage. However, she increasingly senses that her dragon dreams are far more complex than mere dreamwalking. Each night, she finds herself ensconced within this enchanting realm of dragon dreams. Aside from Dreamfire and Melisys, Vhagar occasionally intrudes into her visions as well. Recently, the three young dragons have inexplicably begun to manifest in her dragon dreams. In this dreamscape, their forms are vastly more imposing and fierce than in reality, leading Daenerys to ponder whether this represents their pinnacle state or if her dreams foster their growth and evolution. Contemplating the faint pinkish-purple flame mark upon her brow, she muses that it may indeed be a harbinger of her untapped potential. After half an hour had passed, her dragon guard arrived, bringing along several plump sheep to the orchard. Daenerys had previously arranged for a roasting spit, so the Steeny Knights promptly commenced the slaughter and preparation of the lamb. They expertly erected the roasting apparatus. Daenerys discovered that using branches pruned from the fruit trees enhances the flavor of the roasted meat. Thus she accumulated a substantial stock of these branches nearby, sufficient to last 1 or 2 years at the current rate of consumption. It remains uncertain whether it is the acute sense of smell of the three young dragons or the strength of Daenerys' intent. But just as she pondered how to summon them, their joyful roars echoed from afar. Having nearly always kept the pink dragonling Melisys by her side, she had grown quite familiar with the three young dragons and enjoyed their company. The three dragonlings, as brothers, would fiercely compete for food, often engaging in playful scuffles. Yet, they exhibited profound affection for the pink dragonling Melisys, never contesting him for sustenance and even willingly offering him their portions. Upon hearing the calls of the three young dragons, Melisys hastily swallowed the morsel in his mouth, joyfully flapping his wings as he soared towards them. Their intimate bond reshaped the collective understanding of the Targaryen dragons. Just as everyone was delighting in the tender interactions of the dragonlings, a low, discordant roar emanated from the direction of Dragonstone. Turning towards the sound, they were taken aback by the sight of a colossal black dragon, its obsidian scales darkening the sky. "Sister, guide your Syrax away from here, do not be reckless," Daenerys instructed Rhaenyra with grave urgency, before swiftly making her way towards the angered and roaring Dreamfire. The three young dragons, guided by the clever Melisys, swiftly fled towards the cave nestled behind the volcano where they currently resided. This cave was exceedingly narrow, allowing the juvenile dragons to pass through with ease, while the colossal creature, known as the Glutton, could not possibly enter. However, the distance they had to traverse was fraught with peril, as the Glutton could easily block their escape before they reached the cave's entrance. Thus, Daenerys hastily mounted Drogon and soared into the sky to confront the Glutton, aiming to buy sufficient time for the hatchlings to flee. Given Drogon's current strength, although he might not overpower the glutton, he was certainly capable of holding his own against the formidable beast. In the face of the glutton, Drogon finally regained the majestic demeanor befitting a dragon queen. The resounding roar of defiance echoed throughout the island. Chapter 24. The blooded dragon. The roar of the dragon instantly unsettled all the inhabitants of both the old and new Dragonstone. The bustling crowd, once engaged in their daily activities, hurriedly sought refuge behind any available cover. The dragon has arrived. The dragon has come. The lively streets of the fishing village and white ship town fell eerily silent within mere moments. This reaction had become a well-honed instinct among the residents of Dragonstone, as large gatherings of people easily attract the attention of the dragon, particularly for the wild dragon, which is known to be man-eating. It is commonplace on Dragonstone for livestock to be seized and devoured by dragons. There have been numerous instances where herders met tragic fates, mistaken for prey by the dragons. Over time, the people have developed a set of effective self-preservation techniques. The first imperative is to find cover and distance oneself from the dragon. Should one fail to evade, it is crucial to face the dragon directly, for turning one's back may be interpreted as a challenge, provoking a deadly response. The dragon protectors swiftly led Viserys and Aemma into a nearby natural cave for safety. Viserys, will Danila be safe? That creature is the Devourer, the most ferocious dragon. Aemma's voice trembled as she grasped Viserys' hand, seeking not only answers but also the comforting words of her husband to soothe her anxious heart. Viserys gently squeezed Aemma's hand, reassuring her, "Do not worry, Aemma. Dreamfire is a formidable dragon in her own right. Did we not already confront the Devourer once before without incident? We shall be safe this time as well. Moreover, Dreamfire's speed far exceeds that of the Devourer. Fleeing would pose no challenge." Rhaenyra displayed remarkable wisdom, commanding Syrax to soar swiftly towards Storm's End. Princess Rhaenys' dragon, the Red Queen Melias, is among the most powerful adult dragons of House Targaryen, one of the few capable of rivaling the Devourer. Together with Dreamfire, they should be able to drive the Devourer away. Upon ascending with Dreamfire, Danila did not rush to attack the Devourer, but instead positioned herself in front of the elder dragon, maintaining a height advantage to intimidate it and prevent its advance. This maneuver was to afford the younger dragons ample time to retreat to their lairs and to grant the inhabitants of both islands sufficient time to evacuate, sparing them from the impending dragon conflict. Yet, in the face of Dreamfire's thunderous roar, the Devourer appeared utterly unfazed. With a sudden burst of speed, it lunged ferociously towards Dreamfire. Although this ancient dragon did not possess a size commensurate with its age, its scales, more weathered and formidable than those of Vhagar, provided it with extraordinary defense. Its less cumbersome physique granted it agility surpassing that of Vhagar, coupled with its cunning and ruthless nature. The Devourer earned the reputation as the most fearsome dragon upon Dragonstone. Faced with the relentless advance of the glutton, Daenerys deftly maneuvered Dreamfire to swiftly escape into the distance, opting not to confront the ancient dragon head-on. Instead, she aimed to buy time, anticipating the arrival of reinforcements in the form of other dragons, with whom she could launch a coordinated counterattack against the glutton. However, Daenerys was cautious not to let Dreamfire stray too far from the glutton, fearing that it might turn back to attack the young dragon or the crowd below. At present, Dreamfire's speed surpassed that of the glutton, bolstered by an abundance of food each day, rendering it far more vigorous than its adversary, thus allowing Dreamfire ample energy and capability to weave in circles around it. Alas, fate was unkind. Dragonstone, notorious for its storms, was once again beset by turbulent weather. After a brief spell of oppressive heat in the morning, dense clouds began to gather swiftly, heralding the imminent arrival of a tempest. As Dreamfire circled the glutton, the heavy cloud cover rapidly enveloped them, posing a significant risk. The thick clouds provided an ideal setting for the dragons to conceal themselves and ambush. Consequently, Daenerys hastily directed Dreamfire towards the Dragonmount, where the terrain was intricate and home to Vhagar and Silverwing. She hoped the glutton's brazen behavior would attract the attention of these two colossal dragons, compelling them to intervene and drive away the wretched ancient beast. Furthermore, the winds near Dragonmount were fierce, preventing the formation of dense clouds, thus allowing Daenerys and Dreamfire to maintain a clear line of sight on the glutton. Regrettably, despite having circled Dragonmount several times, no reinforcements appeared to aid them. Curse that demon! How dare he frolic at such a critical moment? Aware that his brother, the dragon bloodworm Caraxes, was nowhere to be seen, Viserys' mounting worry transformed into a torrent of anger directed at Demon. Simultaneously, the resolve to once again command a dragon solidified within Viserys. He could not bear the thought of remaining helpless in a cave while his loved ones faced peril. Unexpectedly, as Daenerys guided Dreamfire in a low pass over Dragonmount. A tawny dragon suddenly surged forth, unleashing a searing orange plume of dragonfire directly at the glutton, catching it completely off guard. Enraged, the glutton roared, its voice reverberating through the clouds, before swiftly altering its course towards the newfound threat. The tawny dragon, unable to evade in time, found itself caught by the glutton's jaws on one of its wings. Seeing this, Daenerys instructed Dreamfire to dive rapidly. Dragonfire! The cerulean flames engulfed the glutton's head in an instant. Unrelenting, Dreamfire plunged onto the glutton's back, its sharp claws raking fiercely across its flesh. In agony, the glutton was compelled to release its grip and, with a violent twist, sought to dislodge Dreamfire from its back. At this moment, the sharp claws of Dreamfire had already raked the back of the glutton, leaving it bloodied and torn. As the glutton turned, Dreamfire's claws held steadfastly onto its flesh, leveraging the force of the turn to carve 2 deep gashes into its back, exposing bone. Ultimately, as it was flung away from the glutton's back, Dreamfire viciously tore at one of its dragon wings, leaving a gaping wound several meters long. Ignoring the profuse blood streaming from its back and the damage to its wing, the glutton finally succeeded in turning to engage with Dreamfire. They clawed at each other's scales with ferocity, breathing flames to sear one another. However, due to Dreamfire's advantageous position, it found it easier to strike and evade, thus gaining a slight upper hand in this brutal melee. Chapter 25. The contract of the Waghorl. The dragon that surged forth to attack the glutton was none other than another adult wild dragon, a notorious sheep thief. At this moment, its length barely exceeded 40 meters, and it was not only grotesquely formed but also exceedingly emaciated. Nevertheless, a dragon is still a dragon. Perhaps it was incensed by the glutton's arrogance, or perhaps it had been bullied by the glutton on numerous occasions. Thus, with Menhua acting as the primary force to hold the ferocious elder dragon at bay, it would naturally seize the splendid opportunity to assault the glutton. However, its combat prowess was rather lacking. Even with a surprise attack, it inflicted little to no tangible damage upon the glutton. Yet, it indeed provided Menhua with a prime opportunity to strike, allowing her to gain a slight advantage in the current dragon conflict. Although the glutton had beaten down on the sheep thief's wing, it had not inflicted significant harm, leaving the sheep thief's mobility unaffected. Consequently, the sheep thief swiftly joined the fray against the glutton. Seizing the moment, it ascended rapidly into the air and unleashed a torrent of searing dragon flames upon the glutton's already lacerated back. In pain, the glutton turned its head in the sheep thief's direction, retaliating with a fierce, sickly green blast of molten dragon fire. However, the sheep thief nimbly evaded the attack. Menhua capitalized on this moment, swinging her immense tail with a howling gust, striking the glutton with tremendous force. The glutton, unable to evade, was knocked sideways. Observing this, the sheep thief opened its mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth and viciously bit into the exposed flank of the glutton, swiftly tearing away a chunk of dragon flesh before prudently retreating. Menhua took advantage of the situation to expel a scorching azure dragon flame, the fire surging forth like a tumultuous wave towards the glutton. The glutton, quick to respond and unwilling to be outdone, retaliated with its own sickly green flames. The two conflagrations intertwined, igniting the very air around them. The sheep thief circled behind the glutton, raking a sizable portion of flesh and swiftly consuming it, causing the glutton to writhe in agony. Infuriated, the glutton's eyes blazed crimson. It abandoned its confrontation with Menhua and lunged toward the sheep thief. Danila, seizing the opportunity, urged Menhua to accelerate directly at the glutton, delivering a powerful stomp to its lower back. This maneuver not only threatened to topple the dragon but also risked grievous injury, potentially rendering its hind legs incapacitated. Caught between the two attackers, the glutton momentarily faltered. Despite its extensive experience, and even though it was battered and bruised, the significant blow to its lower back left its claws weak. Nevertheless, it quickly regained its composure. The cunning and ruthless glutton understood that it was unlikely to emerge victorious today, especially since it had gone for an extended period without sustenance, leaving its strength severely depleted. In stark contrast, the robust Menhua displayed considerable stamina. If this continued, it was highly probable that it would meet its demise at the hands of the two dragons it had previously dismissed. Thus, it frantically flapped its wings and fled towards the narrow sea. Danila, witnessing the frail form of the sheep thief, called out, "Thank you, sheep thief. In the future, I shall prepare for you an abundance of succulent goats." Although Danyella was uncertain whether the sheep thief could comprehend her words, she was genuinely grateful for the assistance of the grotesque dragon today. It seemed prudent to nurture a better rapport with him moving forward. After all, While this dragon may not be exceptionally formidable, he is nonetheless an adult dragon, and establishing a bond could prove beneficial. Observing the gluttonous creature's frantic escape, Danyella had no intention of pursuing him to the bitter end. Instead, she guided Dreamfire to follow at a measured pace, ensuring that he truly intended to abandon the battle. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As the glutton reached a cliff by the sea, the dragon Vekhoro suddenly lunged forth, seizing the glutton in his jaws and forcefully slamming him onto the beach. The already weary glutton, having suffered such a devastating blow, dramatically succumbed to unconsciousness. Startled, Danyella quickly shouted to prevent Vekhoro from delivering a fatal strike. No, Vekhoro, do not kill him. Perhaps due to the numerous delicious roasted goats Danyella had previously provided, Vekhoro surprisingly halted his advance. He regarded Danyella with a puzzled expression, and upon confirming her intentions, he refrained from inflicting further harm on the glutton. Descending onto the nearby beach, Vekhoro lazily reclined, though his fierce gaze remained fixed on the unconscious glutton. Danyella, maneuvering Dreamfire to land beside the glutton, felt a profound sense of relief upon verifying that he was indeed incapacitated from his injuries. The next order of business was to manage the aftermath. To express gratitude for Vekhoro and the sheep thief's contributions during the battle, Danyella arranged for the meticulous roasting of hundreds of plump goats, sending them to their location. Since the sheep thief resided within Dragon Mountain, Danyella instructed her dragon guards to personally deliver the roasted goats to the vicinity of his lair. Surely, upon catching a whiff of the delectable aroma, the sheep thief would not resist indulging in such a feast. As for Vekhoro's share of roasted goats, Danyella entrusted her father, Viserys, to personally lead the dragon guards in delivering them. Following this monumental dragon battle, Danyella found herself contemplating her father's ability to tame dragons and protect their family. If Viserys could not demonstrate resolve, she would have no choice but to abandon her feeble father. In the upcoming struggle for the throne, she would rather see her king spill blood than allow her weak father to ascend, resulting in another reign of chaos. Due to the glutton's immense size, he was impossible to move. Thus, the dragon guards produced specially crafted, robust chains designed to ensnare dragons. Utilizing nearby boulders, they securely bound the glutton to the beach. This fierce and ancient dragon had finally transitioned from a wild beast to one that was tamed. However, this time, Viserys did not disappoint Danyella. He seized the opportunity presented by delivering roasted goats to Vekhoro. With unwavering determination, he approached Vhagar, attempting to tame the last remaining founding dragon of House Targaryen. Despite his father, Viserys, often exuding a gentle demeanor that might suggest approachability, he was, in fact, the dragon rider who had successfully tamed the formidable black dragon, Vhagar. In the presence of the dragon, Viserys revealed a captivating aura that was utterly enchanting. Unlike his uncle Daemon, who embodied a reckless and arrogant masculinity brimming with hormonal fervor, Viserys presented a composed, resolute, and unwaveringly passionate masculine figure. It appears that within his father, Viserys, lay an inner depth that often went unnoticed by others. Standing a short distance away from Vhagar and her father, Daenerys anxiously observed their interaction. Having feasted on dozens of plump sheep, Vhagar was in remarkably good spirits. As the dragon gazed at the robust figure before him, he tilted his head to glance at Daenerys and caught a whiff of Viserys' scent. Soon, the great dragon Vhagar made a decisive choice, gradually lowering himself in submission. Chapter 26, The Lesson of Demon Vhagar, the Dreamfire, is undoubtedly the preferred choice. The sheep thief, Bloodworm, and Clark. At this moment, Viserys was still under 30. Though slightly plump, he stood tall and robust, embodying the vigor of youth. Coupled with the Targaryen family's distinctive beauty, he could certainly be regarded as an undeniably charming gentleman. His mastery over the founding dragon, Vhagar, captivated the maidens present, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Aemma, hand in hand with Daenerys, radiated happiness. Knowing that her beloved daughter was safe and that her husband had successfully tamed the mightiest dragon of the Targaryen lineage, Vhagar, Viserys stood as the sole individual to have not only subdued the fearsome black dread, Vhagar, but also to command the formidable founding dragon, Vhagar. His name would undoubtedly be etched in bold strokes within the annals of Targaryen history. Today had been a tumultuous journey for Aemma, filled with both trepidation and joy. Though she recognized her daughter Daenerys' bravery and the strength of her dragon, Dreamfire, the notorious reputation of the Devourer was not to be taken lightly. She had often heard tales from royal family members recounting the Devourer as grim deeds of consuming young dragons and island inhabitants. Yet now, not only was her daughter safe, but she had also managed to bind that ferocious dragon, ensuring it would no longer wreak havoc. Her husband had finally resolved to tame a dragon once more, achieving the remarkable feat of subduing the largest dragon, Vhagar, in a single endeavor. From this day forth, Viserys possessed the capability to safeguard his family, alleviating the concern of allowing his daughter to confront external threats alone. Meanwhile, high above, seated securely upon Wagro's saddle, Viserys found his emotions difficult to articulate. He had unexpectedly tamed a dragon of his own, second only to Vhagar. Henceforth, he would no longer be a mere spectator as his children battled atop dragons. The experience of riding Wagro brought him immense satisfaction, transforming his spirit and igniting within him a fervor that seemed ready to burst forth. At that moment, the storm finally descended. Fortunately, Daenerys and her companions had prepared well. Towering tents had been erected both for the barbecue and at the beach for everyone's safety. The experience of barbecuing amidst the torrential downpour was indeed unique. As Viserys rode through the churning seas on Wagro during the tempest, Rhaenyra, seeking reinforcements from Storm's End, appeared alongside Princess Rhaenys, mounted on the Red Queen, Melias. Upon witnessing Viserys commanding Wagro, they were momentarily taken aback. "Father?" Viserys, seeing Princess Rhaenys approach, he swiftly guided Wagro to land on the beach, eagerly awaiting the arrival of his cousin as he stood beneath the rain, filled with joy. To satisfy the immense appetite of the dragon Vhagar, the Dragonstone's roasting of lamb had scarcely ceased. Now, these fragrant roasted lambs serve as a token of gratitude for the arrival of Rhaenys and her dragon Meleys. "Congratulations, cousin." Princess Rhaenys hastened to commend Meleys upon receiving Rhaenyra's plea for assistance. The distance between Driftmark and Dragonstone is not great, and with Rhaenys' dragon Meleys being the swiftest in Westeros, they arrived without delay, only to discover that the dragon battle had already concluded. Upon their arrival, they witnessed Viserys soaring through the skies above the narrow sea on Vhagar. Curiously, Rhaenys inquired, "Did you, cousin, ride Vhagar to vanquish the glutton?" It is no wonder Rhaenys posed such a question, for aside from Vhagar, no other dragon could have so severely wounded the ferocious glutton. Viserys proudly elucidated that it was Daenerys who, with the aid of ship thieves, rode Dreamfire to defeat the glutton first. In its attempt to flee, the glutton was then ambushed by Vhagar, leading to its grievous injury. The credit for this victory largely belongs to Daenerys and her dragon, Dreamfire. "I see," Rhaenys responded, casting a satisfied glance at Daenerys. "Well done. Truly a worthy daughter of House Targaryen. Cousin, let us bring Daenerys to Driftmark. I shall cherish her as my own daughter. You know, there are few who capture my admiration, yet both your daughters have greatly impressed me. The Targaryen and Velaryon families have a long-standing tradition of union. It would be advantageous for these two children to unite." Viserys did not provide a definitive answer, suggesting instead that they were still young and should spend time together before considering marriage. "Your words suffice." Princess Rhaenys, with her typically forthright demeanor, declared that one of the two princesses must certainly be wed to Driftmark, while Viserys and Princess Rhaenys deliberated over their children's future. Daenerys had already sent the roasted lamb to the Red Queen Meleys and Rhaenyra's dragon Syrax. Exhausted and breathless, Rhaenyra embraced Daenerys joyfully, exclaiming, "Daenerys, I am so relieved to see you safe. You cannot imagine how terrified I was. To urge Syrax to fly faster, my hands have been worn raw." At that moment, Rhaenyra felt a surge of overwhelming joy, though she was drenched from the storm, making it difficult to discern whether the moisture on her cheeks was from tears or rain. Furthermore, on their return, Syrax had managed to keep pace with Meleys, the fastest dragon in all of Westeros. "It seems my Syrax possesses great potential." The sudden intimacy displayed by Rhaenyra left Daenerys feeling somewhat disconcerted. It appears that the bonds of blood and kinship are most readily ignited in times of peril. Observing Rhaenyra in such a light, Daenerys found herself unexpectedly drawn to her. Moreover, the filthy, drenched garments of Rhaenyra were enough to make Daenerys, who harbored a certain aversion to dirt, overlook her discomfort. In gratitude for Princess Rhaenys' arrival, the Velaryon family not only treated her dragon, Meraxes, to a sumptuous feast of several fat sheep but also extended a grand invitation to Princess Rhaenys for a lavish banquet at Dragonstone. The kitchen at Dragonstone is renowned throughout Westeros, and thus Princess Rhaenys dined with great delight, ensuring a harmonious gathering for all. Just as the merriment reached its peak, Uncle Demon finally returned, skillfully riding his dragon, Caraxes. What a fortuitous day it seemed. Unbeknownst to Prince Demon, who had braved the rain, he was met with a generous goblet of dragonfire wine from Viserys, accompanied by a scathing reprimand. By the time they returned from the adjoining room to the banquet hall, Prince Demon bore the marks of a bruised visage. Chapter 27. Valyrian Steel. Today, the elder brother struck the younger one. Prince Demon returned to the banquet hall, his face bruised and battered, his hair and garments dampened by the dragon fire wine spilled by Viserys, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. Yet, the assembled guests feigned ignorance, maintaining their graceful demeanor and amiable expressions, indulging in lively conversation. However, the glimmer of schadenfreude in their eyes was impossible to conceal. Congratulations, Daenerys. How remarkable it is that you have managed to gain the upper hand in the battle against the glutton. The ever-unfettered demon, indifferent to the opinions of others, boldly pulled a chair and seated himself beside Viserys at the head of the table. With a self-satisfied air, he produced 2 necklaces crafted from Valyrian steel from his robe and addressed Rhaenyra and Daenerys. These are small gifts I brought back from Pentos for my 2 nieces. As princesses of the Targaryen lineage, you ought to adorn yourselves with such exquisite Valyrian steel fineries. I initially intended to present them to you on your birthdays, but given today as tumultuous events, let this serve as an early token to alleviate your worries. Valyrian steel is a wondrous alloy forged by the ancient Valyrians. Its raw materials are not composed of any rare or mystical substances, but rather ordinary iron. The true magic lies in its unique crafting process, wherein spells and sorcery are infused during its forging, assisted by dragon fire, rendering the steel exceptionally light and resilient compared to commonplace iron. Alas, the art of forging Valyrian steel has been lost since the cataclysm that befell Valyria, leaving no one capable of creating new steel. Weapons forged from Valyrian steel surpass even the finest steel crafted in castles, being lighter, harder, and sharper. The surface of Valyrian steel exhibits a wave-like pattern reminiscent of Damascus steel in our world. Due to the lost techniques of its creation, existing Valyrian steel has become exceedingly rare and treasured. It is said that only a few thousand Valyrian steel swords have survived to this day, with approximately 300 residing in Westeros. Most of these swords are held by ancient noble families, each possessing its own name and tale. Valyrian steel tableware and decorative items are even more abundant among the affluent. As the last surviving dragon lords from the ancient free cities of Valyria, House Targaryen possesses merely 2 Valyrian steel swords, Blackfire and Dark Sister, along with a Valyrian steel dagger and a ruby crown crafted from Valyrian steel. Therefore, Daemon's offering of 2 Valyrian steel necklaces to Rhaenyra and Daenerys is indeed a rare and precious gift. This brought a flicker of satisfaction to Viserys' face, who had just administered a thorough thrashing to Daemon. As he concocted an explanation in his mind, could it be that your frequent travels between Dragonstone and the free cities were solely to forge these 2 Valyrian necklaces? Yet, even so, it is insufficient to atone for the transgressions you have committed. Had it not been for the blessings of the gods today, and the assistance of 2 mighty dragons, who can fathom the dire consequences that might have ensued? Should you continue to exhibit such reckless behavior, I shall personally shatter your restless limbs. Although Viserys continues to utter threats, those familiar with him recognize that his fury has entirely dissipated. The Valyrian steel necklace, while precious, remains merely a rarity to many. Although the attendees of today's banquet are few, they are predominantly of noble lineage, with nearly every family possessing Valyrian steel weaponry. Sir Samuel Titles, the tax collector from the town of Whitehill, belongs to the Titles family of Crab Isle, which not only boasts numerous Valyrian steel adornments but also wields a battle axe forged from the same illustrious material. Even the 2 personal guards of Daenerys, from the Cameron family of Tarth and the Darkling family of Harrenhal, possess Valyrian weapons, albeit of lesser renown. Each of Daenerys' 4 handmaidens' families also harbors some Valyrian steel artifacts. As the wealthiest of the Valyrian families on the continent of Westeros, the Valyrians' treasury is replete with a multitude of Valyrian steel items. A scant few were carried with them during their escape from the ancient city of Valyria, while the majority were amassed by Lord Corlys Velaryon during his 9 great voyages. As the matriarch of the Velaryon family, Princess Rhaenys frequently traverses the family treasury, merely casting a casual glance before resuming her indulgence in the sumptuous feast before her. Only her sister Rhaenyra displayed unrestrained excitement, rising from her seat to approach her Uncle Daemon with delight, exclaiming, "Thank you, Uncle Daemon. Would you be so kind as to fasten it for me?" Just as Daemon was adorning Rhaenyra with the Valyrian necklace, Daenerys subtly signaled to her handmaiden, Anya. Understanding at once, Anya rose, retrieved a tray from another maid, elegantly draping her silk handkerchief over it, and gracefully advanced to Daemon's side. As Daemon, who had been smiling while fastening the necklace for Rhaenyra, suddenly darkened in countenance, he carelessly tossed the remaining necklace onto the tray held by Anya. When Anya returned to Daenerys with the tray bearing the Valyrian necklace, she set down her knife and fork, smiling at her Uncle Daemon. "Thank you, Uncle Daemon. This necklace is exquisite. I adore it. I shall generously afford you an opportunity to redeem yourself." Daenerys' words prompted everyone to pause in their actions, intrigued by her intentions. Unhurriedly, Daenerys continued, "The The reason our great-grandfather entrusted you with the defense of Dragonstone was to utilize your dragon, Caraxes, alongside Dreamfire to drive away the greedy ones and safeguard the free hatchlings. Yet, when the crisis arose today, you happened to be absent. Fortunately, under the benevolent gaze of the divine, the matter of the glutton has been satisfactorily resolved. Regrettably, however, my uncle missed out on this event and did not partake in the proceedings. Thus, one could argue that he has somewhat neglected his duties. Therefore, I urge you to promptly repay the 1,000,000 golden dragons I have supported you with, for Dragonstone no longer requires the guardianship of Clarkshaw. Upon hearing this, Demon's expression darkened considerably, while the other attendees reveled in their schadenfreude. Of course, we could explore an alternative approach. Daenerys then pivoted her proposition, suggesting, to compensate for your absence from this grand battle of dragons, I have a proposal. All I require is a promise from you, dear uncle. Not only can we forego the matter of the 1,000,000 golden dragons, but I shall also cover all your future expenses on Dragonstone. Demon's grim demeanor lightened slightly. Yet he still replied coldly, speak. Daenerys met her uncle Demon's gaze with unwavering resolve and stated, all I ask is for you to pledge that, in the days to come, you will unconditionally command a dragon to assist me 5 times. The assembly believed Daenerys would present further demands, yet this was all. Their habitual assumptions led them to think she would request Daemon to command Clarkshaw to confront other dragons. With the fierce glutton now restrained, and the presence of Vigor and Daenerys' Dreamfire, what need was there for Clarkshaw's involvement? Little Baelor. Chapter 28, the gem vein feeling somewhat guilty. Daemon did not dwell on it and readily agreed. Of course, is it not merely a matter of dragon combat? This is indeed my favorite pursuit. Besides, even without this arrangement, would he refrain from intervening when his niece needed him? Kid, I must admit you have guts. Yet, inexplicably, after Daemon had readily assented, an unsettling feeling lingered, as though he had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. Nevertheless, he could not fathom the reason behind it. After all, Rhaenyra was just a child. Perhaps she merely spoke without thought. Do you think that as plausible? Thus, Daemon chose to dismiss his worries and instead indulge in the exquisite wine and delicacies before him. The culinary delights and fine vintages of Dragonstone were indeed rare treasures in the 7 kingdoms, and for one who cherished beauty and fine wine, Daemon was determined to savor every moment. However, to everyone's surprise, Rhaenyra's other close attendant, Rhaenyra, had already prepared the parchment contract and brought it forth. Viserys and Princess Rhaenys simultaneously turned their gaze toward Rhaenyra, pondering whether she had been prepared all along. Rhaenyra, with a serious demeanor, presented the inked parchment to Daemon, urging him to affix his signature without delay. Rhaenyra, like Daemon's wife, hailed from the esteemed Royce family, being a cousin of Daemon's spouse. Due to Daemon's lack of respect and poor treatment towards his wife, Rhaenyra harbored a rather unfavorable view of him. Thus, her typically frosty visage grew even more austere in his presence. Prince Daemon, this is the contract you promised. Please sign it once verified. Daemon merely glanced over the document before inscribing his name, and in a moment of jest, he teased Rhaenyra, saying, if your cousin were as beautiful as you, I would surely linger in storms and forever. Rhaenyra responded with a scoff, her expression unchanging as she retorted, then perhaps you should ride a goat, your highness. I believe that would better suit your taste. With that, she took the signed contract and departed without a backward glance. Rhaenyra's words elicited hearty laughter from Viserys and Princess Rhaenys, affirming that indeed, a strong general commands no weak soldiers. Princess Rhaenys further remarked with approval, I quite like this girl's spirit. Ha ha ha! Daemon, unfazed, continued to revel in the sumptuous wine and food before him. Meanwhile, Viserys, with a knowing tone, advised, Daemon, you ought to show more respect to your wife in the future, otherwise, the entire Royce family may come to despise you. With a defiant swig of his dragonfire wine, Daemon brazenly declared, and what of it? I possess a dragon. I, Daemon Targaryen, shall drink the finest wines and court the most beautiful women. As for that woman from the Royce family, she pales in comparison to the wild goats of the Vale. The cave of the 3-headed young dragons was not as exaggerated as one might imagine. Yet the news of Daenerys defeating the glutton spread across the 7 kingdoms in mere days, carried by the ravens of the learned. The name of Princess Daenerys once again resounded throughout the realm, prompting many noble families with eligible male heirs to send letters expressing their intention to present gifts in celebration of her remarkable feat. Even the sudden tempest that raged for 3 consecutive days could not dampen their enthusiasm or impede their progress. On the 4th day, as the skies cleared, Daenerys eagerly mounted her dragon, Dreamfire, and soared towards the new volcanic mountains in search of her beloved Myrsis and the frightened young dragons. Due to the incessant downpour over the past few days, the young dragons had remained hidden within the volcanic cave, emerging only when the weather improved. That morning, with the sun shining brightly, Daenerys instructed her dragon guardians to procure several plump sheep from Goat Town and transport them to the orchard on the hillside, which had now become a dedicated feeding ground for the colossal dragons. Upon her arrival at the volcanic cave, the guardians had already placed the marinated sheep on the grill. Uncertain of the exact location where the young dragons were sheltered, Daenerys instructed Dreamfire to emit a low, resonant roar upon reaching the vicinity, hoping to attract their attention. Like humans, different dragons possess unique vocalizations, allowing them to easily recognize one another's calls. Fortunately, the young dragons soon responded, with Myrsis being the first to emerge from a narrow fissure in the volcano, clutching a purple gem the size of an apple. With an endearing gesture, she flew onto Dreamfire's back and delivered the gem into Daenerys' hands. As Daenerys beheld the enormous purple gem before her, her heart skipped a beat. She discovered that the core of this gem contained a walnut-sized, exquisitely colored, high-quality purple diamond. In her previous world, purple diamonds were revered as the pandas of the diamond realm, a testament to their rarity and value. The formation of purple diamonds occurs when the diamond crystals undergo plastic deformation during their creation, resulting in a distorted lattice structure that produces the distinct purple hue. The rarity of purple diamonds is primarily reflected in the scarcity of their pure, vibrant color, with their yield being exceedingly limited in any world. Moreover, most purple diamonds are small, with a pigeon egg-sized gem being considered a rare treasure. The purple diamond in Daenerys' possession, however, boasted a core that was walnut-sized at the very least, beginning at 120 carats. Intriguingly, as Daenerys held this purple diamond, she experienced a profound sense of joy and contentment. Was it the magical essence contained within the gem? It seemed that the cave of the young dragons held secrets beyond mere appearances. Compelled by her curiosity, Daenerys instructed Dreamfire to perch at the edge of the volcanic fissure, at which point several young dragons, including Grey Shadow, emerged from the depths. The fissure of the volcano was merely 4 to 5 meters wide, sufficient for a few individuals to traverse simultaneously. However, for the young dragon, measuring 15 to 16 meters in length, it felt rather constricted. Fortunately, for the petite dragon Myrsis, who was just over 2 meters long, passage was effortless. Hence, Rhaenyra followed the pink young dragon Myrsis as they ventured into the volcanic crevice. As Rhaenyra trailed behind Myrsis, they delved deeper into the chasm. The surrounding rocks exuded a gentle warmth, occasionally shimmering with a faint luminescence, reminiscent of mineral reflections. After a brief walk, they unexpectedly encountered a crystalline expanse ahead. Myrsis joyfully chirped and gleefully soared into the space. Upon closer inspection, Rhaenyra beheld an array of diamonds in a multitude of colors scattered throughout, though predominantly colorless. The colorful diamonds were abundant. Purple diamonds sparkled like mysterious stars of the dark night in the corners. Pink diamonds clustered together like the bashful cheeks of a maiden. Their soft hues dreamlike and ethereal. Blue diamonds resembled treasures forged from the depths of the ocean, radiating a cool and captivating light. Overwhelmed with delight, Rhaenyra crouched down and gently picked up a blue diamond the size of an infant's head. Upon grasping it, an extraordinary energy coursed through her arm. Myrsis nuzzled her with her snout, signifying that these diamonds were treasures she had discovered. Filled with joy, Rhaenyra embraced Myrsis and showered her with a fervent kiss. She understood that these diamonds would bestow upon her immense wealth and power. The Cave of Dreamfire. Chapter 29. Perhaps magic truly exists. As Daenerys excitedly selected the various gemstones scattered across the ground, the 3 young dragons, Viserion, Rhaegal, and Drogon, gradually returned to the cave. The ground was strewn with an abundance of colorful gems, varying in size. Daenerys first chose the brilliantly colored stones, carefully holding them in her hands, only placing those that emanated a sense of wondrous power into her satchel. Fortunately, she carried a large whale leather messenger bag today, which contained an assortment of spices she had meticulously prepared for the lamb she intended to roast. Little did she know, it would serve an even greater purpose. Upon entering, the young dragons sensed Daenerys' interest in the colorful stones and approached the cave's edge, unleashing their dragon flames upon the nearby rocks. Their actions naturally captured Daenerys' attention, prompting her to cease her own endeavors and gaze towards the trio. To her astonishment, the unremarkable brown-black rock wall began to melt under the intense heat of the dragon fire, and the color of the molten rock underwent a significant transformation. As the flames illuminated the cave, Daenerys observed that many areas began to reflect a shimmering brilliance, with the scattered gemstones radiating dazzling light. As the dragon flames subsided, Daenerys was astonished to see that amidst the molten rock, a multitude of translucent, colorful diamonds slowly emerged. Under the searing heat, the previously dull diamond were transformed into a glistening spectacle. The surrounding soil and impurities flowed away as muted, colorful magma. This colorful magma cooled rapidly, solidifying into coarse granules rather than forming solid blocks within mere minutes. To Daenerys' further astonishment, the 3 young dragons and Malays began joyfully consuming the colorful soil. Daenerys recalled her readings from the ancient Targaryen tomes, which spoke of dragons consuming minerals. Certain dragons were known to have a fondness for specific ores, which could accelerate their growth, fortify their scales, and enhance the temperature and potency of their flames. Reflecting on the changes in her own appearance and the color of her dragonfire since forging her bond with Drogon, she pondered whether her own consumption of minerals played a part in this transformation. It seemed that the metamorphosis of Drogon was not solely the result of her dragon dreams. Since Daenerys' arrival, many things had indeed changed. She mused aloud. Perhaps the true boon of her crossing into this world was the volcanic island before her. However, she quickly chided herself, realizing how naive she had been to focus so diligently on developing agriculture and handicrafts on Dragonstone. Here lay a mountain of gemstones, and she had not thought to explore it thoroughly. Yet, soon Daenerys regained her composure. History has shown that wealth is the most captivating allure, while the human heart is the most fragile under scrutiny. Until one possesses an absolute strength and authority, the secrets of one's treasure must remain concealed. Nevertheless, exploration must still occur. Only by understanding the intricate details of this mountain can one implement effective protective measures. However, there is no urgency. For with Dreamfire and the 3 young dragons present, few would dare venture here. It seems the true caution lies with those relatives capable of riding dragons. The young dragons, as evidenced by their behavior, can evidently sense the uniqueness of these colorful diamonds just as Daenerys can. Holding several colorful diamonds brings her a profound sense of well-being, and she is certain that the extraordinary energy contained within them is a form of magical power. As magical beings, dragons are particularly sensitive to such energies. Initially, they may not have felt anything due to being buried under heavy soil, but as Dreamfire and the young dragons unearth more and more of these magical gems, it is inevitable that the rich magical energy will attract the attention of other dragons. Daenerys ceased her search for the colorful diamonds and began to carefully observe the cave before her. This cavern stood over 100 meters high and spanned almost a square kilometer, with the ground strewn with numerous diamonds. Most of these were likely formed naturally during the volcanic uplift of the island. Deep within the cave, Daenerys discovered 3 larger and 1 smaller alcove. The 3 larger ones were about the size of a room, while the small one was scarcely larger than a doghouse. Illuminated by sunlight filtering through the crevices of the ceiling, Daenerys was pleasantly surprised to find that the 3 larger alcoves were filled with pure-colored diamonds. Each was significantly larger than the one Rhaenyra had gifted her, clearly selected with great care by Grey Shadow and his companions. The small alcove undoubtedly contained the diamonds that Rhaenyra had unearthed over the past 3 days, but their quality paled in comparison to those of Grey Shadow. Just as Daenerys was preparing to further investigate, Grey Shadow and the others abruptly altered their usual affectionate demeanor, loudly roaring a warning for her to proceed no further. Daenerys promptly halted her advance. However, Rhaenyra, eager to protect her, positioned herself between Daenerys and the 3 young dragons. Though small in stature, her roar was piercing and resonant, overpowering the warnings of Grey Shadow. Daenerys joyfully approached Rhaenyra, affectionately stroking her raised neck and softly saying, "Indeed, my Rhaenyra is the most considerate." Not wishing to expose the diamonds within the cave, Daenerys emptied her bag of the previously collected diamonds into Rhaenyra's small alcove, retaining only the purple diamond gifted by Rhaenyra and a carefully chosen deep pink diamond. As Danyella held the deep pink diamond, a warm sensation enveloped her entire being. It evoked memories of her mother, Emma, and she pondered how this gem might be beneficial for her during her pregnancy. The young Millicent, noticing that Danyella had placed all the chosen diamonds into her small alcove, affectionately leaned her head against Danyella's side, emitting soft, plaintive whimpers, reminiscent of a playful puppy. Danyella approached the warm, granulated colored soil and filled her satchel with it. "Let us go. I shall concoct a delectable seasoning for roasted lamb with this colorful earth. Far tastier than merely consuming dirt here," she declared. Thus, Danyella, accompanied by Millicent, ascended through the volcanic fissures. Upon Danyella's emergence, Dreamfire's gaze fixated intently on her whale-skin bag. It seemed my suspicions were correct. Dragons possess an acute sensitivity to objects imbued with magical essence. Observing Dreamfire's behavior, Danyella understood the unfolding circumstances. Chapter 30. the dragon's culinary delights expanded. Perhaps a green worm would suffice. Danyella observed that Dreamfire's attention was wholly captivated by her whaleskin satchel, indicating that the magical essence contained within the colorful clay had been sensed by Dreamfire, and it was likely something she deeply desired. Thus, she opened the satchel to reveal the vibrant clay within. Dreamfire, are you intrigued by this colorful clay? Come, let us use it to roast some plump sheep. Understanding Daniella's intent, Dreamfire emitted an exuberant roar, her excitement palpable, as she lowered her body in readiness. Once Danyella was securely seated, she swiftly flapped her wings and soared toward the hillside grove designated for roasting lamb. Myrsis and the newly emerged little Balerion followed closely behind. Upon reaching the orchard, Danyella combined the colorful clay with her freshly concocted seasonings, blending it with whale oil and other animal fats. The once grimy mixture, when applied to the marinated sheep and placed over the fire, transformed into a delectable feast. After instructing the dragon guards on the proper handling of the colorful clay, she assigned 12 skinny knights to prepare shovels and some sacks. Danyella first fed Dreamfire 10 plump sheep and 3 aged cows until she was sufficiently satiated. Then, accompanied by the prepared skinny knights, she mounted Dreamfire's back and flew toward the lair of the 3 young dragons. By the time Myrsis and the young dragons had devoured a dozen sheep, 5 old yellow cows, and numerous fat pigs, Danyella had made multiple trips with the skinny knights, returning with dozens of bags filled with colorful clay from the young dragon's den. They also gathered the scattered colorful diamonds, stacking them outside Myrsis' small cave. Faced with the abundance of colorful diamonds, the skinny knights momentarily stood in stunned silence, their astonishment rendering them speechless. However, having undergone rigorous cultural assessments, knightly training, and loyalty tests, they quickly regained their composure and, adhering to Daniella's instructions, set to work diligently. Once the task was completed, Danyella, with a solemn expression, cautioned the skinny knights, remember, today's events must remain a secret. Otherwise, your fate will mirror that of the plump sheep you so expertly handle. Do you understand? Confronted by Daniella's fierce demeanor, the skinny knights hastily knelt, promising in earnest, rest assured. We shall not utter a word, your highness. These knights had personally dealt with the ferocious sea sheep that Danyella had brought back from afar. Despite the princess's usual kindness and leniency, the thought of awakening her dragon wrath sent chills down their spines. Moreover, it was this very princess who had liberated them from the precariousness of their situation in King's Landing. They were afforded a lifestyle comparable to that of the elite royal guards, and thus, their loyalty to Danyella was unwavering. This, perhaps, is the benefit of nurturing from a young age. Upon realizing that her purpose of intimidation had been achieved, Danyella kindly remarked, I have every confidence in your loyalty. When you eventually marry, I shall bestow upon your bride a set of jewelry crafted from these exquisite gems. Thank you, your highness. Thank you, your highness. The numerous bags of colorful clay would suffice for a considerable duration. Furthermore, applying this colorful clay to the succulent sheep before consumption not only enhanced the flavor, but also facilitated easier digestion for the dragons. Dreamfire and the 4 young dragons were evidently pleased with Daniella's strategy. Consequently, they exhibited voracious appetites today, nearly consuming half of the livestock. Fortunately, Danyella now enjoys a substantial and stable income from the dragon porcelain, amounting to at least 500,000 golden dragons each month from various pottery sales. Thus, she was willing to spend lavishly to ensure a steady supply of cattle, horses, donkeys, pigs, sheep, dogs, and various essential goods arriving at Dragonstone. The grain stored in the winery at White Sheep Town was sufficient for 3 to 5 years. Thankfully, during the construction of the winery, Danyella had meticulously arranged for the design of several large grain storage warehouses. Since the efficiency of producing blackstone increases with larger blocks, constructing sizable buildings is a time-saving endeavor. Currently, a large pig farm is under construction and is already operational on the new Dragonstone Island. Under Daniella's guidance, this method of large-scale farming, distinct from the traditional practices of Westeros, has captured even the interest of Maester Tiger, who frequently brings his apprentices to observe the pig farm firsthand. In truth, what technical prowess does this entail? It merely reflects a disparity in experience and perspective. In this era, the living conditions for common folk are often deplorable. Even in King's Landing, filth is rampant. Who would consider placing seemingly filthy pigs in clean brick houses for rearing? Typically, they merely construct a rudimentary shelter with wooden fences in an open area, which is considered a decent pig pen. Moreover, there are often serfs assigned to herd these pigs out to graze. The pigs roam freely in the wilderness or near water, foraging for grass, leaves, aquatic plants, and algae. Those without free-range conditions are confined in small shelters, fed grains, scraps, and vegetable leaves. Moreover, the majority of pig feed consists of inedible wild vegetables and root plants. Only the nobility occasionally enrich the diets of their prized pigs with leftover scraps from their own tables. Danyella's pig farm, however, is meticulously formulated. Wild vegetables comprise less than half of the diet, with the remainder consisting of various grains, ground livestock, large fish bones, shells, and a proprietary blend of dragon excrement. All mixed in precise ratios. This unique diet has rapidly transformed the pigs at Danyella's farm into robust and well-fattened creatures. The offspring of the sows have exhibited remarkably superior quality. Danyella's pig farm is entirely constructed from black stone, with the ground meticulously paved in the same material, complemented by dedicated drainage channels for waste disposal. Daily, workers are assigned to clear away pig manure, which is then meticulously gathered into a large compost heap for fertilization. Danyella has also instructed that her great dragons, along with their 4 younglings, are to relieve themselves in designated areas, thus sparing her the need to continually send workers to excavate dragon excrement from Dragon Mountain. According to reports from the elder overseeing that area, the dragons have understood Danyella's intentions and have complied accordingly. As livestock traders bring in an increasing number of animals, the vast, untamed lands of Dragonstone New Island are gradually being transformed into natural pastures. The stronger and aesthetically pleasing horses are dispatched by Samuel to the war horse breeding base, while the older and weaker animals are allocated to the residents of Baelon town for agricultural and transport purposes. The selected quality cattle and donkeys are transferred to specialized breeding facilities to propagate their lineage. The proprietary feed developed by Danyella is expected to significantly enhance the quality of these cattle and horses within a few years. Only those animals that have truly lost their capacity for labor or possess unsatisfactory traits will ultimately become sustenance for the dragons. Chapter 31. An influx of visitors naturally. With the arrival of these livestock and grain merchants, the commerce in the fishing village and white ship town has flourished. Over the past months, numerous merchant caravans from the prominent families of the 7 kingdoms, having signed orders for dragon flame wine and secured quotas for dragon porcelain with Samuel, have gradually reached Dragonstone Island. They would not arrive empty-handed. Their cargo ships were filled with livestock, handcrafted goods, and local specialties from various regions. The Mandor family from White Harbor in the north brought not only high-quality animal pelts and various livestock but also a considerable supply of the North's unique sour wine and barley ale. The Northern Kingdom, located at the farthest north, endures a frigid climate and sparse resources. The inhabitants must construct special greenhouses to cultivate vegetables and grapes during the relatively warmer spring and summer months. Due to climatic constraints, vast vineyards cannot flourish in the north, rendering their wine production exceedingly limited. However, their barley ale is of commendable quality, making it a sought-after item that Samuel specifically requested as a substitute for settling accounts with golden dragons. The astute Samuel is well aware that, with the special processing at their brewery, these barley alesh could be sold at exorbitantly inflated prices. The Riverlands, the most prosperous and fertile duchy of the 7 kingdoms, boasts an abundance of resources, with some areas capable of yielding 3 harvests a year. Consequently, the lords of the Riverlands are predominantly affluent, making it the region with the highest number of families signing orders with Samuel. The Riverlands feature both flat expanses and the southern slopes of high mountains, alongside vast valleys that receive ample sunlight and experience significant temperature variations between day and night, rendering them ideal for grape cultivation. The Riverlands are renowned as a major wine-producing region, with the finest golden wines of Westeros originating from here. This, too, is one of the items Samuel specifically designated for account settlement. The Riverlands serve as the principal source of grain, livestock, and cash crops for the entirety of the 7 kingdoms. Thus, their arrival not only brought copious amounts of exquisite wines, grains, and livestock but also a wealth of silks, various cash crops, spices, and other precious commodities, making them the most significant players in trade among all the duchies. The Vale, located in the northeast of Westeros, is characterized by its mountainous terrain, making it easily defensible yet difficult to conquer. Comprising mountains and forests, the Vale is rich in resources, though challenging to exploit. It is a tranquil and serene region, sheltered by surrounding peaks, with fertile black soil in the central areas, broad and gentle rivers, and countless lakes that shimmer like mirrors under the sun. Wheat, barley, and corn are cultivated in the Vale, where pumpkins produced in the valleys are larger than those from the renowned fertile lands of Highgarden, and the fruits are notably sweeter. The Wackley family is famous for producing scented candles, which are infused with nutmeg and other precious spices. The nobility of the Vale, led by the Arryn and Royce families, has brought an abundance of fruit products and fruit wines, in addition to a significant supply of agricultural products and livestock. White Sheep Town offers prices that are generally 10 to 20 higher than those in the market, and even the old and ailing livestock are accepted at lower prices. The feeding of dragons requires a substantial quantity of livestock daily, not only for the dragons themselves but also to sustain the culinary needs of the workers in breweries and pottery shops. Consequently, Dragonstone has emerged as a favored trading hub for livestock merchants. Moreover, it is not solely the traders from the Seven Kingdoms who frequent this place. Merchants from the free cities engaged in the trade of grain and livestock have begun to traverse great oceans to partake in commerce here. Following the conclusion of the recent funeral, King Jaehaerys not only allocated considerable wealth to initiate the expansion of the fishing village but also dispatched tax officials and increased the number of guards. Furthermore, he deployed a royal fleet comprising 15 free-masted ships to anchor at Dragonstone. Had it not been for His Majesty Jaehaerys' exemption of trade taxes for the passing merchant caravans and White Harbor's transactions within the fishing village, Daenerys would have contemplated establishing a new port herself. The Riverlands is a prosperous and fertile region, densely populated and crisscrossed by a complex network of rivers that facilitates the exchange of manpower and goods. In times of peace, the rivers are bustling with the small fishing boats of fishermen, the grain-laden vessels flowing downstream, and the merchant barges drifting along the banks. For generations, the residents have grown accustomed to transporting their harvests to the riverbank to barter with the merchants for the goods they require. Being the duchy closest to Dragonstone, the Riverlands boasts the largest volume of transactions in grain and livestock with White Harbor. In addition to grain and livestock, the fisheries of the Riverlands are remarkably developed, yielding an abundance of freshwater fish, pickled fish, caviar, and various other fish products. Stormlands is located to the south of the capital city of King's Landing, bordered by the Riverlands to the west, extending to the shores of Dorne to the south, and flanked by Shipbreaker Bay to the east. In terms of area, it is relatively small among the Seven Kingdoms, characterized by its rugged mountainous terrain inland, particularly near Summerhall. The coastline is predominantly rocky, such as at the Storm's End, and features expansive, lush forests, including the Kingswood near King's Landing and the rainforests along the northern coast of Dorne. To the southwest, a narrow stretch of land emanates from the Red Mountains, known as the Dornish Marches, which serves as an effective geographic buffer separating the historically antagonistic realms of Stormlands, Dorne, and the Riverlands. Over the past several centuries, this area has witnessed countless battles and has changed hands numerous times until Dorne was incorporated into the Seven Kingdoms, leading to a gradual cessation of hostilities. To the east, the Stormlands also encompass several offshore islands, among which the renowned Sapphire Isle of Tarth and the historically significant Old Town stand out. Most vessels tend to avoid traversing the waters near the Stormlands, particularly Shipbreaker Bay. However, mere miles away, the waters near Tarth are astonishingly azure and crystalline, hence its moniker as the Sapphire Isle. Thus, the Stormlands is the richest region in the Seven Kingdoms in terms of timber production and wildlife. The fertile lands surrounding Storm's End also represent vital agricultural zones, supplying Dragonstone with a wealth of timber and pelts from wild animals. This is undoubtedly of great significance for the rapidly developing Dragonstone Island and the expanding fishing village. The Westlands, while not the largest in area, nor the most populous or abundantly endowed in resources among the Seven Kingdoms, are indisputably the wealthiest. The region is characterized by its mountainous terrain, with an astonishing yield of gold and silver mines. Key mining sites such as Casterly Rock, Golden Grove, Castamere, New Keep, and the Penderfell Hills contribute significantly to the extraction of these precious metals, necessitating a vast investment of labor by the nobility of the Westlands. Consequently, the great lords of the region have brought forth a plethora of gold and silver artifacts for trade. Moreover, the wines of the Westlands are quite esteemed, and the unique geographical conditions have also fostered the exceptional quality of livestock raised in the area. Particularly, the Sunset Sea is rich in marine resources, with the majority of earldoms reliant on oceanic fishing for their family income, aside from the mining lords. Thus, the Westlands possess a commendable naval strength among the Seven Kingdoms. Recently, the twin sons of House Lannister, Jason and Tyland Lannister, have returned to the Westlands, accompanied by their family's caravan en route to Dragonstone Island. Chapter 32. Continuing the exploration of the new volcano, it was evident that the special seasoning, crafted from vibrant earth and mixed by Daenerys, rendered the roasted meat particularly palatable for the dragons. Today, both Dreamfire and the 4 young dragons exhibited an impressive increase in appetite, consuming nearly 50% more than usual. A hearty meal was essential for swift growth. Observing the delight of Dreamfire and the young dragons as they feasted, Daenerys felt an inexplicable sense of fulfillment. Once the dragons had satiated their hunger, they sprawled lazily across the barbecue square, their eyes lazily closing. Myrcis boldly climbed onto the back of Grey Shadow and dozed off. Notably, Grey Shadow did not seem to mind Myrcis' presence. Rather, he turned his head and emitted a few soft, affectionate sounds as she settled atop him. Seeing that the dragons were well fed, Daenerys instructed the dragon guard to carry the remaining roasted livestock and accompany her to the beach where the glutton was bound. After several days, the glutton had finally awakened from his stupor yesterday. However, the once famished elder dragon now appeared somewhat weakened, especially as he was ensnared by massive, specially crafted metal chains. His temperament had grown exceedingly irritable. The surrounding sands had turned to glass under the intense heat of his fiery breath, further deterring anyone from approaching him. Thus no one dared to deliver him food. After nearly a day and night of venting his frustrations, the irascible elder dragon began to regain his composure. Of course, it could also be that this cunning dragon was merely feigning calmness for the benefit of onlookers. Upon the arrival of the group within the range of the glutton's fiery breath, Daenerys commanded them to halt. She had several aged yellow cattle brought forth, their eyes covered with cloth, and placed the roasted livestock upon their backs. Once positioned correctly, the dragon guard fiercely lashed the cattle, prompting them to gallop frantically towards the glutton. The glutton, upon seeing the yellow cattle presented before him, immediately became intrigued. His scorching, viscous, dark green flames engulfed the cattle, consuming them along with the roasted meat on their backs. Relishing this somewhat unique feast, the glutton's gaze inadvertently shifted towards Daenerys. She triumphantly waved a richly magical purple diamond extracted from her whale pouch in the direction of the glutton, provoking a loud roar from the cunning and irritable elder dragon directed at her. From this point onward, a frail old cow would suffice for his weekly sustenance. It was imperative not to allow him to overindulge, lest he regain the energy to wreak havoc. After issuing her commands to the dragon guard, Daenerys turned and departed. When Daenerys returned to the orchard barbecue square, Dreamfire and the others had nearly finished digesting their meals. Thus, she roused Dreamfire and guided her towards Dreamfire's cave. Myrcis and the three young dragons followed closely behind, returning to the volcanic cavern. It appears that Myrcis has taken a liking to her new cavern. It is no wonder, as the abundant magical energy there is crucial for her development, making her prefer to dwell within. The entrance to the Dreamfire cave is significantly larger than the volcanic crevices of the three-headed wells, allowing even Vegharrow to enter and exit with ease. Moreover, the tunnel entrance bears evident signs of having been scorched by dragon flames, with the surrounding rocks transformed into a glossy black glass-like foam. They resemble obsidian, and somewhat resemble the legendary dragon crystals. However, Daenerys has long been aware that beneath Dragonstone lies a vast deposit of dragon crystal ore, rendering her less intrigued by these findings. The Dreamfire cave is not only spacious and profound, but it also lacks any openings above, leading to an enveloping darkness within. Dreamfire and Daenerys have reached a level of mental connection, allowing Dreamfire to sense Daenerys' desires even without explicit commands. Thus, Dreamfire unleashed her searing pale blue dragon flames towards the cave ceiling. Illuminated by the dragonfire, Daenerys quickly discerned the state of the Dreamfire cavern. Although it does not boast the ostentatious display of colorful diamonds found in the Whelp's cave, it is strewn with numerous high-quality rubies. Deeper within the cavern where Dreamfire resides, Daenerys spotted a glimmer of gold. Clearly, it was a vein of gold, and a particularly rich one at that. Under the intense heat of Dreamfire's flames, a significant amount of pure gold had already been refined. Indeed, this new volcanic island serves as my greatest boon. It is only fitting, as this island was born alongside Daenerys. However, I find myself not in need of wealth, so I shall regard this as my personal reserve treasury. Furthermore, this location is an excellent site for hatching dragon eggs and nurturing hatchlings, as it not only features a live volcano providing continuous thermal energy but also possesses these magically infused gems, which are vital for the growth and development of young dragons. Having confirmed the situation here, Daenerys climbed down from Dreamfire's back end, in the darkness, felt around until her hands grasped a fist-sized, warm ruby. At that moment, she couldn't help but recall Melisandre's ruby that granted her eternal youth. Surely, the rubies here cannot all possess such quality. However, Daenerys quickly amused herself with this greedy thought. What was she thinking? If such gems were so commonplace, the world would surely descend into chaos. Yet, the ruby she had stumbled upon was indeed a rare find. In terms of both hue and size, it had not been seen throughout all of Westeros. Moreover, its warmth would undoubtedly be of great benefit to her mother, Aemma. Thus, Daenerys hastily stowed the ruby into her whale-hide pouch and, guiding Dreamfire, continued to explore other areas. Nearby the new Dragonstone Island volcano, many caves of varying sizes exist, but few are large enough for Dreamfire to enter. After Danyella and Dreamfire explored 5 caves that allowed her entry, she concluded her expedition after investigating over a dozen smaller caverns. Danyella discovered that nearly everything contained some form of treasure, with gold veins being the most abundant. However, there were also considerable deposits of diamonds, garnets, and peridot, as well as ample supplies of sulfur and lithium. In her previous life, she was not particularly adept in the sciences, and thus, she would not know how to utilize these resources effectively. Moreover, the Targaryen family already possessed dragons, rendering the urgent pursuit of technological advancement unnecessary. She aimed to apply her prior knowledge to benefit as many people as possible, as an abundance of productive crops and a relatively peaceful, unoppressive society would undoubtedly be of greater assistance to the majority of the lower class. Chapter 33, Family Bonds and Undercurrents. Upon emerging from the volcanic mine, Daenerys first visited the silver shop in White Sheep Town, where she presented several exquisite gemstones to the silversmiths, instructing them to craft a few pieces of jewelry according to her specifications. As Daenerys unveiled the gems from her whale-skin pouch, the artisans were left utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief, as if they could fit the precious stones within. "Your Highness, where did you acquire such extraordinary gems?" one exclaimed. "In my 40 years as an apprentice, I have never encountered stones of such quality and size. And you possess 4 of them. How remarkably precious." Another craftsman chimed in. "Indeed, to have the opportunity to carve such gems is a fulfillment of a lifetime." Uninterested in their musings, Daenerys commanded, "For this ruby, craft a golden belt. It is a gift for my mother, so it need not be overly lavish. Comfort is paramount. The ruby must be in direct contact with her skin." Upon feeling the warmth emanating from the ruby, the master understood Daenerys' intent. "Yes, Your Highness, I comprehend your wishes. You are truly a dutiful and considerate daughter. This ruby's warmth is indeed suitable for the pregnant Princess Aemma." Ignoring his flattery, Daenerys continued, "For this pink diamond, create a set of jewelry. The design should reflect the traditions of House Targaryen, as it is a gift for my sister Rhaenyra. Therefore, the style should be youthful and vibrant. For this blue diamond, craft a gentleman's belt and a brooch. The metal for the brooch can be sourced by melting down this Valyrian steel necklace," she added, producing the necklace that Demon has gifted her. "The master blacksmith, O'Neill, is capable of melting Valyrian steel. Once you have finalized the design, you may enlist his assistance in forging the pieces." Since donning the Valyrian necklace, Daenerys had indeed found herself immersed in dreams of dragons, fleeting glimpses of the ancient Valyrians forging their renowned steel. However, perhaps due to the necklace's simplicity, she struggled to unveil its full potential over several days, leading her to decide against keeping the unsightly Valyrian steel necklace. As for Demon's thoughts on the matter, that was beyond Daenerys' concern. Surely, once a gift was bestowed, it could be utilized freely. For this purple diamond, craft a belt and a bracelet. The metal for the bracelet can be made from the remaining Valyrian steel. After confirming the desired designs with the artisans, Daenerys rode the Dragonfire back to Dragonstone. Miratis appeared more vibrant, its hues transforming into shades of pink. In the ensuing fortnight, only Daenerys and her family remained on Dragonstone. Danila has resumed her daily morning routine of studying and practicing swordsmanship. With her sister Rhaenyra accompanying her, the once monotonous study life has transformed into an engaging experience. In the afternoons, Danila and Rhaenyra joined their mother, Aemma, for embroidery lessons. While Danila displays an ardent enthusiasm and remarkable skill in embroidery, Rhaenyra shows little interest, often ending up pricking her fingers instead. However, she never misses a single swordsmanship class with Danila, and within just over a month, her proficiency has soared, indicating a commendable talent for the art of combat. This could be attributed to the excellent instruction from Master Baelon, as not only have Danila and Rhaenyra advanced rapidly, but the 12 skinny knights under Baelon's guidance have also reached a level comparable to Danyla's guards, Cameron and Harold. It is essential to note that Cameron and Harold are among the finest young knights in the Seven Kingdoms, their martial prowess rivaling that of the Kingsguard. Particularly, with Danyla's special concoction of dragonfire wine and secret spices, their physical capabilities have significantly surpassed those of ordinary men. Every morning and evening, Danila eagerly takes her father, Viserys, and sister Rhaenyra to hunt in the narrow sea, riding their dragons. Danila asserts that, much like humans, dragons require regular practice to maintain their combat skills and physical condition. Myrsis and the 3 young dragons naturally follow behind after Dreamfire emerges from the volcanic caves, creating a remarkable sight among the colossal creatures. Viserys has repeatedly suggested that Danila bring Myrsis and the other young dragons to Dragonstone for training by the Dragon Keepers. However, Danila has resolutely declined, arguing that allowing them to roam freely would foster their growth far better. What a preposterous notion! Handing them over to the Dragon Keepers would only grant others the opportunity to control them. After all, the Valerian family has yet to successfully tame a dragon, and Danila does not wish to inadvertently bolster their family's standing during this critical time in the contest for the crown. Moreover, in Danila's heart, these dragons have already become her personal companions, destined to be tamed only by her future offspring. Eventually, seeing Danila effortlessly commanding the young dragons, Viserys ceased to press the issue. Although he possesses a somewhat lenient disposition, Viserys is undoubtedly a distinguished member of the royal family. The distinction between having dragons controlled by one's family versus by the broader family clan is a significant one. Furthermore, the machinations of the sea snake, Corlys, in his pursuit of the next heir to the throne, have become common knowledge throughout the 7 kingdoms. As hypothetical adversaries, it is implausible for them to maintain a genuine camaraderie. Even Uncle Demon, after receiving Danila's support, is now traversing the realm with his blood worm, Caraxes, gathering followers. Unlike Lord Corlys of the Sea Serpent clan, who strategically befriended various lords with substantial financial incentives, Uncle Daemon devoted his primary effort to gathering the younger sons of nobility and wandering knights. As Daenerys' gardens of fire bloom flourished across the major cities and towns of the 7 kingdoms, a steady influx of refugees and diverse talents began to converge upon White Sheep Town, gradually amassed by Samuel, the proprietors of the Fire Bloom Gardens. After meticulously selecting the refugees of unblemished status, generously provided them with sufficient fare, enabling them to find their way onto the merchant caravans of the noble houses bound for Dragonstone. This served as their final test. In just over a month, several thousand refugees had already arrived at Dragonstone Island to establish their new domicile alongside the merchant fleets of various noble families. Their arrival undoubtedly accelerated the development of Dragonstone Island, as vast tracts of fertile land were gradually cultivated in their wake. Furthermore, due to Daenerys' recent extensive acquisition of livestock, the expansive pastures of Dragonstone Island had been stripped bare, thus rendering the task of clearing new fields rather effortless. Chapter 34. Visitors to Dragonstone Island. Currently, the total population of high-quality livestock in White Sheep Town has surpassed 100,000 heads, all grazing in designated pastures. Meanwhile, the livestock reserved as sustenance for the dragons has exceeded 200,000 heads, roaming in the uncultivated lands that are soon to be transformed into arable fields. As these animals secure their sustenance, they also devour the weeds that once flourished in the barren land, facilitating the farmers' efforts to cultivate these areas. Moreover, the manure from the cattle, horses, pigs, and sheep, after a year of fermentation, enriches the soil, making it more fertile. Of course, the dense population of livestock may lead to some degree of soil compaction. However, the land of Dragonstone Island is primarily composed of a substantial deposit of volcanic ash, rendering it quite loose. Even if the surface becomes slightly compacted, the advanced farming tools improved by Danila can easily till the land without significant trouble. Furthermore, when the vegetation in the enclosures is nearly depleted, the herders promptly relocate the livestock to another pasture. Currently, the development of Dragonstone Island's land is only a few %, leaving ample grazing space available. The abundant food supply and the rich magical energy from the volcano have led to remarkable growth among the dragons under Danila's care. Miraculous, just over 2 months old, has already reached a length of 3 to 4 meters, marking it as the swiftest growing dragon in the Targaryen lineage. Its scales have transitioned from a tender pink to a soft rosy hue, with delicate ridges and faint red patterns emerging along its back, enhancing its fierce appearance. Despite its small stature, Miraculous is more agile in catching fish than even the adult dragon, Dreamfire. It can effortlessly plunge into the water to seize large fish measuring 3 to 4 meters in length. Miraculous enjoys a harmonious bond with Grey Shadow, who also relishes fish. During their hunting excursions, they are the most enthusiastic in their pursuit of prey. Over the past month, the 3 young dragons, including Little Balerion and Vagana, have been well fed with roasted meat provided by Danila, and they are beginning to develop robust physiques, taking on the fearsome countenance characteristic of dragons. They share the wolf-headed features of Dreamfire and Sea Smoke, and like Balerion, belong to the warrior breed of dragons. Grey Shadow's appearance resembles that of Silverwing, albeit in a much lighter hue, which is likely due to her youth. Dreamfire has undergone a transformation from a light blue to a deep blue over the past 3 years. The tranquil days of Danila's family have been disrupted within just over half a month by the arrival of young nobles from various houses across the Seven Kingdoms. The first to arrive were 12-year-old Medric Manderly and his 10-year-old brother, Torrhen, from the North's White Harbor. However, as Danila gazed upon the relatively thick hair of Medric and Torrhen, she could not help but reflect on the daunting hereditary curse of baldness that plagued their lineage. Such spirited young lads are likely to find themselves transformed into balding, portly gentlemen by their 20s. The Manderly family traces its origins back to the lands of White Harbor, where they were expelled due to irreconcilable conflicts with the ruling family of the region. They were subsequently sheltered by the Stark family of the North, who granted them White Harbor and its adjacent territories as a reward. By controlling the North's sole city, White Harbor, the Manderlys became one of the wealthiest families in the region. This city, not only a vital trade hub, is also rich in resources and strategically positioned, enabling the Manderly family to amass considerable wealth. Throughout history, the Manderly family has been a loyal and capable vassal of House Stark, enjoying a favorable relationship with the Targaryen royal family as well. During the conquest period, a daughter of their house even served as a personal attendant to Queen Alysanne. Moreover, King Jaehaerys once intended to betroth one of his princesses to the Earl of White Harbor. Yet tragedy struck when the princess met her demise in a riding accident before the wedding. The wealth of the Manderly family derives from several key sources. 1. Trade and commerce. As the principal port of the North, White Harbor attracted extensive trade, allowing the Manderly family to accumulate great wealth through their control of the port and trade routes. R. Land and resources. The abundant agricultural and mineral resources surrounding White Harbor provided a stable income for the family. Free taxation. As lords of White Harbor, the Manderlys profited significantly from trade and taxation. 4. Family enterprises, engaging in various industries, such as agriculture and handicrafts, further enhanced their affluence. The Manderly family's wealth not only exerts considerable influence in the North but also establishes them as a loyal and formidable vassal within House Stark. Their prominence and resources afford them a notable position within the Targaryen dynasty as well. Accompanying the Manderly brothers, Medric and Torrhen, to Dragonstone were a fleet of their merchant ships laden with goods. In addition to an abundance of staple provisions such as grain, livestock, barley wine, and pelts, the brothers also brought an impressive collection of exquisite silverware, courtesy of a prosperous silver mine near White Harbor, which has historically supplied the region with ample silver resources. However, with the advent of the Conqueror's War, the once thriving mint operated by the Manderly family fell into disrepair and has since become a refuge for the displaced. Furthermore, the brothers presented unique marine delicacies, such as seals and giant eels, native to the northern seas, as gifts for their visit. Among their offerings for sisters Emma and Dina were complete sets of dazzling silver jewelry adorned with gemstones, each valued at no less than 1,000 gold coins, marking a generous gesture. Thus, the arrival of the two noble sons was met with warm hospitality from the Velaryon family. In addition to a lavish banquet prepared on Dragonstone, Dina, in a display of gratitude, took the brothers on a thrilling tour around the island aboard her dragon, Vagar, much to the delight of the two handsome young men. Although brother Medric is merely 12 years of age, he possesses an extraordinary level of maturity and composure, exhibiting a courteous demeanor. His eyes, brimming with excitement, still reflect the elegant poise befitting a noble. In contrast, his younger brother Torrhen is far more uninhibited. As soon as the dreamlike flight began, he erupted with exuberant shouts. "Wow! I am soaring through the skies on my dragon. I, Torrhen, shall be the first of the Manderly family to fly a dragon. Ha ha ha! I will undoubtedly become a legend of the Manderly lineage, a hero sung about by wandering minstrels." His brother's exuberant antics evoked a sense of embarrassment in Medric, who turned to Princess Danyella and offered a polite apology. "Your Highness, I sincerely apologize for our lack of decorum. It is merely that Torrhen is overwhelmed with excitement. I beg your forgiveness." Danyella, however, responded with carefree laughter. "No need for concern. When one is joyful, they should express it loudly. After all, no one can see us up here in the sky. There is no need to adhere to the rigid protocols of nobility." Medric, seated behind Danyella, was unaware that upon hearing her words, his eyes glistened with tenderness, nearly brimming with tears, and perhaps due to the altitude, he felt a warmth wash over him. Chapter 35. The Path of Daenerys. As Daenerys skillfully navigated the Dreamfire back to the ground, the Mandrel brothers, having experienced their inaugural dragonflight, found themselves somewhat unsteady. The younger brother, Torrhen, had unceremoniously collapsed onto the ground, his legs giving way beneath him. Meanwhile, his elder brother, Medric, although trembling, exerted himself to maintain composure, while assisting Torrhen to his feet. This 12-year-old heir of the Mandrill family did not forget to uphold the dignity befitting his noble lineage. "Medric, have you brought what Samwell requested?" Daenerys inquired softly as she approached him. After taking several deep breaths to steady himself, Medric replied with measured calm, "Yes, Your Highness. In accordance with Mr. Samwell's instructions, the Mandrill family has collected samples from several clay-rich locations in the north. I have brought them all with me, and the servants have already delivered the samples to the porcelain factory in Whitehill." Upon hearing this, Daenerys exclaimed with delight, "Splendid! Let us hasten to see them." Through her study of the geographical compendium of Westeros, Daenerys had discerned that while the North's frigid climate rendered it unsuitable for agriculture, its vast lands were rich in mineral resources, particularly clay. Hence, she had asked Samwell to liaise with the Mandrill family for some samples. Though the clay reserves in the Kingswood were substantial, their quality was mediocre, bearing a grayish hue. Additionally, the dense rainforest vegetation made extraction cumbersome and threatened to damage the flora. Furthermore, the Kingswood was the private hunting ground of the Lord of Westeros, and even Daenerys could not recklessly disrupt it. For ordinary folk, hunting a mere rabbit within the Kingswood could lead to severe repercussions, such as amputation or exile to the Night's Watch at the Wall. Presently, Daenerys could conduct limited extraction without issue, but any ambitions for expansion would need to await her father Viserys' ascension. From where do these two types of clay originate?" Daenerys asked, delicately pinching a sample of fine, white clay and a soft, purple clay sample as she turned to Medric. Medric respectfully responded, "Your Highness. This white clay is sourced from the White Knife River, while the purple clay is obtained from the desolate mountains near the Wolf-Ass Den. The quality of both types is commendable. What of their yield?" Pleased with the samples in her hand, Daenerys was satisfied, for their quality rivaled that of kaolin. "Indeed, they are abundant," Torrhen Mandrill eagerly interjected. "The White Knife River derives its name from the white clay lining both banks, resembling a gleaming blade from afar. The mountains near the Wolf-Ass Den are a rich shade of purple, and this clay is virtually inexhaustible." Overjoyed by this news, Daenerys promptly declared, "Excellent. From now on, the Mandrill family may transport 5 ships of this clay to Whitehill each month, for which we shall compensate 500 golden dragons per ship. By golden dragons per ship." The Mandrill brothers were quite taken aback by Daenerys' offer. Undoubtedly, Daenerys possessed the capacity to drive the price down significantly, even to a mere 100 golden dragons. After all, the profit from each transaction conducted by the Mandrill family's fleet within the 7 kingdoms barely amounted to a couple of 100 golden dragons. However, she held the Mandrill family's influence in the north and their loyalty in high regard. To bind the Mandrill family to her cause, mere trifles would not suffice. Furthermore, the cost of 500 golden dragons for each ship's clay was trivial in comparison to the high profits from dragon pottery. Yet, this transaction could effectively tie the Mandrill family to Daenerys' grand vision. Additionally, Daenerys hoped to leverage this opportunity to explore the possibility of establishing a popular porcelain factory in the north. At the forthcoming selection of the crown prince, the Duke of the North was likely to support his aunt, Princess Rhaenys. Given the character of the Mandrill patriarch, Daenerys was skeptical that he would refrain from informing Duke Stark about the Mandrill family's dealings with White Harbor. Such a stable and nearly investment-free venture would undoubtedly involve the Stark family as well. This was also the reason Daenerys intended to procure the purple clay from Wolf's Den. In truth, modern dragon pottery required high-quality white clay, while the porcelain created from purple clay exuded a vintage elegance that White Harbor had yet to begin producing. Wolf's Den, however, did not fall under the jurisdiction of the Mandrill family from White Harbor. If the Mandrill family wished to exploit the purple clay there, they would certainly need the support of House Stark. In the days that followed, Daenerys accompanied the Mandrill brothers on tours of Dragonstone Island, or took them to the orchards of White Harbor to feed the dragons. Witnessing those magnificent creatures, akin to deities, behaving obediently before Daenerys like large dogs, the Mandrill brothers were filled with admiration for her. Originally, their father, Viserys, had hoped that their sister, Rhaenyra, would act in concert with Daenerys. However, it seemed Rhaenyra harbored a certain trepidation regarding the bald and portly lineage of White Harbor and was hesitant to interact closely with the Mandrill brothers. It must be noted that King Jaehaerys still owed the Mandrill family a royal alliance. She likely feared that her great-grandfather, King Jaehaerys, might unwittingly orchestrate an ill-fated match. The Mandrill brothers had also commenced their training in knightly swordsmanship, yet their innate talent left much to be desired. Together, they were no match for Daenerys. who had trained for merely 3 years. However, they exhibited commendable prowess in commerce and managing their territory. During discussions with Daenerys regarding the development of Dragonstone Island, the 2 noble youths, just over a decade old, surprisingly shed their usual shyness and spoke fluently, articulating their thoughts with remarkable clarity. On the 5th day following the arrival of the Manderly brothers, another group of youths from Skagos Island in the north reached Dragonstone. Leading them was Dax Banya, the eldest son of the head of the Banya clan from the royal hall of Skagos Island. At the tender age of 16, he had already reached a towering height of 1.89 meters, his physique robust and powerful. Although his appearance was somewhat unkempt, the striking clarity and purity of his bright blue eyes instantly captured Daenerys' attention. While the family of Viserys continued to curiously observe this group of youths from Skagos Island, who seldom engaged with the outside world, Daenerys' loyal bodyguard, Cameron Tass, approached to announce, "Your Highness Viserys, the esteemed Jason Lannister and young Tyland Lannister from Casterly Rock have arrived." Upon hearing this, Viserys promptly commanded, "Please, show them in." Shortly thereafter, 2 proud and handsome youths, both tall and adorned in resplendent red and gold attire, entered the great hall of Dragonstone with an air of elegance and self-assurance, flanked by numerous attendants. Tyland and Jason. Chapter 36. The unicorn falls. With the arrival of the twin brothers from House Lannister of the West, a remarkable gathering ensued over the following days. Nearly 40 to 50 eligible youths from various noble families across Westeros arrived, as if orchestrated by some unspoken agreement, along with their attendants and guards. The number of visitors to Dragonstone Castle swelled to over 1,000, rivaling the scale of the recent funeral of Prince Baelon. These young nobles were naturally accommodated in the guest chambers of Dragonstone, while most of their attendants sought lodgings in the nearby fishing village and White Sheep Town, leaving only their closest male companions behind. This influx of guests brought great joy to the innkeepers of both White Sheep Town and the fishing village, as Dragonstone Island, long shrouded in desolation, began to buzz with activity. The merchants of White Sheep Town, which had been recently established, felt particularly fortunate, for their newfound prosperity was a direct result of Princess Daenerys' benevolence. Many of the shopkeepers thrived thanks to the loans and substantial support provided by Daenerys. Thus, upon arriving in White Sheep Town, they sensed the protective aura of the princess, leading to an increasingly prosperous life, and they regarded the sudden influx of visitors with a sense of normalcy. In contrast, the merchants of the fishing village, who had lived on Dragonstone Island for generations, were accustomed to its previous desolation and stagnation. Although the noble Targaryens had brought peace and stability, they had not bestowed wealth or sustenance upon these inhabitants. Consequently, the recent surge in business left the shopkeepers with a surreal sense of wonder. However, those who managed to thrive in this impoverished village were undoubtedly astute, fully aware that this transformation was a gift from Princess Daenerys. In the eyes of the common folk and merchants, Daenerys held a position of high regard. The young nobles from the great houses of Westeros understood the purpose of their visit to Dragonstone. It was to showcase their family's strength and to present lavish gifts to the Valerian family. Each family contributed substantial offerings, with a total value exceeding 1,000 gold dragons. The gifts from the Lannister twins and the eldest son of House Hightower, Monty, were particularly precious, surpassing 10,000 gold dragons in worth, a rare display of generosity among the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, amidst these extravagant treasures, what delighted Daenerys the most were the pair of long-haired unicorn foals gifted to her by Darksbane of Skagos. In a gesture of utmost care, Daenerys had a sizable expanse of premium pasture fenced off for the 2 young unicorns. These creatures, robust and formidable, boasted silver-white, fine fur covering their bodies, with manes of contrasting black and white. Their horns sparkled with a crystalline brilliance, reflecting the sunlight like diamonds. The unicorns presented to Daenerys were no larger than goats, and perhaps due to their prolonged sojourn at sea, they appeared somewhat listless, often exhibiting a lack of appetite. After a day of adjustment, although their condition had improved significantly, they still appeared rather feeble. Observing their pitiful state, Danila's maternal instinct surged forth, prompting her to offer assistance. She turned to Dax and inquired, "Dax, what do unicorns typically enjoy eating?" Dax's voice, deep and hoarse due to his voice change, yet undeniably charming, responded, "Your Highness, unicorns have a varied diet. They consume moss, grass, leaves from various trees, as well as mineral-rich meat." "Is that so?" Danila mused silently, realizing the desolation of Skag's Island was such that these noble magical creatures had resorted to consuming anything that could fill their bellies. Since unicorns eat anything, that simplifies matters. She promptly instructed her attendants to prepare a goat, marinated with a blend of colorful earth and spices, then shredded it and mixed it with the freshest grass, placing it in the stone troughs for the 2 young unicorns. The aroma of the special seasoning, mingled with the enticing scent of meat and fresh grass, immediately captured the attention of the 2 little creatures. Danila was confident that even the dragons would be tempted by such magical sustenance. The 2 young unicorns rushed towards the trough, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Once they discerned no threat, they quickly buried their heads in the food, munching eagerly. However, they would intermittently lift their heads, vigilantly scanning their environment. What astute little beings! Dax, have these unicorns always been this wary? How did you manage to capture them? Danila tentatively probed. Dax, gazing intently at her, replied, have you heard of the walkers? His piercing blue eyes caused Danila to unwittingly respond. Isn't that a magical ability to control animals possessed by the forest king and those of ancient lineage? Upon hearing this, Dax's eyes sparkled even brighter, prompting him to ask further. It seems the princess is indeed knowledgeable. Do you believe in it? Danila nodded affirmatively, stating, of course I do. Our Targaryen lineage commands dragons. Is that not another form of being walker? Just as Dax was about to elaborate further, a large group of noble youths, led by the Lannister twins and Mount Hightower of House Hightower, approached. However, they were halted by Danila's dragon guards and Dax's men. How dare you allow a savage to be alone with the esteemed princess? If anything happens, can you bear the consequences? Let us through to protect the princess. A young lord from a prominent house in the Westlands admonished the dragon guards. His words incited anger among the youths from Skaggs Island. You pale-faced fool! Who are you calling a savage? Speak again, and I shall make you unrecognizable even to your mother. A robust young man with the physique of a tiger emerged from the crowd, bellowing loudly. Despite the youthful innocence evident on his face, which indicated his tender age, he nearly towered at 2 meters tall, his visage adorned with a thick beard. His voice resonated like a bear's roar, instantly silencing the refined young master from the west, who dared not utter another word. At that moment, Tyrion Lannister cast a knowing glance at a tall youth behind him, who was tethering 3 large dogs. The youth promptly tightened the leashes, causing the dogs to lunge forward, yelping fiercely. The tall young man then shouted with fervor, you uncouth mongrels! Do you not comprehend the decorum of this place? Dare you misbehave so brazenly? Continue your raucous barking, and I shall ensure you become a feast for my drink. Ill-bred curs like you ought to be cast into the desolate wilderness to gnaw on mud. Let us see if you possess the strength to howl in this manner again. Chapter 37, The Most Difficult Nature to Tame. Greetings. I remarked to the dog owner across the way, is he truly oblivious to the temperament of his foolish dog? If he cannot restrain it, what is the purpose of allowing it to roam free and bring shame upon himself? I believe such worthless creatures would be better served as a dish to accompany our drinks. Ha ha ha! A slender, hook-nosed youth from Skaggs immediately leaped about, mockingly chiming in. His 7 companions erupted with laughter in agreement. At that moment, Tyrion Lannister feigned concern and called out loudly to his dog handler, since you cannot control them, let them go. There is no need to injure your own hands unnecessarily. Such untamed beasts serve no purpose. It would be better to release them so they can find their own kind. Upon hearing this, the dog handler promptly released the leash, and 3 massive dogs charged toward the youths from Skaggs. Daenerys' dragon guards swiftly drew their steel swords, preparing to intervene. Yet, faced with the 3 ferocious dogs, the 8 youths from Skaggs exhibited no sign of fear. The towering youth among them clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed like a hawk upon the oncoming beasts. As the dogs reached the youths, mouths agape, ready to attack the tall boy, he unleashed his fist like a battering ram, sending 2 of the dogs flying with a single blow. Before the 2 yelping beasts even hit the ground, the last one met the same fate, kicked away by the lad with tremendous force. Thud! 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 The 3 dogs landed several meters away, whimpering in agony, utterly unable to rise again. Bravo! Truly commendable! Exclaimed the onlookers. Alas! How pitiful these dogs have become in this land. The Skaggs youths, witnessing their companion's display of might, erupted into exuberant cheers, dancing with excitement. 2 of the boys, clad in animal skins and with long hair flowing, darted forward, seizing the 2 still howling dogs and, without hesitation, snapped their necks. They then proceeded to tear open their arteries with their teeth, greedily gulping down the warm blood. This gruesome spectacle caused many of the noble youths from the 7 kingdoms to retch in disgust. However, the Skaggs boys only grew more animated with their cheers. This starkly highlighted the differences between Skaggs and Westeros. Some of the more temperamental noble youths among the 7 kingdoms unsheathed their swords, eager to teach these barbaric Skaggs Islanders a lesson. Yet, They were promptly restrained by Daenerys' dragon guards. Though the dragon guards hailed from the same noble lineage as the Seven Kingdoms youths, they harbored a deep-seated disdain for the Skaggles boys. Nevertheless, those chosen to stand by Daenerys were of commendable character. The dragon guards understood their current role, to ensure that no conflict or mishap would befall the esteemed guests visiting Dragonstone. Otherwise, it would be their dereliction of duty. And the inevitable consequence would be that they, like their predecessors who had been cast aside, would find themselves expelled by Princess Rhaenyra. Upon noticing the commotion, Rhaenyra and Dax reluctantly departed from the two small unicorns that were indulging in their feast and hastened towards the gathering of individuals. As she walked, Rhaenyra silently summoned Myrces to her side. There was no need for Dreamfire to make an appearance to instill fear in these youthful novices. By the time Rhaenyra and Dax arrived at the scene, the three large dogs had already met their demise, leaving behind a gruesome tableau of bloodshed. Observing the two long-haired youths with blood still staining the corners of their mouths, Rhaenyra furrowed her brow and cast an irritable glance at Dax. The boys from Stardy's Island, upon seeing Rhaenyra's arrival, slightly tempered their audacity. After all, their leader had tirelessly brought them to Dragonstone Island in pursuit of this dragon-riding princess. Your behavior is utterly barbaric. Rhaenyra coldly addressed the two youths who had brazenly consumed the dog's blood. However, the Stardy's boys appeared unfazed. One of them grinned and retorted, "This is how we do things on our island. Survival of the fittest is the way of life. Besides, these dogs can't survive anyway. We cannot waste their precious blood." Rhaenyra, disinterested in the remarks of this petty minion, turned her attention to Dax. To her surprise, Dax nonchalantly defended, "Your Highness. Drinking the blood of prey is a tradition on Stardy's Island. They believe it imparts courage and vitality to men. Wolf 1 and Wolf 2 have grown up among the wolves. They relish the taste of dog blood. Thus, their actions should not be held against them." Just as Rhaenyra was about to respond, a resounding roar of a dragon echoed through the sky, and the massive figure of Syrax swiftly descended upon the assembly. As the golden dragon landed with grace, its colossal wings stirred up a tempest, causing those present to sway slightly. The Stardy's boys displayed expressions of terror, for they had never encountered such a formidable creature. "What a coincidence, to find you all here." Princess Rhaenyra, seated majestically atop the dragon, proclaimed with authority. "Daenera, a herdsman has reported that a sheep farm in White Lamb Town has been ravaged by sheep thieves, resulting in significant losses of breeding stock. Let us go and investigate." "Very well, sister. I shall summon Dreamfire at once. You may proceed ahead." Rhaenyra responded solemnly to Dax. "Dax, I do not wish to dwell on today's events. But you must understand that this is not Stardy's Island. Upon arriving at Dragonstone, one must adhere to its customs. I extend my full respect to your traditions and way of life, yet you cannot use them as an excuse to act recklessly in my domain. I hope you grasp the implications of my words, otherwise." Rhaenyra gave Dax a significant look, choosing not to elaborate further. He approached the noble youths of the Seven Kingdoms and proclaimed with a resounding voice, "True nobility is never manifested through ostentatious displays, nor is it a means to belittle others. Genuine grandeur brings forth joy akin to the warmth of sunlight and the nourishment of rain. Noble actions resonate like a melodious symphony, stirring the hearts and minds of those who witness them, influencing their behaviors and demeanor. If you truly believe yourselves to be superior, I hope to witness your vision and magnanimity on Dragonstone Island." With those words, Daenerys, surrounded by her protectors, proudly departed from the scene. Seeing that the spectacle had come to an end, Rhaenyra guided her dragon Syrax away as well. As they watched the two princesses leave, the noble youths of the Seven Kingdoms hastily exited the venue, as if the youths from Skaggles nearby were something vile. Dax's azure eyes swept over his companions, and he murmured, "If they dare provoke you again, strike with the ferocity of a beast, severing their throats as one would with a three-headed hound. Only through strength and blood can one command respect and submission." Indeed, Syrax, Dax's enigmatic comrade. Chapter 38, Sometimes. Means prove more useful than goodwill since the last encounter between Daenerys and the sheep thief against the glutton. It has become customary for offerings of roasted livestock to be delivered every few days to the vicinity of the thief's lair for her consumption. Regrettably, a significant portion of these animals often goes to waste, benefiting only the wild beasts and raptors that roam the mountains. Although Dragonstone is strewn with stones, it is home to numerous raptors that thrive on marine fish. The mountains also harbor creatures such as coyotes and foxes, particularly in recent years. As Daenerys has been daily feeding the dragons, the wild dragons, once reliant on these beasts and raptors for sustenance, have grown disdainful of the meager flesh they offer. resulting in a notable increase in their population. Previously, the sheep thief had a penchant for poaching the shepherd's sheep on nearby islands, with her presence being repeatedly noted on Tidehead Island and the River of Winds. However, since Daenerys began her routine of feeding the dragons on Dragonstone, she had seemingly ceased her poaching activities, making her recent return to such behavior all the more perplexing to Daenerys. She sensed that something must have transpired with the sheep thief, for such an abrupt change in conduct was indeed unusual. Upon perceiving Daenerys' call, Dreamfire swiftly arrived alongside Meraxes and Grey Shadow, the young dragons, who followed closely behind. Mounting Dreamfire, Daenerys hastened toward the sheep farm. Upon her arrival, she found Samwell and several officials from White Sheep Town already present at the scene. The surviving breeding sheep had been relocated by the shepherds to a secondary sheepfold. Fortunately, this dragon attack resulted in no casualties, a small mercy amidst the misfortune. Her sister Rhaenyra sat languidly atop her dragon Syrax, observing the sheepfold that had been ravaged by the sheep thief. Meanwhile, Syrax's gaze was fixated on the charred sheep, clearly eager for a meal. This distinction between tamed dragons and wild ones is evident. With their dragon riders alongside, even the most ferocious and irascible dragons exhibit remarkable decorum. The primary structure of the sheepfold was constructed from black dragonstone. Thus, although the roof had been torn open by the sheep thief and many sheep within had perished in the flames, the overall integrity of the sheepfold remained largely intact. Noticing Meraxes and several young dragons drooling over the charred remains of the sheep, Daenerys deduced the reason behind the thief's attack on this particular sheepfold. The breeding sheep housed here were of a premium quality, meticulously selected by Daenerys herself, and their feed had been infused with colored soil and specially formulated nutrition. Consequently, over the past month, these sheep had absorbed a trace of magical essence, explaining their allure to the sheep thief. Though her carefully nurtured breeding stock had suffered a significant loss at the hands of the thief, Daenerys felt a surge of excitement amidst her sorrow. Her methods had indeed proven effective. The combination of colored soil and specialized feed not only enhanced the quality of the livestock but also imbued their flesh with a hint of magical essence. Such livestock not only offers immense benefits when consumed by dragons, but it is also believed that regular human consumption would undoubtedly contribute to physical vitality. Nevertheless, Danila was not inclined to allow the sheep thief to act so brazenly within her domain. "Sister, let us together teach the sheep thief a lesson. Otherwise, I fear for the fate of my pastures." Rhaenyra, who had long envied Danila for her experiences in several dragon battles, eagerly agreed, "Yes, indeed. With your Dreamfire and my Syrax united, the sheep thief shall stand no chance against us. Let us proceed." Danila then pointed at the charred sheep, smiling as she said, "Sister, fret not. Let the dragons devour these scorched sheep first. Feast!" The two sisters simultaneously commanded their dragons to commence their meal. However, with Manwë present, none of the other dragons dared to approach except for Meraxes. After Dreamfire had consumed 5 sheep, Danila ordered her to retreat, while the audacious Meraxes had nearly finished off half a sheep. At this moment, Syrax, who had approached, let out an enraged roar toward Meraxes, trying to drive the little one away. Yet, despite her small stature, Meraxes had a fierce temperament. She retaliated with a jet of dragonfire at Syrax and swiftly fled with the remnants of her sheep. Infuriated, Syrax prepared to strike back but was promptly restrained by her sister Rhaenyra. "Syrax, calm down, calm down." Soon, Syrax was pacified, resuming her feast on the plump sheep before her. With Syrax subdued, the 3 eager young dragons, including little Balerion, also relaxed their stance. Danila harbored no doubt that if Syrax were to retaliate against Meraxes, little Balerion and his companions would surely band together against Syrax. Though their size was merely half that of Syrax, 3 young dragons united would pose a considerable challenge for her. Yet, evidently, neither Syrax nor sister Rhaenyra noticed the subtle movements of the seemingly inconspicuous young dragons. With 3 sheep remaining, sister Rhaenyra halted Syrax from continuing her meal, ensuring each of the 3 little ones would receive one. Once the dragons had finished their feast, the sisters mounted their dragons and hastened toward the thief's lair. The thief's cave was located on the backside of Dragon Mountain, with an entrance too small for Dreamfire to enter. However, Syrax and the 3 young dragons were perfectly sized for the task. In truth, dragons possess a strong territorial instinct. Had the glutton not approached the sheep thief's lair so closely, the latter would not have felt threatened or offended. Moreover, the glutton must have bullied her frequently, for the thief would not have so readily attacked otherwise. Upon the arrival of the dragons, the sheep thief quickly sensed their presence. In her cavern, she emitted an indignant roar towards the entrance, hoping to deter the encroaching dragons. This tactic was indeed quite effective against wild dragons, as the echoes within the cave amplified her roar significantly, creating an illusion that the dragon residing within was far more formidable than it truly was. However, this strategy held little power against dragons commanded by dragon riders. Danila, your dreamfire cannot penetrate this cave. Allow me to harness Syrax to draw her out. You shall guard the entrance, and when the time comes, we will launch a coordinated assault to ensnare her, just as we did with the glutton. With that, she urged Syrax into the depths of the ship thief's lair, while Little Vega and the other young dragons followed suit at Danila's behest. Chapter 39. A fortuitous surprise. The ship thief, witnessing that his furious roar had yielded no effect, found himself incensed as the audacious yellow dragon brazenly entered his lair. Enraged beyond measure, he unceremoniously unleashed a torrent of scalding orange dragon fire, akin to a tempestuous cloud. Meanwhile, Rhaenyra, ever prepared, commanded Syrax to expel her own fiery breath. A vivid orange-red blaze. The two hues of dragonfire collided within the confines of the narrow cave, igniting an explosion of searing heat that caused the temperature to soar. The rocks where the flames met were instantly charred black. Observing this, the three young dragons, including the diminutive Baelon, swiftly exploited their size advantage to encircle the ship thief. In unison, they unleashed their own dragonfire upon him. One breath was dark red adorned with scales, another a bright orange-yellow with green patterns, and the last a brilliant white shimmering with a pale blue sheen. Though Syrax's stature was merely 2/3 that of the ship thief, and the young Baelon and his companions were but half his size, the odds of 4 against 1 instilled a sense of trepidation in the thief. With his typically cowardly nature taking hold, the ship thief hastily fled through the open space above the cave, only to be thwarted by Dreamfire, who had been circling outside. In a swift dive, Dreamfire's claws tore through the ship thief's 2 dragon wings, causing his flight to become unsteady. Seizing the moment, Dreamfire then delivered a series of fierce strikes to the thief's abdomen, leaving him bloodied and battered. At this juncture, Syrax and the young Baelon, having arrived, joined in the fray, launching a coordinated assault that brought the ship thief crashing down from the sky. Despite his attempts to ascend once more, the grievously wounded thief found himself unable to regain his flight. Ultimately, on the brink of unconsciousness and devoid of any means to resist, he was captured by Dreamfire and taken to the dragon's lair atop Dragonstone, where he was imprisoned. This was no act of cruelty by Daenerys, rather, it stemmed from the immense investment she had placed in her endeavors on Dragonstone. Allowing a threat like the ship thief to linger, capable of sporadic sabotage of her nurturing grounds, was simply intolerable. He had only himself to blame for his indiscretions and lack of foresight. Had it not been for his previous collaboration in the assault against the Devourer, Daenerys would have surely meted out a more severe punishment. After vanquishing the ship thief, Rhaenyra, exhilarated by her inaugural participation in the dragon battle, eagerly returned to Dragonstone to regale her parents with tales of her triumph. Meanwhile, the dragon keepers of Dragonstone expressed their elation at the prospect of caring for an additional dragon, for in their long-formed values, serving a dragon represented the pinnacle of their existence. Their families, bound by generations to the roles of dragon keepers and related duties, were even prohibited from learning the common tongue of Westeros. Consequently, the majority of dragon keeper families lived in relative poverty, adding a layer of pragmatic excitement to their jubilation. A colossal dragon has emerged, necessitating an increase in personnel at the dragon's lair. Consequently, their offspring may seek employment here. How astutely perceptive Daenerys is! She promptly addressed the dragon guards, stating that with the addition of a new dragon to care for, their manpower would undoubtedly be insufficient. Please summon more of your progeny to assist. Let us provisionally allocate 20 positions. You may collectively decide on the candidates. Their salaries will be covered by me directly, eliminating the need to seek approval from the commander of the dragon guards in King's Landing. They may collect their wages from any each month. Yes, yes. Thank you. Your Highness, thank you. Although these dragon guards have been loyal to House Targaryen since the era of Rhaenyra in Old Valyria, they belong to various familial factions. The dragon guards who accompanied the royal family to the dragon's lair in King's Landing are the power brokers within the ranks, determining the selection of new dragon guards and the allocation of tasks among them. Naturally, perilous and low-paying jobs are assigned to the less powerful families, while opportunities to showcase themselves before royal members and accompany them in dragon training are monopolized by the influential families and factions. Such is the nature of this world. Where there are people, there will inevitably be strife, factions, competition, and inequity. During the past 3 years, Daenerys has discreetly bestowed numerous benefits upon the dragon guards of Dragonstone. While others may overlook the significant role these guards play, Daenerys, possessing a semi-divine perspective, understands that even seemingly inconspicuous individuals can prove invaluable in critical moments. The tragic fate of the Targaryen dragons in later generations and the near annihilation of the Dragon Guards during the riots in King's Landing are directly linked. Without the protection of the Dragon Guards, the scholars found it all too easy to target the surviving dragons of House Targaryen. Thus, Daenerys aims to seize this opportunity to consolidate some of the Dragon Guards under her command, believing they will be of use in the future. Having resolved matters concerning the Dragon Guards, Daenerys once again rode Dreamfire back to the den of the sheep thieves. She had noticed that the cunning Myrcys had not emerged since entering the cave. This opportunistic little creature would not remain inside without having made a significant discovery. The entrance of the sheep thieves' cave, being exposed, allowed ample light. Thus, Daenerys instructed Dreamfire to guard the entrance while she cautiously ventured deeper into the cave. Upon reaching the usual resting place of the sheep thieves, a pile of dark rubble, she found Myrcys indeed asleep there. Beneath her belly lay 2 exquisite dragon eggs. Myrcys! In that moment, Daenerys comprehended the situation. The reckless Myrcys had devoured the dragon eggs of the sheep thieves. It is known that a dragon typically lays at least 5 eggs in a clutch. Now, only 2 remain, which implies that Myrcys has indeed pilfered at least 3. Upon hearing Danila's furious roar, Myrcys instantly ascended into the air. As a dragon intimately connected to Danila, she had sensed her approach long before Danila neared the cave. However, perhaps due to having consumed dragon eggs, she now felt exceedingly lethargic. It was only upon detecting Danila's wrath that she took flight to evade trouble. Meanwhile, Danila hastily bent down to inspect the 2 surviving dragon eggs. One egg was a vibrant green adorned with silver swirling patterns, while the other was pure white, covered in star-like textures. Alas, this is truly infuriating. The thought that the sheep thief had targeted the sheepfold due to weakness from laying dragon eggs was maddening. Yet, since the deed was done, dwelling on it was futile. The acquisition of these 2 dragon eggs already felt like an unexpected boon to Danila. After all, she had discovered them in secret and had no intention of relinquishing them. Thus, she swiftly cradled the dragon eggs and, riding on Dreamfire, soared towards her lair, with Myrcys apprehensively trailing behind. Chapter 40. Planning the martial arts tournament. Fortunately, Rhaenyra carried a fire starter with her today, otherwise, navigating the dimly lit Dreamfire cave would have proven quite inconvenient. Upon entering the cavern, Rhaenyra discovered a volcanic fissure not far from the dwelling of Dreamfire, from which occasional bursts of geothermal energy emanated. Nearby, she meticulously piled a mound of rubies and buried 2 dragon eggs within. As she caressed the vibrant, life-infused eggs, an indescribable sense of satisfaction washed over her. With the relentless heat from the volcanic fissure and the magical essence of the rubies, Rhaenyra was confident that the hatching of these dragon eggs would be a relatively effortless endeavor. Once the eggs were securely placed, Rhaenyra solemnly addressed Dreamfire and glanced toward the distant Myrcys, cautioning, Dreamfire, Myrcys, you must never harm the dragon eggs, do you understand? If you notice anything amiss with them, inform me immediately, and I shall reward you with succulent livestock. With that, she shot a fierce glare at Myrcys. The 2 majestic dragons, now attuned to Rhaenyra's thoughts, responded with deep, resonant growls. Aware of her misstep, Myrcys took the opportunity to approach Rhaenyra, affectionately nuzzling her leg with her head, given that the incident had already transpired. What more could Rhaenyra do? She could only lightly tap Myrcys' head in a symbolic reprimand, reiterating her warning against ever consuming dragon eggs again. After departing from the Dreamfire cave, Myrcys returned to her own lair to continue her slumber. It appeared that the consumption of dragon eggs had its benefits for the dragons. Following Rhaenyra's return to Dragonstone Keep, Dreamfire retreated to her nest. With her vigilant care, the 2 dragon eggs should remain well protected. How about we make another appearance? Exclaimed Rhaenyra, her pride evident as she recounted to their parents the thrilling tale of how she and Rhaenyra apprehended the sheep thief, bringing him to Dragonstone for confinement. Look, mother, father, we truly are formidable. Observing his daughter's beaming expression, Viserys, though somewhat exasperated, praised, indeed, you 2 have accomplished a remarkable feat. However, refrain from provoking the dragons in the future. Livestock can easily be replaced, such losses are trivial. The unpredictability of dragon conflicts is immense, particularly for dragon riders, where a moment's carelessness may lead to perilous consequences. Beside him, Emma, equally exasperated, remarked, what concerns me is how the visiting nobleman will react to this news. I shudder to think of the stir it will create. Finding a serene spot to enjoy the scenery has become increasingly difficult. and I am constantly subjected to the maids discussing their amusing escapades. Alas, it has become quite a headache. Upon hearing this, Viserys shook his head and chuckled, remarking that these noble youths, in the vigor of their youth, were brimming with energy that sought an outlet. At that moment, Rhaenyra, brimming with excitement, proposed, "Father, Mother, it is a rare occasion to have so many young lords from the Seven Kingdoms gathered together. Why not host a tournament?" Viserys and Aemma found Rhaenyra's suggestion quite appealing. After all, it was well understood why these noble youths had come to Dragonstone. And a tournament would indeed serve as an excellent means for the Targaryens to better acquaint themselves with them. Thus, they engaged in earnest discussion. Before long, Daenerys, having returned to Dragonstone, entered her parents' chamber to pay her respects and joined the conversation. As the discussions progressed, Viserys, stroking his beard in contemplation, slowly remarked, "Now, there remains but one issue. Organizing a tournament demands considerable manpower and resources. Given the personnel available on Dragonstone, we may find ourselves somewhat lacking." Upon uttering these words, the family's gaze simultaneously turned towards Daenerys. After all, unlike Daenerys, who had her own fief, Viserys and his family relied on royal stipends for their livelihood. Although the successful taming of Vhagar would result in an increase in their allowance this year, it had yet to materialize. Rhaenyra, while possessing some savings, had limited funds at her disposal. Maintaining a dragon was not inexpensive, especially one like Syrax, which was in its growth phase, incurring annual expenses exceeding 20,000 golden dragons. Rhaenyra herself required an annual budget of around 50 to 60,000 golden dragons, leaving her savings shy of 100,000. To host a proper tournament, the costs would start at a minimum of 2 to 300,000 golden dragons. Realizing the fervent gazes of her family, Daenerys quickly grasped their unspoken intentions. However, the shrewd Daenerys was not inclined to be a mere benefactor. She cunningly proposed, "I can arrange the costs and manpower, but I shall take 80% of the profits from the tournament." Rhaenyra, perplexed, questioned, what profits could the tournament possibly yield? Viserys and Aemma shared her confusion, as they believed tournaments merely served as extravagant displays of power and status by the crown or the highborn. Daenerys patiently elucidated, "Wherever there are people, there exists a means to generate wealth. First, we can create tiered seating arrangements, transforming prime viewing spots into luxurious seats, each priced according to its level. Those noble youths, eager to showcase their status before others, would undoubtedly be willing to pay handsomely for these opulent seats to witness the competition." Upon hearing this, Viserys immediately understood. "Ah, you are suggesting a model akin to the dueling arenas of those free trade city-states, are you not? Such actions are likely to invite the scorn of the nobles from the Seven Kingdoms. I find this somewhat inappropriate." Daenerys replied resolutely, asserting that as long as we do not infringe upon the interests of others, their opposition holds no ground. Should anyone dare to speak out against this, I shall make them experience the searing heat of dragonfire. Father, the so-called traditions and customs were established by pioneers. If the Targaryen family, capable of commanding dragons, cannot innovate or alter such trivial matters, it would indeed be a lamentable situation. Viserys, usually not so steadfast, chose to remain silent in light of Daenerys' firm stance. Daenerys continued, "Moreover, we could discreetly establish betting houses. Such practices are not uncommon among the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms. It is an unspoken understanding among them." Viserys had no objections to this, as it was indeed as Daenerys had stated an accepted reality. However, he was curious as to how Daenerys, who rarely ventured from Dragonstone, was so well acquainted with the subtle machinations of these nobles. He glanced over at his elder daughter Rhaenyra, whose puzzled expression indicated that she, having mingled among the nobility for years, remained utterly oblivious to these affairs. Even his wife, Aemma, seemed equally unaware. Chapter 41. The construction of the tournament grounds. Disregarding her father Viserys' distraction, Daenerys continued, "Furthermore, the tournament must include an array of delectable foods and exquisite wines. To ensure the safety of both competitors and spectators, it would be prudent to entrust these provisions to specialized suppliers. We can invite external vendors, initially charging them a fee for participation, and subsequently taking a percentage of their sales." Observing the bewildered expressions on her mother and sister's faces, and even her father Viserys' look of confusion, Daenerys elaborated, "The tournament of the Seven Kingdoms is a manifestation of power and wealth. The nobles would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to spend some gold dragons showcasing their family's unique culinary delights and fine wines. Moreover, if they can garner recognition and admiration through this, wouldn't it lead to a continuous influx of wealth for them in the future?" Upon hearing Daenerys' explanation, Her family members began to comprehend the concept. They could not help but privately marvel at Daenerys' ingenuity. Emma, in particular, expressed her heartfelt admiration. What a novel idea. It's truly impressive how you came up with this. If I hadn't witnessed you emerge from my womb, I would scarcely believe that I could have birthed such a clever daughter. Viserys then added, we must also ensure that the tournament venue is sufficiently secure, as it will attract the scions of various noble families. Any incident could lead to significant complications. Rhaenyra then confidently interjected, I have an idea. Although there are not many knights on Dragonstone, we possess dragons. In addition to deploying soldiers and knights, we can have Vhagar, Dreamfire, and Syrax present to support us. I refuse to believe that anyone would dare to cause trouble in their presence. Moreover, with dragons in attendance, the spectacle will be all the more captivating. Daenerys immediately concurred. I believe my sister's suggestion is excellent. A tournament hosted by House Targaryen must indeed feature dragons. We could also hire some artists. Anyone wishing to be painted alongside the dragons could do so for a sufficient fee of gold dragons. Daenerys' words were met with Rhaenyra's enthusiastic response. That's a splendid idea. What do you think would be a suitable fee? After a moment of contemplation, Daenerys proposed, it should be no less than 1,000 gold dragons. However, for those brave enough to request our assistance in riding the dragons, the starting fee should be at least 10,000 gold dragons. Upon hearing this, Viserys immediately objected. That is inappropriate. While members of House Targaryen can command dragons, we cannot guarantee they would not attack strangers. This is far too perilous. Moreover, how could we allow outsiders to ride our dragons? Rhaenyra, upon hearing this, pouted in discontent. Daenerys countered, isn't the essence of showcasing power to inspire reverence? Maintaining the dragon's mystique and majesty will naturally instill awe towards House Targaryen. However, if they are allowed to perceive the formidable power of our dragons up close, and recognize that only we possess the ability to master these magnificent creatures, it may very well shift their awe from the dragons themselves to the members of House Targaryen. After nearly an hour of deliberation, the silver-winged Valyrians established a rough framework. Daenerys summoned Samwell, instructing him to execute their vision, while also assigning her sworn knight, Ser Cameron Tarth, and her personal handmaiden, Layla Royce, to assist him temporarily. Cameron, with his meticulous and diplomatic approach, and the decisive Layla, would undoubtedly provide significant support to the busy Samwell. Simultaneously, Daenerys personally invited Mederic of House Manderly from White Harbor, entrusting him with the responsibilities of establishing betting odds and recruiting vendors for the upcoming tournament. Through their recent interactions, Daenerys had come to admire the capabilities of the Manderly brothers, particularly the mature and composed 12-year-old Mederic, whose abilities deeply impressed her. Upon receiving Daenerys' sincere invitation, Mederic readily accepted. Fortunately, he had brought a considerable number of aides from White Harbor, and they promptly set to work. As a dedicated venue for the tournament needed to be constructed, the date of the contest was set for a month later. Once the news spread, Dragonstone became the focal point of attention throughout the Seven Kingdoms, as the participants were restricted to the younger generation of the nobility. Even families that had no intentions of marrying into the royal line sent their offspring to Dragonstone. The tournament's grounds were chosen by Daenerys at the juncture of Old and New Dragonstone. Just a few kilometers to the northeast lay White Ship Town, while directly across the Great River to the southwest was a fishing village on Dragonstone. This location was intended by Daenerys to be transformed into a new dock for Dragonstone, as its expansive harbor and deep waters were surrounded by hills at the island's edge, with fortifications built upon the rocky shores. The safety of the entire harbor could be easily secured. Previously, Daenerys had delayed action due to insufficient funds, but now, with the sudden influx of 2 million golden dragons from the Dragonstone, along with a monthly income of over 200,000 golden dragons, she was poised to commence construction for the tournament venue. Having mastered the art of blackstone production and with the assistance of Dreamfire, Malaise, and Grey Ghost, the process of melting and constructing the necessary blackstone for the tournament venue would be significantly expedited, especially with the occasional assistance from her sister Rhaenyra and father Viserys, who would come with their dragons to lend a hand. Daenerys' ability to forge black dragonstone had become no secret within House Targaryen, and thus, they found no astonishment in her prowess. Surprisingly, I found myself quite fascinated by the forging techniques of the black dragonstone. However, upon witnessing the process firsthand, I realized it was rather unremarkable. Nonetheless, Daenerys could distinctly perceive that the black dragonstone produced now bore a significant difference from that of the past. Particularly, The black dragonstone forged with the dragonfire of Dreamfire was evidently of a superior quality compared to that crafted by Syrax and Vhagar. Daenerys understood that this must be related to magical energy, though her knowledge of magic remained in its infancy. She could only faintly sense some indistinct waves of power through her unique perceptive abilities. Nevertheless, she had come to a clear conclusion: the special energy contained within the gems found in the cave inhabited by Dreamfire and the young dragons must indeed be magical energy. This, therefore, serves as the fundamental reason why the dragonfire of Dreamfire differs from that of Syrax and her kin. Chapter 42. The thieves. As news of the tournament on Dragonstone spread and the construction of the new arena commenced, a multitude of vagrants and itinerant traders flocked to the Seven Kingdoms. Each year, the continent of Westeros witnesses the downfall of numerous nobles due to mismanagement or localized conflicts. This compels the denizens of their lands to seek refuge in the bustling cities, escaping the turmoil in search of survival. Concurrently, countless commoners have become vagrants as natural disasters and calamities render agriculture insufficient to sustain their families. More egregious is the fact that many nobles and ecclesiastical organizations resort to unscrupulous means to usurp lands, raising more livestock or cultivating specialty crops, thereby forcibly displacing farmers from their ancestral plots. This not only constitutes a blatant appropriation of land, but also relegates the dispossessed farmers to become cheap labor, subject to the whims of their new overlords. Although the continent of Westeros forbids the ownership of slaves, the lives of many subjects bear little distinction from that of slaves. They toil relentlessly each day, often unable to secure even a single meal to stave off hunger. In the eyes of many nobles, commoners are nothing more than two-legged livestock. Thus, their welfare is of little concern. Any sporadic act of charity towards the destitute is heralded as a virtue. This may well be a significant reason why, despite its millennia-long history, the population of Westeros has seen little increase. The chances of survival during their exile are slim, so those who endure possess a modicum of skill. Their sensitivity to the news of the Seven Kingdoms is telling. It is no wonder that the rebel of King's Landing can emerge as the most formidable force in the Game of Thrones. As the Dragon's Kiss flower blossomed throughout the great cities of the Seven Kingdoms during this period, a stable route for transporting vagrants to the new Dragonstone was essentially established. Thus, when news of the tournament spread, it was the vagrants arriving from various locales who reached the venue even before the nobles. For these vagrants, Daenerys had already devised a strategy with Samwell and his companions. Those willing to reside in White Sheep Town were vetted and, upon meeting the criteria, were assigned to work in the pastures and farms. Typically, those who passed the scrutiny were families, as their attachments made them more inclined to adhere to rules. The remaining individuals were settled in a makeshift refugee camp situated between White Sheep Town and the tournament grounds. This camp, encircled by imposing black stone walls, provided space for tents. Samwell also deployed a contingent of militia to maintain order and distributed food to the inhabitants each morning at no cost. Most able-bodied men found employment in the construction of the tournament venue, while the elderly, women, and children could engage in tasks such as sorting wool, cleaning the streets, and transporting manure in White Sheep Town. Although their earnings were modest, they sufficed to sustain their livelihoods. Additionally, some individuals of noble descent or those possessing martial prowess were temporarily organized by Samwell into a security coordination team of 100. These individuals, having emerged from the ranks of the vagrants, were most familiar with the clandestine activities within their community, making them ideally suited for the management and supervision of the refugees. Upon receiving a fixed salary and generous benefits, the members of the security team have paradoxically become the most stringent enforcers against the vagrants. On this day, Daenerys was at the arena, guiding Manhur and Melesis in the forging of black stones. A contingent of the security team was escorting a group of thieves nearby. And among them, a tall, silver-haired woman immediately caught Daenerys' attention. She instructed her subordinates to halt the group. The team leader, known as Clever Jack, approached Daenerys with an ingratiating smile and reported, "Your Highness, these individuals are the thieves apprehended in recent days, following the judgment of Lord Samwell. All their possessions have been confiscated, and they are to be expelled from the island." Addressing the silver-haired woman, Daenerys called out, "Raise your head, what is your name? Why do I find you so familiar?" The woman, initially hesitant and with her gaze lowered, finally dared to lift her head after Daenerys called her name. "Why, you are Jaina!" Daenerys exclaimed, astonished by the sight of the once beautiful maid, now slightly soiled but still striking. Jaina was a handmaiden selected by Daenerys herself, a descendant of the Targaryen family residing in Dragonstone. Although taken aback, Daenerys maintained her composure and instructed Clever Jack, "The island is in need of laborers. There is no urgency to expel them. Let them serve at the arena until its completion, after which they can be sent to the night's watch at the wall. As for the women, send them to the brothel. Since they do not wish to engage in honest work under such favorable conditions, we shall grant them their desires. Yes. Yes, Your Highness. Understood. I will make the arrangements immediately. Jack, relishing the opportunity to impress Daenerys, brandished his whip and admonished the thieves. Hurry up, you lazy bones. The princess has provided you with such a good opportunity, yet you squander it on disgraceful acts. You wretches deserve a good beating. Move it, or beware of my whip. Daenerys pulled Jaina aside, her voice cold with disappointment. Are you still unwilling to speak the truth? You are tarnishing the Targaryen bloodline. Tell me, what has transpired? Upon hearing this, Jaina knelt down, tears welling in her eyes, and lamented, Your Highness, I am with child by Prince Daemon. My parents are forcing me to terminate this pregnancy. I do not wish to, so I resorted to theft in hopes of escaping Dragonstone. I beg of you. Let me leave. Allow me to keep this child. Does Daemon know of your situation? Daenerys inquired, taken aback by the revelation. Jean shook her head and whispered softly. Prince Daemon only favored me a few times during Prince Baelon's funeral, and thereafter, he has completely disregarded me. What use is it to speak with him? Jean's words held a certain truth. If Daemon could be so callous towards his own lawful wife, what hope was there for a mere fleeting lover? After pondering for a moment, Daenerys, having formed a resolution, pressed further. Even if I were to facilitate your departure, how will you sustain yourself and your child thereafter? What will be your means of survival? Upon hearing this, Jean fell silent, and after a considerable pause, she stammered, I just want to leave Dragonstone for now, otherwise. My parents will surely force me to take the moon tea. I have not given much thought to the future. The world is vast. Surely there must be a place where I can find refuge. I could work as a maid, and even if it comes to being a harlot, I will still manage to raise my child. Daenerys, upon hearing this, was nearly overcome with incredulous laughter. No wonder you are so beautiful, yet still discarded by Daemon. The brain is a valuable asset, but alas, it seems you possess none. Chapter 43. These men deserve a beating with a mind like yours. I doubt you could survive outside Dragonstone, let alone raise a child. If you truly wish to safeguard this infant, I can illuminate a path for you. Upon hearing Daenerys' words, Rhaenyra's sorrowful eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Daenerys continued, Before we proceed, I must confirm something with you. Do you merely wish to ensure this child's well-being, even if it means living apart and never being recognized together? Or is it imperative for you to raise your child, regardless of the tribulations that may arise in the future? After much contemplation, Rhaenyra, her face streaked with tears, replied to Daenerys, Your Highness, I only wish for this child to have a good life, even if it means we cannot be together. Though not particularly astute, Rhaenyra quickly grasped Daenerys' intent and made her choice. Satisfied with her decisiveness, Daenerys continued. I can first place you in a secluded location where you can safely carry your pregnancy. Once the child is born, you can work at the house of the kissed by fire. With your beauty, you will surely thrive there. I will assist in arranging for the child to be raised by the royal family, but you must not disclose his lineage, or I cannot guarantee the safety of you or your child. Rhaenyra swiftly vowed, I swear by the old and new gods that once this child is born, I shall have no further ties to him, and I will never reveal his heritage. Daenerys paid little heed to her promise, confident that should she waver in the future, she could utilize her as a test subject for hatching dragon eggs. To avoid drawing attention from others, Daenerys had her attendants provide 2 veils. After disguising themselves, she led Rhaenyra towards the house of the kissed by fire. To their surprise, the establishment was bustling with patrons, nearly filled to capacity with the young nobles from the 7 kingdoms. Observing the scene, Daenerys tightened her veil, concealing her appearance. Master Jason, one remarked, it is said that this house of the kissed by fire is the finest pleasure house in the 7 kingdoms. I find it pales in comparison to our golden cat in Lannisport. The silver-haired woman added, Where is the allure of our golden-haired ladies from the west? The fair and strong drinks are indeed flavorful. From a distance, Monty Hightower scoffed in response, Humph. A display of nouveau riche. If we are discussing uniqueness, the girls from Honeywine Alley are the most cultured throughout all of Westeros. Jason Lannister immediately retorted, Oh. Has the brothel of Old Town become a hub of knowledge akin to the Citadel? It seems the men of Old Town are quite lacking, allowing time for their women to engage in idle chatter with you. Jason's words sent a wave of laughter rippling through the assembled young nobles. Ha ha ha! The men of the Hightower family have yet to experience the exquisite allure of a woman's cherry red lips, it seems. Upon hearing such unsavory remarks, Danila spat in disgust and quickly pulled Jenna deeper into the Dragon's Kiss garden. After ensuring Jenna was properly settled with the head of the Fire's Kiss garden, Danila hastily departed. Little did she know, she soon encountered the raucous group from Stag's Island swaggering out of the Dragon's Kiss garden. Boss! The food at the Fire's Kiss garden is truly delectable. It rivals the fare at Dragonstone, boomed the towering bear, savoring the taste as he walked. The wolves, too, nodded in agreement, exclaiming, roasted meat, delicious. Truly delightful. The lean eagle, incensed by their remarks, jumped up and kicked each of them, chastising them with ire. That place is a brothel. I sold a bear pelt from the frozen tundra to send you there for the beauty, not to feast and drink. Nearby, the wiry youth, Lynx, expressed his confusion. What is so appealing about those skinny women? Our women from Stag's Island have ample curves, far more attractive. At that moment, Dax's gaze swept over Danila, and he remarked, almost pointedly, indeed, they are rather withered. Danila felt an immediate surge of offense from Dax's words, and she shot him a venomous glare. Unfortunately, her gaze collided with Dax's scrutinizing eyes. What are you staring at? Do you dare to challenge me? Danila's fury reached its peak, and she unleashed a torrent of insults. When did Stag's Island become so wealthy? Affording high-end brothels now. A bunch of shameless Northmen. Danila unleashed every curse she had learned in this world. The young men, taken aback by the audacity of a girl daring to berate them in public, were poised to retaliate. However, Dax quickly intervened. Stand down, all of you. Step back. They complied with their leader's command, retreating several paces. Dax then leaned closer to Danila, murmuring, Your Highness, do you truly intend to continue this public tirade? The crowd is gathering. Danila, feeling both embarrassed and enraged by Dax's words, fell silent but immediately swung her fist at Dax's handsome face. After a few solid punches, she brought Dax to the ground. Her 3 years of training in martial arts and swordsmanship had not been in vain, and she possessed a fierce strength. Moreover, Dax, fearing for Danila's safety, did not resist with full force. Thus, Danila found herself atop Dax, raining down punches with fervor. The youths of Sparkus Island were about to encircle the scene when Dax's thunderous voice halted them, commanding, This is none of your concern. Stay right where you are. After exchanging a flurry of blows, Danila's fury dissipated entirely. She forcefully struck Dax's chest and attempted to rise and depart. However, to her astonishment, he seized her, pulling her down onto his broad, muscular chest. Seizing the moment, he whispered softly in her ear, Do not worry, Your Highness. I shall not expose you. After venting her frustration, Danila quickly extricated herself from his grasp and bolted away into the distance. Damn Dax. If it weren't for the fear of revealing my identity, I would make you pay dearly. Meanwhile, Dax gazed intently in the direction of Danila's retreat, a satisfied smile lingering on his face, as though he had not just endured a beating but had instead relished a sumptuous massage. The other youths of Sparkus Island exchanged bewildered glances, pondering. Has the boss lost his wits? Why does it seem he is enjoying this? One remarked, I believe the boss has taken a liking to that scrawny girl. Ah. So that is his preference. No wonder he dismissed the numerous beautiful women who sought his attention while on Sparkus Island. Chapter 44. Wait until you are cleaned up. In a bid to evade attention, Danyella swiftly departed from the scene. Sensing Danyella's emotions, Dreamfire and Miracis hurriedly soared to the location where Danyella was situated. To prevent causing panic among the crowd, Danyella promptly communicated a directive to distance themselves from the throng through telepathy. Over the course of 3 years spent with Dreamfire, Danyella had mastered the art of mental communication. To her pleasant surprise, she discovered that even though Miracis had only been with her for a few months, they too could achieve a state of mental connection. The dragon riders of the Targaryen family are renowned for their ability to connect with their dragons on a profound level, with Demon and Rhaenyra being exemplary representatives of this bond. However, no one had yet emerged who could simultaneously communicate with 2 colossal dragons and convey precise instructions like Danyella could. After escaping the fishing village, Danyella commanded Dreamfire to transport her directly to the administrative hall of Ares Town. At that moment, Samuel was engaged in discussions with Mederic, Cameron, and Annie regarding the details of the upcoming martial arts tournament. Upon Danyella's entrance, they all respectfully rose and greeted her. Danyella directly inquired of Mederic, What is the fee you intend to charge the vendors for the tournament? Perceiving that Danyella was likely displeased, despite her outward calm demeanor, Mediric cautiously replied, Your Highness. We have tentatively set the fee at 1,000 gold dragons. Adjust it to 10,000 gold dragons. If the Lannisters and Hightower families wish to participate, offer them the prime positions and charge them 50,000 gold dragons, Danyella commanded. Such a substantial amount. Samuel expressed his surprise at Daniella's instructions. Danyella confidently responded, Do not underestimate the competitive spirit of those noble youths. Not only will they seek to display their family's strength, but once gathered, they will also engage in contests of who can urinate the farthest. Her blunt words elicited a wave of embarrassment among those present. With her personal attendant Annie discreetly tugging at the hem of Daniella's garment. Unfazed, Danyella continued, Rest assured, you may proceed with confidence. I assure you, the abilities of those noble youths will surpass your wildest expectations. By the way, Mediric, Torrhen wishes to ask you for a favor. Mediric immediately responded with respect, Your Highness. We are bound to comply with your request. Please, tell us what you need. Danyella leaned closer to Mediric and whispered in his ear. Disseminate a piece of information. Claim that I once spent 100,000 gold dragons to have my dragon take you on a flight around Dragonstone. And that I held you in my arms. Daniella's words caused Mediric's face to flush crimson. Your Highness, this is inappropriate. It could tarnish your reputation. Danyella, however, remained nonchalant as she continued. You shall adhere to my directives, for I harbor no concern for such matters. My reputation as a miser has already spread across the 7 kingdoms. Why should I care? Once the task is accomplished, I shall reward you handsomely. Having conveyed her intentions, Daenerys left the administrative hall with a sense of satisfaction. Ah! It has been several days since I last beheld those 2 dragon eggs. Today seems the perfect occasion for a visit. Upon exiting the administrative hall, Daenerys was suddenly struck by the whim to inspect the 2 dragon eggs. Thus, she mounted Drogon and returned to her cavern. Gently caressing the 2 eggs, which had been warmed by the heat of the earth, Daenerys sensed a burgeoning energy within them. To her astonishment, the life force of the eggs had indeed intensified in merely a few days. It appears that this new volcano and these gemstones are of great benefit to the dragons. If only I could transport all the Targaryen dragon eggs here. Who knows how many hatchlings would emerge. However, the Targaryen royal family strictly regulates the management of dragon eggs, making it difficult for even Daenerys to acquire them easily. Alas! Perhaps I could use my mother's pregnancy as an excuse to select a couple of dragon eggs for experimentation. Resolute in her decision, Daenerys once again mounted Drogon and soared towards the dragon lair in King's Landing. After the Targaryens constructed the dragon lair in King's Landing, they transferred all the dragon eggs there. Since returning to Dragonstone, it had been 3 years since Daenerys last visited King's Landing. Apart from a few hunting trips across the narrow sea to Dragonstone. Thus, when Drogon appeared over King's Landing once more, it caused quite a stir among the populace. Daenerys directed Drogon to the dragon lair but opted not to confine him within. Instead, she instructed him to wait outside. Your Highness, welcome. The dragon guards greeted Daenerys respectfully in Valyrian. I have come to select 2 dragon eggs for my mother's unborn child. Please lead me there. Yes, Your Highness. The dragon guard respectfully walked ahead, guiding Daenerys towards the furnace room where the dragon eggs were stored. To ensure optimal hatching conditions, all Targaryen dragon eggs were kept in the furnace, nurtured daily by the warmth of coal fires. Consequently, the temperature within the egg storage room remained quite elevated. Upon entering the furnace room, even Daenerys, who was accustomed to high temperatures, found it somewhat difficult to breathe. You may wait for me at the entrance. I shall select the eggs myself. Very well, Your Highness. Your Highness, the further you venture inside, the more ancient the dragon eggs become. Among them are 2 that were brought from Old Valyria. Understood, Daenerys responded with a calm demeanor, though her heart brimmed with joy. For the lineage of dragon eggs from the Old Valyrian period far surpassed those laid by dragons after they arrived at Dragonstone. Yet, Daenerys did not hasten into the depths but instead observed each egg meticulously. The furnace room was vast, covering over 100 square meters, filled with 4 or 5 dozen coal-burning furnaces. The shells of these dragon eggs resemble exquisite gems, meticulously sculpted to perfection. The eggs are of immense size, requiring Daenerys to cradle them with both hands. Each time she holds these eggs, it feels as though she bears the weight of the entire world. Weathered by the passage of time, these eggs have transformed into eternal relics, yet they continue to radiate a dazzling brilliance. Their surfaces are adorned with scales as fine as fish skin, displaying a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors and intricate patterns, reminiscent of the most beautiful jewels, exuding an enchanting allure. Even though Daenerys has admired them countless times, she remains spellbound by their charm. At last, she arrives before the two oldest dragon eggs. Upon opening the furnace that holds them, she discovers one egg is a deep crimson, adorned with swirling patterns reminiscent of a tempest, while the other is a pitch-black hue, embellished with exquisite silver ripples. Gently caressing the two eggs, Daenerys senses a potent magical pulse emanating from within, one that is more substantial than that of most dragon eggs. This raises an intriguing question: why have these two eggs yet to hatch? Chapter 45. A thirst for ambition. Danila exhibited no semblance of restraint as she swiftly placed the two most ancient dragon eggs into the specially crafted whale leather satchel she had brought along. They were indeed quite heavy. Fortunately, Danila had diligently trained in martial arts and swordsmanship over the past 3 years, endowing her with considerable strength. Though somewhat taxing, she managed to lift them with relative ease. As she ventured further, Danila seized the opportunity to add a radiant dragon egg, shimmering with a pinkish-purple hue, to her collection. Observing Princess Danila's audacious act of claiming 3 dragon eggs at once, the dragon guards, though hesitant to intervene, felt compelled to caution her, "Your Highness, taking 3 dragon eggs at once requires the king's consent." Danila, ever considerate of the guards' concerns, reassured them, "I shall present the dragon eggs to His Majesty the King. There is no need for your worry." "Yes, Your Highness." Upon exiting the dragon's lair, Danila mounted her dragon, Dreamfire, and soared towards the Red Keep. According to the traditions of House Targaryen, dragon riders typically left their dragons at the dragon's lair before returning to the Red Keep on horseback or by carriage. However, Danila had no desire to endure the unpleasant scent of King's Landing, so she chose to fly directly. After all, the Red Keep had ample space for Dreamfire to land, and her control over the dragon was far superior to that of other riders, rendering any loss of control unlikely. As Dreamfire appeared in the skies above King's Landing, King Jaehaerys was already apprised of her arrival. He promptly instructed his servants to prepare refreshments, for he held a fondness for his spirited granddaughter, particularly since Danila had amassed considerable wealth from the noble houses of the 7 kingdoms through her ventures with dragonglass. This endeared her even more to King Jaehaerys, as weakening one's adversaries could be a prudent strategy when one's own ascent to power was not readily attainable. However, Jaehaerys was taken aback by the sight of the girl boldly commanding Dreamfire as she approached the Red Keep. Truly, she was a remarkable young lady. Once Danila had settled Dreamfire, she arrived at the entrance of Mader's Holdfast, where Audrey and Alicent awaited her. "Your Highness, the king has been expecting you for quite some time." The two lovely maidens, one gentle and nurturing, the other demure and charming, presented a delightful sight together. "Greetings, Miss Audrey, Miss Alicent. I appreciate your personal welcome." Alicent immediately took Danila's arm with affectionate warmth, exclaiming, "It is our honor, Danila. I hope you don't mind my calling you that." Danila responded with polite awkwardness, "It is quite fine. It fosters a sense of closeness." Audrey respectfully led the way, striking a balance between warmth and formality. In contrast, Alicent's demeanor appeared somewhat overzealous, revealing her relative inexperience compared to the more adept Audrey. The unicorn Danila, upon encountering King Jaehaerys, immediately rushed affectionately towards him. "Great-grandfather, what do you think of these 3 dragon eggs I have chosen?" As she spoke, she eagerly opened her whale leather pouch, revealing the 3 dragon eggs before King Jaehaerys. "3?" Jaehaerys exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then feigned a stern expression. "Even if your mother were to bear twins, you are allowed to select but one. Why such greed to choose 3? Danila, eager to please, replied, "What if this time mother is indeed carrying twins? It would hardly be fair to favor one over the other. As for the extra egg, I have recently devised a new method for hatching dragon eggs and intend to conduct an experiment. Though the chances of success are slim, it is surely worth a try. Wouldn't you agree, great-grandfather? You must surely support my endeavor." "Ha ha! Were it anyone else, I might doubt it, but if it is Danila, I would indeed be curious to witness it." Jaehaerys conceded, "Very well, you have persuaded me. Take these 3 dragon eggs with you." In truth, Jaehaerys had always been puzzled by Danila's ability to hatch Myrsis and the close bond she had formed with it. He sensed that this uniquely remarkable great-granddaughter might bring him unexpected joys. Thus, he allowed her to take the 3 dragon eggs without hesitation. After sharing some refreshments with King Jaehaerys, Danila took her leave. Upon returning to Dragonstone, night had fallen. Yet Danila immediately placed the 3 dragon eggs in the cave of Dreamfire. Gazing at the 5 exquisitely unique dragon eggs, her spirit soared. And she could not help but caress them tenderly. Unbeknownst to her, Danila gradually dozed off, resting her head upon the 5 dragon eggs. In her dreams, she found herself soaring above a magnificent and awe-inspiring city, encircled by a vast range of towering volcanoes. The dark craters released thick plumes of smoke, obscuring the stars and moon in the night sky. Yet, the molten lava glowing from the craters and the towering obsidian candles scattered throughout the volcanoes cast an eerie, blood-like darkness across the heavens. The city's architecture reached for the clouds, adorned in shades of black and red, with crystalline magical lamps illuminating the expanse in a dazzling display. Throughout the city, colossal sphinx statues loomed, crafted from a material strikingly similar to the black stone of Dragonstone. As Danila beheld the lion-headed figures, she faintly discerned the echoes of ancient Valyrian chants. Just as she sought to listen more closely, a powerful gust of wind surged behind her. Turning around, she was startled to see 2 tremendous dragons, one black and one red, hurtling toward her with astonishing speed. Their heads were menacing and terrifying, adorned with spines that extended from their forepaws to the hardened, spiked tails. They appeared far more ferocious than any dragon Daenerys had ever encountered. Their wings, vast enough to obscure the sun, could easily disperse the clouds in the sky with a single beat. Yet, despite their formidable appearance, Daenerys discerned a significant difference between them and true dragons. They resembled creations forged from flames, exuding an intimidating presence, but lacking the vital essence characteristic of real dragons. As Daenerys contemplated this, the 2 dragons surged forth, transforming into torrents of black and red flames that swiftly engulfed her. Prepared for this moment, Daenerys felt no fear. Instead, she opened her arms wide to embrace the fiery onslaught. As she anticipated, once the flames enveloped her, she experienced no discomfort whatsoever. Rather, it seemed as though the blood coursing through her veins was boiling. The melodic incantation emanating from the Sphinx echoed clearly in her mind, revealing itself to be the magical spell for forging Dragonstone. Chapter 46. The Enchanted Dragonstone. As the melodic incantations of High Valyrian reverberated around her, Daenerys felt her blood simmering with an exhilarating intensity. This sensation of fervent vitality enveloped her in an unparalleled comfort, as if her body had transformed into a feather-light cloud, radiating warmth akin to flames. Gradually, she found herself instinctively joining the chant, the rhythmic cadences of High Valyrian flowing from her lips. This invocation stirred a potent energy within her, awakening and propelling it through her being, culminating in a surge that flooded her mind. A torrent of fragmented images from ancient Valyria surged into Daenerys' consciousness, overwhelming her with a profound sense of disorientation. Ah! The sheer volume of these disjointed memories jolted her awake from her reverie. Upon regaining her senses, Daenerys noticed that the torch she had planted beside her had been extinguished. It seemed that a considerable amount of time had elapsed. How could she have dozed off? The cavern of Dreamfire was shrouded in shadows, and Daenerys had strategically placed numerous torches near the spot where she had nestled the dragon eggs. This ensured illumination during her visits to gather rubies and check on the eggs. A torch typically burned for 2 to 3 hours. Yet the one before her had long lost its warmth, indicating that much time had passed. Consequently, Daenerys fumbled to ignite another torch, and in its feeble glow, she noticed that the 5 dragon eggs before her appeared even more resplendent than before. As she caressed the 2 eggs from Valyria, Daenerys understood that her dragon dream was undoubtedly linked to them. Having forged a connection through this dream, she hoped for their swift hatching. The dragon lineage bequeathed by Valyria must surely possess greater strength. When Daenerys emerged from the Dreamfire cavern, she discovered that dawn was gently breaking. Fortunately, before her departure, she had instructed her subordinates to inform Viserys of their intent to return to King's Landing for the dragon eggs. They must have assumed that Daenerys remained in King's Landing. Upon arriving at the arena, Daenerys found the workers already bustling with fervor. It was evident that high rewards and generous conditions could ignite the greatest enthusiasm in people. Unlike the conventional daily wages on the continent of Westeros, Daenerys proposed a system where Samwell and his team could earn rewards based on their productivity. Those who exceeded their daily quotas would receive additional incentives. Consequently, the construction efficiency of the arena on Dragonstone surpassed that of other locations significantly. Moreover, utilizing the lightweight yet durable Dragonstone material accelerated the building process exponentially compared to similar constructions elsewhere. This led to a considerable daily consumption of Dragonstone, prompting Daenerys to visit the site every couple of days to assist the craftsmen in forging new materials. Today, Danila was eager to visit the forge at Dragonstone, driven by her desire to test the effectiveness of the magical incantation she had learned in her dream. riding upon Dreamfire. She approached the moat filled with the materials for forging Dragonstone. Following the guidance of her dream, Danila positioned herself on Dreamfire's back. Placing her hands upon the dragon's spine as she began to softly chant in High Valyrian, essence of stone, flame of the earth's core, might of the gods, power of blood, forge the immortal creation. As Danila continued her incantation, she felt herself gradually merging with Dreamfire. A wondrous force seemed to envelop both her and Dreamfire. An extraordinary energy surging through them. Dragonfire! In a moment of instinct, Danila found herself commanding Dreamfire to unleash its flames. Dreamfire let out a triumphant roar. Then directed a stream of blue-purple dragonfire onto the Dragonstone materials. The components crushed stone, clay, Dragon-dung, and the bones and blood of livestock instantly melted into a molten pool. Even the meticulously crafted stone molds showed signs of softening. Had Danila not skillfully reigned in Dreamfire as flames, the molds would have been rendered useless. To her astonishment, Danila discovered that the incantation also elevated the temperature of Dreamfire's dragonfire, a delightful surprise. Furthermore, she could distinctly sense Dreamfire's joyful demeanor and a hint of pride in the blue-purple flames, rejuvenating Danila, who had begun to feel weary. While she and Dreamfire, along with Miracis, could previously communicate on a mental level, today's connection was profoundly clearer and more vivid. Do you think you are the most beautiful among dragons? Danila playfully conveyed this thought to Dreamfire. In response, Dreamfire proudly lifted its head and emitted a resounding roar, flapping its immense wings with delight. Of course, Danila accurately perceived this sentiment. This mental connection transcended mere verbal communication, establishing a resonance of thoughts and emotions. Thus, the pair engaged in a playful exchange of ideas, leaving Danila astonished at Dreamfire's remarkable understanding and communication skills, confirming the intelligence of dragons as magical beings. Before long, the newly forged Dragonstone began to cool and solidify. Unlike the usual pitch-black hue, this Dragonstone bore a striking resemblance to Dreamfire's color, appearing as a much deeper indigo. Its surface, no longer rough like black stone, shimmered with a gem-like luster. This evoked in Danila a vivid recollection of the towering edifices she had glimpsed in her dreams, constructed from stones akin to these. They were undeniably more exquisite than the pure black Dragonstone. It appears that the methods employed by her ancestors to forge Dragonstone were rather rudimentary. Perhaps even the most basic within the ancient Valyria. The very color of these stones resembled that used for paving roads. The surrounding stonemasons could not help but radiate joy. For compared to the somber black stone, this indigo-hued stone was remarkably more attractive. Buildings fashioned from this Dragonstone, reminiscent of indigo gemstones, could indeed herald a new era in the realm of Westeros. These craftsmen, imbued with the spirit of artisanship, sought to etch their names into the annals of history through their noble profession. The indigo-hued Dragonstone undoubtedly bestowed upon them an opportunity for eternal recognition. It is worth noting that even the coarse black Dragonstone was a legendary creation in the continent of Westeros, which could not be replicated. How much more so for these indigo gemstone-like stones? Hence, the stonemasons were suddenly ignited with greater ambition. An ordinary arena was no longer sufficient to contain their fervent enthusiasm. They hurriedly dashed off to consult with Samuel regarding modifications to the design of the arena. Chapter 47. The grilled fish of the Haddock family. Paying no heed to the excited stonemasons, who were already fatigued and ravenous, Danila effortlessly guided Dreamfire away. As for their modifications to the construction plans, she felt her input would be of little significance. Such professional matters should be left to the experts. However, judging by their enthusiasm, it seemed they would not rest until they produced a masterpiece that would astonish the world. Presently, the arena had merely completed its foundation, making any substantial alterations to the expansion or architectural style quite feasible. Let them tinker away. Danila had no shortage of funds. If they could indeed concoct something remarkable, it would only serve her future profit, making it a win-win situation. After all, the gladiatorial arena at Slave Bay was quite lucrative. Unlike the merciless slave owners, Danila did not intend to exploit the labor of the slaves for profit. However, hosting visually appealing competitions and exhibitions, or perhaps gathering rare beasts and developing intriguing products, were all excellent options. As long as the venue existed, profitability could certainly be achieved. As Danila soared low over the construction site of the arena, an enticing aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air. Looking down, she discovered that the destitute had spontaneously established a small market at the Dragonstone new island dot by the sea. This was rather intriguing. Thus, Danila instructed Dreamfire to descend and proceeded to walk towards the quaint market. Upon her arrival, the crowd quickly parted, bowing respectfully as they greeted her, lowering their heads in deference. Your Highness! Your Highness! Please, continue with your activities. I am merely here to browse. Danila called out cheerfully, her voice resonating throughout much of the small market. Yet, wherever she walked, the individuals remained tense and reverent, some too intimidated to move. This was not merely due to Danila's popularity. Rather, it stemmed from a long-established survival instinct in this world. Within noble territories, lords wielded absolute power over their subjects. Numerous aristocrats had brutally punished or mistreated their vassals under the pretext of disrespect. The gaze of the crowd remained fixed on Danila until she had moved out of sight, at which point they resumed their normal activities. Had it not been for Danila's newfound social prowess since arriving in this world, she might have found herself awkwardly fleeing in embarrassment in her past life. The market, though modest, was a treasure trove of essentials. Here one could find coarse linen garments, kitchen knives, vases, dishes, fishing nets, and leather goods, along with a plethora of everyday items that one might require. Particularly, the utensils crafted by the vendors who sell various common dining implements, though rudimentary, possess a certain charm. In this world, the utensils utilized by the common folk predominantly consist of wooden pieces, crude ceramics, and some ordinary metal cutlery. While they may lack the luxury of expensive pigments to adorn their wares, they exhibit a remarkable ability to embellish these humble tools with natural dyes derived from various plants found in nature. Although the patterns may not be exquisitely intricate, they exude a rustic and organic beauty. The bustling marketplace is predominantly filled with fishermen peddling their fresh catches from the sea. The fish leap vibrantly, promising delectable flavors. Fresh and succulent, come and take a look. Fish for sale, fish for sale. The women who consume fish are the most beautiful. The young men who partake in fish are the strongest. The elders who eat fish enjoy the longest lives. Fresh oysters, bamboo clams, live mussels, and scallops. The lively groupers. Cod and tuna, trout, snapper, and giant squid. The variety of seafood available here is quite abundant, and each fisherman has their own catchy and humorous selling slogan, often rhymed. Though the overwhelming aroma of seafood may produce a rather unpleasant stench, it provides Danila with a rare opportunity to experience a vibrant slice of life. However, the finest seafood is often swiftly acquired by the chefs of Dragonstone Castle and the affluent families of Whitehorn Town. Most of the commoners, particularly the newly arrived refugees, are left to make do with the less desirable, spoiled fish and shrimp. Before long, Danila follows a delightful scent to a breakfast stall. The vendors are few, primarily offering dark bread and various seafood porridge. The cleanest and most orderly stall is that of the grilled fish vendor, whose enticing aroma lured Danila in. A wooden sign hangs above, inscribed in the common tongue, announcing Haddoc's grilled fish. A long queue has already formed, indicating the quality of the grilled fish must be exceptional. Danila instinctively positions herself at the end of the line, inquiring of those ahead, "This grilled fish smells divine. How is it priced?" Upon recognizing Danila's presence, the patrons in line quickly parted, eagerly granting her the foremost position. "Your Highness, please go ahead." Danila graciously accepted their kindness. "Madam, your grilled fish smells wonderful. What is the price?" Despite the minor commotion caused by Danila's arrival, the vendor, Mrs. Haddock, remained calm and diligently attended to her tasks, even managing to bow gracefully in greeting to Danila. Intrigued, Danila observed the tidy and well-presented vendor. "Your Highness, the grilled fish is 10 copper coins each, Mrs. Haddock replied with poise. "Madam Haddock, I would like 10, please." With that, Danila produced a gold coin from her pouch and handed it to the vendor, adding, "The remaining should be a token of gratitude for those who made way for me." Just moments ago, the line in front of Danila consisted of only a dozen individuals. A single gold coin, even if each of them receives 10, would suffice. "Thank you, Your Highness, thank you." Observing the owner of the grilled fish stall sprinkling a special seasoning developed by Rhaenyra on the fish, Rhaenyra couldn't help but exclaim, "This seasoning is quite expensive. No wonder your grilled fish is so fragrant." However, possessing such a seasoning alone cannot yield such delectable grilled fish. It appears that Mrs. Haddock possesses her own exclusive recipe as well. Listening to Rhaenyra's praise, Mrs. Haddock, although visibly excited, spoke with a calm demeanor. "Indeed, Your Highness. Our ancestors grew up at the docks of the fishing village, and a remarkable grilled fish recipe has been passed down through generations. Receiving Your Highness's acknowledgement is our greatest honor. While our grilled fish was decent in the past, it pales in comparison to the allure of the present. As you mentioned, it is thanks to the special spices we procured from the spice shop in Ares Town, which, when combined with our secret recipe, Allow us to create this delightful grilled fish. I see. Rhaenyra then smiled and suggested, perhaps in the future, you might also experiment with chicken, duck, pork, and lamb. It might prove equally delicious. Chapter 48. Have the rumors begun? Madame Haddark was remarkably swift in her movements, and before long, she had expertly grilled 10 fish, each delicately wrapped in thin pancakes, which she then reverently placed together in a dry lotus leaf and presented to Daenerys. This novel method of packaging captivated Daenerys, prompting her to inquire, your wrapping technique is quite intriguing. With these pancakes accompanying the grilled fish, one could forego a staple dish altogether. But where did you procure this dry lotus leaf? It seems our Dragonstone island does not produce lotus flowers. Madame Haddark, with no hesitation, warmly replied to Daenerys. My husband has ventured out to sea with Lord Sea Serpent a few times and brought back these lotus seeds from the Summer Islands. We planted them in our own pond, and they thrive beautifully, blooming splendidly. They also yield substantial rhizomes, which can be cooked and eaten, though they lack flavor and are rather tough. I see. Daenerys responded, producing a gold dragon and offering it to Madame Haddark. I am quite interested in this. Would you kindly send some of the plant's rhizomes and seeds to Dragonstone Keep? This gold dragon is your reward. However, Madame Haddark declined Daenerys' gold dragon, explaining, such things are of little worth. Since your highness has taken a liking to them, I shall simply deliver them to you without any remuneration. Gently placing the gold dragon beside her stall, Daenerys insisted, please accept it. I would feel remiss to trouble you without offering something in return. I shall not intrude on your business any longer. Wishing you prosperous dealings, Madame Haddark. With that, Daenerys swiftly departed the market, carrying the carefully packaged grilled fish. With the fires of dreams still flickering, by the time Daenerys returned to Dragonstone Keep with the grilled fish, the dry lotus leaf still retained a lingering warmth. Upon seeing Daenerys return so early, Aemma could not contain her curiosity. Did you truly return from King's Landing so early? This seems rather premature. As Daenerys unwrapped the lotus leaf and distributed the grilled fish to her family, she explained, I came back last night. After visiting the forge in the morning, I passed through a small market and thought the grilled fish looked delightful, so I brought some back for everyone. Last night? I had no idea. Aemma exclaimed. I've been feeling rather heavy lately, leading me to retire early each night. It is no wonder I missed your return. She glanced at her husband, Viserys. Aemma, already showing clear signs of pregnancy, mistakenly believed that her early nights were the reason for her unawareness of Daenerys' return. This grilled fish is indeed delicious, Viserys remarked, keenly aware of Aemma's gaze. Not only you, but I too was unaware that she returned last night. Weren't you supposed to be selecting dragon eggs for the little prince in your mother's womb? Where are the dragon eggs? In a mysterious tone, Daenerys replied to Viserys. I have placed them in a safe location. When my brother is born, I shall reveal them. As for now, that remains a secret. Maurice's appears to be quite splendid. Yet at this moment, Sister Rhaenyra suddenly interjected, Danila, I have heard that you embraced the Manderly brothers from White Harbor, soaring through the skies on their dragon. Is that true? Rhaenyra's words astonished both Viserys and Aemma, directing their gazes towards Danila in unison. They were taken aback by this revelation. Aemma's mind was consumed solely by the notion of Danila embracing the Manderly brothers. You embraced the Manderly brothers? Although the culture of Westeros is relatively liberal, the noble family still place significant importance on honor and reputation. Danila refrained from answering her mother directly, instead posing a question to her sister Rhaenyra. Where did you hear this news? What were the exact words? At Danila's inquiry, Rhaenyra's face flushed crimson, her words tumbling over one another. I heard it from those noble young men. As for whether you embraced them, I am not certain. Did your handmaiden suggest you say this? So you can avoid an alliance with the balding Manderly family, is that it? Danila adeptly disowned Rhaenyra's little ruse, promptly exposing her. You dare to play such games before me? The political machinations of all Westeros are mere child's play to a flower farmer like me. You would challenge me in this manner. It seems the future will see you continue as a sister wife. Indeed, Danila had instructed Medric to disseminate the news, yet she was confident that Medric, with his integrity, would omit the part about embracing him on a dragon. Observing Rhaenyra's speechless demeanor, Viserys and Aemma quickly grasped that Danila had accurately disowned the situation. Their expressions darkened instantly. Viserys set down his meal and, with a serious gaze fixed upon Rhaenyra, solemnly inquired, Is it as your sister has stated? Rhaenyra, being merely a 10-year-old girl, lacked deep cunning and had always been cherished by Viserys and Aemma. Even if she harbored a tinge of envy towards Danila, it was simply the trivial rivalry of sisters. This time, her fear of being wed to White Harbor had clouded her judgment, leading her to heed the handmaiden's embellished tales. Having been exposed by Danila, she could not conjure a retort, and thus, she conceded. Yes, it was my personal handmaiden who suggested I say this. But do not blame them. It is my own fear of being married off to White Harbor that drove me to speak thus. I see Danila and the Manderly brothers getting along well. Perhaps this could indeed assist them. This declaration from Rhaenyra left Viserys and Aemma exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Aemma! Our daughters are growing up. They must be guided with more strictness. After all, they are nearing the age for marriage discussions. If this continues, their reputations may truly be at stake. In the end, Viserys expressed a rather unexpected sentiment. What could Aemma possibly say in response? Yes, I shall take heed. Once this child is born, I shall nurture them both with utmost care. It was the perfect opportunity to replace the handmaidens attending Rhaenyra, particularly those older ones accompanying Daenerys. After all, Daenerys' personal attendant was not even older than my own. Upon hearing that her mother intended to replace her handmaidens, Rhaenyra was immediately incensed. Meanwhile, Daenerys merely rolled her eyes and remarked, I believe mother was referring to psychological or intellectual maturity. Your handmaidens may entertain you, but with their limited intellect and prolonged company, one may easily become dull-witted. I suggest you heed mother's advice and select a few more astute and virtuous companions. Chapter 49, The Rift Between Sisters. All right, Danila, Aemma interjected, hoping to prevent any discord between the sisters. Your personal handmaids are indeed commendable, yet they seem utterly incapable of restraining you. There is no other girl in the Seven Kingdoms as bold as you. It would be prudent to assign you a few stricter attendants to temper your spirited nature. In a bid to avert further conflict, Danila promptly fell silent, recognizing the need for discretion. The delightful atmosphere of breakfast was thus marred by Rhaenyra's remarks, leaving everyone feeling somewhat unappetized. After the meal concluded, Aemma escorted her two daughters to her chamber to commence her lengthy educational endeavor. Just as Danila was on the verge of losing her composure, her devoted handmaid, Jarrell, knocked on Aemma's door like a beacon of salvation. Your Highness, the craftsmen from the silver workshop in Whitehart have brought you some jewelry. Aemma paused, taken aback, as she had not commissioned any jewelry from Whitehart. Could it be that Viserys intended to surprise her? Suppressing her curiosity, Aemma quickly arranged her daughter's appearances before elegantly inviting the visitors in. The silver workshop had sent a master craftsman accompanied by 4 young apprentices carrying trays draped in silk, likely due to their first visit to Dragonstone. The group appeared somewhat nervous, yet their eyes were bright, and their demeanor was respectful. Your Highness, we have crafted this jewelry especially for you. Please take a look and let us know if any adjustments are needed. With that, the first young apprentice stepped forward as the master craftsman unveiled the silk covering, revealing a magnificent golden belt embellished with a colossal ruby. This? Though Aemma was confident that Viserys' gifts would be exquisite, she had not anticipated such extravagance. My heavens! What a grand ruby! This is truly priceless. Aemma as handmaid gasped in astonishment. Coming from a prosperous valley and having been a prince's wife for over a decade, Aemma had seen her fair share of opulence, yet she had never encountered a ruby of this magnitude. However, as a princess born of a noble family, Aemma maintained her composure despite her inner excitement, instructing her handmaid, please summon Prince Viserys. Then, feigning nonchalance, she picked up the exquisite belt from the tray and examined it closely. As she felt the gem's warmth, she was further astonished. This ruby is warm to the touch. The master craftsman, beaming with pride, explained, indeed, Your Highness. The ruby not only warms at contact but also possesses significant nurturing properties for the body. We intentionally designed this belt with spaces to allow the ruby to touch your skin. Aemma nodded with satisfaction, affirming the cleverness of the design. The craftsmanship was indeed of the highest caliber, particularly the belt, which was exceptionally soft and comfortable, with a rich and meticulous coloring. Is this made from whale skin? Your Highness, the princess, possesses a keen eye. It is indeed whale skin. Before long, her father, Viserys, arrived. Aemma, did you call for me? Have these two mischievous girls upset you again? After breakfast, ever since Lady Danila had been taken away by their mother, Aemma, Viserys, as a devoted father, had been anxiously lingering in his room, not daring to venture elsewhere. Thus, he came promptly. I called you to inquire about these ornaments. When did you acquire such precious gems? I had no inkling of it at all. Despite the numerous attendees present, there was an undeniable hint of playful affection in Emma's tone. Ornaments? Gems? Viserys was increasingly confounded. Emma waved the golden belt before his eyes, asking, "Isn't this jewelry something you commissioned? Why are you pretending to be oblivious now?" "Ha! The children have grown so much, yet you still lack decorum." Although Viserys relished Emma's playful demeanor, he was genuinely perplexed by the situation. How could I possibly have obtained such a large ruby? It truly isn't me. At that moment, the master craftsman from the silver workshop cleared his throat and began to exclaim, "Your Highness and Prince, these ornaments were commissioned by Princess Danila for you. Not only for you, but also for Prince Viserys and Princess Rhaenyra." He then unveiled a second tray, revealing a whale-skin belt adorned with silver and a sapphire brooch of Valyrian craftsmanship. "This is the silver belt and brooch that Princess Danila designed for you, Your Highness." With the large ruby on Emma's belt, the smaller sapphire on Viserys' belt was less ostentatious. However, the peculiar dragon motif sparked Viserys' curiosity. The design was quite unique. Resembling a colossal dragon, yet it bore no wings, and its body, akin to a serpent, possessed 4 claws. The appearance was strange, yet it seemed to convey a mightier presence than that of a typical dragon. The master craftsman promptly explained, "Indeed, Your Highness. This motif was personally designed by Princess Danila for you." "Danila?" At that moment, the family's attention turned to Danila, who was casually sipping juice nearby. Emma cast a sharp glance at Danila and remarked, "You, my dear, since you commissioned this, why did you not mention it sooner?" Danila thought to herself, "Would revealing it early allow me to witness such amusing reactions from you all?" Yet, she feigned innocence and replied, "Wasn't it meant to be a surprise for father, mother, and sister?" Rhaenyra's complete set of pink diamond jewelry, along with Daenerys' belt and Valyrian steel bracelet, should certainly be unveiled. After all, her collection is the most exquisite of all. Diverting attention, Daenera remains exceptionally skilled. When the silversmith unveiled the third tray, the entire set of pink diamond jewelry dazzled brilliantly under the sunlight streaming through the window. Although Rhaenyra typically harbored little interest in such adornments, today she found herself irresistibly captivated by the opulent set. Particularly under the sun's rays, the jewelry sparkled with an enchanting brilliance. Yet, reflecting on her actions from that morning, a wave of shame washed over Rhaenyra. This feeling rendered the usually proud Rhaenyra acutely aware of her own inadequacies before Daenera. A surge of uncontainable frustration ignited within her. In front of everyone, she boldly overturned the tray and exclaimed loudly at Daenera, "Who cares for your worthless trinkets? Do you think to bribe me with these pitiful jewels? No wonder you are so obsessed with wealth. You would resort to any means for profit. You have utterly disgraced the Targaryen name. I am ashamed to associate with you." With that, she dramatically stormed out. Chapter 50. The dragon's flame of Myrcis Rhaenyra's actions left everyone present in a state of stunned silence. The maids and the silversmiths discreetly lowered their heads, refraining from uttering a single sound. Meanwhile, Danila's personal maid, Garyel, hurriedly picked up the jewelry that Rhaenyra had knocked over and swiftly returned to Danila's side. At that moment, Viserys felt a wave of headache wash over him, while Emma experienced a subtle ache in her abdomen. Yet, their greater concern lay in Danila's potential embarrassment due to Rhaenyra's reckless behavior. Thus, as Emma rubbed her belly, she approached Danila, offering comfort. "I apologize, Danila, for the distress you have endured. Rest assured, I shall adequately discipline Rhaenyra." Viserys then chimed in, "Danila, thank you for the silver belt and brooch. I find them delightful. Rhaenyra, seeing your maturity, might be feeling a tinge of jealousy. It is she who lacks understanding. Do not take it to heart." At that moment, Danila's mind was racing with a multitude of thoughts, yet her face wore a mask of nonchalance as she responded, "Ha ha. What has everyone so flustered? It's perfectly fine. Perhaps Sister Rhaenyra feels a bit embarrassed. After all, I just exposed her little scheme this morning. She must be enraged out of shame. She is still young. I shall not hold it against her. Since she does not appreciate this set of jewelry, I shall simply keep it for myself. I shall not disturb father and mother any further. Please continue to test the belt, and if any adjustments are needed, speak to the masters. I bid you farewell, father, mother." With that, Danila hurriedly departed with Garyel. As they exited the room, Danila deliberately pinched herself, tears welling up in her eyes. She then subtly turned to ensure her parents could witness her tearful, aggrieved expression. On her way back to her chamber, Danila adorned her wrist with the Valyrian bracelet while speaking to Garyel. "Distribute this set of pink diamond jewelry among you three, including Anna. After all, you are no longer children. Consider it an early dowry. Gariel shot Danila a teasing glance. Your Highness, do not jest with us. Were it not for Sir Harrow's stern punishment of those servants gossiping about you and Mederic at Dragonstone, who knows what rumors would have spread. This morning, I heard you were taken to your room by Queen Emma for a lecture. I hastily sent someone to White Sheep Town to fetch the silversmiths. You do not reward my cleverness but instead use us for amusement. Truly. Then, do you wish to keep this jewelry or not? Danila directly addressed the matter. Halting Gariel's complaints. Why would I refuse? Who would turn down such a treasure? These are exquisite gems, rare even throughout the 7 kingdoms. Ha ha ha! Who wouldn't want it? Anyone who doesn't is surely lacking in common sense. Upon hearing this, Danyella couldn't help but burst into laughter. Last night, through the dragon dream, Danyella not only mastered the incantation for crafting the ancient Valyrian Dragonstone, but also became more attuned to magical energies. She could distinctly sense the magic within the amethyst of her bracelet gradually flowing through her wrist and into her entire being. Although it did not bring immediate changes to her physique, she firmly believed that, over time, it would yield significant benefits. Time would reveal the outcome, sooner or later. The truth would come to light. Such is the nature of things, and humans are no exception. Upon returning to her chamber, Danyella took a brief half-hour nap before rising. She quickly selected a light red leather armor and adorned herself with her new belt. Gerald and Bethany had already divided the exquisite pink diamond jewelry amongst themselves and were now adorning it. As the eldest and the chief maid, Annie received the most valuable necklace. Gerald chose a ring, while the youngest, Bethany, opted for a brooch. To complement the splendid pink diamond set, they all donned dresses in shades of pink. How are preparations on Harold's side? Danyella inquired of Gerald while adjusting her attire. Aware that the youth from various noble families would soon arrive, necessitating ample assistance, Gerald, who was braiding Daniella's hair, promptly replied, "Rest assured, everything is arranged. Whenever there is a martial competition, the younger sons and illegitimate offspring of those noble families are always eager to participate. But, Your Highness, do we truly need to recruit 300 individuals this time? While we are not lacking in gold dragons, maintaining 300 noble knights is certainly a considerable expense. Moreover, recruiting such a large number at once makes it difficult to rigorously assess their character and capabilities. Isn't it often said that time reveals a person's true nature?" Danyella countered. "Even if we gather ample information, I believe it is more prudent to keep them close and evaluate them gradually." 10-year-old Bethany, however, held a differing view. With a larger pool, we can naturally identify more talented individuals. In the end, spending a bit more gold dragons would be worthwhile, wouldn't it? Danyella was surprised by Bethany's astuteness at such a young age, clearly inheriting the Rosby family's business acumen. Ha ha ha! No wonder Annie always says Bethany is the best at managing finances. Gerald, look. She has already outshone you. Once Danyella had finished adjusting her attire, Dreamfire and Melissus had heeded her call and arrived above Dragonstone Fortress. Danyella then took command of Dreamfire, leading Melissus toward the site where the Dragonstone was forged. This morning, the Dragonstone forged by Danila had fully taken shape. Thus, Danila commanded Dreamfire to transport the Dragonstone, piece by piece, to the arena. In the annals of House Targaryen, it is unlikely that any dragon rider has ever employed their mighty dragons as mere laborers. This not only conserves an immense amount of manpower but also serves to enhance the strength of the dragons, an endeavor one would find difficult to resist. Once Danila had relocated all the Dragonstone to the positions designated by the masons, they promptly filled the molds with fresh materials. At this juncture, Danila placed her hands upon the chest of Melissus and began to chant an incantation in High Valyrian. As the resonance of Danila's magic with Melissus reached a critical point, she proclaimed loudly, "Dragon Flame." Melissus let out a triumphant roar before unleashing a torrent of scorching, violet-hued dragon fire upon the Dragonstone material before him. Indeed, this incantation not only serves to forge Dragonstones imbued with magical properties, but also assists the dragons in amplifying the potency of their flames. Chapter 51. The first bidder. Perhaps it was due to Daenerys chanting spells twice a day that she felt an overwhelming fatigue after this particular incantation. In contrast, Melissus seemed invigorated and full of energy. Daenerys promptly seated herself upon a nearby stone, preparing to rest. "Are you tired?" As soon as Daenerys settled, she was astonished to perceive a voice echoing in her mind. Who is speaking? At that moment, Melissus leaned closer, nuzzling against her. "Are you tired?" The same inquiry reverberated within Daenerys' consciousness. Myrcis, is that you communicating with me? Perhaps it was not merely speaking, but rather a form of consciousness exchange. Earlier that morning, after completing her spell, Daenerys had also managed some degree of mutual awareness with Dreamfire, yet it was nowhere near as precise as her connection with Myrcis. I am Myrcis. Are you tired? I am a bit weary, but a short rest will suffice. You need not worry. Daenerys affectionately stroked Myrcis' head, her heart brimming with joy. Sensing Daenerys' emotions, Myrcis chirped happily in response. At that moment, Daenerys noticed that the purple diamonds on her bracelet and belt were gradually emanating warm energy towards her, swiftly restoring her strength. However, the diamonds themselves appeared considerably dimmed, causing Daenerys a pang of concern. Yet, recalling Melisandre's ruby, which could absorb magical energy to rejuvenate itself, Daenerys found herself filled with hope for her own purple diamonds. After more than half an hour, feeling completely revitalized, Daenerys rose to stretch her limbs. She glanced at the Dragonstones, which were on the verge of solidification, and was surprised to see that their color had transformed into a deep purple black, adorned with numerous lavender streaks. This hue exuded an air of solemnity and an indescribable nobility. It seemed that different colors of dragonfire could forge dragonstones of varying shades. Now that her strength was restored, Daenerys decided against conducting any experiments today. She would summon the 3 little ones tomorrow for further trials. Meanwhile, the stonemasons gathered around the new-colored dragonstone, animatedly discussing how to best utilize this novel material. Earlier that noon, they had reached an agreement with Sam to construct the arena in a manner as grand and spectacular as the beast-fighting coliseum in Slaver's Bay. Just as Daenerys was transporting the dragonstones, Sam had consulted with her regarding this endeavor. Although it would significantly increase the budget, it would indeed enhance the attraction. Given that Daenerys currently lacked for gold dragons, she readily acquiesced. In this world, whether building castles or large edifices, a substantial portion of the expenditure stemmed from the costs of stone and the stonemason's fees. Danila has now mastered the art of forging dragonstone, achieving a remarkable reduction in costs by over 80%. The transportation of large stones has been efficiently executed with the assistance of her dragons, further conserving both labor and time. Consequently, Samwell and his companions possess the confidence that they can construct the arena, a task that would typically take others over a year, within just a little over a month. Simultaneously, the location from which to gather the materials for forging dragonstone has been strategically chosen by Danila and Samwell as the future site for the construction of a castle. Thus, while extracting gravel and other building materials, they have also inadvertently addressed part of the foundation required for the castle. After regaining her strength, Danila prepared to leave the Valyrian ruins on her dragon, only to notice Mount of House Hightower approaching with several young nobles from the Reach. Your Highness Princess Danila. The noble youth displayed a notable reverence for her, the Targaryen princess who could command both a large and a small dragon. After a courteous nod, Danila spoke in a calm tone. Greetings. Are you gentlemen interested in touring this rather disheveled stone yard? Mount Hightower quickly clarified, Your Highness. We did not come to tour any stone yard. We have heard that you once flew around Dragonstone with the Mandoy brothers from White Harbor. Is that true? Danila nodded. Indeed, that is correct. However, I did not offer them a complimentary flight. Each of them generously sponsored 100,000 golden dragons for the construction of the arena. She then inquired, What about you, young Hightower? Are you interested in a flight upon my dragon? However, it is not a trivial matter, and I cannot guarantee that no accidents will occur. If you are timid or fearful, I advise you not to attempt it. Just as Mount and the group of youths hesitated, a rowdy bunch from Skagos suddenly emerged. The wiry boy with a hawk-like nose, Egan, mockingly addressed the nobles from the Reach. If you are afraid, you should not even consider it. If you wet yourselves on the back of a dragon, beware of being roasted by its fiery breath. That would be quite amusing. Laughter erupted as the simple-minded bear also chimed in. Isn't it said that the folk of the Reach enjoy fruit wine so much that even their urine carries a fruity scent? I truly wish to witness that. Despite the existing rivalries and factions among the youth from the Seven Kingdoms, they instinctively united against the boisterous Skagos group, directing their collective disdain towards those they perceived as no different from savages. Confronted by the scorn of the youth from Stags Island, Mount Hathar felt an immediate surge of hormones. Filth! As civilized members of society, we adhere to decorum and deliberate thought. How could you possibly comprehend such principles? Let alone the courage to have Princess Danila escort us on a dragon flight. We are certainly capable of affording the expenses incurred for such an endeavor. Can you? Ah! Upon witnessing Mont's despondent demeanor, Wolf 1 and Wolf 2 felt their eyes redden with fury, emitting guttural howls akin to wild wolves. At that moment, Dax gently stroked their heads, calming them down, and looked down upon Mount Hathor, stating, "Since your family possesses such bravado, why waste words here? Produce the funds and ascend the dragon's back for all to see. Is it truly as the two golden-haired members of the Lannister family claim, that you Hathor King are oblivious to the delights of a woman's delicate lips? Or perhaps it is because you are merely flaunting your own verbal prowess?" Meanwhile, Danila feigned ignorance, yet inwardly seething, wondering why every utterance from this group must be laced with such vulgarity. Chapter 52. Dreamfire's fury. Mount Dater was acutely aware that Dax, the wild man, was deliberately provoking him. Yet, both to uphold the dignity of House Mount Dater and to preserve his own pride, he resolved to proceed bravely. "Phew! To soar through the skies upon a dragon is, without a doubt, the honor of my lifetime," he proclaimed. After all, aside from the Targaryens, the number of noble families in Westeros capable of flying alongside dragons was exceedingly scarce. With this, Mount Dater performed what he considered to be a most dashing gentlemanly bow towards Daenerys, adding, "Should the beautiful and noble Princess Daenerys be inclined to accept my humble request, I would be most pleased to offer 10,000 golden dragons in return." However, before Daenerys could respond, he swiftly turned to Dax with a pointed remark, "Regrettably, not every noble family in Westeros possesses the means to besiege the princess for such an opportunity. Wouldn't you agree? The nobility of Skaggs Island, He then pretended to wax philosophical, declaring, thus, certain individuals and matters are best recognized for what they truly are, sooner rather than later. Dax, seemingly unfazed by Mount Dater's sarcasm, replied with a calm demeanor, "Only the incompetent coward seeks to embellish his facade solely by the glory of his family. The warriors of Skaggs Island rely solely on their genuine abilities to earn respect. Therefore, I hope, Master Mount Dater, that you can indeed showcase the grandeur of your house upon the back of your dragon." Mount Dater responded with a disdainful expression but respectfully addressed Daenerys, "Your Highness, Princess Daenerys, may I have the honor of flying with you upon the dragon?" Daenerys coolly replied, "Let me reiterate, should any unforeseen events occur while upon the dragon, I shall bear no responsibility. However, the 10,000 golden dragons are non-negotiable." Mount Dater confidently retorted, "Of course. Everyone present can attest to my words." With the terms clearly stated, Daenerys chose not to prolong the conversation, turning to ascend the saddle of Dreamfire. After calming Dreamfire's temperament, she instructed, "Mount, you may climb along the dragon's wing, but do so gently and avoid provoking Dreamfire." With that, Daenerys continued to soothe the reluctant Dreamfire through their mental connection. As she held little affection for members of House Mount Dater, Dreamfire, capable of sensing Daenerys' underlying emotions, harbored no fondness for Mount Dater either and was disinclined to allow him to mount her back. Unlike when Daenerys flew with the Manderly brothers, Dreamfire was far less accommodating. Gazing upon the colossal creature before him, Mount Haito took several deep breaths, fortifying his resolve. He then cautiously ascended along the dragon wings of Dreamfire, climbing onto her back. Throughout this process, every cell in Dreamfire's body radiated resistance, eager to shake off the small intruder from her form. Gripping the spines on the dragon's back with utmost care, he reminded himself not to be careless. Upon seeing that Mount had successfully climbed aboard, Danyella instructed him, "You may also secure your cloak to those spines. It will serve as an excellent means of stabilization." "Very well, Your Highness." Mount Haito obediently complied, yet Danyella could distinctly hear the tremor in his voice. A flicker of disdain arose within her for Mount Haito, and Dreamfire, resonating with Danyella's sentiments, shifted her body impatiently. Mount Haito, startled, let out a sharp scream. However, displaying his quick wit, he altered his tone mid-scream, making it appear as though he were cheering. This prompted his sycophantic supporters below to erupt in fervent encouragement, their cheers echoing incessantly. Only when Dreamfire, growing impatient, opened her mouth and roared at them did they finally quiet down. "Mount, prepare yourself. We are about to take flight." "Yes, Your Highness." "Dreamfire, ascend." Dreamfire began with a few powerful strides on the ground, then vigorously flapped her massive wings, swiftly soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, Melesis joyfully followed behind, chirping in delight. For Mount Haito, the exhilaration of riding a dragon for the first time was overwhelming. The blend of excitement and anxiety nearly caused him to forget to breathe. The heat radiating from the dragon's body coupled with the biting winds at high altitude left him with a profound sense of suffocation. Thus, it was not long before he began to feel dizzy and disoriented. Danyella turned to glance at him, calling out loudly, "Mount, are you alright? At that moment, Mount Hyto's ears were ringing, rendering Danyella's words indistinct. He shouted back, Your Highness, this sensation is utterly exhilarating, truly magnificent. To become a dragon rider, hatched from a mere thief's green egg, is an extraordinary achievement. Due to the ringing in his ears, his voice was unusually loud, which only served to irritate Dreamfire further. In response, she executed a rapid, vertical ascent, piercing through the clouds. Unprepared, Mount Hyto felt darkness envelop him, his limbs going limp. Yet, the remnants of his rationality and willpower compelled him to cling tightly to Dreamfire's spines, allowing him to endure. However, Dreamfire was not inclined to grant him any respite. As they ascended to several thousand meters, the air grew exceedingly thin, and the winds at such heights became increasingly ferocious. Dreamfire joyfully engaged in acrobatic flight, causing Danyella, seated upon the dragon's saddle, to feel her backside jostled painfully. The condition of Mount Hightower, perched upon the dragon's rigid back, was undoubtedly dire. While he could withstand the jolting discomfort, he was now engulfed in a dizzying whirl, on the verge of retching. Yet, with a semblance of rationality intact, he forced himself to swallow the nausea. He had no doubt that should he dare to vomit upon Dreamfire's back, the dragon would not hesitate to subject him to a fiery deluge. Observing the little insect's surprising endurance, Dreamfire abruptly dove steeply from the heights, leaving Danyella on the saddle feeling a sense of weightlessness. Having 3 years of experience as a seasoned aviator, Danyella found this sensation manageable, quickly regaining her balance. However, the unfortunate Mount Hightower, relying solely on his grip of the dragon's spines, was not so fortunate. Already pushed to his limits, he inadvertently released his hold in a daze, tumbling directly from the dragon's back. Chapter 53, The Perils of Unrequited Affection. With a resounding roar, the exuberant Dreamfire, having executed its scheme, captured the swiftly descending Mount Hightower in a splendid lunge. Danyella was genuinely taken aback and hastily cautioned Dreamfire to refrain from playing with fire, urging it to temper the grip of its dragon claws, lest it inadvertently ruin the sole heir of House Hightower. At that moment, Dreamfire had descended to a height of several dozen meters. Whether due to the restored oxygen levels or Mount Hightower's robust constitution, he surprisingly regained consciousness. Help! Your Highness! Save me! He cried out, his trousers thoroughly soaked. An unidentified liquid dripped down onto Dreamfire's talon. The intense heat radiating from the dragon's body swiftly transformed this liquid into steam. Evading Dreamfire's keen senses was impossible. Enraged, Dreamfire opened its maw, intent on incinerating the wretched creature. Sensing a shift in Dreamfire's emotions, Danyella urgently interjected, Dreamfire, take him to the sea to wash off, do not harm him. At that moment, Myrsis had flown to Dreamfire's side. Although merely 3 or 4 meters in size, Myrsis managed to keep pace with Dreamfire. It appeared that the title of the swiftest dragon in Westeros, once held by the Red Queen Melias, was about to change hands. Myrsis was also the most splendidly colored and elegantly formed dragon among the existing lineage of Targaryens, truly a paragon of beauty. Once Sunfire was born, they would make a splendid pair. In a fit of fury, Dreamfire charged towards the ocean, swiftly wielding its claws to dunk Mount Hightower repeatedly beneath the waves. This caused the newly awakened Mount Hightower to nearly choke on the brine, the salty water prompting relentless coughing. Soaked to the bone, he was at least relieved that his embarrassing mishap had been concealed. In an oddly convoluted thought process, Mount Hightower fancied that Princess Danyella must have noticed his plight and commanded the dragon to drench him, to spare him from embarrassment. Should Danyella become aware of his thoughts, she would undoubtedly exclaim, Wan Defa. Originally, Danyella had intended to take Mount Hightower on a flight around Dragonstone. However, after encountering trouble just halfway through, she decided to return him to the stone yard. When everyone witnessed Mount Hightower being brought back by Dreamfire, thoroughly drenched, astonishment swept through the crowd. The youths of Skaggs Island wore expressions of glee, their excitement unabashed. Even the boys from the Riverlands struggled to suppress their laughter. Few genuinely cared for Mount Hightower's predicament. Dreamfire harbored no affection for Mount Hightower and, at a height of 2 or 3 meters above the ground, unceremoniously cast him down. Fortunately, the young master of the Hightower family had trained for many years, and although the fall was painful, it caused no significant harm. Given the unfortunate incident, Danila could not simply disregard it. She descended from the dragon's back, retrieving a vial from her whale leather bag, which contained a specially formulated ointment for treating bruises and injuries, crafted after consulting with scholar Digris and combining her knowledge of traditional medicine. This was a unique salve from Dragonstone, remarkably effective for such ailments. Here, take this, she offered. However, The usually suave young Master Haidar blushed deeply, stammering, Thank you. Your Highness. I understand your kindness. Good, then. Just deliver the promissory note for 100,000 gold dragons directly to Samuel in Ares town, Danila replied. Upon hearing this, Mount Haidar nodded eagerly, absolutely. Your Highness, rest assured, I will deliver it at once. In that moment, Danila appeared to him as a radiant beacon, her presence illuminating his eyes with sparkling stars. Yet, Danila was too preoccupied to notice the change in his expression. After handing over the ointment, she turned to leave. Their exchange, however, sparked another speculation in Drax's mind. This pretty boy, didn't he try to do something inappropriate with Danila on the dragon's back, did he? That's why she tossed him off. He quickly called out to Danila, who was about to take flight, Your Highness, the two little unicorns have fully recovered. Let us go see them. Danila, having been so busy she nearly forgot about the two little creatures, halted and extended her hand. Let us go. Ride with me to them quickly. Certainly. Drax hastily assisted Danila onto the dragon saddle before securing himself by grasping Dreamfire's spines. Observing the intimate gesture between Drax and Danila, Mount Haidar's irritation flared, and he promptly instructed his attendants and noble companions, hasten the arrival of rare beasts. We cannot be outdone by those savages from Skag's Island. From behind, Drax couldn't help but smile at Danila, who, though still young, had begun to take on graceful curves. He wondered what mischief might arise next. Soon, they arrived at the pasture where the two little unicorns were kept. To avoid startling the creatures, Danila parked Dreamfire and Melesis at a distance and walked towards the unicorns with Drax. The once listless unicorns were now a sight to behold, joyfully frolicking across the lush grasslands. Standing at merely half a meter tall, their speed in full gallop surpassed that of most adult horses. Upon seeing Danila approach, they cautiously bared their teeth and emitted a low, warning growl. In that instant, Drax's pupils turned completely white. Meanwhile, the two small unicorns across from him quickly fell silent. Drax's sudden action naturally caught Danila's attention, as she distinctly felt a surge of energy accompanying his eye roll. Under Drax's influence, the two small unicorns obediently stepped forward to stand before the duo. At that moment, Drax's pupils returned to their normal hue. Your shape-shifting talent, Dax Bargana, appears to be quite remarkable. It seems that the young companions from Skag's Island accompanying you are also adept at transformation, Danila inquired with an ostensibly calm tone, though the distant roars of two dragons had already alerted Dax to her growing displeasure. Meanwhile, Melesis swiftly made her way towards Danila's location. Chapter 54. The Child of the Forest. Melesis moved with astonishing speed, arriving before Danila in mere moments. Though still a young dragon, her length had exceeded 4 meters. And when she stood upright, she towered even over the formidable Dax. Upon her arrival, Melesis immediately shielded Danila with her body, casting a fierce glare at Dax, her throat already flickering with searing flames. Speak, Dax. What is your true intention in approaching me? With Melesis present, Danila felt no fear for her safety, and her voice grew increasingly frigid, her aura fully unleashed. I trust that the biting winds of Skag's Island have not only bestowed upon you courage, but that the towering fish beams have also granted you wisdom. As I am still willing to listen to your explanation, I hope you can provide a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to allow Melesis to sample the flavor of human flesh. Seeing the murderous intent in Danila's eyes, Dax immediately knelt, earnestly swearing before her. I, Dax Bonia, swear by the old gods that every word I utter henceforth is sincere, devoid of any deceit. Your Highness, I genuinely wish to approach you. However, I vow that there is no malice or ill intent behind my actions. You recall our previous conversation regarding the wayfarers, do you not? Danila sensed a degree of sincerity in Dax's words but remained vigilant. Continue, she urged. Indeed, as you mentioned, all of my companions I have brought along are wayfarers, and they have successfully transitioned alongside their animal partners. What I am about to say may be difficult for you to believe, yet I assure you, there is no falsehood in my declaration. Your Highness, since you are familiar with the wayfarers, you must also be aware of the existence of the children of the forest. This is no extraordinary revelation. Many tomes contain legends and accounts of the children of the forest. Danila gestured for him to proceed. 10 years ago, precisely on the day of your birth, a fierce storm erupted over Skag's Island, but it soon gave way to clear skies. At the age of 6, I ventured to the shore to play after the storm, and by chance, I rescued 2 children of the forest who had been swept onto the island by the tempest. Little Baelon. However, due to their diminutive stature, I initially believed they were merely unfortunate little girls caught in a shipwreck. So I brought them back to my family's castle. Once we arrived, the adults in the castle immediately recognized them as children of the forest. Initially, they intended to execute them, but through my fervent insistence, their lives were spared, and the healer was summoned to tend to their wounds. Thankfully, I protected them with all my might, for shortly after they awoke and remained in the castle to recuperate, I fell gravely ill. Had it not been for the medicinal prowess of the forest-dwelling herbalists, I would have surely perished during that grave illness. Curiously, since that fateful ailment, I have awakened the latent talents of a wayfarer and, with the assistance of 2 forest-dwelling herbalists and a sentinel, successfully bonded with an adult unicorn. The sentinel, possessing the gift of verdant vision, remarked that both they and I ought to have faded into the annals of history. But upon hearing your message reach Stargas Island, the sentinel unexpectedly, at this revelation, a pang of dread gripped Rhaenyra's heart, sending a shiver down her spine. Could this sentinel be a being as formidable as the three-eyed crow from the Game of Thrones? Sensing Rhaenyra's shift in emotions, Myrsis erupted in a furious roar, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire towards Dax. Thankfully, Dax, agile in form, executed a great leap and rolled frantically to narrowly evade Myrsis' fiery onslaught. Regaining her composure, Rhaenyra hastily reached out through mental communion to soothe the now enraged Myrsis, compelling her to cease the relentless barrage of flames. Otherwise, the fallen Dax would have stood no chance against Myrsis' fury. At that moment, Dax was not only covered in mud, appearing utterly disheveled, but the 2 little unicorns were also rendered motionless on the ground, paralyzed by Myrsis' wrath, despite having already been timid since her arrival. Upon witnessing that Myrsis had indeed been calmed by Rhaenyra, Dax shook off the dirt and returned to her side. My apologies, Dax. I momentarily lost focus, which caused Myrsis to spiral out of control. I'm relieved you are unharmed, otherwise, I would have been at a loss to explain this to the Panama clan. It's quite alright, princess, I'm unscathed. Dax finally grasped the sheer might of a dragon's wrath, which swiftly humbled the arrogance he had developed over the years from his ability to ride unicorns. Is that sentinel one of the verdant prophets among the forest dwellers? Rhaenyra scrutinized Dax intently, observing the nuances of his expression. You are also aware of the verdant prophet, your highness. Dax's intrigue in Rhaenyra deepened further, as her knowledge hinted at her extraordinary nature. According to the sentinel, she had merely awakened her verdant vision but had yet to become a verdant prophet herself. She claimed that in his verdant dream, both he and I were once absent from the tapestry of the future. Yet now, our presence has altered that future. The sentinel deemed this a perilous circumstance, for the gods, upon recognizing this anomaly, would go to great lengths to eradicate us, the unpredictable variables. I approached you, princess, with the intent of joining forces to confront the dangers that may lie ahead. And so, while Rhaenyra harbored some skepticism regarding Dax's intentions, she found herself inclined to trust the truth he had revealed. Do you truly believe that our combined efforts alone can liberate us from the insidious manipulations of the gods? I suggest we summon the 2 forest children. I find myself far more intrigued by them. Dax. The methods of the gods merely consist of whispering insidiously in the ears of mortals, distorting their minds. They lead one to unwittingly become their puppet, a mere instrument in the orchestration of others' fates. The old gods of Westeros were unable to withstand the bronze weapons of the first men, just as the 7 of the Undoes have failed to manifest any salvation for humanity. I believe that the gods are worthy of listening to and deserving of respect. However, I shall never entrust my life and future into the hands of anyone, including the gods. The words of Daenerys ignited a spark in Dax's eyes. Your highness, my purpose in coming to Dragonstone is to defy fate. I am convinced that our destiny lies within our own hands. As long as we wield sufficient power, neither man nor god can dictate our paths. Chapter 55. The Song of the Earth. Danila cast a deep glance at Dax, remaining silent. However, Myrsis beside her unleashed another torrent of searing dragon flames into the sky, her gaze towards Dax exuding a provocative challenge, as if to say, youth, this is true power. After Danila departed with Dax, the youths of Stargas Island hastened towards the pasture where the unicorns resided. Yet, the distance was great, and they had not yet arrived. While awaiting their arrival, Danila approached the 2 small unicorns, who were trembling with fright, and gently caressed their quivering bodies. Their pitiful appearance was far more endearing than when they had previously bared their teeth and roared at her. Unicorns, being magical creatures of considerable spirit, seemed to sense Danila's protective aura, or perhaps were still influenced by Dax's earlier control. Before Danila, The two little creatures exhibited a remarkable docility. And upon feeling the rich magical energy emanating from the purple diamond bracelet adorning Danyela's wrist, they reveled in her gentle touch. It appeared that employing the dragon's formidable presence to tame beasts was an excellent strategy. With the mightiest magical beings of this realm, no creature dared to act arrogantly in Danyela's presence. By the time the youth of Spargus reached the unicorn pasture, the two little unicorns had become as docile as large dogs before Danyela. Your Highness, refer to the partial map of the Seven Kingdoms. Two diminutive boys, shedding their cloaks, revealed the true forms of the forest children. Although their skin was slightly darker, their exquisite features were strikingly beautiful, with eyes akin to those of elves and elongated ears. They possessed only 3 fingers, with sharp claws adorning their thumbs. Greetings, Watcher, Herbalist. Danila could not help but speak softly to the two adorable forest children. Might you share your tales with me? The green-eyed Watcher, after curiously surveying Danila, nodded and began to speak. We dwelt deep underground, within stones and trees. Before the ancestors arrived on this land you call Westeros, it was once the home of we, the forest children. Yet, even in those times, our numbers were scarce. The gods bestowed upon us long lives, but also imposed limits on our population, to prevent us from overwhelming the world. Much like deer in a forest devoid of wolves to hunt them. In the dawn of time, the sun that illuminated us was just beginning to rise. But now our sun has set, while the sun of humankind shines resplendently. Your ascendance and prosperity herald our decline and demise. The giants have nearly become extinct. They were both our calamity and our kin. The great lions of the west have been slaughtered, unicorns are nearly vanished, and only a few hundred mammoths remain. The ice wolves may outlast us, yet their fate shall also arrive. In the world crafted by humanity, there lies insufficient space for their existence, or ours. As she listened to the tale of the Watcher, Danila felt her words resonating like a melodious chant of the earth and history, captivating and enchanting. Thank you, Watcher. Your voice is truly beautiful, akin to that of nature's own minstrel. In truth, there is no need for such pessimism. Humanity is a remarkably inclusive race. In the throes of conflict, they may display avarice and brutality, yet we cannot overlook their compassion and tolerance. In my understanding, an ideal realm should see humans, the children of the forest, giants, and even beasts coexisting harmoniously, crafting a scene that is rich and splendid. However, dear princess, even in such an ideal domain, it is humans who are destined to be the architects of rules, is it not? Though Danila's words stirred the Watcher momentarily. Her long existence had accustomed her to the shattering of dreams and the harshness of reality, allowing her to regain her composure swiftly. Does that matter? She inquired. Danila continued. I believe that to sustain harmony in the world, it is essential for a powerful and benevolent race to occupy positions of leadership. Only then can we hope to hear once more the songs of the forest children echoing across the land, allowing the giants who ride mammoths to find refuge again. It is paramount that all living beings have the opportunity to thrive and reproduce, is it not? As you just mentioned, in a forest devoid of wolves, even the gentlest deer can become a calamity, can they not? Danila's words plunged everyone into contemplation, and they held a deep admiration for the young princess. During this time, they had meticulously observed the changes in White Sheep Town over the past 3 years. It could be said that the lives of the townspeople on the entire continent of Westeros were among the happiest. They not only enjoyed abundance but also saw their skills recognized and utilized, leading to a more prosperous existence. Furthermore, White Sheep Town boasted a clear rule of law, where wrongdoers faced stern punishment, while diligent and rule-abiding citizens found protection under this young princess. Even the livestock raised in White Sheep Town exhibited increasingly superior qualities. For both the Watcher and the herbalist, who had lived long lives in the forest, it was a sight they had never before witnessed. The Watcher and the herbalist exchanged a glance, and unexpectedly, they clasped hands and began to sing softly. Their song, sung in an ancient tongue, was incomprehensible to Danila and the others. Yet, the primal instincts and emotional undertones embedded within their melody resonated deeply, moving not only those present but even Miracis and the 2 unicorns, along with the distant livestock and flora, who seemed to bask in the beauty of the song. As they chanted to the earth, everyone found themselves seated on the grass, quietly listening. Danila, too, gradually succumbed to a state between dreams and wakefulness, her consciousness appearing to traverse infinite realms of time and space. Returning to the continent of Vist, one is transported back to an era replete with towering fish-leaf trees and lush forests. In those days, countless primitive tribes inhabited this land, including the earth as singers, the forest-dwelling children, and the mighty giants riding colossal mammoths. Yet, more prevalent were the forest elves, whose physiques closely resembled that of humans. Along with the diverse beastmen who commanded various exotic creatures, and the diminutive dwarves skilled in crafting exquisite armaments. However, the elves, beastmen, and dwarves gradually faded into the annals of history due to their incessant conflicts with one another. Subsequently, the forest children and the giants found themselves embroiled in a protracted opposition and struggle. Then, one fateful day, the bronze-wielding ancestors arrived, clearing the fish-leaf trees and forests to kindle fires and construct boats, thereby driving out the forest children and giants who had once thrived in this realm. In response, the forest children and giants forged an alliance to resist the encroaching human ancestors. Yet, one day, from the distant land of eternal winter, a vast, enveloping white mist of ice surged forth. At that moment, Danyella shivered, instantly awakening from her reverie. Chapter 56, The Fishbone Tree Seedlings. When Daenerys awoke, the song of the watchmen and the herbalists had long since ceased. However, out of respect for Daenerys' dreams, they remained quietly at her side, awaiting her awakening. The watchmen, that fearsome entity of the land of eternal winter, what could it truly be? Tentatively, Daenerys inquired of the watchman, "Your Grace, it is the darkness that extinguishes light, the cold that steals warmth, an existence not to be spoken of in the realm of life. Yet, in the immediate future, they pose no threat to the continent of Westeros." It was evident that the watchman preferred to withhold the truth regarding the White Walkers and the Night King from Daenerys. Legends of the White Walkers have long been woven into the fabric of House Stark in Winterfell. Is the dreadful being you speak of indeed the White Walkers? Daenerys boldly articulated what the watchman had left unspoken. "I have also heard that it was your children of the forest who created the first White Walker to combat the first men, only to lose control over them. Ultimately, you were compelled to ally with the first men to banish the White Walkers to the land of eternal frost, and together with the giants and the first men, you forged the wall to fend off their incursions from the north. Your worship of the old gods, along with your green seers who can glimpse both past and future, has always led you to believe that your abilities could steer events toward your desired outcome. Yet, the consequences of your actions have only ushered in great calamities. Thus, how could mortal beings ever truly grasp the revelations of the true gods? In my eyes, the whispers of those deities merely transform you into pawns and accomplices. Therefore, it is wise to live in the present, to cherish the people and events that surround us, and to harbor thoughts of righteousness and compassion. We need only maintain a sense of awe and reverence towards the divine. Perhaps we cannot resist fate, but we must recognize that only by wielding sufficient power can we hope to alter our destinies. Since you have resolved to seek me out in search of your own escape, I hope that in the days to come, we can at least be candid with one another. By the way, your green eyes must signify that you are among the children of the forest destined to become a green seer, correct?" Daenerys' words left all present in profound shock. However, the watchman, a sage who had lived through countless ages, did not affirm or deny Daenerys' assertion. Instead, she calmly replied, "Your Grace, much of what is chronicled in those tomes is but misinformation. Nonetheless, I can sense the confidence and strength within you through your words. And I am increasingly convinced that you are the one who can lead us to truly change our fate. Though I am not a green seer, I can still perceive many visions of the past and future through the fishbone tree. I have witnessed countless scenes of my sister and I meeting our demise in Westeros. However, we refuse to succumb to fate, which is why we are prepared to venture far from Westeros to other continents in search of a glimmer of hope. It was this very decision that nearly led us to perish in the Shivering Sea. Yet, it is also due to this brush with death that our future began to unfold with countless possibilities. Perhaps this marks a turning point in our destiny. Throughout the years of relentless searching, I have come to realize that the true force capable of altering our fate is your birth, princess. It is not that the Watcher wishes to withhold the truth from you. Rather, knowing this truth may prove detrimental to your current state of mind. However, please trust that both I and the herbalist will diligently heed your commands in the days to come, for you are the key to reversing our destiny. Once the black dragon's egg hatches, we will be there, your highness." Daxos interjected eagerly. "My brothers and I are the children who escaped the grasp of death after the Watcher and the herbalist arrived on Skagos Island." With that, Daxos knelt on one knee and once more pledged his allegiance to Daenerys. "Your Highness Daenerys, I swear my fealty to you anew. I shall protect your safety and guard your secrets. If necessary, I am willing to sacrifice my life for you. In the name of the old gods, I solemnly swear." The remaining 5 youths from Skagos Island immediately knelt behind Daxos, proclaiming in unison, "We pledge our loyalty to you, your highness, until death." These young men, who typically appeared brash and fierce, had grown increasingly fearful and reverent of divine power ever since they narrowly escaped death and acquired the gifts of the shapeshifters. The Watcher often instilled in them the notion that fate is a formidable adversary, fostering a rebellious spirit within them. Yet, as they matured and each bonded with their animal companions, they began to grasp the terrifying and potent nature of that supernatural energy. Therefore, when the Watcher informed them that Princess Daenerys Targaryen might be the decisive force in their quest to alter their fate, they hastened to Dragonstone without hesitation. During this time, they indeed witnessed Daenerys' extraordinary nature, one that set her apart from any noble in the Seven Kingdoms, even among the Targaryens, who were regarded as the closest to divinity. They became ever more convinced that Daenerys was the one who could help them transform their fate, which is why they formally declared their loyalty to her today. After the hatching of the Red Dragon's egg, I gladly accept your loyalty, young men of Skaggles Island. Daenerys expressed her willingness to welcome these shapeshifters into her fold. However, she earnestly cautioned them, I wish to believe in your vows, but I would rather trust in a person's actions. Therefore, in the coming days, let your actions demonstrate your loyalty and worth. Indeed, your highness. For this relatively straightforward Skaggs use, Daenerys' words revealed her magnanimity and grace. Consequently, they refrained from further commentary and, upon rising, adopted an exceptionally respectful and cautious demeanor, including Daxbagna, who had previously jested with Daenerys. Your highness, behold! Exclaimed the melodious-voiced child of the forest, as he produced a split seed from his bosom and presented it before Daenerys. During the recent earth as chant, the seed of the fish leaf tree in my possession has unexpectedly sprouted. It appears we may also cultivate fish leaf trees on Dragonstone. Daenerys accepted the seed, cradling it in her palm for a closer inspection. The unripe seed of the fish leaf tree was pure white, whereas upon sprouting, it revealed a pair of tender red shoots. I have already chosen a site upon a small dormant volcano behind White Ram Town to establish a castle. Let us plant this fish leaf tree seed there. After the golden dragon egg hatches. Chapter 57, Daenerys' new spell. Daenerys summoned Dreamfire, soaring through the skies on the back of a majestic dragon, carrying the boys from Skaggles and two of the children of the forest to the location she had chosen for her castle. It was a small, dormant volcano, barely 1,000 meters in elevation, with a summit spanning only 4 to 5 square kilometers. The peak had been significantly leveled, as hundreds of workers tirelessly extracted gravel daily, transporting it to the stone mill to be fashioned into Dragonstone. Daenerys selected a higher, densely vegetated area for Dreamfire to descend. The terrain was relatively flat, with rich soil and lush greenery, not far from a bubbling hot spring. I wish to create a garden here, perhaps plant some weirwood seeds, she inquired of the herbalist. The herbalist surveyed the surroundings and concurred that the location was indeed suitable, as the weirwood's resilience was remarkable. With that, the child of the forest produced an obsidian dagger from her belt, digging a small hole in the earth to carefully plant the weirwood seed. After nurturing the soil, she and the Watcher both cut their palms, allowing their blood to drip onto the tender weirwood sprout, while softly chanting. As their incantations flowed, the blood of the children of the forest rapidly infused into the delicate sprout. Witnessing this, Daenerys felt an inexplicable warmth emanating from her brow, followed by an overwhelming impulse. She seized the Watcher's obsidian dagger, slicing her palm and allowing her blood to mingle with theirs. In harmony with the children as chant, an ancient High Valyrian spell began to echo in her mind, compelling her to join their low murmurs. As they completed their incantation, their blood was wholly absorbed by the weirwood sprout. At that moment, the sprout's two tender leaves deepened in crimson hue and grew slightly larger. Daenerys sensed an elusive yet profound connection forming between herself and the weirwood. It seemed she could perceive the events unfolding around her through its essence. In her heart, a realization dawned. In the common tongue, the root of weirwood shared its essence with werewolf, implying a being that is part human, part tree, or a treeman. Perhaps the children of the forest and certain descendants of the first man could observe the past and foresee the future through the weirwood because their blood had recognized its dominion in a certain manner. Was this not akin to the bond between House Targaryen and their dragons? To validate her suspicions, Daenerys summoned Meleys to her side, then cut her dragon wing, letting the searing dragon blood drip onto the earth near the weirwood. Danila refrained from directly dripping the dragon's blood onto the fish leaf tree, for the temperature of the dragon's blood was exceedingly high. Should she inadvertently incinerate it, the situation would be quite humorous indeed. Subsequently, Danila began to chant the incantation she had suddenly comprehended earlier. A quarter of an hour later, as she concluded her recitation, the scene before them left everyone astounded once more. Miraculously, the blood of Myrcis had been entirely absorbed by the fish leaf tree. In the brief span of just 15 minutes, the fish leaf tree had astonishingly grown over a foot in height. Furthermore, its originally pale trunk had transformed into a striking zebra-striped pattern of black and white. Even the blood-red leaves, resembling human palms, had elongated considerably, reminiscent of dragon claws morphing into human hands. The onlookers were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at the bizarre fish leaf tree before them. A gentle breeze swept through, and this group of young men and women, each possessing some form of extraordinary ability, couldn't help but feel that the small hill had undergone a remarkable transformation. Though this hill was not the tallest on Dragonstone Island, it offered a panoramic view of the entire island and much of Dragonstone itself. Moreover, the dormant volcano beneath the hill intermittently released geothermal springs, which, once the castle was completed, could be channeled into the palace. This would become a distinctive feature of Danyela's fortress, akin to Winterfell in the north. Dragonstone Island is replete with numerous hot springs, and it is precisely due to their presence that the freshwater resources on the island are remarkably abundant. Even during the frigid winter months, the areas through which the spring waters flow remain lush and green. Over the past 2 years, Danila had procured skilled glassmakers and crystal artisans from Myr, who, utilizing the hot springs, had crafted several large glass greenhouses. Thus, even in the harshest winters, Danila could enjoy fresh vegetables and fruits at Dragonstone Castle. Last winter, due to a bountiful harvest, she even sold a considerable surplus to nearby Driftmark and King's Landing. While the profits were modest, they still yielded an income of 4,000 to 5,000 golden dragons over the winter, sufficient to cover the expenses of her retinue. In many of the free trade city-states, those possessing craftsmanship often find themselves in servitude. Once they grow old or their health declines, they are discarded by merchants and slavers alike. Consequently, countless artisans with remarkable skills live in hardship within these city-states. Although they may have lost some physical capability, their memories and expertise remain intact. Danila invested heavily to rescue them, bringing them back as instructors to teach the apprentices in Whitehorn. These artisans received a comparatively favorable treatment in Whitehorn, with spacious and well-lit accommodations provided free of charge, along with dedicated attendants to manage their daily lives. Their sole responsibility was to impart their lifelong knowledge to the apprentices. Over the past 2 years, Danila has successfully acquired no fewer than 3,000 craftsmen from the free trade city-states. The flourishing enterprises of Danila in Ares Town owe their vibrant success to the decisive contributions of the artisans she has acquired. After all, no matter how imaginative Danila may be, it would be exceedingly challenging for her to transform those ideas into reality single-handedly. It is precisely because of these skilled individuals that whenever Danila shares her innovative thoughts, they swiftly devise feasible plans that can be realized in this world. From dragon porcelain to dragon flame wine, from glass houses to dragonstone forging, and the crafting of jewelry, all exemplify this collaborative effort. Your Highness, how did you come to know about the blood sacrifice ritual of the old gods? The eldest watcher, still recovering from his astonishment, inquired with curiosity. Danila, without any pretense, replied with playful candor, "Would you believe me if I said that upon hearing your chants, the understanding simply dawned upon me?" Chapter 58, Archery Practice. Through the cultivation of the fish, Daenerys gained new insights and understandings of certain extraordinary forces within this world. Perhaps the fish, along with magical beings such as dragons, possesses the ability to attract, gather, and absorb the free-floating elements of magical energy. Those who can establish an intimate connection with them, under specific conditions, may harness a portion of the accumulated magical energy they possess. While the Valyrian dragon riders' mastery over dragons and their fiery breath may offer a more immediate demonstration, the ancestral ability of seeing the past and predicting the future through the fish, akin to the Targaryen legacy of dreamwalking, exhibits a similar essence. According to the Targaryen records, all dreamwalkers are kin who have succeeded in riding dragons. Perhaps the limitations of their own bloodline, combined with the dragon's magical essence, are the key factors that endow them with such capabilities. Whether this is indeed the case remains for Daenerys to explore in due time. At this moment, she could distinctly sense that the fish before her was swiftly attracting and gathering the surrounding magical energy. This phenomenon invigorated her very blood. Young dragon Myrcis shared this sensation. She felt that her efficiency in absorbing magical energy around this modest fish, scarcely a foot tall, rivaled her experiences within the gemstone caves. Perhaps this was destiny. After listening to Daenerys' explanation, the seer could not help but express astonishment, noting that this fish had undeniably transformed. Though it stood only a foot tall, its rate of magical absorption surpassed that of ancient trees thousands of years old. It was no wonder that everyone felt the small hill before them had taken on an air of distinctiveness. After all, they possessed certain extraordinary qualities that rendered them acutely sensitive to fluctuations in magical energy. Daenerys was quite satisfied with this development. After all, with the presence of this unique fish, her castle might gradually evolve to possess the same enchanting qualities as Wind's Rest and the Wall. It seemed prudent to visit Wind's Rest and the Frostfangs in the future, perhaps to uncover the secrets of their wondrous architecture and magic. Next, while she prepared to draw blood from Dreamfire, Daenerys summoned young Balerion and the others, wishing to connect them with the fish before its extraordinary performance might cease. Fortunately, both Dreamfire and Grey Shadow successfully established a connection with the fish under the incantations of Daenerys and the two forest children. The dragon blood from these majestic creatures caused the fish to grow even taller. However, when Daenerys attempted to conduct an experiment with the blood of two young unicorns, she discovered it bore no effect. In the following days, Myrcys moved all the gemstones from her lair to surround the fish, reconstructing her nest in this new location. She vigilantly guarded it day and night, unwilling to depart easily. In order to provide Myrra's protection from the elements, Daenerys directly forged and erected a towering circle of enormous dragonstone around the fishbone trees, standing several meters high. Fortuitously, with the assistance of the dragon Dreamfire, what would otherwise have been a monumental endeavor relying solely on human effort was rendered feasible. However, the adult Daenerys faced disapproval from both the dragon guards and her sister Rhaenyra regarding her practice of commanding dragons to transport Dragonstone, charge riding feats, or frequently ferry individuals through the skies. The dragon guards' objections were understandable to Daenerys, for in their worldview, dragons are revered and noble beings, unworthy of engaging in menial tasks or mingling with ordinary nobles. They believed such actions could undermine the majesty of both the dragons and the Targaryen lineage. Rhaenyra's criticism, however, was far more cutting. She contended that Daenerys' actions not only demeaned her own worth, but also diminished the esteemed dragons of their family to the level of mere beasts. It was an utterly misguided stance, embodying a descent into degradation and self-deprecation. To this, Daenerys merely chuckled. She had no desire to engage in debate with those of such a rudimentary understanding. It was akin to a rural laborer pushing a cart, mocking an individual transporting goods in a Rolls-Royce, exclaiming, "Look, that person in the Rolls-Royce is also hauling cargo. Surely, a Rolls-Royce is no different from my cart." One can only imagine the scorn directed toward the laborer. The owner of the Rolls-Royce chose to do so willingly, while he remained confined to his cart. Any rational observer would only mock the one using the cart. Since the youth of Skagos officially pledged their allegiance to Daenerys, she promptly equipped them with a complete set of knightly armor, swords, and steeds, hoping they would make a remarkable impression at the upcoming tournament. With less than a month to go before the grand event, although their martial prowess was considerable, they were not well versed in the chivalric codes of Westeros. Consequently, Daenerys instructed Boros to intensively train them. Given their strong foundational skills, their improvement in knightly techniques was rapid. Meanwhile, Daenerys sought to learn archery from the adept lookout, who wielded a longbow crafted from fishbone wood. His skill was extraordinary, achieving perfect accuracy and demonstrating remarkable precision. Despite her impressive combat abilities, Daenerys, as a woman, faced inherent physical limitations in prolonged confrontations with men. However, mastering the art of archery would afford her a distinct advantage. Perhaps due to her keen perception, Daenerys exhibited remarkable progress in her archery training, achieving a remarkable level of accuracy within merely 3 days. Nonetheless, her strength, endurance, and firing speed would require sustained practice. For mastery in any discipline, beyond innate talent and physical attributes, demands relentless dedication. In order to alleviate the monotony of her archery practice, Rhaenyra commissioned the creation of numerous blunt-headed arrows. She then summoned Myrcys and Grey Shadow to serve as moving targets for her training. This not only rendered her archery sessions significantly more vibrant and engaging, but also honed the young dragon's ability to evade arrows and sharpen their instincts for danger. Rhaenyra's aim was remarkably precise. She often targeted their eyes with her shots. Due to their initial nonchalance, Myrcys and the others found themselves struck in the eyelids on several occasions, which greatly alarmed them. It is well known that a dragon's sole vulnerability lies in its eyes. Throughout history, the majority of dragons from the Valyrian and Targaryen lineages that fell victim to ordinary humans met their demise by having their eyes pierced. Consequently, they became far more vigilant. Over time, their agility in dodging arrows and their foresight in recognizing peril underwent substantial enhancement. Chapter 59. A contest of competence. The number of war horses bred in Ares Town has now surpassed 200, with the count of adult steeds exceeding 2,000. The vast stables dedicated to their care span hundreds of thousands of acres, under the meticulous selection and optimization conducted by Rhaenyra over the past 3 years. The quality of these horses has greatly improved. Each time a dragon soars overhead, these war horses instinctively break into a gallop. The sight of 1,000 horses thundering across the lush meadows is undeniably spectacular and exhilarating. Previously, when Uncle Daemon oversaw Dragonstone Island, his gaze upon returning from inspections often lingered on Rhaenyra. Particularly notable are the young colts born in the last 2 years, which have undergone remarkable changes in both size and physical condition. This transformation is undoubtedly linked to the enriched feed Rhaenyra has provided. Recently, she has experimented by mixing magical soil into their fodder, which has rendered these steeds increasingly wild and unruly, making it a daunting challenge for the average person to tame them. Only 12 seasoned knights of the Skinship Order, who have nurtured bonds with these horses since their infancy, have successfully tamed 3 steeds each. In contrast, the 20 knights recently summoned by Rhaenyra, known as the Dragon Guards, expended considerable effort to tame their own mounts, which were, however, from an earlier batch. The adage "a good horse deserves a good saddle" rings true, as an exceptional warhorse significantly enhances a knight's prowess. The Dragon Guards are quite pleased with their steeds. Thus, when Dax and his comrades effortlessly tamed the most spirited horses in the stables, they swiftly earned the respect of the Dragon Guards. The camaraderie among men can be remarkably simple and pure. Initially dismissive of the youths from Skakal's Island, the Dragon Guards quickly formed a bond with them after witnessing their success in taming the steeds, as if they had been brothers for years. Particularly, Dax, with his extraordinary strength, handily defeated those who challenged the Dragon Guards, establishing himself as their leader. With Dax as a formidable benchmark, the Dragon Guards, who had previously considered themselves impressive, intensified their training. In truth, every member of the Skakal's Island youth possesses exceptional capabilities. The giant-like bear, with his unmatched brute strength, prompted Rhaenyra to commission a blacksmith to craft a specially designed 120-pound long-handled iron hammer and a suit of heavy multi-layered armor for him. Bear's prowess wielding the hammer has led Dax to refrain from competing with him, as Bear has become akin to a human tank. The Wolf brothers, Wolf and Wolf, possess commendable swordsmanship, yet their true strength lies in their swift movements and seamless teamwork. Consequently, Rhaenyra arranged for a batch of finely crafted steel sabers modeled after Mongolian curved blades, allowing them to unleash their martial prowess. In close combat, the brothers' synergy makes it increasingly difficult for Dax to achieve victory as effortlessly as before. IGG's pride rests in his archery skills, which rival those of the forest-born sentinel. Known for his long life, he believes himself to be exceptionally clever, often boasting that anyone who has crossed his path will never forget him. IGG is also the only Skagosi youth to have brought his shape-shifting giant eagle to Dragonstone. It is no wonder that Dax encounters Daenerys so effortlessly. Pierre, on the other hand, possesses a shy demeanor and is not one for idle chatter. However, when he strikes, his movements are swift and merciless, showing no mercy. His weapon of choice is an obsidian dagger. To fully harness his potential, Daenerys had a blacksmith craft a pair of steel claw gloves for him, inspired by Wolverine's claws. This delighted Tyr immensely, as his combat techniques were derived from the insights gained from his shape-shifting shadow links. The steel claws undoubtedly enhanced his combat prowess. With suitable weapons and gear, the Skagosi youths were able to exhibit their full fighting capabilities, plunging into their training with fervor. Absent these young Skagosi as imagined adversaries for the noble youth of the Seven Kingdoms, the seemingly united noble army of Westeros quickly descended into infighting. Notably, the Mount Hytos of the Riverlands and the Lannister brothers of the Westlands, eager to showcase their family strength, transformed the Dragon South Gardens into their daily stage for display. How could Jason, the mighty lion of the Westlands, possibly compare to the dragons of House Targaryen? Moreover, the lions nurtured by the Lannisters likely wouldn't stand a chance against Daenerys' mastiffs. Why boast incessantly? To soar upon the back of a dragon is the epitome of masculinity. I, Mount Hyto, would deem my life well lived for having been the first heir of my family to have ridden a dragon, as recorded in our family annals. In a moment of exuberance, Mount Hyto declared, "Today, I shall purchase the entire venue." "Yes, young Mount Hyto," the madam replied, clearly impressed by the grandeur of one who had once ridden a dragon. The madam, whose coffers had recently been replenished, was beaming with delight. Yet, in the realm of wealth, how could the Lannister family concede defeat? "Madam, present me with 5 towers of wine. This place lacks brilliance." The wine tower, a signature of the Dragon South Gardens, resembles a champagne tower, topped with a massive crystal goblet brimming with fiery dragon's breath wine, ignited to create a stunning spectacle. Bathed in flames, the entire wine tower dazzles with beauty and splendid illumination. However, its price is steep, at 1,000 golden dragons for a single tower. Mound. The Madrix of White Harbor have flown even higher than you, yet they do not boast so. They added, pointing out that they had ascended and descended safely from the dragon's back, unlike certain individuals. I have heard that he was cast down like refuse by Dreamfire. Ha ha ha. My dear brother, such remarks are rather inappropriate. At that moment, Tyrion Lannister interjected, stating that some fishermen claimed that an individual was flung from the dragon's back, only to be caught by Dreamfire, who then submerged him in the sea for a brief spell. Drenched to the skin, it is quite possible that some were so frightened they lost control of their bladders, provoking Dreamfire's ire. One cannot deny that this colossal dragon possesses a remarkable intelligence, even discerning sense. Tyrion's words instantly ignited uproarious laughter among those present. Monty Hightower, having been inadvertently exposed, felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. However, with the Lannister guards outnumbering him several times over, he refrained from expressing his indignation on the spot. Instead, he forcefully smashed his goblet upon the ground before storming away. Alas, young Master Hightower, the cost of that goblet shall be calculated separately. Before Monty Hightower could exit the gates of Dragon's Kiss-Garden, the alluring voice of the madam echoed behind him. Chapter 60, Promoting Cremation Recently. It seems that Danyella has been exhausting her mental energy through her archery practice, leading her to retire to bed early each day, often slumbering dreamlessly until dawn. Of course, she occasionally enters a state of dragon dream. However, it remains unclear whether it is due to her connection with GMO, but in her recent forays into the dragon dream, Danyella's perspective unexpectedly shifts to that of Miracis or Dreamfire. This experience starkly contrasts with her previous encounters in the dragon dream, resembling more the dreamlike state of a traveler. Yet, this revelation has enabled Danyella to uncover some intriguing phenomena. When her viewpoint transforms into that of Dreamfire, she can discern the surroundings clearly within the pitch-black confines of Dreamfire's cavern. It becomes evident why the dragons are unperturbed by dark environments. They possess a remarkable night vision ability. Danyella even attempted to manipulate Dreamfire's form, gathering all the rubies within the cavern together. She initially anticipated that acclimating to Dreamfire's body would be a cumbersome process, yet she found it as fluid and effortless as moving her own limbs. It appears that when Danyella engages with Dreamfire's consciousness, Dreamfire remains alert, resulting in a harmonious blend of their awareness, with Danyella's consciousness prevailing. This sensation is profoundly more intense than her previous telepathic connections with dragons. Through Dreamfire's eyes, Danyella glimpsed an entirely different realm. For instance, the varying intensities of magical energy radiating from the scattered rubies lay before her like flickering candle flames. Consequently, Danyella guided Dreamfire to excavate several larger rubies from the dragon's lair, the largest of which was astonishingly bigger than a watermelon. The magical power contained within it emanated a blinding aura, even from Dreamfire's perspective. Moreover, the magical elements in the surrounding environment began to coalesce towards Dreamfire, akin to embers gathering towards a flame. Turning her gaze to the 5 dragon eggs she had arranged within Dreamfire's cavern, they appeared as 5 distinct orbs of flame, pulsating with life. The geothermal energy and the ambient magical elements continuously flowed toward them, rendering their glow ever more resplendent. However, aside from the black orb, which exhibited faint soul vibrations, the other 4 appeared to be mere pure flames, devoid of any trace of soul essence. Could it be that the hatching of dragon eggs necessitates an infusion of soul energy? Recalling the scene of the dragon mother hatching 3 dragon egg fossils, as well as her experience hatching Miracis, Danyella suddenly felt she had grasped something significant. Yet, before she could ponder further, she was roused by Layla's voice. Your Highness, it is time to awaken. Your body has yet to fully develop. It would be wise to refrain from expending excessive energy on archery practice each day. You have never been one to sleep in this late. Layla chided gently, helping Danyella to rise. I believe this arrangement is quite beneficial. At least Lady Emma recognizes the effort you put into practicing archery and does not insist you adhere strictly to etiquette. Beside Layla, Jarell spoke with a gleeful expression, remarking that Princess Rhaenyra has recently found herself in quite a predicament. It is said that she has been confined to the Queen's chambers for an entire morning to learn the proper etiquette. Since Daenerys had her conflict with her sister Rhaenyra, she has taken her breakfasts in her own quarters. Both Viserys and Emma sympathized with Daenerys, leading them to remain silent on the matter. However, they would send someone every day to invite her to lunch and dinner. Yet, Daenerys, citing the need to practice archery, has declined 7 or 8 of those invitations. Even when she did attend, it was merely to partake in a quick meal before promptly departing, with hardly any communication or interaction throughout. Are you not aware? Baelon interjected with a conspiratorial tone. Mandato paid 100,000 gold dragons for the privilege of flying with the princess. Upon learning this, Princess Rhaenyra released a statement, declaring that she would charge only 10,000 gold dragons for a flight. However, to her surprise, after paying the fee, Helwyn of Harrenhal found that Vhagar would not let him approach. Left with no choice, Rhaenyra had to personally assist Helwyn in mounting Vhagar's back. Unfortunately, they were both thrown off mid-flight by the dragon. Thankfully, Helwyn managed to catch the princess, cushioning her fall, or else it could have resulted in a dire situation. Regrettably, Helwyn's arm was broken in the process. Phew! If any commoner could so easily mount a dragon's back, the Targaryen lineage would no longer hold exclusive rights to dragon riding. Layla stopped, her acerbic tongue at work. Besides, the skill level of dragon riders varies greatly. Vhagar is still young and temperate, had it been another more volatile dragon. A mere blast of dragon fire would have resulted in far graver consequences. Furthermore, Helwyn, known as the Bonebreaker, has indeed lived up to his name, as it was his own arm that shattered this time. The gossip among the maidens did not perturb Daenerys. After all, her ambitions extend far beyond the trivialities surrounding that foolish Rhaenyra. After a simple breakfast, Daenerys quickly donned her attire and summoned Dreamfire, directing her flight towards Whitehill, promoting cremation. Samwell and the others were left astounded by Daenerys' proposal. Your Highness, only the Targaryen family practices cremation according to the ancient Valyrian traditions. Such customs do not exist in Westeros. Forcing this change may incite public unrest. I am well aware of that. However, Dragonstone is a nascent island, and Whitehill has only been established for a little over 2 years. What traditions could possibly exist? Moreover, if we are to speak of tradition, Dragonstone itself has the custom of cremation. We could construct a cremation tower, and those who choose to use it will be rewarded with a silver coin. As for those who insist on burial, they can transport the bodies to an appropriate place for interment. In my domain, interments are strictly prohibited. In this realm, the word of the Lord is tantamount to absolute law. Since Daenerys has made her decision, they could not possibly refuse her. To expedite the construction of the cremation tower, Daenerys, accompanied by Dreamfire and Meraxes, diligently worked at the quarry, and within a single day, we had forged all the necessary stone materials. Consequently, after 3 days, the cremation tower was completed. To add an element of allure, Daenerys procured an unrefined ruby, the size of a grinding stone, from Dreamfire's lair, which the stonemasons meticulously crafted into a splendid diamond shape. This was placed atop the tower on a bronze pedestal, beneath which lay a vast and ever-burning coal furnace, concealing a red dragon egg within. The task of replacing the coal daily was entrusted to her loyal guards, ensuring that no one else was privy to what lay inside. Thus, although the onlookers were filled with confusion, the grandeur of the funeral venue inspired a willingness among the residents of White Sheep Town to hold ceremonies for their departed loved ones here. Regrettably, after several funerals, Daenerys, observing through Dreamfire's eyes, noted that the dragon egg atop the tower exhibited little change. One fateful day, however, following a funeral held by an elder dragon knight from a fishing village, Daenerys detected a surge of spiritual energy emanating from the dragon egg. Chapter 61. The Three-Eyed Raven. This revelation filled Daenerys with immense exhilaration. No wonder the Targaryen family as motto speaks of blood and fire. It carries a profound significance. Ascending to the pinnacle of the tower, Daenerys caressed the now transformed crimson dragon egg, sensing the vibrant life force pulsating within. With this understanding, it seemed that the dragon egg could gradually commence its hatching process. Simultaneously, Daenerys discovered that with the recent surge in cremations, the magical potency contained within the ruby stone she had placed atop the tower had also intensified. It appeared that her decision to construct the cremation tower was indeed astute. Consequently, Daenerys relocated all 5 dragon eggs to the loft at the summit of the cremation tower, fashioning it into a new incubation chamber for the eggs. She also gathered a substantial collection of rubies and various gemstones to adorn this hatching sanctuary. Given that the cremation site was guarded by her loyal retainers and hounds, the prospect of intruders attempting to breach its sanctity was virtually impossible. The opulent funeral venue and the promise of a silver-stacked reward facilitated the smooth promotion of Daenerys' cremation initiative. Naturally, numerous individuals speculated on her true intentions in secret. Some even conjectured that Daenerys might be employing the cremation rituals for some sinister form of blood magic. Even the scholars of Dragonstone commenced investigations into the matter. However, they concluded that aside from the lavish construction of the cremation tower, everything else appeared entirely normal, and thus, they dismissed their inquiries. Meanwhile, Samwell and Mira provided a grandiloquent excuse to the public. The elaborate promotion of cremation in White Harbor was merely an endeavor to expand the traditional influence of House Targaryen. Gradually, this explanation was accepted by the populace. Yet, the allure of a silver-stacked reward sparked ulterior motives among many cunning individuals. Soon, a network of smugglers emerged, trafficking corpses to White Harbor for cremation. Upon receiving Samwell's report regarding this development, Daenerys instructed him to adopt a stance of willful ignorance. After all, with her current wealth, she could afford to incinerate the entire populace of Westeros if she so desired. On one particular night, as Daenerys drifted into slumber, she once again entered the realm of dragon dreams. This time, however, she experienced the world through the eyes of Merasis. Through Merasis' perspective, Daenerys observed that the fishwood tree was gathering magical energy with an efficiency surpassing that of dragons, albeit in a manner distinct from the scattered sparks of dragonfire. The fishwood tree voraciously absorbed the surrounding fiery motes of magic while simultaneously drawing in the occasional wisps of chilling energy that drifted by. The fervent energy was concentrated into the branches and leaves of the fishwood, while the frigid energy was directed toward the tree's roots. The blazing energy enabled the fishwood to grow taller, while the dark energy allowed its roots to delve deeper into the earth. Merasis, residing beside the fishwood, was also swept up in the currents of these two contrasting energies as they intertwined. The allure of crimson magic imbues Merasis with enhanced strength and accelerated growth. Conversely, the chilling energy bestows upon Merasis a heightened wisdom, gradually augmenting his spiritual power. It is no wonder that Merasis has become inseparable from the fishbeam tree since its arrival. However, as Rhaenyra diligently examined Merasis' transformations and the wonders of the fishbeam tree, a surge of formidable energy erupted from the tree. Suddenly, a massive black raven, spanning over 3 meters in length, materialized atop the fishbeam tree, sporting a third eye on the back of its head. With the appearance of the three-eyed raven, Rhaenyra's consciousness abruptly detached from within Merasis. She instinctively reclined upon Merasis' back, fortunate that he had now grown to nearly 4 meters, adequately supporting her weight. Three-eyed raven? An abomination. You should not exist within this timeline. Return from whence you came. With this proclamation, the enormous raven lunged toward Rhaenyra. Yet, Merasis, with a fiery temperament, would not allow such a bird to act with impunity before him. He immediately unleashed a torrent of dragon flames toward the raven. Simultaneously, Rhaenyra hastily began to chant a spell to amplify the power of the dragon flames. In an instant, Merasis' flames ignited the raven, yet it quivered violently, erupting into a swarm of slightly smaller black ravens, intent on circumventing Merasis to assault Rhaenyra on his back. Empowered by Rhaenyra's incantation, Merasis' dragon flames grew even more ferocious, incinerating the majority of the ravens into ash. However, as the oppressive chill in the air intensified, more and more ravens manifested. This relentless onslaught overwhelmed Merasis, allowing several ravens to slip past him and viciously peck at Rhaenyra. The sharp beaks of the ravens tore flesh from Rhaenyra, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Yet, the pain did not instill fear. Instead, it ignited a boundless fury within her. Rhaenyra felt a blaze within her core, particularly the fiery mark on her forehead, which had grown intensely heated. Three-eyed raven, this is my dream. Merasis, unleash your dragon flames. With a fierce cry, Merasis exhaled a searing purplish-red dragon flame, incinerating a vast array of ravens into ash. In that moment, Rhaenyra experienced a profound awakening. Extending her arms as a mysterious force seemed to stir within her. Merasis' still burning flames, under Rhaenyra's conscious control, expanded dramatically, igniting the remaining ravens. To prevent the three-eyed raven from reforming, Rhaenyra commanded Merasis to devour the charred remains of the ravens. Simultaneously, Danyella cast a fierce glare at the nearby GMO, warning him that if he dared to provide energy to the three-eyed crow again, he would face incineration. GMO, who had already formed a connection with Danyella, seemed to possess a semblance of consciousness, as he indeed severed the channel through which the three-eyed crow had been extracting energy from her. Who are you? What manner of being are you? The three-eyed crow finally exhibited a hint of fear, realizing that he had transferred a significant portion of his consciousness and soul power into this temporal dimension. Yet now, he felt himself ensnared within it. Although he possessed the ability to traverse time and space, his combat prowess was rather lacking. The large crows conjured from magical energy could handle ordinary foes. But when faced with a dragon like Myrcis, even a juvenile dragon was beyond his capacity to confront. He could only blame himself for provoking the wrong entity. Did he truly believe his ability to traverse time and space made him invincible? How audacious of him to invade Daniella's dreamscape and attempt to strike at her. After savoring the delectable essence of the crows, Myrcis, without any further urging from Danyella, fervently began to devour them. For these crows were not mere food. They were concentrated embodiments of energy, far more nourishing than ordinary sustenance. Chapter 62. A storm approaches. The three-eyed raven, whose energy supply channel had been severed by the fish, found itself unable to draw energy any longer nor return to its original timeline. It was left to languish in a boundless state of terror and despair, slowly being consumed by Myrcis. Although the inherent magic of the three-eyed raven was predominantly cold and sinister, it served as a potent elixir for Myrcis' soul. This time, the raven had dispatched a doppelganger imbued with its primary consciousness, gathering considerable energy from the ancient gods accumulated during its era as the fish. Through countless experiences of rectifying established history, it understood that every variable could pose a formidable challenge. Thus, it had accorded significant importance to the heretic, Daenerys. Little did the three-eyed raven anticipate that Daenerys could directly manipulate the fish to sever its connection to the divine tree. Not only did this endeavor culminate in utter failure, necessitating an extended slumber to restore its consciousness, but it also squandered a vast reservoir of ancient godly power. At the moment the raven was wholly consumed by Myrcis. Few noticed that many ancient fish across the continent of Westeros began to wither and decay. In stark contrast, the fish on Dragonstone burgeoned to over 3 meters in height. Its black and white branches and blood-red, claw-like leaves emanating an extraordinary vitality. As the fish thrived, Daenerys sensed that her own body was undergoing remarkable transformations. Her sensory faculties and perceptions were significantly enhanced. Since her arrival in this world, she had held a deep wariness toward the ambiguous deities that inhabited it. She approached all divine beliefs, be they the 7 gods, the old gods, or the myriad deities of the distant Essos, with reverence. None were to be underestimated or carelessly offended. Moreover, she refrained from interfering with the course of history, fearing that it might trigger a series of uncontrollable repercussions. This was a pivotal reason for her preference to remain secluded on Dragonstone, for like the island itself, she was an anomaly in the annals of history. It was the only place that offered her a profound sense of security. To her dismay, despite her meticulous caution, she had still attracted the attention of the three-eyed raven. It became evident that mere avoidance and retreat would not soften the hostility of those forces aligned against her. Gazing at the thriving fish and the slumbering Myrcis, which had consumed the raven, Daenerys' resolve to grow stronger solidified further. At that moment, the sun began to rise slowly, its warm rays enveloping her. The refreshing sea breeze and the invigorating scent of trees and grass awakened alongside the morning light. Just as she prepared to relish the beauty of the sunrise, a sudden cramp gripped her abdomen, jolting her awake from her reverie. To her embarrassment, she discovered a warm stream flowing beneath her. Layla! Layla! As the hour was still early, Daenerys had no choice but to rouse Layla, who was keeping watch in the adjacent sitting room. Upon hearing Daenerys' anxious call, Layla hurried into the bedroom. What is it, Your Highness? Did you have a nightmare? No, please prepare some warm water and fresh clothing. Daenerys lifted her quilt, revealing her predicament to Layla. Upon seeing the vivid crimson beneath Daenerys, Layla immediately comprehended the situation. The maidservants moved swiftly, efficiently replacing the linens and bedding. Layla then assisted Daenerys back into bed, ensuring that a steaming cup of ginger tea and a hot water bottle filled with warm water were readily available. Before long, Emma, having received the news, arrived as well. Now over 5 months pregnant, Emma's belly had grown quite large. My Daenerys has finally grown up. Emma affectionately kissed Daenerys' forehead, then gently massaged her abdomen while imparting maternal wisdom in her ear. Given Daenerys' robust constitution, she experienced only slight abdominal discomfort, with none of the more severe symptoms. Coupled with her prior life's experience, she instinctively knew how to manage the situation. Thus, after spending 5 or 6 tedious days perusing books in her room, she finally emerged from this bothersome cycle. During this time, news of Daenerys' maturation spread throughout Westeros, carried by the Black Crows, hastening the steps of noble youths eager to attend the upcoming tournament. Meanwhile, within the Red Keep of King's Landing, the succession debate intensified. Since the passing of Baelon, King Jaehaerys' health had deteriorated markedly. Although Daenerys' concoction, Targaryen's dragonfire wine, provided the king with a semblance of vitality during the morning council meetings. By afternoon, he was often listless. Only before retiring could he enjoy a restorative sip of the dragonfire wine, ensuring a peaceful slumber. In the king's presence, Audrey and Alicent offered this solitary and aging monarch a measure of comfort. With Alicent's gentle attentiveness and Audrey's humorous disposition, they brought solace to the weary old man, earning their share of royal favors. However, unlike Audrey, who appeared only when necessary, Alicent was almost incessantly by the king's side, offering her mature insights as appropriate. Many times, in a state of half-consciousness, Harris would gaze upon Alicent, mistaking her for his clever daughter, Celis, returned from Volantis. During quiet moments, he would often observe the two youthful maidens, like budding flowers, and through them, he felt a fleeting connection to his long-lost youth. It was only in the company of these innocent girls that the aging king felt a temporary reprieve from the tumultuous political maelstrom of King's Landing. The various actions of the royal council have undoubtedly captured the king's attention of the nobles from the Seven Kingdoms. Although the identity of the Targaryen who ascends to the throne may not overly concern these lords, the potential benefits and influence that the new ruler could bestow upon them warrant their careful consideration. Unlike his father, Viserys, who remains at Dragonstone, awaiting the birth of his wife's child, both Ser Harwin Velaryon, known as the Sea Snake, and Daemon have already begun their bustling activities in King's Landing. Duke Boros Baratheon of Storm's End, being the maternal uncle of Princess Rhaenys, is naturally inclined to support his niece or her offspring in their quest for power. Thus, through his collaboration with the Sea Snake, he has already forged close alliances with numerous nobles, both great and small. Meanwhile, many individuals with Targaryen blood have also begun to operate in secrecy. Chapter 63, The Social Structure of Westeros After Breakfast. A revitalized Daenerys swiftly summoned Drogon and made her way to the Dragonstone forge. During Daenerys' respite, the shortage of Dragonstone had begun to impede the construction of the combat arena. Fortunately, her prior diligence had allowed her to produce a considerable amount in advance. Your Highness! As Drogon took to the skies, the artisans of the forge had already taken note of her presence and had respectfully awaited her arrival. Your Highness! The walls of the arena and the spectator stands are nearly complete. In just over 10 days, the main grandstand, waiting area, and the beast pens will also be finished. The lead craftsman reported the progress with a sense of pride. The specifications of our arena in White Ship Town are certainly on par with those grand coliseums in Slaver's Bay. Yet, theirs took years, even decades, to construct, while ours has only taken a little over a month. This is all thanks to the assistance of Dragonstone and Drogon. The other craftsmen echoed in agreement. Indeed, throughout history, arenas built with the aid of Dragonstone and dragons have only been seen in Valyria. This is unprecedented in Westeros. Even in the annals of architectural history, our arena will be worthy of record. Amidst the craftsmen's self-congratulatory banter, Daenerys began softly chanting Valyrian incantations, dracaries. It seemed that after her encounter with the three-eyed raven, Daenerys' magical prowess had intensified. Thus, during her incantation today, Drogon's flames, now empowered, transformed into a deep blue-black hue. After unleashing 3 bursts of dragon fire, she finally felt a hint of fatigue. With the Dragonstone production for the arena complete, she then soared on Drogon to the administrative hall of White Ship Town. Your Highness! Upon her arrival, Samwell, Maester Aemon, and others stood to greet her with respect. Observing the noticeably slimmer figure of the once rotund Samwell, Daenerys jested. It appears you have truly been working hard lately. Even Sam has shed some weight. The group erupted in laughter. Samwell, patting his belly, chuckled, ha! According to the princess, this could be considered a work benefit. However, it has indeed been quite busy. With the arena nearing completion, we will soon have a surplus of manpower. Furthermore, the nobles arriving for the tournament have begun to arrive in droves. With an increase in numbers comes the likelihood of complications. Thus considerable thought must be devoted to security and the accommodations for these noble gentlemen. After all, few families qualify for lodging within Dragonstone, the others must fend for themselves. The inns in the fishing village have long been fully booked, yet we still have some vacant rooms in White Ship Town. I have arranged for them to be cleaned and temporarily rented out to the nobles, allowing us to recoup some rental income. However, the influx of small traders accompanying these nobles, along with a significant increase in the number of displaced persons, has indeed stretched our security resources thin. After deliberation, we have begun to assemble a group of young individuals from the town to form a temporary security patrol. Fortunately, The Princess S Dragon Guard and the garrison of Dragonstone are available to assist in their training. I believe they will soon be ready to officially commence their duties. The primary concern, however, remains how to manage the vast number of idle displaced persons. Daenerys could not help but wonder why. Despite the generous resettlement conditions in White Sheep Town, these individuals would prefer to remain as displaced rather than become subjects of the town. Samwell shook his head with a rueful smile, explaining that most of these displaced persons had suffered severe persecution or were unable to bear the heavy burdens of taxes, military service, and labor in their former territories, prompting their choice to become free people. If they could survive, they would not easily seek to become subjects. The societal structure of Westeros is organized into a complex hierarchy, known as the feudal lord system. At the heart of this framework lies the ownership of land and the governance of territories, which intricately links various social strata, forming a pyramid structure that extends from the king at the apex to the common subjects at the base. Within this system, each member occupies a defined position and bears specific responsibilities, their actions governed by a stringent set of rules and obligations. At the pinnacle of this hierarchy is the King of the Seven Kingdoms and the Protector of the Realm, namely King Jaehaerys Targaryen. He wields supreme authority. Aside from his direct domain, all the other kingdoms are required to pay him tribute and taxes annually, and they must respond to his call for military support in times of war. Beneath him lies a series of nobles, including dukes, earls, and other lordly figures, who enjoy considerable autonomy in their respective fiefs, while also bearing the responsibility of maintaining peace within their territories. These nobles exchange loyalty to the king for land and various privileges, a relationship known as feudalism. In addition to the secular power structure, Westeros is also home to a formidable religious institution, the Faith of the Seven, along with the Citadel, which monopolizes the transmission of knowledge. Both play a crucial role in the social fabric of Westeros, guiding and controlling the behavior of the populace spiritually, while also exerting significant political and economic influence. The Archbishop, as the leader of the church, ranks just below the monarch, with bishops and priests from various cathedrals forming other essential components of the church. Each noble castle harbors a scholarly institution tasked not only with assisting the lord in managing the fief but also with providing education, healthcare, communication, and even midwifery services. However, during the reign of Maegor, the church's military forces were nearly obliterated by the crown after several wars. Below them are the free folk and the subjects. Freemen are those individuals who are unbound by any allegiance, cultivating their own lands while enjoying certain rights and liberties. They may also choose to engage in commerce or pursue various crafts. Conversely, the majority are serfs, the very foundation of the feudal system, tasked with providing sustenance and services to their lords. Without the lord's consent, they are forbidden from leaving their domains. In times of benevolent lords or prosperous years, their lives may be tolerable. However, should they find themselves under a callous lord or in the midst of warfare or natural calamities, these serfs are destined to endure immense suffering and hardship. Among the most marginalized in society are the destitute, vagrants, and criminals. These individuals lack stable residences and employment, dwelling in the shadows of society, often subjected to discrimination and unjust treatment. Chapter 64 The Roar of the Gluttons in the Realm of Westeros. The destitute and marginalized populations in every thriving city pose significant threats, becoming breeding grounds for crime and malevolence. The unsanitary conditions and frequent turmoil in King's Landing can largely be attributed to these urban vagrants and outcasts. Thus, it is entirely understandable that Samwell and his companions find themselves troubled by this issue. With the commencement of the tournament, over 100,000 vagrants and idlers have flocked to the refugee settlement in White Sheep Town. While most seek a means of survival, a considerable number of criminals have infiltrated their ranks. Recently, the dungeons of Dragonstone have housed no fewer than several dozen unproductive offenders, and more than 100 robust individuals have been sentenced to labor by Daenerys. Once the construction of the tournament grounds is completed, it is inevitable that thousands of temporary workers and their families will face immense pressure in their daily lives, consequently exacerbating the security concerns surrounding White Sheep Town. Therefore, it is imperative that the project continues without interruption. After a moment of contemplation, Daenerys decisively declared, since the architectural plans for Dragonstone Castle have been finalized, the construction of the castle shall commence following the completion of the tournament grounds. This decision not only allows the workforce engaged in the tournament's construction to remain employed but also provides additional job opportunities for the influx of vagrants. Given the grand scale of Dragonstone Castle, even should we utilize the resources of Dragonstone itself, it would require several years for completion. By that time, The entirety of the new Dragonstone island will have been sufficiently developed, ensuring ample accommodations for these individuals. Indeed, Your Highness. Samwell and Medric had previously deliberated on this matter. However, constructing a castle is a significant endeavor, and they dared not take it upon themselves to decide. Moreover, they had refrained from disturbing Princess Daenerys during her recent period of ill health. Now that she has proactively addressed and authorized the project, they are more than willing to accept. To have the opportunity to partake in the construction of a magnificent castle is a noteworthy milestone in one's life. By the way, Your Highness, the method you suggested for the horsemen to castrate the non-breeding war horses has proven effective. The temperament of the gelded steeds has indeed become much more docile, without adversely affecting their stamina or combat capabilities. Samwell continued to report to Daenerys, although a few horses succumbed to infections during the initial attempts. The current castration techniques have reached a level of sophistication that virtually eliminates the risk of accidents. We have even extended this technique to the breeding of cattle, sheep, and pigs. The castrated livestock not only exhibit greater docility but also gain weight more readily. The advantage of being a lord in this world lies in the fact that no matter how extraordinary one's ideas may be, as long as they are conveyed to one as subordinates, they will adeptly bring them to fruition. Moreover, Daenerys has discovered that although this world is somewhat primitive in certain aspects, the rich tapestry of nearly 10,000 years of history has endowed its inhabitants with remarkable craftsmanship in various manual trades. With just a modicum of guidance and inspiration, the results they produce frequently leave Daenerys in awe. Subsequently, they each reported to Daenerys about the recent developments in Aerys Town, to which she provided her suggestions and directives. Particularly, the rapid pace of Aerys Town's growth has exceeded everyone's expectations, necessitating Daenerys' decisions regarding its expansion and the establishment of new farms. Consequently, the group found themselves engrossed in conversation until late into the evening, with lunch and dinner being hastily resolved in the administrative hall. This has become quite commonplace for Samwell and his companions. However, the fact that Daenerys chose to dine with them rendered the several men somewhat bashful. Upon exiting the administrative hall of Aerys Town, Cameron leaned in close to Daenerys and whispered, "Your Highness, the merchant convoy from Tars Island has safely returned from the eastern continent. This convoy journeyed all the way to the eastern case, returning with a full load of 50 ships worth of goods. Unfortunately, 8 ships were lost during the voyage due to various extreme weather conditions." Cameron's words ignited a spark of excitement in Daenerys' eyes. "Did they bring back everything I requested?" Cameron nodded emphatically. "Indeed, they have. 1,000 unsullied and 200 gladiators have been temporarily settled on Tars Island to learn the common tongue. Additionally, 5,000 artisans of various trades were procured, including those scholars, healers, and senior attendants and maidens you specifically requested. In total, we acquired 10 elephants of different breeds. Fortunately, as per your instructions, we had fed them our special fodder from Dragonstone Island in advance, although many of the elephants appeared somewhat lethargic during the latter part of the journey. There were no casualties. I have also heard that there are numerous rare and exotic beasts. Surely, you will take delight in them. Once the secret passage and codes for Dragonstone Island are completed in a few days, we shall transport both people and goods there. Between Dragonstone Island and the newly established Dragonstone Isle, there lies a large, gorge-shaped harbor nestled among the northern mountains. The entrance is narrow and elongated, allowing only a single three-masted ship to pass. However, within, it can accommodate hundreds of large vessels simultaneously. The base of this gorge-shaped harbor is located at the foot of the small hill where Daenerys plans to construct her castle, a site she fortuitously discovered while flying on her dragon. Consequently, Daenerys has had a secret dock built here and has excavated several hidden warehouses in the mountains bordering the harbor. Once the castle is completed, this will become Daenerys' exclusive dock and secret passage. Just as Daenerys and Cameron were engrossed in their conversation, a sudden roar of anger erupted from the gluttonous one. Danila hastily mounted Dreamfire and soared towards the direction of the glutton. Meanwhile, Cameron urgently summoned the dragon guards and the security team of Aerys Town, racing desperately towards the seaside. Upon Danila's arrival, she discovered that the dozen guards stationed there lay lifeless in pools of blood, while her 2 assigned dragon guards were battered and bruised, bound and gagged. Surrounding the glutton, several mercenaries had already been engulfed in his emerald dragon flames. Among them, 2 burly men hurriedly carried a charred, grotesquely disfigured figure towards the shore. Additionally, 2 silver-haired noble youths, aided by the guards, swiftly made their way to the vessels awaiting at the seaside, followed closely by a panicked silver-haired middle-aged man. Chapter 65. the wealthy boy upon witnessing the scene before her. Danyella was immediately engulfed in fury. Although she had surmised the identity of her adversaries, she had no intention of showing them mercy. Dragon flame. The deep blue fire of Dreamfire swept across the three magnificent three-masted ships anchored on the sea, instantly igniting the sails and the deck where the sailors attempted to set sail. Those who caught fire did not perish immediately. Instead, they wailed in agony, plunging into the ocean in desperation. The ferocious blaze illuminated the sea, casting a brilliant glow all around. Considering the considerable value of the three ships, Danyella did not desire their destruction. Ensuring they could not escape was sufficient. After dealing with those aboard, she directed Dreamfire to descend onto the beach, intercepting the fleeing bandits. "Drop your weapons immediately and crouch down," Danyella bellowed as she commanded Dreamfire to ignite a significant portion of the guards behind the audacious bandits. The few surviving guards, along with the two silver-haired youths leading them, dared not make any further movements. They promptly discarded their weapons and knelt upon the ground, pleading pitifully, "Do not burn us. Please, do not burn us." Danyella paid them no heed, maintaining her gaze fixed upon them through Dreamfire until her own guards arrived to subdue the intruders. Only then did she dismount from Dreamfire and confront the leading youth with a piercing question. "Speak. Who are you? Why do you dare to covet the glutton's favor?" "Your Highness, I am Sethlin Magaya, the son of Princess Senua. My father is Morodono, the magistrate of the Volantis Tiger Party." The tearful, handsome youth crawled before Danyella, lamenting. "I heard that you are to host a grand tournament, and I came to observe. I merely wished to satisfy my curiosity upon hearing rumors of a bound giant dragon. I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions. Your Highness, please judge me fairly." At that moment, Cameron approached, brandishing an exquisitely adorned Valyrian sword alongside a dagger with a dragon-bone hilt, presenting them to Danyella. "Your Highness, this Valyrian steel sword was confiscated from him. It appears his identity is indeed extraordinary." Danyella, taken aback, accepted the sword and unsheathed it, gazing upon the black blade adorned with exquisite wave-like patterns. She recognized it as a true Valyrian steel weapon. She could sense the sword emanating a potent magical aura. The blade near the hilt inscribed with ancient Valyrian script, "In the company of the divine." However, upon noticing the conspicuously newly inscribed words "sweet bastard" on the hilt, her demeanor soured, and she inquired, somewhat displeased, at the handsome youth, "Did you name this sword?" Yes, Your Highness," he replied eagerly. "In Volantis, we have a great fondness for sweets and sweet wines, so I chose this name for the sword. Your father must indeed dote on you to bestow such a precious Valyrian steel sword upon a bastard child," she retorted. The handsome youth, upon noticing Danila's willingness to converse, seemed to immediately forget his dire predicament. Being the sole son of his father, he was lavished with affection. Coupled with the numerous Valyrian steel swords collected by House Magaya, this treasure was bestowed upon him. It is said that this sword once belonged to a prominent family among the 40 Dragon Lord families of ancient Valyria. House Magaya fortuitously acquired it during the Blood Century, a term used to describe the prolonged turmoil that engulfed the continent of Essos for over a century following the Valyrian Cataclysm. In truth, the Valyrian Cataclysm did not obliterate all descendants of the Dragon Lord families. Many members vacationing or engaged in business, along with their dragons, managed to survive. Numerous individuals among them endeavored to re-establish their power and revive the glory of the Valyrian freehold. Yet, for reasons unknown, they gradually faded into obscurity. Ultimately, only the Targaryens, who lingered on Dragonstone, remained as the last surviving heirs of the Dragon Lord families. As the arena's exterior exuded a magnificent aura, a member of the Children of the Forest, who had accompanied the Dragon Guard, approached Danila with respect. "Your Highness, only 5 of those soldiers survived, the rest have perished." Upon hearing this report, Danila, initially elated by the acquisition of a Valyrian sword, was soon engulfed by anger. She solemnly instructed Cameron, "Ensure that the wounded are properly treated. The families of the deceased must be looked after. In addition to the standard compensation, grant each family an extra 100 gold coins. After all, this group should have brought considerable riches." With that, Danila turned her gaze to another silver-haired youth and a middle-aged man beside him. "Given your appearance and attire, you must possess some background. Pray, who are you?" The tall, slender silver-haired youth replied in a trembling voice, "Your Highness, I am Satu, the son of Princess Senua. However, I am merely the son of a lowly merchant, here only to observe. I truly know nothing." He bowed his head deeply as he spoke. The Valyrian dagger, crafted from dragon bone, confiscated by Cameron, belonged to this slender youth. His nervous demeanor immediately drew disdain from the nearby Sazely. Your Highness, he speaks the truth. Situa's father is the chief benefactor of the Volantis Tiger Party. He then pointed to a robust man, gravely injured and on the brink of death from the dragon fire of a gluttonous beast. This is Sivan, the eldest illegitimate son of Princess Senela. His father is the leader of the Volantis Great Axe Mercenary Company. Indeed, they were unmistakably the three sons of Princess Senela, poised to compete for the crown prince's favor. Danila then instructed the herbalist, go and determine if he can be saved. Do your utmost to preserve his life. The herbalist approached Sivan and retrieved a vial of potion from his satchel, administering it to him with urgency. Subsequently, he produced a generous quantity of a greenish-blue herbal paste, applying it to the areas of Sivan's body that had been nearly scorched to a crisp by dragonfire. At this moment, a significant portion of Sivan's armor had liquefied, merging into his flesh. However, his helmet, breastplate, and shoulder guards remained unscathed, fortuitously safeguarding his vital areas and preserving his life. Strip away the intact armor from his body and present it to me, Daenerys commanded, her gaze fixed on the preserved pieces of armor, stirring a sudden intrigue within her. The Dragonstone guards promptly complied, removing the armor and respectfully presenting it before Daenerys. Phew! It is indeed armor forged from Valyrian steel, Daenerys remarked, her keen eyes recognizing that the intact pieces were crafted from the legendary metal. What manner of brigand is this? A veritable treasure bearer. She mused inwardly. Chapter 66, yet another harvest. And what about you? Judging by your attire, you must be a native of Dragonstone, correct? Daenerys' gaze shifted to the middle-aged man with silver hair, her tone frosty as she inquired. Your Highness, I am but a humble fisherman from the village, replied Daemon. His head bowed low, unwilling to meet Daenerys' gaze. Daemon? How intriguing. It is quite audacious of you to bear such a name here in Dragonstone. I find myself curious about your tale. The silver-haired Daemon, clearly sensing the mockery and displeasure in Daenerys' voice, quickly lowered his head further and knelt before her, saying, I am a descendant of Daemon Targaryen, the second lord of Dragonstone after the Targaryen family arrived. Ah! So you possess the bloodline of House Targaryen. It is no wonder your appearance is decidedly more dignified than that of the average person. At this point, Daenerys' tone grew even colder. Since you are indeed a bastard of House Targaryen, why then do you conspire with outsiders in an attempt to steal the dragons of House Targaryen? Individuals like you, who betray their own kin, are far more contemptible than the brigands from without. Daenerys' suddenly heightened voice startled Daemon, prompting him to plead for mercy. Your Highness, please. I merely saw their wealth and acted as a guide. I truly had no idea they would dare to attempt such an audacious theft of the Targaryen dragons. I am wronged, Your Highness. Having confirmed the circumstances, Rhaenyra grew weary of Daemon's feigned demeanor and waved her hand, instructing her guards to take him and the others away to the dungeons. She then commanded Cameron, place the three bastards of Princess Senela in the manor. Ensure they are well guarded and that no word leaks out. As for Daemon and the others, they are to be imprisoned. Send someone to apprehend Daemon's family and meticulously investigate those who have maintained close ties with him. Yes, Your Highness. Once Cameron had escorted everyone away, Harold Darkling, having extinguished the fire aboard the three-masted ships, managed to drag them to shore. They would require considerable time to inventory the supplies aboard. Daenera, accompanied by the remaining individuals from Stark's Island, made her way toward the Hungerer to assess its condition. Your Highness, that dragon is currently in a state of fury. It would be prudent to keep our distance, Dax urged. Nonsense, we shall remain just beyond its fiery reach. At that moment, the Hungerer lazily consumed the charred remains of those who had perished in its flames, the metallic chains binding it clanking as it struggled. The dragon, being a creature of great intelligence, could indeed melt away its metallic restraints with its fire. However, the chains binding the great beast were forged from a special alloy, with a melting point exceeding 2,000 to 3,000 degrees. When the dragon is capable of melting the metallic chains, the extreme heat of these shackles will be sufficient to inflict fatal harm upon the creature. The youth of Skagos Island, despite having emerged from the savage Northern Isles and witnessed various scenes of brutality and bloodshed, are likely witnessing a dragon incinerate and consume a human for the first time. Thus, while they may not exhibit any overt physical discomfort, an undeniable trepidation lingers within them. The once sacred image of the dragon in their hearts has inevitably suffered some diminishment. This reflects the psychological principle of empathizing with one's own kind. Therefore, no matter how formidable one may be, the relentless perpetration of iniquitous acts will eventually provoke retribution from those who have suffered under such tyranny. Whether it be the dragon lords and dragons that survived the catastrophic events in Valyria or those dragons historically slaughtered by the mob in the dragon pit. The underlying reason lies in the collective wrath and fear that have been directed towards them. The Valyrian Federation, having enslaved the peoples of Essos for countless centuries, accumulated a reservoir of resentment that, when the Valyrian dragon lords possessed sufficient power to suppress it, could still be endured. However, when the calamity presented an opportunity, they relentlessly sought to annihilate all dragons and the descendants of dragon lords at any cost. The ensuing bloodshed plunged the Seven Kingdoms into years of chaos, leaving the common folk in dire straits. The continuous fall of the dragons led the populace to no longer regard them as untouchable deities, which catalyzed the mob's assault on the dragon pit in King S Landing. Daenerys, undeterred by the whispers of others, engaged in the construction of the arena to demonstrate that dragons are not merely powerful instruments of war, but possess remarkable capabilities in other realms as well. "Oh, Your Highness, it appears that the great axe is also forged from Valyrian steel," the observer suddenly pointed out, gesturing towards scattered weapons a few dozen meters from the devourer. Daenerys, however, lacked the keen eyesight of the observer and was well within the range of the devourer's fiery breath. Thus she hesitated to approach for verification. "Dax, swiftly head to the town of White Sheep and gather a herd of cow cattle and old horses," Daenerys instructed. Dax immediately comprehended her intent and promptly set off towards White Sheep. Meanwhile, the devourer, preoccupied with its feast, had already taken note of Daenerys. This ferocious dragon had never been tamed by the Targaryens and held no mercy for their bloodline, particularly towards Daenerys, the one who had ensnared him here. The devourer harbored a profound loathing. Should Daenerys dare to draw near, it would not hesitate to unleash its fiery wrath upon her. As Harold and his companions nearly finished unloading the supplies from the ship, Dax finally arrived, driving a dozen old cows and horses along, to divert the devourer's attention. Daenerys steered Dreamfire above the beast's head. This provoked the ancient dragon into a furious rage, feeling profoundly insulted. Meanwhile, Dax and his companions blindfolded the old cattle and horses, then viciously struck them on their hindquarters, compelling them to dash frantically towards the glutton's location. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, the swift wolf brothers and Kai hurriedly gathered up the scattered weapons. By this time, the glutton had already turned those old cattle and horses that charged towards him into charred remains. Alas, what a pity for the hides of those creatures! Witnessing the completion of their grand endeavor, Daenerys descended gracefully on her Dreamfire. Eagerly, she grasped the massive axe mentioned by the Watcher. How heavy it was! Although Daenerys possessed considerable strength, it was only with great effort that she managed to lift this colossal Valyrian steel axe. Its obsidian hue and the distinctive, elegant wave patterns unmistakably indicated that it was indeed forged from Valyrian steel. Chapter 67, The Art of Forging Steel. Gazing at the formidable and weighty Valyrian great axe before her, Daenerys' eyes sparkled with unparalleled brightness. What a splendid deed this is! It is well known that Valyrian steel is remarkably lightweight, resilient, and impervious to rust, curling, or breaking. This great axe is at least equivalent to the weight of 2 or 3 of House Targaryen's ancestral swords, Blackfire. Due to its immense heft, Daenerys instructed Daxos to carry it while she held a torch, meticulously examining the weapon. Her fingertips glided over the axe, and she could distinctly sense the surging magical power contained within it, far surpassing that which resides in the Widow's Wheel. The axe, along with its dragonbone handle, measured nearly 2 meters in length. The upper half of the handle was crafted from pitch-black dragonbone, enveloped in beast hide. The blade was an asymmetrical double-edged monstrosity, adorned with intricate designs inscribed in Valyrian script. Zolfigar, Daenerys softly pronounced the engraving. Shadowbone. What a formidable name indeed. Such a razor-sharp axe could sever a man's spine with ease, and even a warhorse or a giant bear would be cleaved in two by a single stroke. Daxos, who held the great axe, was equally exhilarated. Had Daenerys not been admiring it, he would have nearly been unable to restrain himself from wildly wielding it. At that moment, Samwell had arrived with a contingent, bringing along dozens of carts to the seaside, specifically to transport the treasures seized from captured free-masted ships. With Samwell and Cameron present, Daenerys felt no desire to supervise the inventory of the treasures. Instead, she led the herbalist and the lookout, bearing the long-handled great axe Shadowbone, the Valyrian sword Widow's Wheel, and the Dragonbone Valyrian dagger Firefall, as they rode back to Dragonstone aboard Dreamfire. Since both the herbalist and the lookout were female children of the forest, Daenerys arranged for them to reside in her Holy Flame Tower. The herbalist possessed commendable medical skills, adept not only in concocting various salves and potions but also in caring for expectant mothers and assisting in childbirth. As a result, Daenerys frequently brought her to examine her mother, Aemma, and under her care, Aemma's health significantly improved. During this time of her monthly cycle, Daenerys also engaged in discussions with her about the traditional medical theories of the Flower Kingdom, yielding profound insights that inspired new ideas and approaches in the formulation of herbal salves and potions. Upon returning to the Holy Flame Tower, Daenerys refreshed herself briefly before retreating to her chamber to admire the three precious Valyrian weapons once more. It was not until late at night that she cradled Widow's Wail and gradually drifted into slumber. In her dreams, Daenerys found herself in what appeared to be a forge. The air was thin, rendered so by the intense heat. Hundreds of robust blacksmiths, chanting ancient Valyrian incantations, were intently hammering the dark alloy in their hands. Although they all sported extremely short hair, the hues of pale gold and silver, along with their distinctly purple or blue irises, unmistakably identified them as Valyrian. Surrounding them were several dragons, poised to unleash their fiery breath when necessary, capable of softening or melting the very alloys. The scene then shifted to a blazing furnace, where several Valyrian craftsmen were directing a multitude of expressionless slaves, who walked indifferently toward the searing flames. Daenerys discovered, with horror, a lifeless young dragon lying within the furnace, apparently deceased not long before. The subsequent tableau filled her with dread. The typically bold and fearless Daenerys found herself trembling uncontrollably. Was it fear? Anger? Sympathy? Perhaps it was a blend of all these emotions. Those slaves were mercilessly and cruelly thrust into the furnace by the craftsmen. As the flames engulfed them, the slaves seemed to awaken from a deep slumber, but they could only emit a piercing scream before being utterly consumed by the inferno. On the opposite side of the furnace, several Valyrian dragon riders chanted incantations while commanding their dragons to unleash scorching flames upon the furnace. Under the relentless heat, all the slaves and the remains of the dragon gradually melted with the molten alloy within. As the flames began to dissipate, a substantial block of Valyrian steel slowly took form, eliciting satisfied smiles from all the Valyrians. It was as if the dozens of slaves they had sacrificed were as insignificant as mere farm animals. Never had Daenerys wished so fervently to extricate herself from the dream of dragons, yet she felt ensnared, continuously compelled to witness the Valyrians forge their steel. Naturally, she harbored an insatiable desire to learn the ancient methods of Valyrian steel production, but upon realizing that it required the blood of the living, she felt relief that such a method had been lost to time. Even if Daenerys did not wish to learn, through the incessant repetition, she inadvertently absorbed the incantations and rituals associated with the forging and bloodletting. When Daenerys awoke the following morning, she found herself drenched in sweat. As she gazed at the three Valyrian weapons she had cherished, her emotions became exceedingly complex. Mysaria! She called for her handmaiden, and after changing and washing, she consumed a light meal before summoning her dreamfire and mounting her sweet widow to fly directly toward King's Landing. Daenerys sensed that the heads of House Targaryen must hold some secrets of ancient Valyria. However, over the years, she had nearly exhausted the family tomes chronicling Valyrian mysteries, yet found little of value regarding the crucial legacies of ancient Valyria. No matter the plight of House Targaryen, it remained one of the 40 noble houses of Dragonlords. Even if they were not directly involved in the significant affairs of Valyria, it is implausible that they remained entirely ignorant of the forging techniques of Valyrian steel. This includes the crafting of Dragonstone, which is not an exceedingly complex skill. Any dragon rider who has mastered the incantation can effortlessly forge it. Moreover, since Dragonstone was constructed under the aegis of House Targaryen, and they did not suffer any great calamities, it is unlikely that the methods of forging Dragonstone would have been lost to them. The only rationale that Daenerys can contemplate now is that House Targaryen may have deliberately concealed their possession of certain ancient Valyrian knowledge from the outside world. Furthermore, it is quite probable that they intentionally allowed this knowledge to fade away with the destruction of Valyria. However, Daenerys believes that at the very least, the successive heads of House Targaryen would have ensured that such knowledge was passed down through generations. Currently, the only one who might provide clarity to Daenerys is her great-grandfather, King Jaehaerys. Chapter 68, The Wisdom of King Jaehaerys. Indeed, it is a rare and exquisite sword. King Jaehaerys delicately handled the sweet widow, admiring it closely. This Valyrian blade bore specifications akin to those of the Targaryen family's dark sister, yet it was adorned with far more opulence. The luxurious sheath and hilt were encrusted with an array of precious gems and golden filigree, culminating in a ruby the size of a quail's egg embedded at the end of the hilt. While others might not perceive it, Daenerys sensed a faint ripple of magical energy emanating from the ruby. Great-grandfather, look at the ancient Valyrian inscriptions on the blade. They must be the family motto of some dragon lord from the era of Old Valyria, correct? Daenerys inquired casually, her gaze fixed intently on King Jaehaerys' expression, fearful of missing any subtle change in his demeanor. By the gods, he murmured softly, reading the inscriptions on the sword. King Jaehaerys gradually fell into a profound reverie, his murky eyes losing focus yet growing remarkably profound. Ah, it comes back to me. This is the family motto of House Velaryon. The Velaryons, the Baratheons, and the Targaryens rank among the foremost of the 40 Dragon Lord families. The Velaryon lineage is renowned for producing sorcerers and master smiths, historically responsible for forging the Valyrian steel weaponry of the Valyrian freehold. Upon hearing this, Daenerys eagerly pressed, House Velaryon, why have I never encountered any records regarding these Dragon Lord families in our family's library? King Jaehaerys gazed at Daenerys with a benevolent expression. What as this? Little Daenerys has taken an interest in the lore of old Valyria. With a serious nod, Daenerys replied, who would he be fascinated by that magnificent and mysterious realm? Ha ha! If mere curiosity were all it took, there would be no shortage of tales about old Valyria in both Westeros and Essos. The bards could spin their yarns for centuries and still not exhaust the stories. King Jaehaerys remarked, his interest piqued as he continued to observe Daenerys. However, many seek more than just tales. They yearn to unearth truths hidden within the legends, seeking the power and benefits they might yield. During the bloodied century, countless descendants of dragon lords and their mighty dragons perished not solely due to the hatred harbored by the people of the eastern continent. Indeed, it is often not hatred but the allure of profit that drives individuals to madness and ruthless measures. The dragons of Valyria, the arcane arts, the secrets of Valyrian steel and Dragonstone, and the vast wealth still lingering from Valyria are the true reasons for their demise. At that moment, although King Jaehaerys appeared as a carefree, affectionate elder, his penetrating gaze seemed to peer into the very depths of her soul. Rhaenyra directly inquired, does my great-grandfather imply that the Targaryen family did possess some legacies of old Valyria, but deliberately allowed them to be lost? In response to Rhaenyra's perplexity, King Jaehaerys did not provide a straightforward answer. Instead, he countered with a question, why do you think so? Daenera, smiling, retorted, that depends on whether the destruction of Valyria was fate or the result of human actions. Ha ha, what an amusing young lady. It seems that you have witnessed quite a bit in your dragon dreams, haven't you? Rhaenyra feigned indifference, responding with, is the forging of Dragonstone and Valyrian steel included? At this moment, King Jaehaerys' expression grew solemn as he replied, little Rhaenyra, this world is far more intricate than we can comprehend, whether it be the doing of man or the judgment of the gods. Remember, while absolute power is indeed significant, one cannot rely solely on it to resolve all matters. The human heart is the most elusive, humanity is often cold and selfish, and wisdom is easily obscured, yet human strength remains paramount. A capable lord or king need not engage in every task personally. It is essential to discern people, select the right individuals, and inspire them to work willingly and wholeheartedly for you. This is the primary concern of a good lord, a good king. A great lord and king must also learn to be selfish, yet they must understand that their greatest selfishness is to seek the good of the realm. Rhaenyra was perplexed as to why her great-grandfather suddenly began imparting lessons on governance. However, a venerable king, revered by the world, sharing the wisdom of his life in such simple terms, she listened intently. After all, her combined existence of over 30 years hardly equipped her with a true understanding of governance, although she had managed to bring vitality to Dragonstone. This was largely due to her prophetic insight and the capable individuals she had gathered through her royal status. In his chamber, King Jaehaerys devoted an entire day to teaching Rhaenyra about territory management, from dawn until dusk, with their lunch taken simply in the sitting room. It was uncertain whether it was King Jaehaerys' solitude in recent years or Rhaenyra's exceptional ability to draw connections that kept the elderly king, now over 60, from showing any sign of fatigue throughout the day. Great-grandfather, dinner time has arrived. Shall I accompany you to the dining hall? Very well. After a day of my ramblings, you must be growing weary of me. Rhaenyra quickly shook her head, saying, not at all. As long as you are willing to share with me, I would gladly remain by your side forever. King Jaehaerys erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing her words, exclaiming, among the princesses of our Targaryen lineage, you are undoubtedly the most cunning and audacious. Ha ha ha! Miss Audrey, Miss Alicent, please do come in. He summoned the 2 handmaidens, who were currently favored by him, and together they proceeded to the dining hall to partake in their meal. After dinner, Daenerys accompanied King Jaehaerys for a leisurely stroll in the gardens of the Red Keep for half an hour, before assisting him back to his chambers to wash up and retire for the night. Perhaps due to his extensive conversation that evening, King Jaehaerys quickly succumbed to slumber. Seizing the opportunity, Daenerys borrowed the two ancestral swords of House Targaryen, Blackfire and Dark Sister, cradling them as she settled into bed. In her dreams, Daenerys once again found herself within the realm of Valyrian steel forging. However, this time, amidst the shifting scenes of her dream, she encountered a most peculiar and eerie spectacle. Chapter 69, The One Who Hides in the Shadows in a dimly lit and stifling place reminiscent of a cave or mine. Two figures clothed in robes appeared to be conspiring in hushed tones. Daenerys wished to approach them, yet for reasons unknown. She sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from the frail silhouette among them, prompting her to halt her advance. "I can assist you no further. Do not forget your promise," asserted the silver-haired man wielding the black fire sword, reiterating his demand. "No matter what transpires henceforth, you shall not lay a hand on my family, correct? All mortals must meet their end," the cloaked figure assured, entirely shrouded beneath his robe. "As long as your family steers clear of slavery, divine favor shall be bestowed upon you. Thank you for all you have done. Farewell." With those words, he gradually faded into the shadowy passage. Once he had departed, the torch-bearing silver-haired man also turned to leave. At that moment, Daenerys' dreamscape shifted once more. She found herself atop a towering structure without a roof, adorned at its pinnacle with a colossal sculpture of a lion-headed, dragon-winged creature. The Dark Sisters hung upon the walls of the chamber where Daenerys now stood. "Daenerys, you truly dreamt of the fall of Valyria, did you not?" Upon hearing a stir from the adjacent space, Daenerys hastened towards it. "Indeed, father. Nothing in this world is immortal. When a flower blooms in its most resplendent form, it signifies its impending decay. Likewise, when darkness reaches its zenith, light must soon follow." A stunning maiden, her platinum hair cascading and draped in translucent azure fabric, raised a goblet of golden wine, gazing contemplatively at the flourishing city before her. Just as Daenerys intended to draw closer for a better look, the maiden abruptly turned, her gaze locking onto Daenerys' position. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Daenerys jolted awake from her dream. Yet, the maiden's voice seemed to transcend time and space, echoing in her ears, "At last, you have arrived. The one who will bring us home." Gazing at the three Valyrian steel swords scattered about her bedside and reflecting on the fragmented images from her dream, Daenerys felt a chill run through her. It appeared that the destruction of Valyria was indeed a catastrophe, perhaps concealing an even greater conspiracy. What role did her family play in this unfolding narrative? Burdened with a myriad of uncertainties, Daenerys spent the morning in a daze, her mind wandering even while in the company of King Jaehaerys. "Little Daenerys, did you not sleep well last night?" King Jaehaerys inquired with concern. "Did you dream of something troubling?" "Yes, I dreamt of some incomprehensible visions," Daenerys replied candidly. Jaehaerys gently patted her shoulder in comfort, saying, "Do not dwell on what you cannot understand. With time, all will be revealed to you. Indeed, time has the capacity to render many memories forgotten. You are still so young, it is imperative that you relish the joys of life. Dany, never allow yourself to be ensnared by your dreams. Nor should you pay heed to the whispers of the gods that linger in your ears. My great-grandfather, I dreamt of Danis, the one who foretold the destruction of Valyria within our family. She proclaimed that I am the one destined to guide them home." Danila resolved to candidly share her experiences with this sagacious king. Dany's words indeed stirred a rare excitement in the usually solemn and composed monarch. "What?" Jaehaerys abruptly rose from his seat, his aged yet robust hands gripping Danyla's shoulders as he sought confirmation. "Are you certain she told you that you are to lead them home?" Although his grasp was painful, Danila remained composed and resolute, nodding affirmatively. In the dream, it seemed she could see me, and as our eyes met, she uttered those very words. What significance lies within those words? Given that they could evoke such a reaction from King Jaehaerys, they must hold immense importance. Thus, Danila continued to probe, "Great-grandfather, why are you so agitated?" Her inquiry allowed King Jaehaerys to gradually regain his composure. "It is merely an ancient tale passed down through the annals of old Valyria," he replied. "Danila, the story I am about to share with you is not a secret among the noble houses of Valyria, yet it must not be disseminated beyond this moment. I swear." King Jaehaerys then resumed his enigmatic demeanor, his gaze becoming profound and distant. "The world knows of old Valyria as rise from the 14 flames on the continent of Essos. Yet few are aware that their lineage traces back to the Amethyst Queen of the Dawn Age. The Dawn Age, the precursor to the present Golden Empire, spanned territories from the Bone Mountains in the west to the Grey Waste in the east, from the Shivering Sea in the north to the Jade Sea in the south. which also encompassed the Isle of Thunder within its waters. The first ruler of the Dawn Age was the human emperor, said to be the sole offspring of the Night Lion and the Maiden of Light. But do deities truly exist in this world? When mortals fervently pray, who among them has ever witnessed a genuine response? It is but a facade created by rulers to adorn themselves. I discern that it is merely those who possess some formidable power. Legend states that the human emperor traveled in a palanquin cart from a singular pearl, borne by 100 of his queens. This ruler reigned for 10 millennia until he ascended to the stars, reuniting with his forebears. Subsequently, the throne passed to his eldest son, the Pearl Emperor, who ruled for a millennium. Thereafter, the crown was inherited through successive generations. From the Emerald Emperor to the Tourmaline Emperor, the Onyx Emperor, the Yellow Sapphire Emperor, and finally the Opal Emperor. Each emperor's reign grew progressively shorter, facing increasingly daunting challenges than their predecessors. Barbarians and beasts relentlessly encroach upon the borders of the kingdom, while the feudal lords grow increasingly arrogant and rebellious, and the subjects of the realm descend further into indulgence and depravity. Upon the ascension of the Amethyst Empress, daughter of Emperor Baelon, her brother, consumed by jealousy, usurped her throne, declaring himself the Bloodstone Emperor. From that moment forth, the kingdom is engulfed in terror and servitude. The Bloodstone Emperor, an aficionado of dark and dreadful sorcery, weds a woman of ferocious cruelty and frequently indulges in the consumption of human flesh. He forsakes the veneration of the gods of the land, turning instead to worship a mysterious black stone that has fallen from the heavens. The bloodshed that transpires in the Far East ultimately ushers in an era of eternal night. The Virgin of Light turns her back on this world, while the Lion of Night descends to punish humanity for its debauchery and excess. Darkness prevails for an interminable duration, until a valiant warrior, Etel, rises to the occasion. Armed with the messenger of light, he leads a band of the conscientious into battle, and at last, light returns to the world. However, the once great empire can never rise again. The entire realm fractures, with disparate tribes existing in isolation, each harboring deep-seated mistrust of the others. War, avarice, and murder continue unabated to this day. Danyella, much like the life of a human, reveals that every flower and tree, every dynasty and nation, possesses its own destiny. No matter how formidable they may be, they ultimately traverse the cycle of weakness to strength, and from strength to decline. Humanity delights in the presence of light, yet remains oblivious to the fact that where there is light, darkness inevitably follows. Additionally, people often prefer to conceal themselves within the shadows of others. Chapter 70, Forgetting the Past. Fearless of the future, King Jaehaerys devoted nearly an entire day to recounting the orally transmitted history of the Valyrian Dragon-lords to Daenerys. His eloquence, honed by years of governance, endowed him with profound insights and judicious judgments on myriad matters. Thus, what might have appeared to be dreary and fictitious historical narratives, in his capable oration, transported Daenerys to the very heart of those events, allowing her to engage with the tales while maintaining an objective, fair, and sagacious perspective on the past. Daenerys could not help but ponder that had King Jaehaerys taken the time to mentor Viserys effectively over the years, perhaps he would have avoided the numerous grievous errors chronicled in history upon ascending to the throne. Meanwhile, the descendants of the Dawn Age, having endured countless hardships, had ultimately managed to resurrect dragons in the 14 flames of Valyria, thereby establishing a vast empire that controlled the entirety of the Essos continent. Yet, the rise and splendor of Valyria had transformed into a nightmare for the vast majority of people across Essos. In their insatiable quest for indulgence and ever greater power, the noble families and sorcerers committed innumerable atrocities to satisfy the extravagant desires of the Dragon-lords. Life in the resplendent city-state of Valyria, akin to that of deities, starkly contrasted with the anguished cries that echoed from the mines beneath the volcanoes, where countless souls suffered. The hearts of the people had been lost. Despite Valyria's grandeur and might enduring for over a millennium, despite their dominion over the world as most formidable dragons and an array of sorceries, they ultimately vanished into oblivion during the cataclysm. Whether it was divine retribution or human folly, it was undeniable that the Dragon-lords themselves had wrought the wrath of both gods and men. From King Jaehaerys' words, Daenerys could discern that he did not take pride in Valyria as former history. She sensed that this sentiment might have been a common valuation among the Targaryen lineage. Consequently, she inquired further, "Great-grandfather, why do the Dragon-lords not compile these precious histories into a tome for their king to comprehend? After all, studying history renders one wise. Poetry cultivates elegance, mathematics fosters precision, science deepens understanding, ethics imbues solemnity, and the study of logic and rhetoric hones discernment. Every form of learning shapes character. Upon hearing such philosophically rich words from one so young, King Jaehaerys, filled with satisfaction, took Daenerys' hand and said, "Oh, my dear Daenerys, if you were a prince, I would undoubtedly bestow upon you the title of Prince of Dragonstone." Ha ha ha, perhaps the title of Prince of Dragonstone is too grand. If you truly cherish me, great-grandfather, grant me the title of Prince of New Dragonstone instead. And if you could bestow a more melodious name upon New Dragonstone, that would be even better. It would make the princely title sound more illustrious. Though I may be young, I am aware that the lords of Westeros would rather turn the Seven Kingdoms to ash than entrust them to a woman as Darkness. In the land of Essos and the continent of Thoreos, why is there so much unclaimed territory lying fallow? Rather than vying with the antiquated lords of Westeros for the decaying power of the Seven Kingdoms, I would prefer to command my dragons and forge my own kingdom. Ha ha ha! Such ambition! It is no wonder that you, as the sole dragon rider of House Targaryen, can master 2 dragons simultaneously. Daenerys' words provoked a hearty laugh from King Jaehaerys. For some inexplicable reason, this elder felt a sense of certainty that his great-granddaughter's proclamation was no mere child's whimsy. Reflecting on how Daenerys had transformed the once barren Dragonstone into a prosperous isle in just 3 years, he began to entertain the illusion that his great-granddaughter might indeed turn her dreams into reality. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Daenerys candidly inquired, "Great-grandfather, it has been over a month since grandfather's passing. Are you considering the appointment of a new Prince of Dragonstone?" Upon hearing this, King Jaehaerys' gentle, clouded eyes deepened with contemplation. "Oh, what are your thoughts, little Daenerys?" She responded with calm assurance, "Surely the first choice would be my uncle Vigan, who resides in the citadel." King Jaehaerys smiled and replied, "When your grandfather passed, I reached out to him immediately. However, he declined my proposal. Citing the oath of the Stallers, he suggested convening a great council of the 7 kingdoms to allow the lords to collectively recommend the next heir." Having long anticipated the trajectory of history, Daenerys carefully considered her words. A great council? Why should the Targaryens' affairs be subject to the opinions of those lords? That would be far too generous. Wouldn't that lead them to believe they could meddle with the royal authority? Ultimately, wouldn't it boil down to a choice between Princess Rhaenys and my father, if my father were to be chosen? Would that not establish a precedent wherein male heirs are deemed superior to female heirs? Conversely, if Princess Rhaenys were selected, would the Targaryens not have to adopt the Valerian name? Regardless of the outcome, it seems this would sow the seeds for future strife within the royal family. King Jaehaerys' eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Daenerys, displaying a maturity beyond her years, continued, "If my father were to be elected, he currently has no male heir. If he were to remain without one." Sensing the delicacy of her statement, Daenerys quickly sought to clarify, "What I mean is, if he were to remain without a male heir, then my father would likely prefer to pass the throne to his daughter rather than to any male relatives. Wouldn't that inevitably lead to conflict? Should Princess Rhaenys be elected, it is likely that the Valerian family would no longer be the closest allies of House Targaryen, but rather their most formidable adversaries. Regardless of the outcome, both scenarios harbor significant risks. Jaehaerys begins to perceive that his granddaughter is rather extraordinary. "Oh, what do you propose we do?" Danila pouted in dissatisfaction. "Great-grandfather, is it not your duty as king to contemplate such matters? Why must you burden a mere 10-year-old child? However, I do have some rather immature thoughts. For instance, establishing a rule that should the Targaryen family require a female heir to the throne, her husband and children must all adopt the Targaryen surname. Furthermore, the queen's consort should only be granted a title of honor without the right to participate in governance. Additionally, the greatest assurance of Targaryen rule lies in their dragons, and I believe this Grand Council could also devise a management system for the dragons. For example, Targaryen dragon riders must not engage in civil strife. Should anyone violate this, all dragon riders would unite against them. Otherwise, they would forfeit their rights to command dragons. All that has transpired is merely a prologue. Love all, trust a few, and owe nothing to anyone. I have squandered time, and time in turn has wasted me. In bleak days, do not allow cruel fate to revel in your despair. Since fate has come to torment us, we ought to retaliate with a demeanor of calm. A wise individual does not lament over failure, but rather seeks optimistic avenues for redemption." Chapter 71. Who is pointing at whom? Jaehaerys gazed with increasing regret at his articulate great-granddaughter, lamenting that Daenerys was merely a princess. Although many of Daenerys' ideas were still somewhat naive and immature, her expansive vision and broad-mindedness were already apparent. Thus, he found himself irresistibly sharing the wisdom he had accrued over 5 decades of governance with the young royal. Despite her tender age, Daenerys absorbed his teachings with remarkable receptivity, offering her own reflections and insights in return. The two conversed well into the night, only retiring to their chambers at the gentle prompting of a maid. The following day, Daenerys indulged in a rare opportunity to sleep in. By the time she rose from her slumber, the day was almost approaching noon. After a brief morning routine and a light snack, she made her way to King Jaehaerys' study, as the maid had informed her that he would likely be occupied with official documents at this hour. Along the way, she took a moment to gather a few fresh flowers from the garden, arranging them in a vase. "Good morning, great-grandfather." After exchanging pleasantries, Daenerys placed the vase on Jaehaerys' desk. "Good morning, Daenerys," he replied, visibly uplifted by the fragrant blooms. "With these flowers' delightful aroma, one feels invigorated. Please, have a seat. I shall attend to these documents shortly." "Certainly." Daenerys settled into a chair by the window, casually selecting a book from the shelf to peruse quietly. However, it was perhaps due to the king's recent neglect of official affairs that, not long after Daenerys had seated herself, the newly appointed hand of the king, Otto Hightower, entered bearing a stack of documents. "Good morning, Your Majesty," he greeted, followed by Daenerys' polite response as she rose slightly and bowed. "Good morning, Sir Otto." Sir Otto respectfully placed the documents on Jaehaerys' desk. "Your Majesty, here are your papers for today. I must speak candidly, Your Majesty. You are advancing in years, and your health has only recently improved. It is crucial that you take care of yourself and rest early." After this, he turned his serious countenance toward Daenerys and remarked, "I have heard that Princess Daenerys is quite a diligent learner, especially under Your Majesty's personal tutelage. However, I believe that Maester Loris of Dragonstone possesses sufficient knowledge to satisfy your curiosity for learning. Should that not suffice, you may also request a scholar from the Citadel to instruct you personally." "Ah!" Both Jaehaerys and Daenerys looked at each other, their expressions mirroring a sense of bewilderment. Who was he directing this comment toward? Sir Otto Hightower, hailing from the esteemed Hightower family of Old Town, was renowned for his extensive knowledge and was appointed as the new hand of the king. Yet, his performance fell short of expectations. Serving as a cautionary tale for future prime ministers, knowledge does not resolve all matters. Despite being a remarkably organized individual, he struggled to meet the demands of his role. However, he was arrogant, straightforward, and excessively aggressive, which displeased many lords and nobles, including King Viserys himself. "I shall attend to the documents promptly. Lord Otto may take his leave for now." The words of King Jaehaerys, though seemingly mundane, conveyed an undeniable firmness. Otto, having recently assumed the role of hand of the king, was still quite inexperienced and found it difficult to withstand the king's authority. Thus, he offered a bow and turned to depart. Yet, Daenerys would not indulge him. Rather than endure discomfort herself, she preferred to make others uncomfortable. She approached Otto with a hint of dissatisfaction and remarked, "Sir Otto, I have not been sleeping well in my chamber these past few days. And yesterday I seemed to hear the sound of mice breeding within the Red Keep. Since you have the time, please address this matter swiftly. After all, everything concerning the Red Keep now relies on you. It would be quite unfortunate if the mice proliferate to the point of biting your hand, wouldn't it? You are, after all, the hand of the king. The foul stench of King's Landing is nearly wafting into the Red Keep. Yet, the old town, of similar scale and rich history, remains pristine and fresh in the air. Surely, Lord Otto, hailing from the esteemed Hightower family, possesses the expertise to resolve this issue expeditiously." Daenerys' words elicited suppressed laughter from the serving maids present. Audrey, with an innocent expression, chimed in, "The princess speaks the truth. These two problems are indeed the most unbearable. If the hand could take the initiative to manage them, they would surely be resolved swiftly. Then, the entire King's Landing would sing the praises of our esteemed lord. Mouse catcher. Excrement cleaning prime minister." Audrey had already begun to secretly devise how to disseminate the new title of Lord Otto. Although Alicent struggled to grasp the nuances of their banter, she instinctively felt that their remarks were rather unkind towards her father. However, with limited eloquence, she wished to speak up for him but was uncertain where to begin. Merely surveying the gathering with unease. At this moment, King Jaehaerys interjected, "Then, Lord Otto, please prioritize resolving these two most urgent and important matters. All else may be set aside, and I could certainly delegate them to others." Their comments caused Otto, already accustomed to maintaining a stern visage, to appear even more drawn. "Yes, Your Majesty." Otto could only respond respectfully, then turned once more to Daenerys, bowing. "Thank you for your reminder, Princess. I shall attend to it." It seemed that Princess Daenerys was indeed more perceptive than the average individual. With that, he departed, somewhat disgruntled. Once Otto had left, King Jaehaerys picked up the stack of documents he had brought and flipped them over. Noticing this, Daenerys inquired with curiosity, "Great-grandfather, why do you always turn the documents over when reviewing them?" Jaehaerys whispered mysteriously, "The documents they wish for me to see are placed at the top, while those they prefer I overlook are relegated to the bottom. How could I possibly grant them their wish?" His words immediately amused Daenerys, for she had not anticipated that this renowned figure of the Targaryen dynasty could possess such an endearing quality. Meanwhile, Alicent, observing from a distance, discreetly took note of this moment, vowing to share the incident with her father at the earliest opportunity. "Alicent." Jaehaerys suddenly seemed to recall something and called to her from afar. "Yes, Your Majesty," she replied. "Recently, Prince Daemon has been quite restless in King's Landing, engaging in excessive revelry. He is often inebriated, and there is not a single steady companion by his side. I would like you to attend to him for a time. Once I have selected a suitable attendant for him, you may return." Upon hearing Jaehaerys' request, Alicent felt a wave of dismay wash over her. Yet, she could not refuse. She managed to force a composed nod. "Yes, Your Majesty. I shall take good care of Prince Daemon." However, Daenerys noticed that Alicent was nervously on the verge of drawing blood from her own nails. Chapter 72, a different tale after the somewhat aggrieved departure of Alicent. Audrey and the other maidens, at Daenerys' behest, proceeded to offer her comfort. King Jaehaerys took nearly an hour to attend to the accumulated paperwork of recent days. Finally, he spread his hands, exuding a palpable sense of relief, a stark contrast to the dignified image typically associated with monarchs. "Ah! At last, it is done." The lords of the Seven Kingdoms seem never to find a moment's respite. Fortunately, the upcoming tournament in White Harbor next month has diverted much of their attention. Otherwise, the myriad of petty squabbles I must address daily would surely multiply. Daenerys approached King Jaehaerys from behind, tenderly massaging his shoulders, for after all, his great-grandfather was the wisest arbiter of the Seven Kingdoms. This is the burden of the capable, is it not? Moreover, being troubled by minor issues daily is far preferable to facing a significant calamity. Wouldn't you agree? Ha ha ha! King Jaehaerys was once again amused by Daenerys' words, laughing heartily. "I am rather curious about your evident animosity towards Otto, though," Daenerys remarked with an air of nonchalance. "What? Is it that obvious? I firmly believe that the hands must always heed the commands of the mind. Their role is to manifest our thoughts into reality. Much like how we women engage in embroidery, one often hears of a girl being clumsy with her hands. Yet seldom does one hear that a woman fails at embroidery due to a lack of mental direction. When a person's hands do not obey, it may elicit ridicule. However, when a nation's hands falter, it can lead to catastrophe." As she spoke, Daenerys herself scarcely noticed that her grip had intensified considerably. King Jaehaerys, after a thoughtful nod, chose not to pursue the topic further. It seems that as one ages, there is a particular fondness for reminiscing about the past, a tendency that even a monarch who has reigned for over 50 years cannot escape. Thus, after addressing Daenerys' inquiries about the history of Valyria, Jaehaerys regaled her with tales of the Targaryen family's monumental events following their conquest of the continent of Dorne. Naturally, these accounts were narrated from the Targaryen perspective. According to family lore, Aegon had foreseen the doom of the human realm, a calamity that would begin in the distant north, heralded by a chilling winter that brought unfathomable darkness. The lurking terrors would obliterate all living creatures, for humanity to endure. The Targaryens must ascend to the throne and unite the entirety of Westeros against the cold and darkness. This secret has been passed down through generations since Aegon's time. This prophecy, dubbed A Song of Ice and Fire by Aegon, elicits a wry smile from me. Were it not for my chance overhearing an old scholar mention that the long table in the Hall of Tables was already being crafted before Aegon's birth, I might have been inclined to believe it entirely. Rulers have always been fond of cloaking their reigns in a shroud of divinity. Undoubtedly, the packaging of Aegon's A Song of Ice and Fire has met with remarkable success. At the very least, my father, Aenys, is a firm believer in it. Having passed this prophecy on to my brother, Aegon, and shared it with my mother, who is equally convinced. My mother even posited that since Maeder is unaware of this prophecy, his reign cannot endure. Indeed, her prediction proved accurate. The formidable Queen Visenya and the ruthless Maeder ultimately faltered in their quest for power. For both the Seven Kingdoms and the Church, Maegor was undoubtedly a catastrophic force. Yet, he did assist the Targaryen family by dismantling the Church's armed influence, thereby stabilizing the royal rule and enhancing my reputation. Hence, I too have come to believe in this prophecy. Furthermore, I intend to pass this tale to the next heir to the throne. But Daenerys, do you understand why I feel compelled to share this story with you? In the context of the Feast for Crows, Daenerys finds it perplexing that a mere prophecy warrants such secrecy akin to the clandestine succession of the Qing dynasty. Thankfully, Aenys also divulged the prophecy to his wife. Had he only entrusted it to Aegon, he might have been buried alongside him at the Lake of the Gods. A mere prophecy, I muse, should suffice to remain within the family and does not necessitate passing it to the heir apparent. In the face of great calamity, is it not more beneficial for the family to unite in solidarity rather than to divide? Ha ha ha! You make a valid point. Yet, therein lies Aegon's wisdom. No one can resist the allure of power, and the path of sovereignty is inherently solitary. By intertwining prophecy with the crown, he ensures that those who wield power will hold an unwavering belief in it. The longer one occupies such a position, the more isolated they become, and thus, the more fervently they cling to their beliefs. For even the most foolish of kings will prepare meticulously against any threat, however minute, to their authority. The true peril arises if such a king possesses a soft heart, for knowledge of the prophecy may render him hesitant, leaving the Targaryens vulnerable to the vampiric machinations of the lords. Your father, Viserys, appears to be of such a disposition, which is precisely why I chose to share this prophecy with you. Ah! Daenerys, as a formidable Targaryen, I hope that in the future, you will safeguard your tender-hearted father. As for my great-grandfather, you cannot be suggesting that I assume the role of Maegor, for I am a kind-hearted Targaryen. Surely, great-grandfather should assign this weighty responsibility to my sister, Rhaenyra. She is the eldest and the light of the Seven Kingdoms. My aspirations lie in establishing my own kingdom across the Essos continent and even in Sephoros. Ha ha ha! That should not deter you. As long as you can summon the determination you exhibited this morning in dealing with Otto when the time calls for it. At that time, assist your father by occasionally dealing with those malevolent entities. Moreover, merely observing the lives of the inhabitants of White Ship Town will reveal your true capabilities. Otherwise, do you genuinely believe that the lords are solely enamored by your title as the Dragon Princess, flocking to Dragonstone Island for that reason alone? In the eyes of the lords across the Seven Kingdoms, you have become a Dragon Princess who lays golden eggs. With just a call, your influence is now second only to mine. King Jaehaerys has humorously embarked on his own jest. Ha ha ha! How astonishing it is that my great-grandfather places such trust and value in me. Shouldn't there be some form of corresponding acknowledgement? First, assist in bestowing a splendid name upon my new island of Dragonstone. Daenerys leaned against Jaehaerys' arm, extending her second hand and stating, secondly, I desire the title of Prince. Chapter 73, The Tale of Alicent Excellent. King Jaehaerys readily acquiesced. Did you not name your residence at Dragonstone the Tower of the Sacred Flame? I find the name quite fitting. Thus, let us henceforth refer to Dragonstone as the Isle of the Sacred Flame. I shall inform the Grand Maester of this decision shortly. Furthermore, your investiture as Prince of the Sacred Flame shall coincide with the tournament, thereby augmenting the event's grandeur. Thank you, great-grandfather. Daenerys nestled affectionately beside King Jaehaerys, indulging in a rare moment of tenderness. The aged monarch savored the warmth of familial affection, a sensation he had long been deprived of. Ha ha! However, Daenerys, the continent of Essos is not as straightforward as one might envision. Its myriad factions are intricately intertwined, and the bloodshed instigated by deities through their devotees is no less severe than that of the lords of the Seven Kingdoms. The faceless men of Braavos, the savages of Dothraki, the information brokers of Pentos, the courtesans and poisoners of Lys, Valentis, the slavers Bay, and even more distant powers are formidable entities not to be underestimated. While you are still young, you should venture forth and explore. For as the years progress, you may find yourself with increasingly less time to pursue your passions. In our youth, Alicent and I were fervent travelers. On one occasion, we journeyed with 6 dragons and much of the court to the wall in the north. Alicent and I even rode our dragons to assist the Night's Watch in repelling a formidable army composed of wildlings, shapeshifters, and giants. The air beyond the wall is indeed frigid. Even Alicent's great dragon, Silverwing, was reluctant to soar beyond its heights, witnessing the Night's Watch's hardships. The compassionate Alicent proposed to grant them additional lands and aided in constructing a new fortress, Deep Lake Keep. She utilized her own jewels to cover the expenses of its construction, while I dispatched workers for the endeavor. However, one must understand that the cold climate of the north has likewise forged the Stark family's icy demeanor and hearts. Daenerys sensed a lingering discomfort within King Jaehaerys as he mentioned House Stark. I recall that it was the year 58 Aegon, when Alysanne and I planned our inaugural visit to the north. The delegation set forth first, while Alysanne and I intended to fly on dragons to White Harbor to join them. Yet, at this crucial juncture, envoys from Pentos and Tyrosh unexpectedly arrived in King's Landing. These two city-states across the narrow sea had been embroiled in conflict for many years, and they sought my mediation for peace talks, as their hostilities had begun to affect maritime trade in King's Landing. Thus, I was compelled to remain and address their issues. Alysanne resolved to proceed to the north alone, to avoid offending Duke Aeric Stark, who already harbored grievances against our Targaryen family. This animosity stemmed from the death of the Duke's brother during the suppression of the Night's Watch Rebellion, which was incited by the very church forces I had dispatched to the wall. Consequently, House Stark harbored considerable resentment towards House Targaryen. However, Alysanne's arrival in White Harbor aboard Silverwing was met with an unexpected warm reception. Count Manderly even organized a small tournament to honor the queen, to which she graciously facilitated a match between the Count's son and a noble from the south, while also taking the Count's daughter into her service as a handmaiden. Yet, Alysanne was acutely aware that the true challenge lay in Winterfell. Though the Manderly family resided in the north, their roots were in the Riverlands, where they still upheld the faith and traditions of the Seven. In stark contrast stood Duke Aeric Stark, a man of unwavering stoicism, whose stern visage rivaled the icy walls of the wall itself. Upon her arrival in Winterfell, Alysanne was met with the Duke's frosty demeanor. He forbade Silverwing from entering the castle and expressed disdain for the royal entourage's size. But Alysanne was not one to easily concede. Each recollection of her queen brought a warm smile to King Jaehaerys' face, rather than perceiving the Duke's coldness as an affront. She took the initiative to engage Eric in earnest conversation, ultimately earning the respect of this proud and forthright northern lord. Meanwhile, I found myself in a quandary with Prince Pentos and Lord Tyrosy, as negotiations stalled due to a lack of trust. Thus, in a moment of inspiration, Queen Alysanne decided to ride her dragon to the wall to visit the Night's Watch. Alysanne left behind numerous tales at the wall. Even now, one can hear the local folk recounting her many deeds and virtues. She dined and drank ale with the brothers of the Night's Watch, patrolled the haunted forests alongside the rangers, and visited nearby fortresses atop the wall, attentively listening to the needs and struggles of the watchmen. Additionally, she convened a women's council in Moss Town, where she earnestly listened to the women's plights, marking the gradual decline of the first night rides across the Seven Kingdoms. It was not until 6 months later that I journeyed to the north to reunite with the queen, but regrettably, Duke Aeric and I did not forge a close bond. Fortunately, thanks to Queen Alysanne's mediation, the tour of the north concluded smoothly and splendidly. However, our decision to allocate vast tracts of land to the Night's Watch left the Stark family somewhat discontented. Consequently, the relationship between the North and King S Landing has remained tenuous over the years. Only the Manderly family and our Targaryen lineage have maintained a profound friendship. Moreover, Alysanne and I had once forged a betrothal with Count Manderly, though alas, it was never realized for various reasons. I've heard that you have been getting along quite well with Merrick of House Manderly. Indeed, Merrick possesses a charming disposition and remarkable capability. He is currently a valuable aid to Samwell. Once my castle of Danila is completed, I shall appoint him as my hand of the prince. Ho ho. Danila interjected, cutting off what Jaehaerys might have continued to say. While Merrick is indeed admirable, Danila harbored no romantic feelings towards him at present. Emotions will merely serve as stumbling blocks on her path to becoming a queen. She has no desire to hastily sip from this poisoned chalice. King Jaehaerys understands that matters of the heart cannot be rushed, and indeed, love cannot be forced. Moreover, Daenerys is not someone easily manipulated by others. Thus, the old king swiftly altered his tone, expressing his approval. That is wonderful, indeed. The friendships forged in youth are often the most genuine and sincere. If one can cultivate a few dependable friends, the benefits throughout life will be immeasurable. The 7 youths from Skagos whom you have taken under your wing are commendable, particularly the one named Dax. I have heard that not only is he exceptionally skilled in combat, but his leadership abilities are also remarkable. You should nurture his potential thoughtfully. Much like my Kingsguard, who serve as my strongest shield against danger, it is imperative for you, as a young woman, to cultivate a circle of trustworthy and reliable individuals. For in this world, the path of a female lord is fraught with challenges. Chapter 74. The court conference. Danyela's visit to King's Landing has proven to be immensely fruitful. She has not only uncovered certain hidden histories of Valyria, but has also gained a more comprehensive understanding of the ascension of the Targaryen dynasty's past monarchs. Particularly, her profound connection with King Jaehaerys has deepened her appreciation for his wisdom and magnanimity, which she cannot help but revere. In turn, Danyela's intelligence and vivacity have brought great comfort to the elderly king. She believes that the esteemed reputation of her great-grandmother, Queen Alysanne, is closely linked not only to her own admirable qualities, but also to her possession of such a wise and enlightened husband. Although Danila has yet to ascertain whether there exists a direct correlation between the destruction of Valyria and the Targaryen family, she is certain that they were forewarned and well prepared for the calamity. Moreover, their relations with other Dragonlord families of Valyria were far from amicable. From a positive perspective, their strong opposition to slavery could be viewed as a moral virtue of the family. Danila speculates that it is precisely this characteristic that has led other Dragonlord families to shun them, while the liberated free trade federations have opted not to engage in hostilities against them. Of course, this is merely Danila's intuition, lacking substantial evidence. However, historical accounts do reveal a number of benevolent figures throughout Targaryen history. It is also plausible that the Targaryens understood the critical connection between Valyria's ruin and the rebellion of the enslaved, prompting their resolute stance against the institution of slavery. This is exemplified by their forefather, Aegon, who notably rejected an alliance with Volantis to conquer the kingdom of the Three Daughters, despite the expected closeness of their ties, instead choosing to wield Valyrian and devastate Volantis in collaboration with the Three Daughters and the Free Trade City-States. Such actions starkly contrast with the prevailing worldview that prioritizes self-interest. From the intelligence Danila has gathered thus far, it is evident that the Targaryens harbor some apprehension, likely regarding the faceless men of Braavos and their divine affiliations. Having spent 3 days in King's Landing, Danila feels that these days have been the most fulfilling of her existence in this world. She has long recognized her true aspirations here, which is why she has diligently harnessed every resource at her disposal to fortify her strength. Yet, throughout this journey, she has been largely solitary. Now, with the guidance of such a sagacious elder, she has been spared significant effort and has avoided many missteps. In her previous life, Danila was not particularly distinguished for her intelligence. Were it not for her current robust physical and mental faculties, she might doubt whether, even with her advanced knowledge and understanding of the historical trajectory of this world, she could have achieved her present success. In the presence of Daenerys, King Jaehaerys found immense solace. After all, those maids, no matter how eloquent and intelligent, could not provide the familial joy that Daenerys bestowed upon him. Despite the significant age gap between Jaehaerys and Daenerys, they shared a profound spiritual resonance. This rekindled the once tranquil depths of Jaehaerys' heart, reminiscent of a serene pond, now stirred with emotion. Thus, he endeavored to offer Daenerys everything he could, as if in doing so, he was not only indulging her but also compensating for the neglect he had shown towards his beloved daughters in the past. It is said that even the most formidable kings, after a prolonged reign, especially as they descend into decay, can easily become tyrants upon encountering someone who resonates with their spirit. Historical figures such as Emperor Xuanzong of Tan, Emperor Wu of Han, Emperor Taizong of Tan, and Emperor Kangxi all exemplify this phenomenon. Therefore, Jaehaerys, whose political acumen was notably lacking, bestowing such favoritism upon Daenerys does not necessarily render him a foolish ruler. On the 4th day, after sharing breakfast with King Jaehaerys, Daenerys found herself unexpectedly summoned to the royal council in the capacity of a wine server. Present at the council were only the hand of the king, Otto Hightower, the Grand Maester, Rune Tell, the Minister of Finance, Linmin Bisper, and Sir Rhaenyra Velaryon. The captain of the King's Guard, the Minister of the Sea, Corlys Velaryon, had resigned in anger after King Jaehaerys failed to bestow the position of heir upon his wife. Additionally, the position of the Minister of Justice had remained vacant since the death of the king's second son, Aemon Targaryen. And the role of the Master of Whisperers had never been established during the reign of Jaehaerys. For Daenerys, attending the royal council for the first time was exhilarating. Though she felt no substantial anxiety, a hint of trepidation lingered in her heart. After exchanging greetings with the attending lords, she hastily poured a goblet of fine wine for each dignitary before quietly standing beside King Jaehaerys. As the council's presiding officer, Otto took a sip of the wine Daenerys had poured for him, cleared his throat, and discreetly cast a glance at her before stating, "Your Majesty, I have just received word that a band of thieves from Volantis managed to reach the beach of the Boundless Glutton 4 nights ago, preparing to steal a dragon. The perpetrators have since been apprehended by Princess Daenerys. I propose we escort them to King's Landing for trial by the Royal Council. As it is crucial to determine whether this was an isolated act or a provocation from Volantis, given the implications for our diplomatic relations, we must tread carefully. Indeed, I was already aware of this matter. Princess Daenerys has come to report it to me. She has handled it admirably. So there is no need for the Royal Council to concern itself further. King Jaehaerys, clearly aware of Otto's intentions, had no desire to pursue the topic. However, Your Majesty, Princess Daenerys is still quite young. This situation bears significant weight. Should any misstep occur, it could provoke Volantis, which would be unfavorable. Before King Jaehaerys could respond, the discussion continued. Danila spoke candidly, asserting, Lord Otto has claimed that during your time in Old Town, you were well read. Have you not thoroughly perused the laws of the Seven Kingdoms? Dragonstone is my domain, and thus, I am solely responsible for addressing any incidents of theft that occurred therein. This is an inviolable right bestowed upon me by the laws of the Seven Kingdoms. I truly wonder on what grounds Lord Otto feels entitled to intercede in this matter. It appears the adage holds true. No matter how extensive one's reading, if it cannot be applied, it is all in vain. Otto, unabashed, retorted. The primary duty of the small council is to maintain the peace and stability of the Seven Kingdoms. Any matters that may jeopardize this are within the council's prerogative and obligation to address. It seems that the appointment of a legal minister for the small council should be expedited, lest your council lacks even a single individual versed in the law, leading to inevitable ridicule from the lords of the Seven Kingdoms. Danila first addressed King Jaehaerys with utmost respect, then swiftly turned her tone to mock Otto, saying, Lord Otto, as the head of the small council, should not your inaugural task be to ensure the council's composition is complete? A robust institution is essential for its effective and efficient operation, is it not? Chapter 75. Candidates for the Royal Council. If the highest governing body of the Seven Kingdoms were to operate with a mere half of its members absent, one might question whether this Royal Council is nothing more than a fade, a mere charade. Alternatively, one could admire the omniscience and omnipotence of the few present, capable of resolving the affairs of 7 individuals with merely 4. Yet, this perspective seems flawed. The very reason for establishing 7 seats within the Royal Council is to align with the doctrines of the Seven Faiths. The Old Town boasts a university imparting knowledge and the Grand Star Cathedral instilling virtue. How is it that Lord Otto, hailing from the noble family of the Old Town, appears entirely dismissive of such significant matters, while simultaneously meddling in the internal affairs of other lords? Danila's words were swift and incisive, accompanied by the unique, buoyant timbre of youth. For a moment, several ministers present were rendered speechless. Having temporarily subdued Otto's imposing presence, Danila approached him with a disdainful whisper. You cannot even manage your own responsibilities, yet your gaze wanders to others. Such a lack of prioritization and virtue if you could manage the relations between the two realms. It would indeed be a miracle. Faced with the scathing critique of a mere 10-year-old girl, the proud Otto could no longer remain seated. He rose, indignantly addressing King Jaehaerys. This is utterly unbelievable. A royal princess daring to attack and insult the prime minister during a royal council. This is the utmost affront and disrespect to the council. This matter must be discussed here. Jaehaerys remained unfazed, raising his hand to silence Otto and inquiring, what do the esteemed lords present think? Chancellor Runtel was the first to speak. According to the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, if a lord does not submit a request for arbitration to the Royal Council, the council indeed lacks the authority to intervene in any theft occurring within a lord's domain. Otto Hightower retorted defiantly, but the glutton is a dragon, a royal dragon. You are correct, Lord Otto, replied Lord Linmin Bithberry, the Minister of Finance, unable to contain himself. The glutton is indeed a dragon, however, it belongs to House Targaryen, not to the Seven Kingdoms. The Royal Council has no authority to intervene in matters concerning dragons. I believe Princess Danila is absolutely right. Only with a full complement of members can the Royal Council operate effectively. Otherwise, it becomes easy to lose one's way. And some may even struggle to discern the rights they can exercise. Otto Hightower sought to argue further, but was promptly interrupted by King Jaehaerys. Since the opinions of all present have converged, this matter shall be concluded here. This is a private affair of Dragonstone, and the Royal Council shall not interfere. Jaehaerys decisively curtailed Otto's opportunity to speak further, while Danila cast a scornful glance at Otto Hightower. It appears that Otto is still rather naive in the realm of political strife. Simultaneously, Daenerys must remain ever vigilant against this cunning old fox. Merely because she had dug 2 small pits for him the previous day, he audaciously sought to use the royal council to undermine a 10-year-old princess. This illustrates his narrow-mindedness and unscrupulous nature. Otto Hightower, recognizing that the king had made a definitive decision, understood there was no point in further entangling himself in this matter. Thus, he obediently replied, "Yes, your majesty. I shall promptly replenish the ranks for the royal council." However, Daenerys was determined not to allow him the opportunity to expand the Hightower family's influence. She interjected, "Lord Otto, let us not forget that you still have two significant issues to address. The rats in the Red Keep and the foul stench of King's Landing may seem trivial. Yet they are of paramount importance. A rat infestation could lead to dreadful diseases. If the sanitary conditions in King's Landing continue to deteriorate, it may severely contaminate and obstruct the wells and drainage systems that my great-grandfather painstakingly constructed at great expense. At that time, the cost to build sufficient wells and drainage systems filled the entire royal council chamber with gold dragons. No matter how robust a dam may be, it can collapse due to the tiniest ant mound. The Great Wall, however formidable, was built brick by brick. If there are flaws in the initial bricks, it is likely that the wall will not stand for a millennium. As the Prime Minister, you must possess a broad vision and a far-sighted spirit. A lack of capability can be cultivated over time, but if one lacks fortitude and wisdom, the greater the power they wield, the more catastrophic the potential consequences." Daenerys' words left the members of the royal council utterly speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Jaehaerys, filled with pride, laughed heartily, "Ha ha. Now you understand why this old man could converse with young Daenerys for 3 or 4 days." Meanwhile, Daenerys' remarks unsettled Otto Hightower profoundly. His typically composed mind now seemed entangled in chaos. Lord Lyman B. Barry, the most senior member of the royal council, gazed at Daenerys with admiration. Having only heard of her adeptness in managing territories and her wealth of innovative ideas, it now appeared that she was exceptionally astute. With a noble character and a broad heart, truly, she is deserving of the title of the youngest dragon rider and the princess of the 2 dragons from House Targaryen. The members of the university, including Rhaenyra and the captain of the King's Guard, Lion Redwine, nodded in agreement. In high spirits, King Jaehaerys seized the moment to propose. "Then let us suggest suitable candidates for the royal council seats." Upon hearing this, the assembly immediately began to whisper among themselves, yet it proved challenging to reach a consensus. Danila leaned closer to Jaehaerys and whispered, "Great-grandfather, the late Duke Martin Targaryen excelled in his role as Chancellor of the Exchequer, thanks in no small part to the assistance of Lady Fossilwe. For decades, the court has flourished under her guidance. Whether in the management of lands or in resolving disputes among the lords of the Riverlands, her competence is widely recognized. Though I am still young, I have heard of Lady Fossilwe's esteemed reputation, and I believe her appointment as Minister of Justice would be most fitting." Although Danila's voice was soft, the intimate confines of the council chamber allowed all present to hear her words. Lord Lyman Bisbury, however, interjected with a note of dissent, "Your Highness, you may not be aware that while it is well known that much of the Duke's work was managed by Lady Fossilwe, the title of Chancellor still belonged to the Duke himself. In the annals of the 7 Kingdoms, there has yet to be a woman appointed to the council." "My Lord Lyman," Danila replied, "the council has existed for only a few decades, has it not? History and precedent are forged by great individuals. The most suitable person is the one who can accomplish the task effectively, regardless of gender. Moreover, the role of Minister of Justice requires not only fairness and discernment but also an understanding of compassion and leniency, qualities in which women often possess a natural advantage." Chapter 76, Securing the First Game. Moreover, since the time of our ancestors, which of the customs and laws we have diligently adhered to was not established by great figures or sages in response to the predicaments of their era? As Daenerys spoke, she paced slowly around the long table of the Privy Council, resembling a speaker or a preacher. Her great-grandfather ascended to the throne at the tender age of 14. And in the face of turmoil, he restructured the Privy Council, retaining the loyal demon Valerion and Lord Coburey, while also appointing the exceptionally capable Mars and Redwine. Was it not these meritocratic innovations that swiftly resolved the aftermath of the chaos wrought by Maegor, forging a new realm for the 7 Kingdoms? Queen Alysanne convened the Council of Women to abolish the first night rights and granted new lands to the Night's Watch. Collaborating with her ministers, she established the Jaehaerys Codex, revamped the streets of the capital, dug wells, and cleared channels, thereby enhancing the visage of King's Landing. Were not all these initiatives pioneering efforts that also benefited the realm? Since her great-grandfather took the Iron Throne, the construction of King's Road, Rose Road, And Gold Road has not only facilitated travel across the Seven Kingdoms, but has also significantly promoted trade and communication among the major territories. Furthermore, the unification of the Seven Kingdoms was an unprecedented occurrence in millennia, yet the Targaryen family achieved it. Henceforth, the Seven Kingdoms put an end to strife and warfare, bidding farewell to bloodshed and ignorance. For decades, the people of the Seven Kingdoms have thrived, and the prosperity and tranquility enjoyed by the lords and ladies are indeed the fruits of this foundational work. Today, esteemed lords have attained positions in the Privy Council through their talents and abilities. Do they not aspire to be remembered through the ages, like the great figures and sages of history, for their own wise innovations? Daenerys' impassioned words seemed to transport the members of the Privy Council back to their youthful days, igniting a surge of fervor within their hearts. "I concur," exclaimed Commander Lion Redwine of the King's Guard, the first to voice his agreement. "Although I have been away from my family for many years, I distinctly recall that my mother and sisters managed our estate affairs and disputes with as much prowess as any man. Moreover, the maternal grace bestowed upon them by the mother makes it easier for them to soothe the suffering of their subjects. The purity granted to them by the maiden enables a deeper empathy for the world's tribulations and turmoil, while the wisdom of the crone empowers them to resolve conflicts with gentler methods. I believe, as Princess Daenerys articulated, that perhaps a wise woman is more suited to hold the position of Chancellor of Justice than a man. Therefore, I agree. As the successor to the former Chancellor of Finance, Duke Tilly, I approach my new role with the worst-case scenario in mind. For it is well known that managing the finances of a territory is the most intricate and exasperating task. What more, then, of the treasury of the Seven Kingdoms? At this moment, the Chancellor of Finance, Lord Lyman Biberi, also spoke up. It is noteworthy that due to the disdain for literacy and arithmetic, many lords are illiterate, with some unable to even count the gold dragons in their storages. However, there are indeed many such individuals. Lord Lyman Biberi's words immediately elicited smiles from the crowd. He rightly stated that the Dukes of Storland have always considered literacy and arithmetic as skills reserved for scholars. Their only concern is mastering the arts of procreation and warfare. The Grand Scholar Runtel's remarks further amused everyone, even causing a flicker of amusement on the otherwise stern face of Otto Hightower. Lord Lyman, suppressing his laughter, took a sip of fine wine to clear his throat and continued, "However, the precise accounts left by Lady Fei Lingchui have saved me much trouble. Is it not often said that she could count apples even before learning to walk? Therefore, I fully support Lady Fei Lingchui in assuming the position of Minister of Justice." "I concur." The Grand Scholar Runtel also expressed his agreement shortly thereafter. At this point, everyone's attention turned to Otto Hightower. "Agreed," Otto declared. In truth, given the current circumstances, although Otto serves as Prime Minister of the Royal Council, he has only recently taken office and has yet to establish a solid footing in the Red Keep. Thus, his opposition would bear little consequence and could potentially offend the Targaryen family. Despite the Hightower family's dominance over Old Town, they must still nominally accept the jurisdiction of the Targaryens. Offending them would be detrimental to the Hightower family's interests. King Jaehaerys cast a deep glance at Daenerys, then glanced at the increasingly disheartened Otto Hightower before speaking. "Grand Scholar Runtel, please promptly send forth a raven to summon Lady Fei Lingchui to assume her role as Minister of Justice. Afterwards, let us discuss suitable candidates for the positions of Minister of Maritime Affairs and Intelligence Chief." At this moment, Otto Hightower had composed himself, and thus immediately interjected, "Now, apart from the Velaryon family, the only families capable of succeeding the Minister of Maritime Affairs are the Lannisters of the Westlands, the Redwine family of the Arbor, and the Greyjoys of the Iron Islands. Let us dismiss the Greyjoys of the Iron Islands." Lord Lyman Biberi promptly rejected the notion of the Greyjoy family. "However, I have heard that Lord Tari of Hornhill has recently returned from an expedition to Essos, and his fleet has expanded to over 50 ships. While their strength may not yet rival that of the Velaryon or Arbor fleets, they are certainly on par with the Lannisters. Thus, I believe Lord Tari deserves consideration." This was a differing viewpoint expressed by Grand Scholar Runtel, acknowledging that these individuals indeed possess the capability to serve as Minister of Maritime Affairs. Nevertheless, we must concede that the most formidable naval power among the Seven Kingdoms still resides with the Velaryon family. The Velaryon and Targaryen families have maintained an intimate alliance for centuries, intermarrying and strengthening their bond. Although Lord Corlys previously resigned from his position as the Master of Ships in a fit of anger, the Velaryon family has never relinquished its duty to guard the Narrow Sea. Should we hastily appoint a new master of ships at this juncture? It could exacerbate the already strained relationship between the two great houses. The words of the university student Roomtel were undoubtedly sincere and astute, garnering immediate consensus among the assembly. Consequently, discussions regarding the master of ships position were temporarily shelved. As for the role of the intelligence chief, no suitable candidates immediately came to mind. Thus, the royal council concluded with the appointment of Lady Caitlin of House Tully as the Minister of Justice. Following the council's adjournment, this news swiftly spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms, carried by the ravens of the Red Keep. Chapter 77, Visitors from Dragonstone. Daenerys' inaugural council meeting commenced with remarkable success, attributed to her eloquence and the favor bestowed upon her by King Jaehaerys. Her proposal to appoint Lady Cold as the Chancellor of Justice was merely an initial endeavor. Should Daenerys aspire to instigate change within this realm, she understood that the burden would be immense if borne alone. Thus, she envisioned a broader platform for women to emerge prominently in Westeros. After all, countless lords governed the Seven Kingdoms, and in this tumultuous world rife with calamities and territorial disputes, it was not uncommon for male heirs to perish. Consequently, formidable noblewomen occasionally wielded authority over their families, though such power typically reverted to male heirs once they reached maturity. Daenerys' next objective was to create more opportunities for the women of the Seven Kingdoms. Upon accompanying King Jaehaerys back to his chambers, she was taken aback to find her devoted handmaidens, Vashani and Layla, along with her sworn protector, Harrow Dartling, waiting for her. "Your Majesty, Your Highness," they greeted, bowing respectfully before stepping aside. "What brings you all the way from Dragonstone?" Daenerys inquired, surprised by their presence. With King Jaehaerys in attendance, even the usually acerbic Layla spoke with a newfound gentility. "Your Highness, Prince Viserys and Princess Aemma were concerned that you might find it disconcerting without familiar faces around. Hence our swift arrival." Daenerys sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared, feigning a hint of disdain, while secretly pleased. "With my great-grandfather's care at the Red Keep, how could I possibly feel out of place?" "You worry too much." At this juncture, Jaehaerys interjected. "Today's council meeting has left me with a headache, and I find myself rather fatigued. I shall take my leave to rest. Daenerys, you may attend to your own affairs." "Yes, great-grandfather," Daenerys replied respectfully, then turned to Audrey, instructing, "Daisy, please light the incense I entrusted to you while great-grandfather rests. Ensure he does not sleep too long. About half an hour will suffice, lest he feel worse in the afternoon." "Yes, Your Highness." Jaehaerys affectionately tousled Daenerys' hair before retreating to his chambers, attended by Audrey and several handmaidens. Once back in her room with Layla and the others, Daenerys eagerly inquired, "What transpired?" The ever-enthusiastic Vashani was quick to respond, "Your Highness, we discovered that a Stolar's assistant at Dragonstone has been utilizing the crows to convey messages to the Citadel." "Was Stolar Dagon involved?" Rhaenyra has never held a particularly favorable view of the Stolars from the Citadel, especially given their backing by the ambitious Hightower family, which has always made her wary of their intentions. Since moving into Dragonstone 3 years ago, she has kept a vigilant watch over them. Indeed, as soon as Otto Hightower assumed the role of Hand of the King, their extensive network of intelligence across the Seven Kingdoms began to mobilize. Although the Hightower family outwardly maintains a stance of neutrality, they have cunningly infiltrated the realms of the Seven Kingdoms through the Scholars of the Citadel and the Acolytes of the Faith of the Seven, embedding their agents and informants throughout various territories. While it is possible that their machinations may never manifest in many regions, they could prove pivotal in critical moments. Rhaenyra has long believed that the demise of the Targaryen dragons in history was inextricably linked to the conspiracies of the Hightower family and the Citadel. Current evidence suggests that Dagon Targaryen remains completely unaware of these matters. However, the Stolar assistant has been detained in White Harbor. After rigorous interrogations by Cameron and Dax, he has divulged substantial information. His primary task from the Citadel was to investigate the methods of crafting dragonlass and the whereabouts of the group known as the Gluttons. It is no wonder that Otto Hightower mentioned the Gluttons in the Royal Council. Clearly, the individuals from Volantis have already attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives upon entering Westeros. Considering that Princess Senya once fled from Old Town, Rhaenyra cannot shake the feeling that there was a conspiracy between the Hightower family and Princess Senya. "Your Grace, the fleet we had refitted in Braavos has returned," reported one of her aides. "In addition to the 10 three-masted ships we received from Storm's End, we have acquired 25 of the most advanced three-masted vessels with the gold dragons we took with us." "You were indeed correct," Braavos is home to many aged and ailing shipwrights who are living in dire circumstances. Captain Wolfos, along with the families of those craftsmen, has brought back 300 to 500 souls who have now been settled in White Harbor. It was thanks to their guidance that we managed to capture a significant number of the purple sea snails you mentioned near the harbors of Braavos. They have already been released into the waters of the Gourd Bay for cultivation, and their condition appears promising. It seems they can indeed be successfully farmed. Rhaenyra's conclusion regarding the surplus of shipwrights in Braavos stems from the sheer scale and complexity of shipbuilding in that city, which necessitates a vast workforce. The shipyards in Braavos are the cornerstone of their economy, sustaining nearly half of the city's populace. With so many laborers, the value of skilled artisans diminishes. The elderly and infirm will inevitably be supplanted by the physically robust. Yet, while they may lack the physical strength of youth, their wealth of knowledge and expertise remains intact. However, constrained by the prevailing attitudes of this era, they seldom consider seeking livelihoods elsewhere. Thus, once the wealth accumulated during their labor is exhausted, it is inevitable that they will encounter hardships in life. The reason for gathering them on Dragonstone Island is to cultivate a cadre of skilled shipbuilders through their expertise. Although Daenerys lacks knowledge in shipbuilding, she has witnessed the general designs of renowned ocean vessels throughout history. With their gradual research, Daenerys need not worry about being unable to develop the most advanced ships in the world in the future. After all, the Targaryen family has already secured dominance in the skies, and should they achieve breakthroughs in maritime supremacy, even if they cannot replicate the glory of Valyria, it remains highly probable that Daenerys could establish her own kingdom. As for the purple sea snails, they can produce purple dye, which is one of Braavos' vital economic resources. Beyond the Braavosi and the Tyroshi, very few in this world are privy to this secret. However, Braavos has amassed considerable wealth through purple dye, while the Tyroshi have utilized it solely for dyeing their hair and beards to express their uniqueness. Should these purple sea snails successfully reproduce on Dragonstone Island, they would indeed provide Daenerys with another promising source of revenue. Chapter 78. The first strike against Hyter. Once Bishani concluded her remarks, Layla presented a list to Daenerys. Your Highness, this is the inventory of items seized from the pirate ship that came from Volantis. Please take a look. Very well, thank you. Daenerys accepted the several sheets of pale yellow paper that Layla offered and began to examine them meticulously. This particular pale yellow paper was the result of nearly 2 years of effort by Daenerys, who had guided her craftsmen in its creation. The initial batches of paper had been quite coarse, unsuitable for writing, though they served well for rough drafts or packaging. Consequently, such rough paper had become a commonplace necessity in Dragonstone and White Sheep Town, as Daenerys distributed it as part of welfare and wages to the populace. Of course, even this rough paper was under stringent control, remaining prohibited for trade. The more refined yellow paper suitable for writing had only been produced for a few months. Due to its limited availability, Daenerys was not yet inclined to introduce it to the market, having grander visions for its future utility. Her recent acquisition of numerous high-ranking scholar slaves from the foreign slave market was intended for the establishment of her own academic city on the Isle of Sacred Flames. In this endeavor, her newly developed paper would play a pivotal role. The significance of this innovative paper extended far beyond mere cost reduction. It offered the promise of broader access to cultural knowledge and fostered the rapid dissemination and evolution of ideas. Historically, the introduction and advancement of paper had played a monumental role during the Western Renaissance and various cultural explosions. Presently, the dissemination of knowledge in Westeros was largely monopolized by the citadels of learning, with only the nobility possessing the leisure and means to pursue education. The cost of parchment in this world was exorbitant. A single book could require the hides of hundreds of sheep, amounting to the value of 1 gold dragon, equivalent to approximately $10,000 in the real world. The retail price of books naturally soared, with volumes in Westeros generally exceeding 10 gold dragons. Works of renowned authors could fetch hundreds or even thousands of gold dragons, if they could be procured at all. Book trading was a rare occurrence in this realm. Only those nobles who had fallen into financial ruin would sell off their family as treasure tomes. Alternatively, pirates and brigands, having plundered books, would not value them and would typically sell them through their own illicit channels. Most of the literary collections held by families in Westeros were transcriptions made by scholars supported by the family, or gifts exchanged among the nobility. Thus, the lords of Westeros tended to regard their family libraries with great reverence, as they represented not only a critical vessel for familial heritage but also a reflection of the family's depth and dignity. As Daenerys studied the list in her hands, She mused that the 3 illegitimate sons of Princess Rhaenyra had indeed exceeded her expectations by bringing such a wealth of spoils. Did they truly believe they had a genuine chance of earning the recognition of the Targaryen dynasty as candidates for the throne? Previously, Daenerys had speculated that their visit was merely a ploy by Princess Danila to garner attention from her aging father, to inform King Jaehaerys of her accomplishments in Volantis. Yet, gazing upon the extensive list before her, Daenerys found herself compelled to view their actions through a more conspiratorial lens. This time, they had brought over 1,000,000 golden stacks in Volantin coin alone. The size of the coins was akin to that of Westerosi copper pieces. However, 2 or 3 of these coins could be exchanged for a single gold dragon. The obverse of the coin depicted a crown, while the reverse bore a skull, signifying that the creation of this currency was forged from the brilliance and sovereignty of one, and the blood, tears, and life of another. The ideology conveyed by these coins was indeed profound. Furthermore, they had laden 3 grand ships with precious silks, gems, jewelry, antiques, spices, and intricately woven tapestries. If their intention was merely to vie for the position of heir while engaging in trade to earn a modest profit, they would not have brought such an excessive amount of coin. After all, the value of these goods was already nearly 400,000 to 500,000 gold dragons. They could easily sell these wares and procure unique products from the continents of Westeros instead of embarking on such a lengthy journey with an abundance of coin. Moreover, these goods were highly sought after in Westeros, making their sale exceedingly simple. Thus, their sole purpose for coming could only be to forge connections with certain nobles of the 7 kingdoms or to assist their mother in repaying the favor of those who had aided her escape from Westeros. Fifth, House Hightower, consider this a minor lesson. I shall gradually arrange for you more significant tasks in the future. Since Princess Danila had escaped from Old Town, I shall ensure that this burden falls squarely upon your Hightower family. Closing the list in her hand, Daenerys promptly took out paper and quill to compose a confidential letter. Turning to Sir Harold, she instructed, Sir Harold, please contact the captain of the King's Guard and inform him that I shall be visiting the Silk Street Hospice this afternoon. Kindly arrange for a carriage and escort. Yes, Your Highness. Due to the limited time available that afternoon, Daenerys merely had a light lunch before instructing Layla and the others to prepare ample provisions to load onto the carriage as they set off towards Silk Street. Silk Street, located in the northern region of King's Landing, was a hub for the affluent. Many noble families from the 7 kingdoms had established residences or exquisite townhouses in this area. Departing from the Red Keep and traversing a straight avenue that connected the southeast and northwest of King's Landing, they arrived at their destination in less than an hour. This hospice had been purchased by Daenerys after she had exhausted most of her savings during a fundraising event at the Red Keep on her 5th name day. As they passed through the vibrant Silk Street, a clean and tidy road soon appeared before them. At the end of this road lies the hospice. Originally, it was the residence of a noble family. However, due to their unfortunate alignment during the Maeder period, they lost their lives. This estate, encompassing over 2 acres, fell into disrepair. After acquiring the property, Daenerys transformed it into a 3-story, U-shaped building, offering refuge to numerous homeless orphans and the elderly, thereby establishing a hospice. The establishment is situated less than half a mile from the fire-kissed garden opened by Samuel, which sprawls over 6 or 7 acres and is adorned with exquisite gardens and courtyards. Currently, the daily expenses of the hospice are borne by the fire-kissed garden, where the young women frequently come to assist in caring for the orphans and the elderly. Chapter 79. The orphanage of Daenerys. At the entrance of the orphanage stand 2 towers, one affectionately dubbed the Cradle of the Dragon God, and the other, the Gift of the Dragon God. In accordance with Daenerys' wishes, a rotating dragon-shaped box was meticulously installed beneath one of these towers during the construction of the orphanage. This ingenious contraption allows individuals to place abandoned infants within, after which the box rotates to the side of the orphanage, ringing a bell to alert the caretakers that another child has been left there. The primary intent of this design is to provide a discreet and secure means for mothers who have suffered disgrace and hardship, or those unable to care for their children, to relinquish their offspring. The other tower serves as a conduit for the children of the orphanage to express their desires, allowing them to write their wishes on paper and place them inside the box, which then rotates outward. Benevolent individuals wishing to assist the orphanage may use this channel to help fulfill these wishes. After the establishment of the orphanage, Daenerys ensured that the wishes were collected daily and catered to, and even after her departure to Dragonstone, she appointed someone to oversee this task. The wishes of these children are often simple and sincere. They primarily seek tangible items such as food, clothing, or educational supplies. The children capable of writing their wishes have undergone systematic training within the orphanage, where they learn literacy, arithmetic, and cultivate a sense of gratitude and loyalty towards the Targaryen family. Much like the Red Keep, the architecture of the orphanage is imbued with elements of dragons, fostering an innate affection for these majestic creatures among the children growing up in such an environment. For the older children, the orphanage also imparts practical skills for livelihood. To this end, Daenerys requested a 100-acre estate along the Blackwater River from King Jaehaerys. This estate not only sustains the orphanage but also serves as a venue where children are taught farming, herding techniques, and various handicrafts conducive to earning a living. Although the time has been brief and results are yet to be seen, Daenerys remains confident that the seeds she has sown will one day flourish into towering trees. The arrival of Daenerys at the orphanage fills the children with exuberance, though they have never met her. The classroom is adorned with a tapestry depicting the young Daenerys at the age of 7, commanding her dragons. They are aware that this haven was constructed by Princess Daenerys, and they are grateful for their daily sustenance, warmth, and the opportunity to learn. As they grow, they will also acquire various skills for survival, all thanks to the support of Princess Daenerys. Thus, for these orphans, many of whom have little memory or concept of their parents, Daenerys embodies the nurturing role of a mother. Consequently, upon hearing the news of Daenerys' impending visit, the children were ablaze with excitement. They thoroughly cleaned the already pristine street outside the orphanage, and, without prompting, donned their favorite garments, ensuring their hands and faces were scrubbed clean. As Danyella descended from the carriage, the head of the orphanage, Father Obsidian, was already waiting at the entrance with all the children. "Your Royal Highness." Though their voices lacked harmony and their manners were somewhat lacking, Danyella sensed a profound sincerity emanating from them. Observing the excitement and respect shining in their eyes, she felt that her years of dedication were indeed worthwhile. "Father Obsidian, it appears you have truly nurtured the children well. This road in front of the orphanage is arguably the cleanest and most orderly in all of King's Landing. What could possibly escape the notice of a princess? It is my honor to receive your praise. However, I trust that your visit today is not solely to commend this old man." Father Obsidian was not a devout monk. Although he belonged to the faith of the Seven, he did not dismiss the old gods, the Lightbringer, the Many-Faced God, or the myriad deities of Essos. Such a monk naturally disregarded the tenets of the church. Aside from not fathering any illegitimate children, he seemed to have indulged in various pursuits typical of a man. Consequently, he was often shunned within the faith of the Seven. Despite being a monk, he spent years mingling in the seedy underbelly of society under the guise of preaching, yet indulged in drinking, gambling, and visiting brothels with the impoverished. Remarkably, he managed to elude the scrutiny and capture of the church's watchful clerics, nearly facing expulsion from the faith at the hands of the High Septon. On the very day he was to be expelled, he fortuitously encountered Danyella, who was rare to visit the cathedral with Emma. Thus, by a twist of fate, he was chosen by Danyella and appointed as the director of the orphanage. The expressions on the faces of Princess Emma and the High Septon were indeed priceless, as they immediately lodged a vehement protest, which Danyella deftly countered with a few words. "Is it not the imperfection of humanity that prompted the gods to bestow their teachings and send forth monks to save mankind? If he can reform, does it not exemplify the greatness of the Seven? If you expel him, would it not declare to the world that the Seven cannot change humanity?" Father Obsidian did not disappoint Danyella. The orphanage flourished under his stewardship, and leveraging his extensive experience in the underbelly, he recruited numerous specialists to serve as educators. Before the establishment of the fire-kissed garden in King's Landing, the orphanage functioned as Danyella's intelligence hub. The influx of skilled individuals to White Ship Town was, in no small part, due to Obsidian's efforts. Moreover, it remains a mystery how Obsidian acquired the skills to tame ravens from the citadel, as he successfully trained numerous birds, including doves, magpies, parrots, and falcons at the orphanage. The two towering structures at the entrance have now become his aviary. Disregarding the unorthodox old man, Danyella warmly embraced each child before leading them together toward the orphanage's grand classroom. In this scene, Daenerys and her handmaids distributed food and gifts to the children, subsequently gathering with them for over an hour of lively conversation. "Your Highness, I have heard that your dragon, Drogon, is larger than a horse. Is that true?" "You are mistaken. He is larger than an elephant." "No, you are all wrong. He is as big as a house. I have seen him soar over King's Landing. His shadow can cover half a street." "Your Highness, I have heard that dragons are made entirely of fire. Those teeth burn your backside when you ride on him." As Daenerys had anticipated, the children were indeed deeply enamored by the culture of dragons. To provide them with a more tangible sense of a dragon's might, Daenerys called upon Drogon. Although the courtyard of the orphanage was quite spacious, it was barely sufficient for Drogon to land. One can only imagine the immense visual impact this would have on the children when he descended from the sky. Chapter 80. Rhaenyra during the few days since her arrival in King's Landing. Daenerys chose not to confine Drogon to the dragon pit but instead settled him in the gardens of the Red Keep. She did not wish to subject her majestic dragon, accustomed to soaring freely over Dragonstone, to such confinement. Lacking the delectable roasted lambs of Dragonstone, Drogon was not particularly fond of the goats provided by the Red Keep. And during the day, he would fly off to hunt over Blackwater Bay. However, large prey was scarce in the area, leaving him with little success. Compared to the leisurely life on Dragonstone, Drogon found himself somewhat discontent in King's Landing. Upon landing, Drogon lowered his head in a gentle manner, emitting soft growls as if to express his grievances to Daenerys. While the children from the orphanage typically held a fascination for dragons, the sight of Drogon before them rendered them awestruck, causing them to gasp and wish to flee. Yet, one brave little girl, no older than 4 or 5, with beautiful platinum hair, boldly stood between Daenerys and Drogon. Her striking violet eyes fixed unwaveringly on Drogon, embodying the spirit of a guardian. The little girl's instinctive bravery warmed Daenerys' heart. She tenderly embraced the girl and softly inquired, "What is your name, courageous one? Are you not afraid of being harmed by Drogon, standing so boldly before him?" "Why yes, I am afraid." The previously valiant child now trembled, her teeth chattering as she spoke. "His eyes are terrifying. So many flames, so frightening." Daenerys gently stroked the girl's hair, reassuring her, "There is no need to fear. I am here. And Drogon will not harm you." She continued, "Brave little one, you have yet to tell me your name." After a moment of comfort from Daenerys, the girl regained her composure and shyly whispered, "Shiri. Your Highness, my name is Shiri." At that moment, Obsidian approached Daenerys and, in a voice only they could hear, whispered, "Your Highness, she may be the illegitimate daughter of Prince Baelon." Daenerys was not surprised by this revelation, as there were indeed many silver-haired bastards of House Targaryen in the flea-ridden King's Landing. However, the girl's instinctive reaction bore a striking resemblance to her grandfather Baelon's courageous spirit. It was said that her grandfather had once struck the head of the fearsome dragon Balerion with a wooden sword when he first entered the dragon pit as a child. "Do not be afraid, everyone. Drogon will not harm you. Dragons possess high intelligence. They would not easily harm humans." Daenerys assured the crowd while leading Shiri by the hand towards Drogon. She tenderly caressed Drogon's cheek with Shiri's small hand. Rhaenyra gently pressed her cheek against Dreamfire's head, attuning herself to the dragon's emotions through a profound mental connection. "Dreamfire, my good girl." The scene of a human and a dragon in such intimate rapport captivated all onlookers, for their understanding of dragons was steeped in notions of ferocity, savagery, and an exalted stature. Yet here was Dreamfire, before Princess Rhaenyra, resembling an enormous pet dog so docile and harmonious. Having calmed Dreamfire, Rhaenyra smiled at the assembled crowd and declared, "Behold, dragons are not as fearsome as you might imagine. Rest assured, while dragons possess terrifying destructive power, under the guidance of a dragon rider, they become our most splendid guardians." Through this gesture, Rhaenyra aimed to instill a sense of reverence towards dragons rather than fear. Historically, the mob of King's Landing dared to assault the dragon's lair primarily because the Targaryen dragons had dwindled, leading them to perceive dragons as no longer inviolable and sacred. As the public's fear of dragons waned and the calamities wrought by the blood dragon grew ever more oppressive, it was only natural for that fear to transform into boundless resentment. Furthermore, the incitements of certain malcontents emboldened them to confront dragons with mere flesh and blood. Once this Pandora's box was opened, various factions promptly embarked upon their extermination plans against dragons. Thus, Rhaenyra sought to cultivate a more positive and affirmative image of dragons in the hearts of the people. After all, significant events were bound to unfold in Westeros, and she could seize the opportunity to position dragons as the guardians of the realm. Next, Rhaenyra personally took the small hands of the orphanage children, allowing them to feel the warmth of Dreamfire up close. "Can you sense Dreamfire's heat? Do you know? It is precisely because of the dragons that the summers in Westeros can be so prolonged. They must realize that before the Targaryen family's dominion over the 7 kingdoms, winters in Westeros were truly dreadful." Not only the children but also the elderly and staff of the orphanage gazed intently at Dreamfire, for they seldom had the chance to witness a dragon so closely. For those outside the Targaryen lineage, dragons were typically seen soaring high above in the skies, appearing almost godlike in their grandeur. Historically, a significant event that precipitated the fall of dragons from their celestial pedestal was the Green Party's foolish decision to display Malay's head to the common folk of King's Landing, which led them to believe that dragons could be easily slain. The people of Dorne, who never feared dragons, harbored only deep-seated hatred and disdain, stemming from their past slaughters of dragons, whether by the people of the Reach or Dorne. After the children interacted with Dreamfire, their teachers guided them away, and Shiri was retained by Daenerys, who asked, "Shiri, would you be willing to stay by my side as my personal mate?" I would," Shiri shyly replied. It was truly unexpected that this typically timid girl, who appeared somewhat frail, would dare to stand boldly in front of her during the descent of the Dreamfire. After entrusting Shiri to Layla, Daenerys proceeded with Obsidian to his Hall of Birds. "Please assist me in gathering evidence regarding Princess Rhaenyra's departure from Old Town, particularly involving the Hightower family," Daenerys instructed Obsidian as she handed him a confidential letter. "Additionally, have someone reach out to a woman named Mysaria from Essos to investigate her background." "Mysaria from Essos? Isn't she a courtesan from the Garden of Fire? She has become quite notorious throughout King's Landing. I hear she has recently been entangled with Prince Daemon. Moreover, she frequently supports the children of the orphanage and has cultivated a significant influence within the Flea Bottom." Chapter 81, The Hidden Dragon Owl. It seems your sources are indeed well informed. The 100 Birds Pavilion is truly extraordinary. I fear that your little birds have already spread throughout the entirety of King's Landing. Haven't they? Daenerys picked up a handful of corn and fed the gathered pigeons. Obsidian, quite pleased with his intelligence network, smiled ingratiatingly and remarked, "This is all thanks to your highness's support. However, no matter how numerous the birds of the 100 Birds Pavilion, they only dare to fly at low altitudes. Only dragons possess the privilege to dominate the skies above." As he spoke, Obsidian respectfully handed a list to Daenerys, saying, "Your Highness, this is the current list of minor lords and some fallen knights who have gained the support of the 100 Birds Pavilion. They will all participate in the upcoming tournament on Dragonstone, and you will be able to rally them under your banner." This was a significant strategy for Daenerys. She understood that the power of solitary actions was limited, and the intricate web of interests among the great nobles was formidable. The cost of winning them over would not be insignificant. Nevertheless, the continent of Westeros was home to a plethora of minor lords and lesser nobles, many of whom were not particularly affluent. Consequently, their family fortunes were often barely sufficient to nurture their heirs, leaving many second sons to carve their own paths after reaching adulthood. This was a primary reason for the existence of organizations like the Second Sons throughout various eras in Westeros. Thus, Daenerys had instructed Obsidian to covertly support and nurture these minor lords through the 100 Birds Pavilion, gathering their second sons under her wing. The two conversed within the 100 Birds Pavilion for approximately 15 minutes before emerging. Amidst the reluctant farewells of the children, Daenerys embarked on her journey home. Shireen, experiencing her first ride in a royal carriage, was naturally curious about everything. Yet, she remained obediently seated beside Daenerys, only daring to observe intently with her eyes. From a side view, Shireen's facial features bore a striking resemblance to those of Viserys and Daemon, undoubtedly marking her as a legitimate offspring of the Targaryens. Furthermore, her hair and eye color indicated a commendable dragon bloodline. Upon returning to the Red Keep, Daenerys first dressed Shireen in her own childhood garments before taking her to meet King Jaehaerys. Observing the unmistakable Targaryen traits in Shireen, the old king naturally formed certain conjectures, as such features were not uncommon in King's Landing. After the handmaidens escorted Shireen away, he turned to Daenerys and inquired, "Whose is she?" "Rumored to be the blood of Prince Baelon." She does bear some resemblance to Baelon. You should cherish this child and raise her well. The Targaryen bloodline is rather dwindling, after all. It would be splendid if your mother could bear a young prince this time." "What? Does great-grandfather only favor young princes?" Hearing King Jaehaerys' words, Daenerys immediately retorted, "I do not believe a Targaryen princess is any less valuable than a prince." "Ha ha ha!" King Jaehaerys erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming that if all princesses were like her, they would indeed be more valuable than princes. Just as the grandfather and granddaughter were engrossed in their conversation, the King's Guard suddenly reported that the leader of the Dragon Guard at the Dragon Pit had urgent matters to discuss. Jaehaerys' demeanor instantly shifted to one of concern, and he promptly commanded, "Let him enter." The Dragon Guards, tasked with nurturing and overseeing the Targaryen family's dragons, surely had matters of great significance. "Your Majesty, Your Highness." The Dragon Guard greeted, bowing deeply. "The situation with Amalov is dire. he may not last much longer. A mammoth? Daenerys was taken aback by the dragon guard's words. When had a dragon named Mammoth taken residence in the dragon pit? Upon hearing the name, Jaehaerys visibly deteriorated, his spirit waning as he murmured, "Is it my daughter Jaehaerys Mammoth? My daughter?" However, he quickly regained his composure and rose, instructing the king's guard, "Prepare the carriage. I must go to the dragon pit." Though Daenerys was still trying to grasp the situation. She knew that the journey from the Red Keep to the dragon pit would take at least half an hour by carriage, and given her grandfather's declining health, she suggested, "Great-grandfather, allow me to fly you there on Dreamfire to avoid the bumpy ride." "Very well. Let us go." With that, Daenerys summoned Dreamfire, soaring towards the dragon pit with the ailing king. Upon the back of Dreamfire, Jaehaerys briefly explained the situation to Daenerys. To her astonishment, she learned that 4 dragons were hidden deep within the dragon pit: Ameloth, Jaehaerys' dragon, Himloth, Magnus, Anthelos, Daenerys' own, and Apotos, Viserys. These dragons, hatched by the 4 princesses, had been raised within the confines of the pit, and apart from Princess Sinella, none of the others had become dragon riders. Following Sinella's attempt to escape on a dragon, King Jaehaerys had ordered the dragon guards to conceal the 4 dragons deep within the dragon pit, resulting in their existence being largely unknown to the outside world. After the princesses passed away, Jaehaerys would occasionally visit them, finding solace in their presence, as they reminded him of his departed daughters. It is no wonder that the Targaryens are often said to possess a touch of madness. Even the renowned old king was capable of such wild endeavors. The 4 dragons were hidden away, and their absence in later history likely stemmed from the king's influence. It is probable that all 4 dragons perished before his death, explaining their absence during the tumultuous era of the Dance of Dragons. Aside from King Jaehaerys and his queen, only a few of their offspring were privy to this matter. By the time they all passed away, the 4 great dragons had also met their demise. At that time, Daenerys found it perplexing that despite King Jaehaerys having numerous children, none of whom were recorded to have ever ridden dragons, only Vagon was labeled as the dragonless. The truth was that all their dragons had perished prematurely, much like many nameless dragons of House Targaryen, leaving no names or records behind. For instance, there were the other 4 dragons that had arrived at Dragonstone alongside Balerion. Additionally, within the annals of the Targaryen royal family, there is a passage documenting Princess Rhaenyra's time on Dragonstone, where many young dragons thrived in the courtyard, and a few ventured beyond, becoming wild dragons. However, there are no further records thereafter. Chapter 82, The Lament of Amoros's Great-Grandfather. Among your offspring, only Prince Vagon is known as the Dragonless. Have the other princes and princesses successfully hatched their dragons? Danila could not suppress her curiosity and inquired of King Jaehaerys. After a moment of contemplation, King Jaehaerys spoke. Daenerys' dragon perished not long after her demise, succumbing to frailty. Sinella's dragon fled from Dragonstone, becoming a wild dragon. It is the same ship stealer you recently captured and imprisoned in the Dragonstone. The dragon eggs of the other princes and princesses failed to hatch and were lost prematurely. The remaining 4 dragons were locked away in the depths of the dragon lair long ago, with the hope that family members might tame them and take them to the skies. Alas, it seems the Targaryen lineage has dwindled considerably. How disappointing. Those 4 magnificent dragons are confined within the lair, when even allowing them to roam as wild dragons would be better, Danila mused. Dreamfire, with remarkable swiftness, soon reached the dragon lair. However, upon sighting the bronze gates of the lair, Dreamfire's demeanor shifted, becoming somewhat agitated. It appeared that after savoring the taste of freedom, Dreamfire was unwilling to face confinement once more. Dreamfire, you may wait outside. I shall ensure you are not imprisoned again. I understand that the vast skies are your true home. Danila quickly reassured Dreamfire in Valyrian, though her words were more intended for her great-grandfather, King Jaehaerys. For she and Dreamfire, along with Meraxes, had long established a profound bond of understanding. Dismounting from Dreamfire, King Jaehaerys hastened forward, guided by the dragon guards, toward the depths of the lair. Danila had always believed she was somewhat familiar with the dragon lair, as it was where she had tamed Dreamfire. She had spent considerable time wandering its halls. Yet, she was unprepared for the existence of hidden doors and secret passages. This time, following King Jaehaerys, she traversed an inconspicuous bronze door, entering a vast chamber that, while dim, was not entirely enclosed. This was a place she had never discovered before. No wonder the 4 dragons had been so well concealed, remaining undetected by others. As she entered the cavern, a weak, sorrowful cry of a dragon echoed through the air. The sound sent a shiver down Danila's spine, filling her heart with profound sadness, despair, and rage. under the guidance of the dragon guards. They soon stood before a feeble brown dragon. The creature lay limp upon the ground, its scales devoid of their former luster, several having shed to reveal rough, starred skin beneath. Once vibrant, its deep green wings now appeared lifeless. Its eyes were half closed, brimming with fatigue and agony, its breath shallow and labored, each rise and fall seemingly exhausting its last remnants of strength. Danila could not resist drawing a few steps closer. The colossal dragon sensed her approach, slightly lifting its head and emitting a deep, rumbling growl, both a warning and a sign of its futile struggle. The dragon guard hastily moved forward to prevent Danila from advancing any further, fearing an unexpected outburst from the beast. However, Danila gently pushed aside the guard and slowly approached the dragon. "Danila!" King Jaehaerys called out, witnessing her approach. "Be cautious. They have been confined here for too long and may be quite irritable." Danila turned back with confidence, assuring, "Do not worry, great-grandfather, I shall be fine." As she chanted the ancient Valyrian incantation, she inched closer to the majestic creature. Upon hearing Danila's melodic recitation, the nearly extinguished flame of life within Ameloth began to flicker vigorously. Consequently, he opened his emerald green eyes, curiously observing the little girl who was steadily approaching him. Soon, Danila's reflection appeared within his gaze. With utmost care, Danila placed her hands upon Ameloth's draconic snout, continuing her chant. As she sang, her magic resonated and intertwined with the dragon's own power. The once thin ambient magic began to coalesce around them, while the energy from the purple diamonds in her bracelet and necklace flowed through her hands into Ameloth. This infusion of magic gradually restored some of Ameloth's strength, reviving the waning flame of life within him, which began to swell once more after several vigorous pulses. It was only when Danila felt a wave of fatigue wash over her that she ceased her incantation. By that time, Ameloth's condition had markedly improved, much to the delight of all present. After all, an adult dragon was of utmost significance to the Targaryen family. Great-grandfather. A dragon ought not to be confined within a lair. Such captivity only serves to weaken them. Jaehaerys was well aware of Danila's sentiments. A dragon unbound by a dragon rider was indeed perilous. Moreover, numerous illegitimate offspring of House Targaryen had roamed the land in recent years. Should any of them succeed in taming these dragons, it would pose a substantial threat to the Targaryen lineage. Now, the rejuvenated Ameloth appeared remarkably docile before Danila, nuzzling her gently with his immense head as if to convey his gratitude. Weary, Danila leaned against his great head, affectionately stroking Ameloth's cheek. To her surprise, he squinted his eyes in apparent enjoyment. This dragon bore a striking resemblance to Silverwing, adorned with fine brown scales interlaced with silver patterns, while his green wings rendered him breathtakingly beautiful. Great-grandfather, look. Ameloth seems to be quite fond of me. Allow me to take him back to Dragonstone. I can care for him just as I do for little Baelon and the others. This not only allows the dragons to retain their vitality, but also prevents others from approaching them without permission. King Jaehaerys, in truth, harbored an unwillingness to let anyone take the dragons away, for he had entrusted all his yearning for his departed daughters to these magnificent creatures. Otherwise, he would not have obsessively confined them deep within their lairs. Subsequently, he passed away in silence, never to be mentioned again in the annals of House Targaryen. However, the near demise of Ameloth today stirred a flicker of doubt within him. Thus, King Jaehaerys did not respond to Daenerys immediately. Instead, he engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Observing that Jaehaerys was still unwilling to relinquish the dragons in such circumstances, Daenerys resorted to reciting the ancient Valyrian incantation once more. As her magic resonated with Ameloth, she issued a command directly to the dragon, Dragonfire. Ameloth, Anteloros Timoros Apesos. Chapter 83. The dragon takes flight. Observing Ameloth breathe forth Dragonfire under Daenerys' command, King Jaehaerys and the dragon guards present were utterly astonished. They understood well that this was a clear sign of the successful bonding ceremony between dragon and master. Previously, Daenerys' ability to command her hatchling, Myrcis, had indeed surprised them, yet it was somewhat comprehensible. After all, dragons like Silverwing, being more docile, tended to exhibit a certain fondness towards those of Targaryen blood with whom they were familiar. Myrcis had taken nearly a decade for Daenerys to hatch, which naturally fostered a bond that was not particularly remarkable in their eyes. However, this was the first encounter between Daenerys and Ameloth. Moreover, the fact that Daenerys' mere recitation of a few verses resulted in a notable improvement in Ameloth's condition was truly astonishing. Only King Jaehaerys grasped that the verses Daenerys chanted were far from simple. Although her song had evidently invigorated Ameloth, The others were unaware of the ancient Valyrian incantations at play. They merely assumed that Daenerys was singing to mammoth, akin to the ancient lullabies of the Targaryen lineage that could awaken slumbering dragons. Together we bask in the fire, soaring high, heed my song. For blood and flame are one, the flames have spoken, the price has been paid, the magic of blood, with words like fire, gaze into those clear eyes. Three shall walk together, I sing for you, united we shall ascend. As Amalthus' orange-hued fire, interlaced with green ripples, illuminated the dim cavern, the temperature surged dramatically. Jaehaerys finally made his decision, unchain him. Since Daenerys could control Amalth, King Jaehaerys was unwilling to allow the dragon to remain imprisoned in the depths of the cave. Once a dragon accepted a bond, it could not easily forge another with anyone else, especially not with those of diluted blood. With Daenerys' assistance in commanding Amalth, the dragon guards swiftly removed the chains binding him. Under Daenerys' guidance, Amalth took considerable time to navigate the narrow passageway until he reached the grand hall of the cave. Through the massive bronze doors, Amalth beheld the vast sky once more. Ecstatic, he flapped his wings and emitted a jubilant roar. Then summoned all his strength to dash forward and took flight with a powerful leap. The dust generated by Amalthus' wings sent several dragon guards tumbling at the entrance, a testament to his eagerness. Breathing in the fresh air and relishing the long-forgotten expanse of blue sky, Amalth couldn't help but roar with delight. Though it had been a considerable time since he last flew, he quickly reacquainted himself with the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the heavens. Frolicking in the air like a long-imprisoned great dog, experimenting with various aerial maneuvers, the actions of Amalth drew the attention of the citizens of King's Landing, who collectively halted in their tracks, gazing up at the enormous dragon soaring through the sky as if driven mad. Behold! It is a dragon the likes of which none have ever witnessed. Indeed, observe its resplendent green wings, a sight to behold. This magnificent creature measures a mere 20 to 30 meters in length. It seems to be experiencing flight for the very first time, judging by its exuberant demeanor. Could it be that yet another Targaryen has successfully bonded with a dragon? It appears so. Its appearance bears a striking resemblance to that of the silvery-winged dragons. Yet its scales seem reminiscent of Vhagar. Perhaps it is the offspring of the two. Some of the elders in King's Landing could not resist boasting to those around them, as they had witnessed many dragons from the Targaryen lineage. What went unnoticed, however, was a raven that had just departed from the Red Keep, flying towards the old town. Dreamfire, who had been resting outside the dragon's lair, could not help but lift her gaze towards Amalth. She then emitted a low rumble towards Daenerys, who had just emerged from the dragon's den. Had Daenerys not led her out of the lair, Dreamfire's own circumstances would have been scarcely better than Amalth's. Unlike Amalth, who had been confined deep within the dragon's lair since childhood, Dreamfire had experienced the vastness of the world. Her days spent in confinement were the darkest of her dragon life. Thus, her feelings for Daenerys run deep. She would strive to fulfill any peculiar request made by her. After soaring freely for over half an hour, Amalth finally exhausted his stamina and reluctantly returned to the entrance of the lair. However, this time, no amount of coaxing from the dragon guards would persuade him to re-enter. Having flown for so long, he must surely be fatigued. Let him feast upon a few sheep here. Daenerys instructed the dragon guards. Grandfather, since Amalth is unwilling to return to the lair, let him remain outside for the time being. Once he has regained his strength, I shall take him back to Dragonstone for proper accommodation. Very well. King Jaehaerys, though somewhat reluctant, recognized that Amalth had no desire to return to the lair. Therefore, no matter how hard the dragon guards might try, they would be unable to drive him back. Moreover, Daenerys clearly had no intention of cooperating. Thus, the old king had no choice but to acquiesce to Daenerys' arrangements. Then I shall entrust Amalth to your care. I believe you will tend to him well. At this moment, the king's guard had arrived, ushering the royal carriage. King Jaehaerys boarded the carriage and departed for the Red Keep. Shortly thereafter, the dragon guards also brought forth a flock of sheep. Alas, their skinny knights were absent, and several sheep hides would go to waste. Observing the flock's arrival, Amalth, who was feeling quite famished, immediately crawled over and incinerated several sheep with a blast of dragon fire. Amaleth, wait! Daenerys called out, hastily climbing onto Dreamfire's back to retrieve a bag of special barbecue seasoning prepared for dragons from her saddle. Although Amalth was quite famished, he nonetheless obeyed Danila's command. After acquiring the seasoning for grilling, Danila swiftly dashed to the goats that Amalth had roasted, evenly sprinkling the seasoning over them. Once completed, she turned to Amalth and said, feast upon it. This seasoning will be quite beneficial for you. Upon receiving the command to eat, Almost eagerly began to devour the meal, savoring the distinctly exquisite flavor of the roasted goats. As he voraciously consumed, he occasionally cast glances at Danila, unable to suppress a low, yearning murmur from his throat. Before long, Almost had consumed a dozen goats, prompting the leading Dragon Guardian to exclaim in delight, "It has been a long time since Almost has eaten so much. It seems his health should be just fine." Chapter 84, Unbinding the Dragon. Morals should be fine now. Take me to see the condition of the other dragons. Danyella instructed the captain of the dragon guards. "I suspect the situation of those dragons cannot be much better." Upon hearing this, the dragon guard leader immediately lowered his head and replied with some hesitation, "Your Highness, without His Majesty's command, no one is permitted to approach those dragons." Danyella furrowed her brow at this response, but considering the unwavering loyalty of the dragon guards to the Targaryen family, it was evident that they were dutifully obedient to the king's orders. Coming from a lineage akin to that of slaves, it would indeed be challenging to instill flexibility in their adherence. Thus, Danyella said to the captain of the dragon guards, "Then you should hasten to seek His Majesty's permission. Inform my great-grandfather that I wish to check on the condition of the other dragons. If necessary, I shall release them from their lairs. I will remain here with Amoros for a while longer. Be swift in your return." At that moment, Amoros, having satisfied his hunger, lay contentedly on the plaza outside the dragon's lair, his long tail lazily swaying. After instructing the dragon guard, Danyella slowly approached Amoros. Upon seeing her approach, Amoros excitedly lowered his head to the ground and crouched, clearly inviting Danyella to mount his back. Beside them, Dreamfire stood up, angrily roaring at Amoros. In response, Amoros defiantly raised his head and roared back at Dreamfire. Their commotion startled the dragon guards, as the volatile Dreamfire could effortlessly rend Amoros to shreds if provoked. "Dreamfire! Enough!" Danyella had no choice but to halt her steps and return to the jealous Dreamfire's side. Seeing Danyella return to him, Dreamfire let out one final triumphant roar at Amoros before once again lying down. "All right, Dreamfire. Amoros is still young. Why must you envy him?" Danyella gently stroked Dreamfire while calming her through their mental connection. Eventually, Dreamfire reluctantly lowered her head and closed her eyes. Meanwhile, Amoros stood up in displeasure, continuing to growl at Dreamfire. However, the now soothed Dreamfire couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him with even a glance. Danyella shook her head in exasperation. Unable to suppress her thoughts, "It seems that having more dragons under my control brings its own set of troubles. I never anticipated that these dragons could be so possessive." When Danyella approached Amoros once more, Dreamfire finally showed no reaction. Yet, she kept her eyes slightly open, stealing glances as if to convey that a new favorite could be acceptable, but only with her approval. As Amoros observed Danila approaching once more, he promptly suppressed his temper and joyfully lowered his body, eagerly bringing his large head closer to her. However, today Danila had no intention of commanding him to fly, as he had just recently recovered from a severe illness and had already exhausted his strength. Although he had consumed a fair amount of roasted lamb, his stamina had not significantly replenished. Thus, Danila merely affectionately patted his large head, attempting to establish a form of mental connection with him. Yet, it was evident that due to their brief interaction, while Danila could sense some of his emotions, they remained rather indistinct, far weaker than the bond she shared with Baelon and the others. Under Danila's gentle caress, Amaloro soon succumbed to slumber. It was then that Danila realized her own body felt quite fatigued. It appeared that her earlier incantation of the Valyrian spell had drained her significantly. Returning to Dreamfire's side, she leaned her head against the dragon's substantial cranium and closed her eyes to rest. Being near Dreamfire, Danila felt her vitality would restore more rapidly, and the energy lost from the purple diamonds on her jewelry began to replenish at a quicker pace. After approximately an hour, the envoy who had gone to inquire about King Jaehaerys' opinion returned. "Your Highness, His Majesty has granted your request and, if necessary, permits you to release several dragons. Thank you for your efforts. Let us depart swiftly." Under the guidance of the dragon guards, Danila ventured deeper into the dragon lair once more. Before long, they arrived at a dimly lit subterranean dragon den. "Your Highness, within this lair resides the Apollos, hatched by Prince Viserys, now nearly 30 years old. He is the most magnificent among the 4 dragons. Together we bask in the flames, soaring high. Listen to my song, for blood and fire are intertwined. The flames reveal all, the price has been paid, the magic of blood. Words like fire, gazing into clear eyes. 3 shall journey together, I sing for you. United we shall take flight." At the mouth of Apollo's cave, Danila gently began to chant the Targaryen lullaby for dragons. As her melody filled the air, Apollos finally awakened from his slumber. Slowly, the newly awakened Apollos crawled toward the cave entrance. The tranquil dragon lair, once filled solely with Danila's song, was suddenly disrupted by the clinking of iron chains. Feeling the constraints of the chains upon him, Apollos furiously unleashed a torrent of golden bronze flames towards the ceiling of the lair. Strikingly, his flames exhibited a splattering effect distinct from the viscous sprays of the greedy and Baelon, resembling a dazzling explosion of fireworks. Thus, even after his flames extinguished, remnants continued to flicker and burn upon the dense ceiling and floor. Indeed, Apollos was rightly hailed by the dragon guards as the most formidable among the 4 dragons. His form closely resembled that of the Red Queen, Melisandre, adorned with sharp spines from his chin to the tip of his tail. However, the dragon scales adorning Abossus appeared significantly more formidable than those of Melius. Its claws were exceedingly immense, with numerous sharp spines adorning its hind legs. Observing Abossus, Daenerys could not help but internally lament the fate of the Targaryen kings. Each seemingly adept at courting their own demise, such a magnificent dragon was tragically confined in history. Had Abossus been allowed to flourish on Dragonstone, his renown would undoubtedly rival that of the Red Queen Melius. Although Abossus's condition seemed relatively stable, Daenerys could distinctly sense that his magical fire had dimmed considerably. Without hesitation, she commanded the dragon guards to release the chains that bound him, free him from his shackles and let him emerge from the dragon lair. Following this, Daenerys also set free the red dragon, Chimeros, hatched by Princess Marjorie, and the bronze dragon, Antelos, which she herself had nurtured. Chimeros and Antelos. Chapter 85. The 3 dragons ascend. Princess Magna's crimson dragon, Himeroth, has nearly reached the age of 40, making him the eldest and largest among the quartet of colossal dragons. His body is adorned with scales that shimmer with a deep red hue tinged with purple, and his head is disproportionately larger than that of a typical dragon. His dark purple-black horns and claws also exhibit a unique scale compared to others of his kind. In terms of physical prowess, it is likely that no dragon of similar size could match him in a melee confrontation. Antelos, a bronze dragon, bears a resemblance to Silverwing and Olmos, though he is somewhat more slender. His most distinctive feature is his enormous wings, which are considerably larger than those of an ordinary dragon, embellished with dense golden spots. The tips of his wings hint at a soft purplish red, and combined with his robust tail, Antelos possesses a notable advantage in speed. Upon emerging from their lair, the 3 dragons, eager as ever, soared into the sky, much like Olmos had done. Indeed, Antelos proved to be the swiftest, his form darting through the air with the agility of a cunning hare, leaving Himeroth and Abossos far behind. Abossos, adorned with metallic scales that glimmered with a resplendent bronze sheen under the sunlight, exuded an air of majesty. Each powerful flap of his wings added to his regal presence. In contrast, the stout Himeroth, though appearing robust, exhibited a certain clumsiness in flight, trailing noticeably behind Antelos and Abossos. Merely hours later, 3 unfamiliar dragons emerged in the skies above King's Landing, sparking fervent discussions among the populace. After all, even the beggars on the streets beneath the emperor's feet possess a measure of political insight. It seems that the struggle for the crown prince may not be as straightforward as anticipated. Indeed, in a single day, 4 dragons had appeared, compelling the lords to reconsider their intervention in the royal contest. Indeed, in times past, Conqueror Aegon and his queen swept across the 7 kingdoms with merely 3 dragons, while the royal family now boasts a dozen formidable dragons at their disposal. Yet, do not forget that the Valyrian family also possesses dragons. Only dragons can slay dragons. Once the dragons had taken to the skies, Daenerys commanded her dragon guards to drive out a flock of goats, subsequently instructing Drogon to incinerate them with dragon fire, while she sprinkled her special barbecue seasoning atop the roasted meat. The tantalizing aroma of roasted goat proved irresistible, prompting even the satiated Olmos to indulge once more. Even Drogon, accustomed to fine fare, began to feast in this setting. Fortunately, a considerable number of goats were raised near the dragon's lair, supplemented by offerings of goats and fat pigs from the local lords. Thus, the dragon's larder was well stocked. The trio of dragons, having flown for merely 20 minutes, quickly exhausted their strength, with the first to succumb being the stout red dragon, Himeroth. After merely circling around the majestic dragon's lair a few times, he returned, breathless, to the cavern. Beholding the perfectly roasted goats before him, he eagerly began to devour them. However, after consuming only 3, he found himself unable to eat more. Contrary to his robust appearance, he was surprisingly weak. At this stage of rapid growth, How could he possibly thrive on such a meager intake? The second to return was Amphilos, who, upon landing, was irresistibly drawn to the feast of roasted goats and rushed to partake. Yet, despite having satisfied his own hunger, Shimuros, in a display of dominance, roared angrily at Amphilos, unwilling to allow him near. Daenerys attempted to intervene, but the formidable Shimuros turned his fierce maw towards her. The orange glow of fire brewing in his throat, threatening to unleash his fury at any moment. The dragon guards, witnessing this, hastily brandished their long training rods to drive Shimuros away. Being raised by these guards since his youth, Shimuros complied relatively quickly, retreating to a distance. At this moment, Amphilos started towards the pile of roasted goats, eagerly consuming them. However, he too could only manage to eat 2 or 3 before feeling full. Having learned from Shimuros' lesson, Daenerys did not approach directly. Instead, she began to softly sing the Targaryen lullaby meant to awaken dragons, gradually moving closer. Amphilos, exhibiting a temperament far gentler than Shimuros, did not resist her approach. Instead, he leaned in, gently sniffing her. When Daenerys successfully placed her hands upon his majestic head, she began to softly chant an ancient Valyrian incantation. As she sang, Amphilos suddenly felt a surge of intense energy coursing through him, akin to a pile of kindling reignited by a gentle breeze. This sensation brought him immense comfort, and his affection for Daenerys grew considerably. As Daenerys repeated her chant 3 times, a wave of fatigue washed over her, prompting Amphilos to, in a moment of sheer delight, release a plume of orange dragonfire into the sky. At that moment, it felt as though his entire being had been revitalized. He not only felt invigorated but also found his appetite returning, sensing that the rich goat he had consumed was being swiftly digested. Thus, Amphilos resumed his feast. Meanwhile, feeling the weight of exhaustion, Daenerys retreated to the side of Dreamfire to recuperate her strength. High above, Aposos also began to feel fatigued and flew back to the dragon's lair. However, his appetite was markedly greater than that of Shimuros and the others. He voraciously consumed 5 or 6 goats before lazily settling down in a sunny spot outside the lair for a well-deserved rest. Should His Highness arrange for their return to the dragon's den? Although the dragon wardens have assisted the Targaryen family in nurturing dragons for millennia, the phenomenon of an individual like Daenerys wielding control over multiple dragons was previously unheard of. Consequently, they found themselves at a loss regarding the current situation and turned to Daenerys for guidance. Please return Shimuros and Aposos to the dragon's lair. Yes, Your Highness. As for Amoros and Antelos, Daenerys may not yet possess the ability to command them, but she can at least direct them with ease, thus eliminating the need to return them to the lair. However, Shimuros and Aposos have yet to establish any connection with Daenerys, so it would be prudent to return them to the lair for supervision. Otherwise, should they take flight and become wild dragons, it could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 86. Taming dragons is a skillful endeavor. After several invigorating experiences with the Valyrian incantations, Amphilos' appetite surged, and he consumed an astonishing number of plump sheep. The remaining ones were deftly handled by Daenerys, who commanded Dreamfire and Amphilos to finish the task. Though Daenerys was quite affluent, her admirable qualities of frugality and prudence remained ever present. Reluctantly, both Shimuros and Aposos were herded back into the dragon's lair by the dragon guards. Observing the 2 colossal dragons' obedience under the guidance of the dragon wardens, Daenerys couldn't help but reflect on the past. Had it not been for the rebel that annihilated these dragon wardens, the Targaryen lineage would not have seen all its dragons perish, ultimately becoming incapable of even hatching new dragons. It became imperative for her to safeguard these dragon wardens, for they were far more vital to the Targaryen legacy than the Knights of the Seven Kingdoms. The loyalty cultivated over millennia through bloodline and heritage was incomparable to the character and moral integrity of the knights. Once the dragon wardens successfully ushered Shimuros and the others into the lair, Daenerys instructed the leader of the dragon wardens, "Please report to His Majesty the King. I will take Amphilos and Amphilos back to the sacred flame and will return by tomorrow at the latest." "Yes, Your Highness," replied the wardens. With that, Daenerys approached Amphilos, saying, "Wait a moment, I shall take you to a better place. You must follow closely behind me and Dreamfire, understood?" As she caressed his head, she spoke in Valyrian, striving to convey her intentions through a mental connection. Amphilos responded swiftly, and Daenerys sensed his comprehension of her intent. She then turned to Amphilos, and despite taking a little longer, he too grasped her meaning. Consequently, Daenerys climbed onto Dreamfire's back and soared into the air first, silently communicating her commands to Amphilos and Amphilos through their shared mental link. After Dreamfire circled above the dragon lair several times, Amphilos and Amphilos finally took flight. Under Dreamfire's lead, the trio of magnificent dragons swiftly made their way toward Dragonstone. The Dragon Warden's leader and several young wardens stood at the entrance of the lair, watching as Dreamfire and the others vanished into the horizon. "Father, has there ever been a member of the Targaryen family capable of commanding multiple dragons?" The youth with dark skin and violet eyes inquired of the Dragon Warden leader beside him. According to the family's ancestral tales, such a phenomenon had never occurred in Targaryen history. However, some of the premier Dragon Lord families possessed this capability. It was said that those Dragon Lord families wielded the dragon horn, enabling them to command a multitude of dragons. As for whether one can gain the approval of a dragon solely through the lyrical recitation as Prince Daenerys did, such knowledge lies beyond our current heritage. Ever since Daenerys successfully harnessed the power of Drogon, the capabilities of the dragon have been maximally developed. In terms of size, speed, and flame, Drogon is incomparable to any historical dragon. At the very least, the Red Queen Melisandre is no longer the swiftest dragon in Westeros. Drogon's speed is certainly on par with hers. Moreover, my own dragon, Miratis, is poised to exceed Melisandre's speed shortly. In consideration of Ameloth and Anthelos, Drogon did not exhibit his full might, as one dragon had just recovered from a severe illness and the other was still regaining strength. Although the distance from King's Landing to Dragonstone is not great, it represents a considerable journey for Ameloth and Anthelos. Throughout the flight, Daenerys endeavored to establish a mental link with them, yet she sensed a significant barrier between them. Their connection always felt tenuous. While they could perceive that Daenerys was issuing commands, they had no comprehension of their meaning. It was akin to conversing in a foreign tongue that the other party could not grasp, aware of the communication, yet utterly lost in its content. Consequently, Ameloth and Anthelos often gazed at Daenerys in bewilderment, their expressions seemingly asking, "Sister, what are you saying?" However, this somewhat nonsensical exchange rendered the flight less tedious. Before they realized it, they had arrived above the Isle of Sacred Flames. Daenerys guided Ameloth and Anthelos to a large natural cave near Drogon's lair. Although the entrance was not as grand as Drogon's, the interior was far more spacious. Additionally, the area was rich in magical energy, making it an ideal place for them to settle. Upon entering the cave, Ameloth and Anthelos clearly expressed their satisfaction with the environment, as the dense magical aura enveloped them in a comforting embrace akin to soaking in a hot spring. They quickly took a liking to the place and each chose a preferred corner within the cave to establish their lair, exhaling dragonfire to create their own nests. Dragons possess an innate ability to construct their lairs, sparing Daenerys any concern, allowing her to take flight on Drogon and depart. Having been away for several days, Daenerys first returned to Dragonstone to visit her parents, briefly recounting her recent experiences in King's Landing. Her sister Rhaenyra happened to be present, and judging by her demeanor, it seemed she had been faring well lately, at least treating Daenerys with a friendly disposition. "Here! This is a new necklace I acquired, and I believe it suits you perfectly, so I present it to you." Rhaenyra, with an air of pride, presented a splendid ruby necklace to Daenerys. The latter joyfully accepted the necklace, promptly replacing her purple diamond necklace with it, exclaiming, "Thank you, sister. I adore it." Observing this, Rhaenyra released a sigh of relief. Her expression noticeably lightened. "As long as you like it. I acquired this with the earnings from my daring flight on Syrax, riding alongside Harwin." "Goodness! You broke someone's arm and didn't even return the money." Though Daenerys inwardly scoffed at this, she feigned gratitude, replying, "I truly appreciate it, sister. You thought of gifting me with your first earnings." Viserys and Aemma, witnessing the thaw in the sisters' relationship, felt a profound sense of relief. Alas, their initial venture ended poorly, as Syrax unexpectedly tossed Harwin off at the last moment, leading to a regrettable outcome where no one sought Rhaenyra afterward. Chapter 87. You have no choice, Amaryllis Aemma. The princess found herself both amused and exasperated by Rhaenyra's words, and she turned to her husband with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Goodness! Viserys, do listen. Your two daughters seem to have only one thought in their minds: how to amass wealth. Where is the dignity befitting Targaryen princesses? The nobility of the Seven Kingdoms must be laughing behind their backs." Viserys, however, held a differing perspective. "I see this as a positive development. Whether one governs a territory or rules a realm, it ultimately boils down to wielding a golden dragon in one hand and a sword in the other. Only when one possesses both can one rightfully speak of morals and etiquette. Otherwise, one is merely a lamb awaiting slaughter, no matter how virtuous or well-mannered. Can such ideals shield one from hunger or the blades of bandits?" "Well said. What you've just articulated is indeed a profound truth," Rhaenyra exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. She had not anticipated her father's wisdom to be so keen. She had previously underestimated her portly father's insights. I too find my father's words to be quite astute. He is remarkable. Rhaenyra chimed in sportively. At this, Viserys felt somewhat bashful. Hey! I suppose my frequent visits to Whitehill and my interactions with Samwell have allowed me to glean such understandings over time. In truth, Danyella has exemplified this principle far better than I, which fills me with a sense of shame as a father. With the wealth of Whitehill and the dragons under Danyera's command, she holds a certain sway even before grandfather. Otherwise, His Majesty would not have permitted you to bring 2 dragons back to Dragonstone. Danyella, with a playful tone, responded. Could it be that great-grandfather's consent for me to bring the dragons back to Dragonstone was not merely to relieve the royal family of the substantial costs of their upkeep? The 6 dragons, including Myrcis, young Baelon, and Amaryllis, come with an annual subsidy of 180,000 golden dragons according to royal standards. Her words elicited laughter from all present. I believe many throughout the realm would gladly bear such a financial burden. Viserys continued, alas. They lack the capability to manage so many dragons simultaneously. Thanks to a necklace graciously offered by Rhaenyra, Daenera found it in her heart to forgive her sister's previous rudeness. Observing the rare easing of tensions between the sisters, Viserys promptly ordered that a small banquet be held at Dragonstone that evening, inviting all the nobility who had arrived on the island. Seizing the opportunity while preparations for the banquet were underway, Daenera returned to her flame tower and retrieved a splendid set of pink diamond jewelry she had crafted for herself. She then instructed Jor-El to deliver it to Rhaenyra. However, this set of jewelry is considerably simpler than the one he crafted specifically for Daenerys last time, with much smaller diamonds adorning it. Subsequently, Daenerys hastily steered Dreamfire towards the estate where the 3 illegitimate sons were holding Princess Rhaenyra captive. This estate served as a clandestine training ground for Daenerys' personnel, nestled discreetly on a hillside and enveloped by a thicket of trees. Thus, apart from Daenerys' subordinates, few outsiders were privy to its existence. As Daenerys soared over the town of Ares on her dragon, it immediately captured the attention of Myrcis, who had been slumbering beneath the fish-leon tree. Having not seen Daenerys for several days, Myrcis quickly flapped her wings to catch up. To Daenerys' delight, she noticed that within less than a week, Myrcis had grown considerably, now measuring an impressive 7 to 8 meters in length. Clearly, this growth resulted from her consumption of the 3-eyed crow as avatar. Furthermore, Myrcis had now attained a speed that allowed her to easily keep pace with Dreamfire. Upon catching up with Dreamfire, Myrcis emitted a joyful dragon's roar directed at Daenerys, performing an array of peculiar aerial maneuvers above Dreamfire, as though to showcase her recent progress. Naturally, Daenerys, through their mental connection, lavished her with praise, which only fueled Myrcis' pride. In a display of exuberance, she darted ahead of Dreamfire, exhibiting various aerial stunts. Annoyed, Dreamfire retaliated with a jet of dragonfire, which Myrcis adeptly evaded. Faced with Dreamfire's indifference, Myrcis became incensed, circling the dragon like an agitated teddy bear around an Alaska Malamute, growling in frustration. Yet, Dreamfire remained unfazed. Amidst the playful tussle of the 2 colossal dragons, they soon arrived at Daenerys' self-secret estate. Under the care of Herbs, Sebon, who had suffered burns from the greedy dragon's flames, was nearing recovery. It must be noted that the Targaryen blood coursing through his veins was remarkably resilient, evidently exhibiting signs of the unburnt. Otherwise, even with the protection of Valyrian steel armor on his upper body, he could not have endured such a trial so readily. Though well-fed and cared for within the estate, the 3 brothers were deprived of their freedom, which left them in a state of profound discontent. Having grown accustomed to a life of revelry during their time in Lys and Volantis, they found their current predicament intolerable. As usual, the brothers lamented over their situation while consuming their drinks. What does this Targaryen princess truly desire? Whether to kill us or release us, she offers no clarity. Sepher complained while pouring wine for Cecily, grumbling into his ear. Cecily downed his drink in one gulp, expressing his despondency. I fear our fate is grim. Consider this, she has confiscated our Valyrian weapons, along with the treasures and supplies from those 3 great ships. If she were to release us, we would hardly let her off easily for those riches. If killing us would bring an end to everything. Seth's words struck Stu like a frostbite, causing him to despondently return to his seat. At that moment, a guard assigned to watch them suddenly entered and announced, Princess Daenerys requests your presence. Follow me. Thus, the guards escorted the trio to a courtyard within the estate. There, Princess Daenerys stood beneath the imposing figures of two colossal dragons, awaiting their arrival. Upon sighting Drogon and Viserion, the group came to an abrupt halt, gripped by fear. Sevon instinctively felt his muscles twitch, a reflex akin to the terror of fire. Nevertheless, they gradually approached Princess Daenerys and respectfully bowed, uttering, "We pay our respects to your highness." Although Daenerys was not particularly tall at that moment, her presence emanated an aura of immense authority. "Do you wish to live or die?" Chapter 88, the sunlit hole emerging from the water as soon as Daenerys' words fell. Dreamfire and Miracis simultaneously opened their mouths wide and let out a deafening roar directed at the trio. It is worth noting that despite her diminutive stature, Miracis is renowned among dragons for her formidable vocal prowess. Presently, only the large-headed red dragon, Shimos, could rival her in this regard. Thus, with their thunderous roars, the intense heat emitted by the dragons nearly toppled Caitlyn and her companions, while Miracis' piercing voice caused their ears to hum incessantly. Overwhelmed by the pressure, Stu unceremoniously plopped down onto the ground, promptly leaving a considerable damp patch beneath him. Witnessing this, Dreamfire, seemingly affected by some shadowy dread, instinctively recoiled several steps. Miracis, perplexed by the unusual scent that wafted towards her, distinctly turned her head away. Although Caitlyn feigned composure, his trembling lips and hands betrayed his true state of anxiety. Princess. What a grave sin it is to slay king in Westeros. Please, do not act impulsively. Whatever demands you have, we shall endeavor to fulfill them. Sylvan appeared to be the most composed among the trio. Even though he typically reveled in combat, this did not render him a simpleton devoid of wit. Given that Princess Daenerys had dispatched individuals to rescue him from severe burns inflicted by dragonfire, they would not harm her lightly. Consequently, he felt little trepidation in the face of the dragon's intimidation. Daenerys observed their demeanor keenly and had already formed a judgment. She then spoke, "From now on, I shall pose questions, and you shall respond. Should any hesitation occur, I would not hesitate to let you experience the taste of dragonfire." Indeed, slaying king was a heinous crime in Westeros, yet punishing a family member for committing such a crime did not fall within that category. Moreover, I can scorch you with dragonfire without extinguishing your lives. As she spoke, Daenerys cast a glance at Sylvan, who had barely survived the dragonfire. He involuntarily twitched at her words. Stu and Caitlyn turned pale at once, for they had witnessed the gruesome aftermath of Sylvan's ordeal, a suffering they were eager to avoid. "Princess, please, ask your questions. We shall speak candidly and exhaustively," Caitlyn implored, thumping his chest in assurance, his eyes brimming with sincerity. As if he were about to exclaim, "Please, inquire away. I shall reveal all." Seeing the atmosphere had reached a suitable tension, Daenerys calmly inquired, "Who sent you here? What is your purpose in Westeros? Which families have been in communication with you? Are they connected to Princess Rhaenyra's escape from Old Town?" "Your Highness, it was our mother, Rhaenyra, who sent us here. She received word that the Targaryen royal family may be convening a princess election. Thus, she dispatched us to gauge King Jaehaerys' stance while also fulfilling the promise made during her escape. The one who has consistently maintained contact with us is the esteemed Duke Kuis of Yenru Hall. Our mother, Princess Rhaenyra, initially fled from Old Town to Kuis Town, subsequently embarking on a vessel to escape to Lys. At that time, our mother vowed that should they arrange a ship to facilitate her departure from Westeros, she would reward them with a ship laden with treasures in gratitude. The Kuis family of Yenru, located in a territory southeast of the Three Towers, is not depicted on the map. Given that your primary purpose here is to express gratitude, what audacity prompts you to venture to Dragonstone to steal a dragon?" At this moment, Cecily cast a resentful glance at Stu and haughtily replied, "It is because while passing through Tyros, we learned of Princess Daenerys subduing and binding the wild dragon, Vhagar, upon the beach. Relying on the fact that our fathers are descendants of Valyria and we ourselves bear the bloodline of House Targaryen, we sought to attempt taming this great dragon to become dragon riders." As he spoke, Cecily's voice dwindled. "We believed that if we could first become dragon riders, it would bolster our chances in the competition for the crown prince's position." Daenerys, recognizing the honesty in his words, softened her tone, inquiring if they possessed any evidence of correspondence with Yenru Hall. Although the Kuis family has emerged as a mere lapdog of House Hightower, severing even one of its limbs would be a commendable accomplishment. After all, compared to the other three vessels of House Hightower, the Kuis family has always been unwavering in their loyalty, serving as their most faithful hounds. Moreover, with the backing of House Hightower, They have secured vast lands at the mouth of the Torrentine, placing their wealth among the upper echelons of the noble class in the Seven Kingdoms. Yes, we do. With that, Cecily produced several sealed letters, embossed with the distinctive 6 golden flowers emblem of Yenwu Hall. Daenerys took the letters, quickly perusing their contents, her spirits lifting immensely. Excellent. These letters are more than sufficient. She promptly instructed the attendant beside her, bring me pen and paper, and have missed her, Cecily transcribed everything he just mentioned. However, merely clipping the wings of the Kuis family would not suffice for Daenerys. She secretly pondered how to entangle House Hightower as well. Since the Kuis family's connection was now fully exposed, it was imperative to ensure that the evidence collectors she dispatched to Old Town would link this line to House Hightower, enough to bring them down alongside the Kuis. Furthermore, Daenerys had not anticipated that Princess Rhaenyra was already aware of the impending convening of the Crown Prince election. It was evident that the Citadel could not evade repercussions this time. After all, the matters of the Grand Council were private correspondences between Prince Viserys and King Jaehaerys. Unlike in history when news surfaced shortly after the demise of Prince Baelon. Thus, the Key family and the academic city are inextricably linked, while the Hightail family bears the burden of negligence. Even if this does not lead to their utter ruin, it certainly warrants a significant reckoning. As Danila pondered privately, Sylvain suddenly interjected, Your Highness, during our passage through the kingdom of the Third Daughter, we received intriguing news that I believe may pique your interest. It is said that the kingdom of the Third Daughter has united to form a fleet aimed at purging the pirates of the Stone Steps archipelago. What? Danila was indeed taken aback by this revelation. Could it be that the kingdom of the Third Daughter is preparing to take action against the Stone Steps archipelago so soon? Or perhaps certain events in this world have undergone a transformation. If that is the case, then let us impart a lesson to the kingdom of the Third Daughter. Thank you, Sylvain. This is indeed news that captivates my attention. At this moment, Cecily had completed his statement, and after reviewing it, Danila spoke with satisfaction. As long as you cooperate, I shall not make things difficult for you. When the time is right, I will naturally ensure your return to Volantis. Chapter 89. The layout of the Stepstone Islands. Having obtained irrefutable evidence to eliminate the loyal hounds of House Hightower, Daenerys joyfully guided her dragon, Dreamfire, back to White Harbor, where she promptly summoned Samwell and Dax. How have you progressed with the tasks I entrusted to you? Daenerys inquired as the assembly gathered. Cameron, Daenerys' sworn knight, was the first to respond. Your Highness, the Skinchanger Knights have selected 360 trainees from the orphaned youths of House Velaryon and White Harbor, who are currently undergoing training at Dragonstone. At last, we have sufficient manpower for the daily lamb roasts. The Skinchanger Knights can now dedicate time to combat training. Hall. Furthermore, as per your command, the Dragon Guardians have been increased to 300 members, thanks to the recent martial tournament, which has drawn young knights from the Seven Kingdoms to Dragonstone. They are presently receiving naval combat training aboard the Sacred Flame Fleet, ready to serve the princess at a moment's notice. The Sacred Flame Fleet currently boasts 35 vessels, with its purple and gold three-masted ships being the most advanced ocean-going vessels in existence. 10 of these were won back from Boros, the heir of House Dorne. While Daenerys invested 2 million golden dragons to acquire an additional 25 ships from Bravos during their refurbishment. The sailors and shipwrights of the Sacred Flame Fleet are fully equipped and ready to embark on missions. Cameron, aware of Daenerys' aspirations for grand voyages, a dream shared by many young souls, including himself, spoke with shining eyes. Hearing this, Daenerys felt a surge of delight and remarked, Excellent. Just in time, the fleet of the Triad Alliance is preparing to strike the Stepstone Islands. We shall be poised to seize the advantage while they tear at each other. Your Highness, do we intend to occupy the Stepstone Islands? Cameron asked, puzzled. That expanse of sea, though vast, consists of barren isles, and with pirates rampant. It seems of little use. Samwell interjected, however, the geographical significance of the Stepstone Islands is paramount. They serve as a bridge between the continents of Westeros and Essos, as well as the sole passage for the Seven Kingdoms into the Narrow Sea and Summer Sea. To hold the Stepstone Islands is to grasp the throats of those reliant on maritime trade routes. Yet, complete dominion over the Stepstone Islands would not be easily attained. The local powers are intricately entangled. At that moment, Dax, visibly bruised and battered, confidently declared, Your Highness, the Unicorn Mercenary Company stands ready to clear the Stepstone Islands for you. Daenerys then noticed that the 5 boys from Stark's Island bore numerous injuries, with Igor, the giant eagle rider, having seemingly suffered a broken arm. What has happened to you? How did you come to be in such a state? Daenerys inquired. recalling that few masters in the Seven Kingdoms could inflict such harm upon them. As Samuel, Cameron, and others observed, they could not help but stifle their laughter. At this moment, Dax exclaimed, "Isn't Her Highness the Princess asking us to seize the opportunity presented by the martial arts tournament to gather forces and establish a mercenary group? If you cannot win over those mercenaries, they certainly will not comply willingly. Especially the 200 gladiators Cameron brought back. Each one is a master in their own right. To convince them, I feel as though my bones are near shattering." Fortunately, the herbal potions work wonders, and with the dragonfire wine provided by the princess to restore stamina, I was able to endure. Nevertheless, I am proud to say that we have successfully assembled the Unicorn mercenary group with 500 mercenaries. At that moment, Dax appeared as proud as a magnificent peacock. With 300 knights, 500 mercenaries, and an additional 1,000 innocents from Tars Island, along with 35 free-masted ships, we are well equipped to seize the Stone Steps Islands. Once I secure Himoros and Abersos at the throne of the dragons, the assistance of these dragons will surely safeguard the Stone Steps Islands. Rhaenyra pondered for a moment and then instructed Cameron and Dax, "You must make preparations swiftly. Lead all the dragon guards and the Unicorn mercenary group to establish a garrison at Tars Island. When the outcome between the Triple Alliance and the pirates of the Stone Steps Islands becomes evident, you shall strike and capture them all." "Yes. We shall obey your highness's command," Cameron and Dax replied excitedly, kneeling on one knee in affirmation. It seems that the thrill of battle is a passion deeply ingrained in the blood of every spirited youth. Having spoken, Rhaenyra turned her gaze towards the Watcher of the Children of the Forest. The Watcher immediately rose respectfully, stating, "I report to your highness that I have selected 30 gifted young maidens from Whitehorn Town for archery training. However, it seems that due to the prolonged loss of the old god's faith in the southern regions, the bloodline of our ancestors has thinned considerably. I have scoured Dragonstone Island and the Island of Sacred Flame, and have only found 7 maidens with the talent of shapeshifters. Nonetheless," at this point, the Watcher's expression grew slightly awkward, yet, being an ancient being who had lived through countless ages, she continued with composure, "Their successful transformations have all been into those renowned cats that you had sent people to retrieve from across the world." Ha ha ha! At this moment, the Shadow Lynx, the Waywalker Kill, burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "The mice in Dragonstone Keep are in for a rough time." However, his jest sparked a thought in Daenerys' mind. Thus, she comforted the Watcher, saying, "This is quite impressive indeed. After all, our Targaryen family already possesses dragons. To them, cats and beasts are of no distinction. Those 7 maidens will actually be of greater assistance to me. Let us bring them all to Dragonstone Keep today to serve as my maids. It will also be a chance to see how adept they are at catching mice." Daenerys' words instantly elicited laughter from everyone present. "Your Highness, should war erupt on the Staircase Islands, it is likely that the tournament will be unable to proceed as scheduled." Medric of the Mandrell family from White Harbor reminded Danila that the tournament venue is nearly completed, with only the finer details of decoration and arrangement remaining. Furthermore, most of the representatives from the great families of the 7 kingdoms have already arrived. In light of this, I propose that if war truly breaks out on the Staircase Islands before the tournament, it may be more prudent to postpone the event. Once victory is achieved in the conflict, we could host a grander celebration in commemoration of our triumph. Given the prolonged peace among the 7 kingdoms, it is likely that these fervent young knights will feel compelled to rush to the battlefield. Thus, the victory on the Staircase Islands would symbolize a collective triumph for all the 7 kingdoms. The tournament held thereafter would surely be etched in history with vibrant significance. Medric's perspective is indeed quite compelling. Danila immediately concurred, saying, "Indeed, your reasoning is sound. Let us formally notify everyone after the war on the Staircase Islands commences." Chapter 90, Time Constraints. Your Highness, the recent surge in cremations in Ares Town has led to a scarcity of timber. Moreover, a number of smugglers have begun transporting corpses from across the 7 kingdoms for cremation, all to deceive and claim the reward of a silver stack. Samuel wore a gloomy expression as he lamented to Danila, "You cannot fathom, Your Highness, that on the day we paid the highest cremation fee, it cost us 3 golden dragons. It seems those smugglers have smuggled in all the corpses from the 7 kingdoms. And it is evident that many have been exhumed and repackaged. By the gods, these individuals truly disregard all moral boundaries for the sake of profit." Upon hearing Samuel's grievances, Danila turned directly to Cameron and inquired, "Among the slaves purchased from Slave Bay, there should be quite a few of priestly descent, correct?" "Indeed, Your Highness," he affirmed. However, They have all been assigned by Sir Samuel to assist in the school at Town. Yes, your highness. Samuel's spirits lifted at the mention. As per your instructions, those scholars are busy compiling systematic teaching courses and books. Consequently, I have temporarily assigned the literate priests to the school to instruct the children of Town in literacy. Of course, the thousands of craftsmen have also been allocated to various workshops in the town. With the construction of the arena nearly complete, I have directed them to expedite the development of the dock at Sacred Flame Island. The inclusion of these craftsmen has significantly accelerated our construction pace. However, we have completely exhausted our reserve of Dragonstone. Danila was astonished to realize that the more talented individuals she gathered under her command, the less time she seemed to have. It appeared she must devise a method to ensure that the dragons could operate effectively, even in her absence. Fortunately, given the intelligence of the dragons, they should comply with the directives she issued. It was worth a try. Bring me pen and paper, she commanded her attending servant. Once the materials were ready, Danila began to sketch fervently, and soon completed a design for a large cremation platform. The concept was quite straightforward, consisting of a massive stone trough with compartments the size of coffins, and at the bottom, a thick layer of molten steel. I shall first procure the Dragonstone from the quarry. Then, have the workers swiftly construct this cremation platform in the square. For the steel required, simply toss the scrap metal into the trough. Tomorrow morning, I will instruct Dreamfire and the others to use Dragonfire to refine the metal into steel plates. Additionally, remember to bring all the priests and Dragon Guard apprentices to the cremation platform tomorrow. I have arrangements to make. I will also train the dragons to feed there in the future. Yes, your highness. After Daenerys listened to their reports and issued her directives, she departed from the administrative hall, making her way to the quarry. The stonemasons, who had previously worn expressions of despair due to the depletion of Dragonstone, were suddenly invigorated upon catching sight of Drogon soaring through the sky. Your highness, they exclaimed. To their astonishment, within just a few days of Daenerys' absence, the market had seen a significant increase in Dragonstone models. Your highness, since our supplies of Dragonstone have been exhausted, we have utilized this time to create several new models. The head mason approached Daenerys with a report, adding that they were soon to commence construction of her castle, which would require numerous new designs. This was merely a portion of their work. Very well, I understand. Without further delay, Daenerys swiftly directed Drogon and Viserion to breathe their flames, melting all the materials within the models in a mere quarter of an hour. Daenerys was pleasantly surprised to discover that the fusion of Drogon's dark blue-black fire and Viserion's pink flames produced a deep purple dragonstone. The stonemasons, overwhelmed with joy, could hardly contain their excitement. It is known that due to the rarity of purple dye, purple is considered a symbol of nobility in this world. Should they succeed in constructing the castle from this purple dragonstone, it would indeed become a true citadel of purple, dazzling the eyes of the nobility from the Seven Kingdoms. By the time Daenerys completed her tasks, the evening banquet on Dragonstone Island had already commenced. She hurried back to her chamber, donned a simple yet elegant evening gown, and adorned herself with the ruby necklace gifted by Rhaenyra. Accompanied by her handmaidens, she proceeded to the banquet hall. The young nobles from the Seven Kingdoms had already gathered, each displaying their charms like peacocks flaunting their plumage. Rhaenyra, too, was basking in the adoration of the crowd, adorned in the exquisite pink diamond jewelry that Daenerys had sent her. As Daenerys entered, all eyes immediately turned toward her. She approached Rhaenyra and remarked, "Sister, you look radiant today." Rhaenyra wore a complexly designed gown of purple velvet, embellished with golden millefleur lace, and her bodice was adorned with pearls and gemstones that sparkled brilliantly. On her fingers, she wore not only the pink diamond ring gifted by Daenerys but also a fine gold ring, twirling them to capture the attention of those around her. In terms of attire, Rhaenyra indeed outshone Daenerys. However, despite Rhaenyra's proud and stunning presence, it was the strong yet graceful Daenerys who captured the favor of the young nobles. Although the sisters had finally broken the ice, true closeness remained elusive. Rhaenyra could only respond to Daenerys' compliment in a formal manner. "You look lovely as well, sister. Though your gown is quite simple, it appears very comfortable." Before the youthful individuals gathered around her, Danyella swiftly approached her parents and seated herself before her expectant mother, Aemma. Thanks to the herbal remedies from the children of the forest, Aemma's health had noticeably improved. The ruby belt that Danyella had gifted her was always worn with pride. "How are you, mother? Have you been feeling well lately?" Danyella gently placed her hand on her mother's belly, inquiring softly. With a look of contentment, Aemma responded, I feel wonderful. Both the herbal potions and the ruby belt you bestowed upon me have been immensely beneficial. At that moment, a knight clad in armor, Mount Hightower, nervously approached Danyella and spoke, Princess Danyella, I have heard of your fondness for Valyrian weaponry, and I have brought the ancestral sword of the Hightower family, Vigilance. As he presented the sword, adorned with a rustic green leather sheath, Danyella could not help but express her curiosity. Sir Mount, are you offering this for my admiration? Or is it a gift for me? Ah! Mount Hightower was momentarily taken aback by Danyella's words. However, he soon found himself blushing and replied, If the princess desires it, I would be honored to present it as a betrothal gift. Chapter 91. A novel cremation ceremony. The words of Mount Hightower instantly darkened Daenerys' countenance, and even Princess Aemma, who stood beside her, wore an expression of discontent. Prince Viserys, visibly displeased, remarked, The Hightower family truly exhibits remarkable decorum. Such grandiosity. He then instructed his personal guards, Sir Mount is inebriated. Swiftly escort him back to his residence to avoid unnecessary disputes here. Yes, my lord. Two of the guards swiftly seized Mount Hightower without a word and dragged him out of the banquet hall. This spectacle elicited expressions of schadenfreude among the youths from various prominent families, particularly the twin brothers of House Lannister from the west, whose delight was most conspicuous. This minor incident considerably dampened Viserys' good spirits. As he observed the noble youths surrounding his eldest daughter, Rhaenyra, he began to scrutinize them with increasing disapproval. Meanwhile, the Melderic brothers, who were diligently discussing matters of White Harbor with Samwell in a corner, caught Viserys' attention anew, leading him to appreciate these two brothers from White Harbor even more. Feeling disgruntled, Daenerys soon found an excuse to leave the banquet and returned to her chambers. After a brief wash, she donned her nightwear and sat by the window, contemplating meticulously how to deliver a significant blow to the Hightower family. The following day, after breakfast, Daenerys invited her father and sister to ride their dragons to the cremation tower. Following a night of urgent construction, the cremation platform she designed was nearly complete. The massive platform featured 20 individual recesses capable of accommodating the cremation of 20 individuals simultaneously, and these recesses were now lined with ordinary steel. Surrounding the cremation platform, all the slave priests and dragon guard apprentices stood respectfully in formation. Samwell and the Melderic brothers had also arrived early at the cremation tower, eager to witness what Princess Daenerys had planned. The skinny knights had relocated all the barbecue grills from the orchards of White Harbor nearby, and dozens of plump sheep were already being roasted over the flames. Shortly after Daenerys and her dragons arrived, 5 great dragons emerged from the depths of Dragonstone. Among them were Amalorys and young Balerion. Due to Amalorys and Anthelos being considerably larger than the younger Balerion, the 3 young dragons maintained a wary distance. They clearly divided themselves into 2 distinct groups. The young Balerion and his companions had long since acclimatized to the presence of Dreamfire and Vhagar, and upon landing, they quietly surveyed their surroundings, ultimately fixing their gaze upon the distant roasting sheep. In contrast, Amalorys and his kin, having been confined within their lairs, possessed little awareness of the outside world. Thus, upon encountering the imposing old dragon, Vhagar, they halted in the distance, displaying unease and emitting low, anxious hisses. Their eyes frequently darted toward Daenerys, seemingly seeking her reassurance. Danila, observing that everyone had gathered as expected, spoke aloud. Today, I have summoned you all here to accomplish a matter of great significance. As you are aware, cremation is a tradition not only of the Targaryen lineage but also of Valyria. In our faith, those who are cremated ascend to the celestial palace of the deities. Furthermore, those who are enveloped in the flames of dragons receive the protection of the gods. Today, I will impart a sacred prayer bestowed upon me by the gods in a dream to our temple priests and dragon guards. Before we proceed, I wish for you to witness the extraordinary nature of this prayer. With that, Danila descended from the back of Dreamfire and approached the majestic dragon Vokhorl. Placing her hand upon its wing and beginning to softly chant, Essence of stone, flame of the earth's core, might of the deities, power of blood, forge the immortal creation. Blood and fire are one. Through fire, we exchange blood. Through blood, we exchange fire. As Danila's incantation resonated, Vokhorl sensed an unusual energy within Danila that harmonized with her own bloodline and fiery magic. Once Vokhorl felt her energy fully attuned to Danila's, a connection formed between their consciousnesses, albeit temporarily due to her dragon rider, Viserys. Nevertheless, she obeyed Danila's command and unleashed a torrent of searing dragonfire upon the pyre. Mirroring Dreamfire and Myrsis, Vokhorl's bronze flames began to shimmer with hues of teal and emerald, elevating the heat of her fire by a significant degree. Consequently, beneath her flames, the steel in the recess of the pyre swiftly melted into a liquid state. Viserys, well aware of the true color of Vokhor's flames, shifted from a playful demeanor to one of serious contemplation, recalling Danyla's Valyrian prayer. Both he and the temple priests, along with the newly appointed Dragon Guard apprentices, were quite familiar with the Valyrian tongue, enabling many to recite Danyla's prayer from memory. During Danyla's chanting, Dreamfire, Myrsis, young Valyrian, and Amoros also felt a stirring of their bloodlines and magical energies. As the liquefied steel would require several hours to cool, Danila instructed the priests and Dragon Guard apprentices to familiarize themselves with the prayer. Meanwhile, she, along with her father and sister, attended to the dragons, feeding them roasted lamb. Vokhor and Syrax had grown accustomed to feasting on succulent roasted lambs, requiring only the skinny knights to tend to their needs. However, Ameloros and Anthalos, newly arrived at the Isle of Sacred Flames, remained wary of others aside from Danila, refraining from close interaction. Thus, Danila had to personally manage their feeding. Once the dragons had satiated their hunger, the molten steel of the pyre had cooled sufficiently, although its temperature remained quite elevated. It was adequate for Daenerys to proceed with her next actions. She commanded the attendants of the funeral pyre to bring forth 20 individuals for cremation, who were then placed within the 20 iron troughs. The searing steel swiftly ignited their shrouds, and soon their hair and flesh began to smolder. Daenerys directed everyone to chant the incantations she had taught them. As their voices rose in unison, Daenerys soon sensed a profound shift in the energy surrounding the pyre. The dragons, invigorated by the collective chanting, became fervent. When they reached the third repetition of the chant, under Daenerys' command, all the dragons unleashed torrents of searing flame upon the pyre. In an instant, the 20 corpses were reduced to charred ash, while the semi-solid steel beneath them was cloaked in a veil of soot. Chapter 92. The Fire Priestess. The grand spectacle orchestrated by Her Highness the Princess raises the question, will she employ the mighty dragons for the cremation ceremony henceforth? Although Samwell was captivated by Daenerys' remarkable display, he expressed his bewilderment to Mederic beside him. While it may have saved the cost of firewood, wouldn't the expenses for dragons and the priest's blessings be even more exorbitant? Can you fathom the underlying intentions of the princess? Mederic shook his head in disapproval, asserting that the princess's intentions are beyond our mere speculation. However, such an elaborate cremation ceremony is surely not something everyone can qualify for. Typically, the appearance of a single dragon at a cremation already brings honor to the deceased's family, not to mention the silver coin they would receive. If the wealthy or nobility seek to elevate the ceremony as grandeur, they must be prepared to pay a price. The number of dragons and the scale of the priests can certainly be negotiated, once the cremation ceremony becomes a tradition. Enjoying a high-spec cremation will undoubtedly require a significant expenditure. Mediric's insights left Samwell enlightened, exclaiming, "Ha! You do understand the princess quite well. I knew it." Every action of hers carries profound meaning. Meanwhile, after joining the others in chanting the Valyrian prayers several times, Viserys inexplicably felt a surge of power coursing through him. Upon concluding the chant and commanding Vhagar to unleash his dragonfire, he sensed an even deeper connection with Vhagar. This sensation captivated Viserys, making him increasingly perplexed by his daughter Daenerys. Could this be the essence of a dreamwalker's formidable prowess? Initially intrigued, Rhaenyra grew increasingly impatient after spending several inexplicable hours there. Although she memorized the prayers Daenerys had taught them, she hardly paid them any heed, thus failing to notice the dragon's fiery transformation. As the group collectively chanted the Valyrian prayers, Daenerys distinctly sensed some unusual energy fluctuations. The most pronounced emanated from her father Viserys and a red-haired slave from the Temple of the Light. Of course, many of the temple priests, originating from slavery, exhibited traces of magical energy, and even among the descendants of the Dragon Guards, a few displayed faint magical fluctuations. After cremating the first wave of bodies, Daenerys retained only those who manifested magical energy, allowing the others to disperse. Although Viserys felt a tinge of reluctance, he wisely chose to depart. Rhaenyra, eager to return, swiftly mounted Syrax and set off for Dragonstone. At the end of the gathering, only 20 young priestesses of the temple, a handful of descendants from the Dragon Guard families, and the dragon wardens responsible for guarding the cremation pyre remained, alongside the skinny knights who assisted Danila in feeding the dragons. "What is your name?" Danila inquired of the red-haired maiden. The girl possessed a heart-shaped visage and deep crimson eyes, with cascading copper-red hair that framed her exquisite form. Her snow-white, delicate skin lent her an air of both vulnerability and seductive beauty. Her voice was melodious yet cold as she replied, "Your Highness, I was referred to as number 7 when I was sold in the slave market, and my mother, a shadowbinder who raised me in Osha, named me Muriel. Do you worship the King of Light? Indeed, Your Highness, she affirmed. In the long, perilous nights, only the flames have brought me solace amidst endless suffering. Dispelling the cold and darkness, Danila, intrigued by the young maiden before her, leaned closer and whispered, Look, no flame in this world can rival the fire of the dragons. If you are determined to serve the King of Light, you should begin by serving the dragons. Muriel gazed at the distant dragons, and it seemed that flickers of flame sparkled within her crimson eyes. As you wish, Your Highness. Henceforth, I shall serve the dragons with the same sincerity I devote to the King of Light. I hope that you all, in the future, will emulate Muriel, devoutly praying for the dragons and the departed as you do for your deities. Danila turned to address all the temple priests present, proclaiming, Here. A temple shall be established for all of your beliefs, allowing everyone on Sacred Flame Island the freedom to choose their faith. I shall respect and support your beliefs. Praise the gods. Praise the dragons. Praise Princess Danila. The moment her words echoed, all the temple priests reverently knelt before her in unison. By this time, the temperature of the cremation pyre had diminished significantly. The dragon guards distributed stone-handled scrapers to the families of the deceased, enabling them to easily collect the ashes of their loved ones. Thus, within a short span, the ashes of the first 20 deceased were meticulously gathered. Subsequently, the dragon wardens brought forth 20 new corpses. This time, Danila allowed only young Balerion to approach the pyre. The temple priests immediately understood their role, kneeling devoutly before the pyre and chanting the Valyrian prayers. As they reached the 5th repetition, young Balerion finally felt the urge to unleash dragon fire. In a matter of moments, the ghastly green flames ignited all 20 corpses. Next, Danila instructed the dragon guard trainees to assist with the cremation of the 3rd batch of bodies. As the skinny knights and young Balerion had become quite familiar with the process. Thus, when it was Wagahana's turn, Danila endeavored to guide the skinny knights to lead her to the pyre. The results have proven satisfactory. Now, without the intervention of Danila, they are capable of independently conducting the cremation ceremony. Once all the bodies from today are incinerated, Danila is pleasantly surprised to discover that chanting the Valyrian incantations during the cremation does not deplete her energy. Instead, it seems to invigorate the magical essence within her. Moreover, aside from Olmos and Amphilos, and the skinny knights who are still unfamiliar with the process and cannot perform the cremation independently, the trio has fully mastered the ceremony and can now complete it under the guidance of the skinny knights without Danila's presence. The temple priests, who have felt the surge of magical energy brought forth by the cremation ceremony, have grown quite fond of this task. Consequently, they have become some of the earliest cremation priests on Sacred Flame Island. Chapter 93, Daenerys' Dragon Guard. After cremating all the bodies of the day, Daenerys instructed all the temple priests to return to White Sheik Town. She then proceeded with the skinny knights and the Dragon Guard trainees towards the loft of the cremation tower where the dragon eggs were housed. Upon entering the cremation tower, Daenerys could distinctly feel the surging magic within the colossal raw ruby at the apex of the tower, which had intensified considerably. When the group ascended to the top floor of the cremation tower, the dragon egg incubation room, Daenerys discovered that the magical energy here was even more potent, rivaling that of the caves inhabited by Dreamfire and her kin. Gently, Daenerys caressed each of the scorching dragon eggs, sensing their increasingly vigorous life force. In her heart, she silently mused that her construction of this cremation tower had indeed borne fruit. All 5 dragon eggs now exhibited signs of life, particularly the 2 petrified eggs from Old Valyria, which had harbored the strongest magical essence, now teetering on the brink of hatching after acquiring the power of the soul. Typically, the skinny knights were responsible for maintaining the fires in the incubation room, and they had grown somewhat accustomed to the presence of these dragon eggs. Meanwhile, the dozen or so Dragon Guard trainees, most of whom hailed from Dragon Guard families, were witnessing dragon eggs for the very first time. Since the establishment of the dragon lair in King's Landing, all dragon eggs produced had been promptly transported there. The offspring of Dragon Guard families held a deep-seated reverence and loyalty towards dragons and the Targaryen lineage, and upon seeing the dragon eggs, they instinctively knelt and began to chant the Valyrian prayers Daenerys had imparted to them that day. For a century, Dragonstone had also been influenced by the culture of the 7 gods, leading these Dragon Guard trainees to adhere to the customs of the 7 faiths and offer their prayers 7 times in succession. During this process, Daenerys was pleasantly surprised to observe that with their prayers, the life forces within the 5 dragon eggs became markedly more vibrant, and the surrounding magical energy continuously flowed toward the eggs. Unforeseen by Daenerys, the ancient Valyrian incantations proved to possess such efficacy. She then instructed the Dragon Guard trainees, henceforth, to care for the dragon eggs and the dragons alongside the skinning knights, visiting the incubation room for prayers every morning and evening, beseeching for the swift hatching of the eggs. Yes, your highness, the Dragon Guard trainees exclaimed in unison, their excitement palpable. Especially the children from Dragon Guard families regarded the opportunity to tend to dragons as the pinnacle of their accomplishments in life. These children already possessed a systematic understanding of dragon care, and with Daenerys' guidance, they believed they could evolve into her most exceptional Dragon Guards. Moreover, Daenerys' approach to training the Dragon Guards markedly diverged from the traditional practices of House Targaryen. The Dragon Guards of House Targaryen primarily spent their days feeding dragons and cleaning their excrement, leaving them with ample free time. The newly selected Dragon Guard trainees, under Daenerys' guidance, not only tend to the dragons but also undergo nightly training conducted by Master Baelon each day. If the historical Dragon Guards of King's Landing had possessed even a modicum of martial prowess, they would not have been so easily dispatched by the rebel. At the very least, they could have swiftly liberated the dragons from their bindings within the dragon pit. After all, facing soaring dragons, even the most reckless mob would find themselves at a disadvantage. After arranging the duties of the pyromancers and the Dragon Guard trainees, Daenerys first returned Ameloth and Amphilos to their dragon pit, then proceeded with Myrces to the mutated fishwood tree. This fishwood had grown exceedingly lush, its trunk now brimming with potent magic. Standing beneath its boughs, Daenerys felt a sense of serenity envelop her, as the tree's magnetic field invigorated her own magical essence. It was no wonder Myrces cherished this place so dearly. It likely contributed to his rapid growth during this period. Beneath the fishwood, Daenerys found her mind remarkably clear. As she contemplated the burdens weighing upon her heart, a cascade of inspiration began to flow towards her. How had she not realized the tree possessed such remarkable properties? She pondered how best to confront the Hightower family. Watchers, herbalists, do you forest children possess any means to control a person's mind? She inquired of the two forest children beside her upon her return to Dragonstone. The two exchanged glances, concern evident in their expressions. The Watcher tentatively spoke, Your Highness. Manipulating a person's mind is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Many green seers, in their quest to correct history, resort to whispering in the ears of individuals through the green dream, attempting to sway their consciousness. However, such actions often provoke the most chaotic aspects of human nature in those they seek to control, which is why I do not endorse such practices. This conviction is also the fundamental reason I departed from the forest children to forge my own path in search of a new green seer. I wholeheartedly agree with your perspective, Daenerys replied candidly. It was through the dragon dream that I foresaw the potential demise of nearly all Targaryen dragons due to the Hightower family. Thus, I must resolve this issue as swiftly as possible. The arrival of Mount Hightower on Dragonstone is pivotal to confronting them. In the depths of night, the three brothers from Volantis, the Seven, languidly consumed their drinks in their chamber. Sadly, do you have any idea when Rhaenyra might grant us our freedom? I too has been utterly suffocated by the confines of this place. Although we are pampered with sumptuous food and fine wine daily, this young aristocrat, accustomed to a life of revelry, finds it intolerable to endure such confinement. Sadly, in a fit of exasperation, downed his drink of dragon's flame and lamented, You ask me. But who am I to inquire? I have already expressed all that I could and harbored no secrets from her. I can only hope that she will eventually come to her senses and release us. Then, with a sudden spark of anxiety, I too interjected. Do you think she might resort to silencing us permanently? After all, both our Valyrian weapons and the wealth of those three ships hold substantial value. If she wishes to secure them for herself, ensuring our eternal silence may indeed be her most prudent course of action.